Chapter 1. Song Sure. The alarm clock, a small yet incessantly noisy robotic device, resonated at the bedside. "Master, please rise. It is now 6 o'clock in Huawei time." The room was modest, comprising a living area, a bathroom, and a kitchen, all for which Song Sure paid a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan. In this future world, purchasing property was a distant dream. Even renting required substantial effort and burden. After a brief morning routine, Song Sure donned the uniform of the Andy Train Service Company, despite being more akin to a train driver than a mere attendant. He was a driver in the year 3011, possessing an ancient soul from 2011. In essence, it was a matter of rebirth, an unspoken truth. "All right, so take care of the household, understood?" Song Sure greeted his robotic companion, before stepping into a small chamber akin to a warm-up enclosure, where he was cleansed of the intense spray. Although the experience was unpleasant without it, he would surely suffer from the sweltering 208-degree Fahrenheit heat outside. Upon closing the door, Mrs. Li, the landlady of the floor, sat as usual beside the elevator, her eyes scanning each resident with a critical gaze. When she spotted Song Sure approaching, she could not help but frown, chastising him. "Mr. In, you've worn that shirt for 3 days. The stains are still there. You ought to wash it." Song Sure politely greeted her, intentionally ignoring her comment. "Mrs. Li, have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet. I need that wretched boy from room 302 to pay his rent before I can even think about eating," she replied sharply. Spotting a scrawny figure darting past, she immediately abandoned Song Sure and dashed after him. With a slight smile, Song Sure shook his head and hurried off to work. The outside world resembled a scene from The Fifth Element. Yet humanity, with its boundless imagination, had transformed the now of 3011 into a tangible reality. The sky was filled with swirling trains and sleek, futuristic vehicles, every one of which navigated seamlessly despite their apparent lack of tracks. Surrounding skyscrapers reflected the sunlight, their steel structures ranging from diamond shapes to suspended orbs and cubic forms, while colossal advertisements, almost translucent LCD screens, hovered above, broadcasting messages. Song Sure tapped his wrist-mounted small watch, and instantly a screen materialized before him, projecting an image as large as a television. A man on the screen yawned broadly, his weariness palpable. "Hey Wes, how was business last night?" Song Sure inquired. Wes was his shift partner, alternating between morning and evening shifts every month. "Too good. Him completely drained," Wes replied, his round face expressing fatigue. "I'll be there shortly." Song Sure nodded and turned off the display, seizing the moment to grab a quick breakfast. Li Xiao fast food chain was the largest of its kind in Huagua, sprawling across the nation. He exchanged pleasantries with the attentive service robot, Xiuyu, at the front counter. "Would you like the #1 meal again?" With a sigh, reflecting on the whims of future technology, he nodded. Many jobs had been taken over by robots, and his role as train attendant, while seemingly essential, was primarily for the emulating the human touch for certain finicky customers. He picked up what resembled a fast food box, containing a mildly flavored substance akin to lotus root powder, enriched with nutrients but far from satisfying the appetite. Gazing enviously at a portly man nearby who savored the #2 meal, which boasted a mere sprinkling of vegetables, a rare find that cost 100 units, compared to his economical 10, Song Sure clenched his fist, making his daily wish for a bountiful serving of vegetables grow stronger. After enduring the lackluster breakfast, he handed Xiaoyu 10 units, the monetary unit of 3011, equivalent to a yuan. As he walked to the train's final stop, he noticed Wes already there, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Spotting Song Sure, he waved and rushed over. Time to switch shifts. Wes, liberated from his duties, walked away nonchalantly. With 10 minutes remaining until the next train's departure, Song Sure greeted his fellow train attendants. "I just saw that Money Corporation's latest third-generation LT150 has been released. I checked the price. It's absolutely outrageous." And Min, a good friend of Song Sure's, exclaimed dramatically, "How much?" "My mom's been nagging me to watch the 15th iteration of the Interstellar mech battle, and the line was busy." Zhou chimed in eagerly. "Enough, Zhou. Tone it down," and Min teased, scratching his ear. "You know, Brother Song is in the loop, right?" Seeing the curiosity in Min's eyes, Song Sure encouraged him. "I don't know, go ahead, enlighten us." Zhou is getting restless. Han Min exaggeratedly displayed 5 fingers. 500,000 units? Song Sure shook his head, Just then the train's whistle sounded, and Min hopped onto the train alongside Song Shi and Zhou Zhou, exclaiming, "It's 5 million units!" Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhou stumbled as he stepped onto the hovering train, his mouth agape. "That's absolutely absurd. The mech transformation is incredibly dazzling. It's fantastic. If you're a man, you'd be totally captivated. Indeed, while it may be pricey, it's incredibly functional. It can wash clothes, do chores, engage in combat, everything you could ask for," and Min added. Song Shi pondered for a moment before replying, "Let's talk more about it later. Brother, and this isn't just a casual discussion anymore. Robots are everywhere, and rich kids are as well. Many enjoy controlling robots for combat. If you're not careful, you might find yourself caught in the crossfire. Having a robotic protector makes all the difference. Just look at the last time there was a fight in our sector and mechs were deployed. If it weren't for my little Noo's superior performance, I might have been saying goodbye to all of you." And Min expressed his trepidation, dramatically thumping his chest. Chapter 2. Model JK1314 of the male variant Songgu. "Where are you heading after work?" And Min inquired, having changed into his own attire. Song Shi shook his head, while Zhou Zhou seized the opportunity to interject. "You know our Songgu is the epitome of a good man. Haha, he wouldn't be caught dead in those places you frequent. Zhou Zhou, wasn't it you who insisted on tagging along to Fipadun last time? Just to catch a glimpse of those beautiful siblings?" Song Shi remarked, furrowing his brow. "And you are still under 18. You really ought to steer clear of such establishments. Songgu, you are so antiquated. In this day and age, even 10-year-olds can enjoy themselves there." And Min chuckled, rubbing his hands together and casting a teasing glance at Zhou Zhou. Could it be that our Songgu is still a novice? Perhaps so. Who else possesses the virtuous nature of our Songgu? Zhou Zhou chimed in. With a resigned sigh, Song Shi rubbed his temples, watching the two of them frolic away before he quietly chuckled a few mild rebukes and disembarked from the train. Concluding a day of labor, "Suosu, where are you?" After undergoing disinfection in the warm chamber, Song Shi entered the living room, glancing around only to find no trace of the little figure. Could it be that the energy was depleted? That seemed unlikely, as he had just replaced the energy cell a few days prior. Calling out several more times, Song Shi furrowed his brow, finally spotting Suosu in the kitchen. "Suosu, Suosu," he called out anxiously, picking up the diminutive robot that barely fit in his palm. Receiving no response, he hastily donned his coat and wrapped himself in a radiation suit, setting out to find an electrician. Electrician Mirong, equipped with a laser magnifier, examined Suosu with a frown before placing it on the workbench. "I have told you before, the configuration of Suosu is too outdated. Many of its components are no longer in production, and it cannot be repaired." Hearing this, Song Shi felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at Suosu, which had been his companion for 3 whole years, now reduced to a mere heap of scrap. "Is there truly no hope for repair?" Mirong shook his head, spreading his hands in apology. "I'm truly sorry. It cannot be fixed." With a heavy sigh, Song Shi lamented, "Do not be too disheartened. Out with the old, in with the new. Why not take this opportunity to purchase a new robot?" Mirong offered, patting Song Shi on the shoulder in consolation. Song Shi offered a wry smile. In this futuristic age, being without a robot might indeed prove challenging. "Would you care to recommend a store? Perhaps one with more affordable options?" Understanding Song Shi's financial situation, Mirong cautiously suggested, "I know a place that might suit your budget." "That would be greatly appreciated," Song Shi replied, nodding. Mirong smiled and waved his hand, and while the day was still young, the two set off in Mirong's vehicle to the robot market. "There's a small shop run by my uncle. While the robots there may not be the most cutting edge, they are still quite decent." Mirong led Song Shi to the 3rd floor of the market. The higher the level, the more advanced the robots became. Song Shi looked around at the throngs of people passing by, many accompanied by robots. "Uncle, I've brought a friend," Mirong called as they approached a modest shop with a dark sign. The proprietor, a man with a scruffy beard, seemed somewhat bored, yawning widely. "Mirong, good lad, bringing customers to your uncle. It's worth the affection I've shown you. Haha." The bearded man's loud laughter startled Song Shi momentarily. "This is my uncle, Miyu. Song Shi, please introduce him to the various types of robots. I'll go browse over there," Mirong said, darting off, likely to check out the latest 3rd-generation LT-150 robot from the company he had been raving about. Miyu chuckled. "I apologize, Mr. Song, my nephew can be a bit too exuberant." Song Shi smiled. He has a cheerful disposition. I find it quite admirable, Miyu. Hearing this, also chuckled, secretly appraising Song Shi.at barely 20. He spoke with a calm and gentle demeanor. His appearance was striking, with soft features, delicate fair skin, short, slightly curled hair, and thin, vividly colored lips. Lips one would yearn to kiss. His overall presence exuded an aura of gentleness. What type of robot does Mr. Song require? Miyu inquired. Anything will do, but please refrain from calling me Mr. Song. It feels rather odd. Just address me by my name, as you and me Rong do, Song Shi responded, maintaining a polite smile. Miyu nodded, increasingly impressed by the youth's amiable attitude. Have you familiarized yourself with the various types of robots? Somewhat, but not in great detail, Song Shi admitted. Allow me to enlighten you. Robots are classified into 3 categories: small robots, humanoid robots, and the most prevalent, mecha robots. You are likely aware of their respective functions. In general, if you seek versatility, a mecha robot is the way to go, Miyu explained with a chuckle. Song Shi nodded. Recalling that Suosu was a type of small robot, akin to a management robot series, and could not transform into a mecha. Let us take a look at the mecha robots. Indeed, acquiring a mecha robot could also allow you to become a mecha technician. Miyu added. Here are all the mecha robots available, he continued, gesturing to a row of 50 units. From left to right, we have YJ-12, YJ-13, Li-45, with their model numbers displayed on their necks. Feel free to browse. Song Shi nodded and approached. Though referred to as robots, each one bore a humanoid skin. If he stood still among them, even Miyu might struggle to distinguish them. The YJ series is relatively new, focusing on strength, which makes them pricier compared to others, Miyu explained. Song Shi bypassed the YJ series and approached the JK series. The JK line, produced a few years back by the Mani Company, was renowned for its quality and widespread acclaim, prompting Song Shi to select a model from this series. This JK1314 model is sought after for its numerical designation, Miyu remarked with a smile. Another characteristic of the JK series is that all of them are stunningly attractive. Should you wish to customize their appearance, that option is available as well. Song Shi brushed his fingers over the skin of the robot before him. Lacking an energy cell, its surface felt cold, yet the quality of the skin simulation was nearly indistinguishable from genuine flesh. Is this the one? Miyu inquired. Song Shi hesitated, noticing a peculiar expression on Miyu's face. What's wrong? He asked, only to realize he had wandered into a corner. This particular robot, clad in a black suit, had been obscured by countless others, accumulating dust. As he turned to examine it, he instinctively took a step back. This robot did not exhibit the popular, charming features of the current trend. Instead, its countenance was strikingly stern. Miyu chuckled wryly. This JK1314 male model has been in my shop for a year. Although it has been sold a few times, it was always returned due to minor issues with its components, haha. With a dry laugh, Miyu stroked his chin, contemplating the tall robot before them, standing at 190 centimeters. Its features were rugged, with piercing eyes and tightly pressed lips tinged with a strange dark red hue. Despite its handsomeness, the numerous idiosyncrasies had rendered it unsellable, leading Miyu to sequester it in the corner. How much for this one? Song Shi asked, gazing into the robot's cold, hawkish eyes. Miyu paused, taken aback. If you truly want it, it's priced at 200,000. Song Shi grasped the robot's fingers, feeling their icy coldness, and suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Dusting off the shoulders of the black suit, he pondered the loneliness of being left in a corner for an entire year. With no one to inquire about its well-being, I want this one. Chapter 3. Returning home. What? Miyu exclaimed, surprised. You genuinely wish to purchase this? It does have some minor issues. As a friend of his nephew, he felt it necessary to provide a warning. I want this one. Please help me finalize the purchase, Song Shi stated confidently, placing a hand on the robot's. I really like him. Miyu chuckled softly. Very well then, come to the front desk. I'll assist you with the paperwork. Following Miyu to the front desk, unbeknownst to anyone, a robot's hand twitched slightly in a hidden corner before falling still once more. All right, I've registered your identification number into this robot's main control panel. Henceforth, it belongs to you, Miyu stated, returning the identification chip to Song Shi.asa gift. Here SA 100-watt energy box. Sufficient to power the robot for a month. If it enters combat mode in mecha form, it will last for 5 minutes. Should you require additional larger energy boxes, I can offer you a discount. Song Shi nodded, Smiling, in that case, Uncle Me, I'll take 5 more 100-watt energy boxes. Thank you. Me waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'll wrap everything up for you. Heading to the back storage, Miyu, feeling a sense of familial affection after being addressed as uncle, took 6 black energy boxes, each the size of an infant's fist. All right, I'll install an energy box into the JK1314, and then you'll be able to take it home. After completing the payment, the two made their way back into the shop. Miyu pointed to the model on his neck and said, "Press the first character of this model to open the cabin. Just place the energy box inside, and it will automatically absorb energy." As he spoke, Miyu demonstrated. Songshur nodded in understanding. When the energy box entered the robot, a faint sound of parts moving clicked, and his cold, sharp, eagle-like eyes instantly sparkled with a sinister glow. His dark red lips parted. "I am model number JK1314-0617. His voice echoed his demeanor, exuding an aloofness that seemed to banish even the slightest warmth brought in from the outside. Songshur chuckled softly, feeling quite satisfied. "Let's give him a name. From now on, he will belong to you," Miyu said with a smile. Songshur stroked his slightly pointed chin, his eyes darting around, revealing a rare childlike innocence. "How about Song Ying?" He approached the 190 centimeters tall robot and addressed its glimmering eyes. "The eagle, a tyrant of the ancient skies, though now extinct, you embody its spirit. Can you grasp the meaning of eagle?" Song Ying nodded, understanding. Songshur continued, gently ruffling his stiff black hair. Miyu was puzzled, wondering why this robot was so unconventional as to not address him as master. Perhaps the extensively repaired robot had a few quirks. As both of them pondered, Mi-Rong rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Goodness, that robot is incredibly expensive. Of course, it's the latest product from Mani Corporation. How could it be lacking?" Miyu replied as he tidied up some items on the front desk. "But that mecha state is just so cool. If only I could have won," Mi-Rong exaggeratedly said to Songshur, gesturing wildly as he tried to describe the mecha's beauty. "Did you buy the robot?" Mi-Rong asked as he settled into the driver's seat and activated the autopilot, engaging Songshur in conversation. "Yes, I really like him," Songshur said, glancing at Song Ying with a squint and a smile. "Oh, I never would have guessed you had such unique taste." Mi-Rong chuckled awkwardly, thinking that the usually gentle Songshur would choose a female robot, but instead, he picked a tall, fierce-looking man. "Unique? Ha, but I think he's wonderful," Songshur replied, ignoring the implications in Mi-Rong's words. Mi-Rong scratched his head. "As long as you like your robot, that's what matters." Placing the robot maintenance manual chip on the table, he realized he had spent a year's savings in one day. Yet he felt elated. "You sit in the living room for a bit. I'll just set Suasua down first." Songshur carefully picked up Suasua and found a beautiful box in the storage room to store it. Placing it in his desk drawer, when he walked into the living room, he saw his new friend exploring the unfamiliar surroundings, touching this and that like a curious child seeking knowledge. Songshur smiled as he approached, gently taking hold of Song Ying's hand that was about to strike the LCD smart TV. Knowing that if Song Ying hit it, the TV would likely be rendered useless, he carefully moved it away. Only to meet Song Ying's bewildered dark eyes, he chuckled lightly and explained, "This is a television. It allows us to see many things happening outside." Pulling him onto the sofa, he took a flat remote control and pressed a button, instantly bringing the screen to life, displaying news from the interstellar realm. The sodium-rich star of the Milky Way is once again battling with the Kuelong star. Songshur sighed, shaking his head at the news report. Song Ying's attention shifted between the screen and the remote control in Songshur's hand, then to Songshur's oval face, watching his vibrant red lips move. Suddenly, Song Ying pinched Songshur's hand holding the remote, causing him to wince in pain, prompting Song Ying to quickly release his grip. In his mind, he recalled a phrase, "Humans are quite fragile. It's all right. Don't worry," Songshur said, glancing at Song Ying's expressionless yet handsome face, feeling an inexplicable sense that he was concerned for him. "Huh?" Songshur followed Song Ying's gaze and examined his hand, which was large enough to encompass his own, but more surprisingly, it was warm. Typically, robots are designed to simulate warmth, but it should never be as hot as a human's, or even more so. Something felt off. Is there a problem with any of the parts?" he asked, the only explanation that came to mind. Recalling Miyu's mention of some quirks with Song Ying, Song Ying shook his head. "It's fine, fine." Songshur touched his face, which also radiated a warmth far beyond his OWN. It seemed incredibly comforting to embrace him. The thought made Song Shi's face flush dark red, and he scratched his head. All right, you just stay here. I'm going to eat. Chapter 4. The Robbery Incident. Eat. Song Ying was immediately captivated by this new term. Tossing the remote aside, Song Shi was startled and hurriedly caught the remote before it could hit the ground, exhaling in relief that it wasn't broken. You mustn't do that again, understand? He admonished, setting the remote down and preparing to fulfill his responsibilities as a master and educate his robot. Will it break? Of course. Song Shi raised an eyebrow. As he stepped into the kitchen, he paused. What? Eat? Song Ying reiterated. Song Shi pondered for a moment, recalling that the robot rules did not specify that robots needed to eat. After a long pause, he finally said, Hungry? Don't you consume energy? Song Ying raised an eyebrow. Oh. Seeing that Song Ying was no longer fixated on the topic, Song Shi sighed in relief. As he opened the refrigerator, he couldn't help but wonder if Miyu's mention of a small issue included Song Ying's need to eat. Dinner was still a rather ordinary nutritional meal, which, despite containing all nutrients, lacked any flavor whatsoever. Far worse than any meal from a restaurant. Once he received his salary, he would go to the market to buy some rice and vegetables to treat himself to a proper meal. He thought, and his mouth watered at the notion. Song Ying squinted at the sight of the human consuming what was termed food, noticing that it emitted a faint trace of energy. When Song Shi entered the kitchen, Song Ying sprang up with remarkable speed, leaning over the table to inspect the fluffy white substance. He extended his tongue, tasting it, and his eyes lit up. There was indeed energy. In no time, he devoured Song Shi's dinner, even licking the bottom of the bowl, secretly lamenting that the energy was far too scarce. As Song Shi emerged, Song Ying gazed at him with sparkling, hopeful eyes. Regarding the incident of the dinner being consumed, Song Shi couldn't fathom why he didn't immediately discuss it with Miyu. This mystery lingered until the following morning when a phone call abruptly shattered his thoughts. What? Termination? Song Shi's hand trembled as he gripped the phone, chuckling bitterly while shaking his head. After exchanging a few more words, he hung up. Damn it. What financial crisis? Just say my position was replaced by a robot. Why all the pompous explanations? Song Shi muttered, heavily setting down the phone and collapsing onto the sofa. What am I going to do about this month's rent? Dressed in pajamas, Song Shi suddenly stood up from the sofa, clenching his fists. Come on, come on. I am the unyielding Song Shi, the invincible earthling. After muttering a few encouraging phrases, he found his mood slightly improved and chuckled lightly. Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to go job hunting today. Song Ying, squinting at the self-motivating Song Shi, stepped forward a couple of paces, mimicking his gestures by clenching his fists in front of his chest, and said earnestly, Come on. Song Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter at Song Ying's earnest imitation. He realized that this imposing and stoic man appeared quite out of place while attempting to mimic him, creating a sense of camaraderie. After changing his clothes and washing his face, Song Shi prepared to head out, bringing along the steadfast Song Ying who had been following closely behind by in the year 3011. Under the blazing sun, there were hardly any stalls lining the streets. Only metallic simulations of trees and street signs adorned the roadside. Song Shi made his way directly to the job recruitment market. That drink is terrible, Song Shi remarked with a frown. Song Ying glanced at Song Shi and then at the cup of juice, a glimmer of dark light flashing in his eyes. He extended his fist and smashed the seemingly glass display case with a single strike, startling hundreds of people nearby. Such boldness in broad daylight was unprecedented. Yet Song Ying appeared quite pleased, standing amidst the shattered glass without damaging anything inside the cabinet. He reached for the cup of orange juice and handed it to Song Shi. His eyes bright with excitement, resembling a large dog seeking praise if it had a tail to wag. Robbery? A piercing scream echoed, causing Song Shi to tremble, taking a deep breath and inwardly exclaiming, Help! What have you just done? A man in a tuxedo rushed out, wearing a look of disbelief, clearly unaccustomed to witnessing such blatant robbery in daylight. No, it's all a misunderstanding, Song Shi replied sheepishly, his ears flushing red as he glared at the oblivious Song Ying. Misunderstanding. The gentleman in a tailcoat let out a shout, drawing everyone's attention, leading to a misunderstanding. Without further ado, he declared that this glass of juice, combined with a shatterproof, crack-resistant, and shock-proof item, amounted to a total of 2,000 units. Song Shi gasped,
then quickly choked back his words, asserting defiantly, "Such protective items can shatter with just a strike." Casting a glance at the shards of glass on the ground, he added, "Merely inferior products. Dare you say otherwise? Humph. Just wait until I call the police." As he spoke, he commanded the robot beside him to establish a direct connection. "Hold on, let us discuss this calmly," Song Shi said with a wry smile, secretly lamenting the loss of wealth as he transferred 2,000 units from his account, which brought the farce to an end. The spectators, still chuckling, departed, occasionally pointing fingers, causing Song Shi's cheeks to flush crimson. Even the juice he held quivered slightly in his grasp. It was likely the most expensive glass of juice on Leon Island. "Why aren't you drinking?" Song Ying inquired, observing Song Shi's flushed complexion with curiosity. "From now on, you are not allowed to snatch," Song Shi pouted, feeling a pang for his wallet. "Snatch? Anyone who doesn't pay is a thief," Song Shi retorted, pulling Song Ying along as they walked forward. Song Ying cast a sidelong glance at Song Shi, his expression darkening. "I thought you liked it." Song Shi hesitated momentarily, then replied, "Thank you, I do like it." Suddenly, he turned sharply, colliding with a pair of deep, dark eyes, which bore a warning laced with mirth. "But next time, you absolutely cannot snatch, understand?" Chapter 5. The troublesome Song Ying in the talent recruitment market of the year 3011. Song Shi had only visited once, and he swore never to return, for the dismal unemployment rate was a curse. Numerous industries opted for cost-effective robots as service personnel, with entire companies in the computing sector requiring only a central brain to operate. When the capabilities of the human brain paled in comparison to computers, and when labor was no longer scarce, many found themselves out of work, and Song Shi had successfully joined this vast industry. Sighing, he looked up at the colossal silver, diamond-shaped structure floating above, connected to the ground by a solitary transparent elevator. A heavy shadow loomed overhead, casting a pall over Song Shi's heart, foreshadowing a bleak future. "Let us go." Song Shi rallied himself, straightening his clothes before approaching the transparent elevator, aware that his attire would likely remain neat for only a fleeting moment once he reached the top. "Song Shi." Song Ying tugged at Song Shi's sleeve, calling out the name embedded in the central brain. Song Shi paused, gazing at him in confusion. Song Ying's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his dark eyes had dulled considerably. Taking a step closer, Song Shi asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm low on energy," Song Ying replied, his speech becoming intermittent. "Huh?" Frowning, Song Shi instinctively grasped Song Ying's neck, tilting his head up to press a button, revealing a black energy box. The energy level plummeted from 100 watts to 10 watts. How could it diminish so rapidly? Song Shi wondered aloud. "The central brain is in a low energy state and will shut down automatically," Song Ying stated in a programmed manner, his eyes fading from dim to gray. Glancing around, Song Shi failed to locate a vending machine, contemplating whether to venture further afield, but he was reluctant to leave Song Ying alone in this area. It was known that those who could tamper with a robot's central brain were omnipresent, and a moment's inattention could result in his companion being commandeered by another. After some thought, he pressed a button on the small computer strapped to his wrist, and a white beam emitted, unfolding into a simple activation mode. Song Shi tapped a few commands, and a male robot appeared on the screen. "Greetings, sir. I require an energy pack. Could you deliver it to the entrance of the talent market?" "Certainly, sir. Please remit 20 units. Thank you. It will arrive in 3 minutes," the robot replied. Song Shi closed his eyes, massaging his temples, and purchased a 100-watt energy pack, transferring the funds directly from his account before shutting off the display. "If I don't find a job soon, I might not even afford Song Ying's energy pack," Song Shi muttered with a bitter smile. Before long, the delivery vehicle arrived, and Song Shi hurriedly installed the energy pack. Noting Song Ying's eyes darkening once more, suddenly, he felt the expenditure was worth it. "But tell me, where exactly did your energy go?" Song Ying's impassive face betrayed a slight flicker of annoyance. He had not anticipated that his energy would be insufficient for a brief remote attack. Yet, confronted by the only familiar face, he maintained his composure. "I don't know." Song Shi sighed, merely venting his frustration. "All right, let us head up. I must find a job today. Otherwise, we'll both be left to fend for ourselves." With that, he pulled the troublesome Song Ying along as they stepped into the elevator. While Song Ying was puzzled about why one could drink the northwest wind, he was preoccupied with Song Shi's rueful expression, Concluding that the northwest wind must indeed be quite unpleasant, he flashed a grateful smile at Song Ying. Patting him on the shoulder, "You are quite dependable," he remarked, then nestled comfortably into Song Ying's embrace. "No wonder everyone says robots are wonderful," Song Shi thought contentedly, observing the throngs of people around him. Feeling a sense of security, following Song Ying's lead, and under Song Shi's direction as the master, they visited numerous establishments, but either the expectations were too high or no suitable positions were available. Song Shi, drenched in sweat, leaned against Song Ying to catch his breath. "Over there," Song Ying pointed ahead, his height allowing him to see places Song Shi could not. Song Shi followed Song Ying's gesture, attempting to glimpse the scene, but was met with a sea of heads. Suddenly, he lost his balance and instinctively wrapped his arms around Song Ying's neck, his startled exclamation ringing in Song Ying's ears, prompting him to lift Song Shi slightly. "Put me down," Song Shi exclaimed, flustered. As a man in his 20s, he felt embarrassed to be carried this way, acutely aware of the intensified gazes around them. "Stay still," Song Ying imitated a nearby couple, giving a gentle pat to Song Shi's behind. "Look ahead, I told you to put me down. There are too many people watching," Song Shi protested, his face aflame. Feeling this was the most embarrassing moment of his 23 years of life. "All right, if you keep this up, others will think you're immature," Song Ying remarked, finding Song Shi reminiscent of the children from his own clan. Awkward and restless. Song Shi froze, hearing the barely suppressed laughter from nearby onlookers, and suddenly felt dizzy, biting his lip as he pinched Song Ying's shoulder in frustration. After successfully obtaining a number, Song Ying finally set Song Shi down, feeling a pang of reluctance. Perhaps it was simply the sensation of having something so comforting to hold. Goodness, the requirements are too demanding. In this day and age, finding someone trained in antique cars is like searching for a unicorn. Another candidate lamented as they exited. "Indeed, I heard it's a recruitment effort from the military district. They must be significant figures. But alas, who knows how to drive a car from the 20th century? Another added, disheartened. "Next," called the reception robot at the entrance, her voice sweet. Song Shi tidied his disheveled clothes, donned an appropriate smile, and handed his number to the robot. Turning to Song Ying, he instructed, "Please wait here for a moment." Song Ying, begrudgingly, nodded in agreement, watching Song Shi until he vanished from view, at which point his expression returned to its usual stoicism. Chapter 6. The Definition of Threat. Fang Min felt somewhat reluctant to undertake the task assigned by the captain. After all, while finding a robot adept at laundry and cooking was straightforward, locating one skilled in operating antique cars was a different matter entirely. Such rare specimens surely belonged in the realm of national treasures. Right? As Fang Min sifted through one name after another, a remarkably gentle face appeared before him. Glancing down at the information in his hands, he cleared his throat and asked, "Have you understood our requirements?" Song Shi sat upright, hands neatly placed on his knees. "That of course, while my technical skills may be limited, I do possess some knowledge about cars." "And what do you know about Rolls-Royce?" Fang Min tapped his fingers on the table, his seemingly imposing demeanor radiating authority. "I know it originated in the 19th century and dominated for 2 centuries, ceasing production around 2450 due to shortages of factory materials," Song Shi replied. Fang Min nodded, raising his brows in approval. Among the many young candidates he had interviewed, it was easy to get them to name the latest mechas, but when it came to 20th century automobiles, finding even one brand among 100 was a challenge, let alone specific details about those brands. Thus, Fang Min felt an immediate affinity for this excessively handsome young man before him. "Well done. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. However, understanding alone is insufficient. You must also know how to drive." Fang Min interlocked his fingers. "I am aware of that. It is precisely because I can drive that I am here to apply," Song Shi replied with calm confidence. "Oh, you can drive?" Fang Min narrowed his eyes, a hint of skepticism flashing across his face. "Yes, please grant me this opportunity." Standing, Song Shi's slightly curled short hair swayed gently. Fang Min leaned back in his chair, flipping through some of the records, then stood up as well. "All right, I suppose I could use a break. Let us go test drive." Fang Min suddenly rose, his gaze sharp as an arrow. "But you must understand the consequences of deceiving me or my superiors. This is your final chance, if you cannot confirm your ability to drive. The door is right behind you." During the Song dynasty, he took a deep breath and, with equal seriousness, declared, "As long as you fill up the tank, I assure you, I will drive. Fong Min chuckled, shaking his head. The confidence of this young man was truly a mystery. Despite his ordinary background, he boldly claimed he could drive antique cars that even the wealthy heirs had no opportunity to learn. Was it sheer audacity, or was there something more enigmatic at play? Fong Min found himself quite intrigued. As Song Shi followed closely behind Fong Min, the sudden appearance of Song Ying inadvertently eased his tension. In the presence of someone accustomed to high status, he realized that perhaps there truly existed something known as presence or aura. All right, bring your robot along, and let us test the car, Fong Min gestured, then addressed the service robot. Let us call it a day for now. Understood, Mr. Fong. Fong Min parked the sleek vehicle in front of a massive iron gate, inhaling deeply, his dark pupils filled with gravity. So, it's Song Shi, is it? We are about to enter the B district of the Hua Kingdom military zone. You'd better ensure your words hold truth. Otherwise, the only veteran general here will be exceedingly displeased. The seriousness in his tone sent a shiver through Song Shi, who nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Song Ying's gaze shifted, as if searching his mind for a word, causing him to focus intently on Fong Min. What's wrong? Song Shi, still trembling with apprehension, felt his hand grasped by Song Ying, whose deep-set eyes reflected only his own shadow, a threat. Song Ying stated expressionlessly, a flicker of malice dancing in his eyes. Song Shi was momentarily stunned. The topic had shifted so rapidly. Could it be that robots and humans operated on different frequencies, rendering him unable to comprehend? What threat? He whispered to Song Ying as he watched Fong Min approach the doorbell. As the enormous iron gate slowly creaked open, four armed robots stood expressionless on either side. Fong Min signaled for Song Shi to hurry over. You must wait until I finish the inspection before we can enter. You know how unforgiving the military zone's rules can be, he said with a chuckle. Song Shi offered a bashful smile, aware that as a significant location in the Hua Kingdom, it indeed maintained strict protocols. After the three underwent the inspection, the four robots finally allowed them passage. Fong Min, clearly a frequent visitor to the military residential area, expertly led Song Shi to Zone B. Generally, the military residential area was divided into 6 zones, A, B, C, D, E, and F, each corresponding to various ranks from the Marshal S residents to generals, colonels, and lieutenants. Based on what Song Shi understood, the ranking system remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of the title of Founding Marshal. Linked Island was merely a small isle within the Hua Kingdom, with Zone C being the highest rank. The establishment of this new B zone was simply due to it being the hometown of the veteran general, reflecting his esteemed position in the Hua Kingdom. All right, Fong Min halted, pointing to a cream-colored building ahead. That's where Major General Wei he resides. Remember to keep your remarks to a minimum when we meet him. Fong Min, still somewhat apprehensive, cautioned, fully aware of how stubborn the veteran general, having descended from the battlefield, could be. Song Shi nodded, watching as Fong Min approached the doorbell, his anxiety causing him to unconsciously grasp Song Ying's hand. It felt somewhat cool. Song Ying subtly furrowed his brow before enveloping Song Shi's slightly chilly hand within his own warm palm. An elderly man clad in a black tailcoat emerged, leaning on a cane yet exuding vitality. Albeit with a hint of military sternness, Xiao Fong has arrived. The housekeeper, Jian Yi, surveyed Song Shi with an air of authority. Is this the one you mentioned who can drive? Fong Min rubbed his hands together nervously. Yes, Uncle Jian. What do you think? He appeared cautious, a sentiment entirely justified, as this elder had once fought alongside the veteran general, sharing life-and-death experiences. In the Wei household, apart from the general, Jian held a position that was hardly inferior to that of the general's only son. Without a trial, how can you ascertain his abilities? Jian Yi's sharp gaze remained fixed on Fong Min. All right, let us proceed to the backyard. Under Jian Yi's guidance, they arrived at the garden, where a somewhat weathered four-wheeled car awaited Song Shi's gaze. It was a vehicle he had previously seen in another realm, one he had once genuinely praised. Chapter 7. Rejection. Song Shi felt a pang of nostalgia akin to encountering an old friend, his eyes growing misty as he hurriedly approached the Rolls-Royce. Its design resembled that of a bat, with a lowered stance befitting its moniker, the Batman of the night. Just as Fong Min attempted to restrain Song Shi from getting too close and potentially offending Jian Yi, the elder's mere glance halted him. Would you like to give it a try? Jian Yi asked, a rare smile gracing his lips. Song Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? He exclaimed, his round, dark eyes glinting with anticipation. Without uttering a word, Jin tossed him a set of keys, and at that moment, Song Shi felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. This was merely the beginning of his joy. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, Song Ying tugged on his sleeve. Presently, Song Ying appeared quite displeased, perhaps feeling that someone was attempting to slip out of his sight. Song Ying, let go. I just want to test the car, Song Shi patiently explained, gently brushing his hand against Song Ying's. Reluctantly, Song Ying released his grip, his vacant hand hanging limply, which filled Song Shi with an unexpected wave of guilt. Uncle Jin, could you allow Song Ying to join us? Jian paused, glancing at the silent robot, model JK1314, and caught a glimpse of Song Ying's eyes. Despite their dark hue, he was slightly puzzled by the apparent humanity exhibited by this model of robot. Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement. With Jian Yi's approval, Song Shi smiled coyly, pulling Song Ying along as they climbed into the car.in the 24th century, due to the atmospheric degradation caused by excessive gas emissions. Many biological and metallic elements had vanished from the Earth, contributing to the decline of manual vehicles. Oil had also become scarce, diminishing year by year, with only a handful of manual cars remaining operational, albeit sufficient for the few that existed. Let us go. Song Ying felt entirely overlooked by those around him, the discomfort escalating within him until he could no longer contain himself. Oh, I'll start right away, Song Shi replied, a hint of embarrassment lacing his laughter, feeling somewhat foolish. The garden was expansive, ample enough for the vehicle to make its rounds. Although it had been some time since Song Shi last drove a manual car, he quickly adapted and found himself driving with ease and enjoyment. Had it not been for Feng Min's intervention, he would have relished the chance to take a few more laps. After exiting the vehicle, Song Shi sheepishly ruffled his hair and apologized to Feng Min and Jian Yi. I'm sorry, I just really adore this car. His bright, shining eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jian Yi chuckled lightly, our old general is a car enthusiast. Since you share this passion, I'm sure you two will get along splendidly. This remark left Feng Min rather taken aback, for he knew that Major General Wei he was notorious for his temper, often acting on whims and disregarding military regulations. Gaining his favor was no easy task. Jian Yi, being one of Wei He's rare trusted subordinates, would undoubtedly help reduce the chances of embarrassment and reprimand. Moreover, since Jian Yi possessed a temperament similar to the general's, gaining his approval would serve as Song Shi's greatest passport. Why don't you go have a chat with the general? Jian Yi suggested. Feng Min quickly shook his head. There are some youngsters in the squad that I need to attend to. How about I visit the general another time? Jian Yi made no further demands, waving Feng Min off before turning to Song Shi. Since you're here, I'll introduce you to our general today. Song Shi nodded obediently, stepping in tandem with Jian Yi as they approached the study. Upon arrival, he found himself slightly out of breath. The grand house, designed in an ancient style, lacked the modern conveniences of intelligent technology. It was a refreshing nostalgia, though perhaps the building was a tad too tall. With the study situated on the 6th floor and no elevator in sight, he had climbed up in one breath. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his lack of stamina compared to Jian Yi's, he wiped the sweat from his brow. He leaned slightly against Song Ying, lost in thought. All right, have your robot wait here. I'll take you inside, Jian Yi instructed, knocking on the door before entering. Song Shi hurried to follow but was halted by a tug on his sleeve from behind. Song Ying's expression was dark, leaving Song Shi puzzled as to why those bright, sparkling eyes were not focused on him. You stay here for a moment. I'll be out shortly, he said, attempting to pull his sleeve free. Song Ying shook his head, his voice low and almost filled with rage. No? Surprised, Song Shi asked, What's wrong? His gaze met Song Ying's, worry creeping into his heart. This softened Song Ying's demeanor somewhat, the darkness in his eyes fading slightly. Yet, his grip on Song Shi remained firm, a clear indication of his discontent with the car, the house, and the people surrounding them. In the Song dynasty, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, memories of his recent rebirth surfaced, and he recalled wearing a similar expression, filled with disdain for this modern city, the high-tech mechs, the fantastical vehicles that roamed freely, and the entirety of the year 3011. His heart ached for the 21st century, but what about Song Ying? Was it a profound solitude that had settled within him over time, Or was it simply that he had been brought home by someone rare? Yet he failed to care for him properly? In that fleeting moment, Song Shi's mind was tangled with countless thoughts, all centering around Song Ying. After a while, he softly called out to Uncle Jian ahead of him. Uncle Jian, does this mean that in the future, I want to be able to bring Song Ying to work with me? Jian Yi's dark, deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a hint of skepticism. Why do you wish to bring this robot along? He cannot assist you in any way. While he may not be able to help me in my home, apart from myself, he is all I have. He is family, Song Shi replied earnestly, grasping Song Ying's hand. He resides in my home, wears the clothes I bought for him, sleeps in the bed I prepared. It is nearly impossible for me to perceive him as merely a robot. He chuckled softly, his fair visage radiating a gentle warmth that stirred a soft breeze within Song Ying's heart. He felt a sensation he had never experienced before, a tender longing to pull the person before him tightly into his embrace. Yet he hesitated, fearing that he might cause him pain. Are you implying that if you cannot bring Song Ying to work, you would rather not have the job? Is that how I should interpret your words? Jian Yi inquired with a stoic expression. Without hesitation, Song Shi nodded emphatically. Yes, it wasn't that he was insistent on bringing Song Ying to work. Rather, at that moment, Song Ying needed him, for he was lonely. Chapter 8. Grocery shopping is a significant affair, well said, but how many people truly hold their robots dear? Most regard them merely as tools for battle. An elderly man clapped his hands and stepped forward. Who would know that robots can possess a soul as well? General, Jianyi respectfully bowed his head to the elder before him. This young man is a mech engineer, isn't he? If so, his future is boundless, Wei he remarked, stroking his white beard thoughtfully. A person who treats robots as genuine friends and family can face the battlefield without fear. Jianyi's eyes gleamed with delight as he responded. General, he is your new driver. Oh? Have you found someone to replace old Wang so swiftly? Wei he scrutinized Song Shi with a curious gaze, his demeanor warm and courteous, his clean appearance quite pleasing to behold. Young man, what is your name? I am Song Shi, and this is Song Ying, he quickly replied. Having secured the job, Song Shi finally felt a sense of relief. Though luck had been somewhat elusive in recent days, fate had nonetheless opened a window for him. With a beaming smile, he was escorted by Uncle Jian out of the military district, and he expressed his gratitude to the driver, Xiao Zhang. Contemplating that he had finally found employment, he decided it was only fitting to treat his weary body to a well-deserved indulgence. Thus, he and Song Ying ventured to the largest shopping complex on Leonte Island. Upon arriving at their shopping complex, Song Shi felt a surge of excitement. Due to his limited finances, he seldom visited such establishments, typically opting for online shopping to find bargains. Welcome to our shopping complex. I am service robot number 1345. How may I assist you today? I can provide recommendations, greeted a robot attendant as Song Shi stepped through the entrance. I would like to purchase some food, please, he replied while making his way inside. With the prevalence of light brains and the development of virtual marketplaces, many preferred shopping in virtual environments for their convenience and safety, which did not consume their daytime hours. Alas, Song Shi was not a true citizen of the 30th century. He cherished the lively atmosphere of a bustling shopping complex. Regrettably, there were not many like him left in this world, resulting in a rather sparse crowd within the complex. Sir, please follow me to the 3rd floor. The food section is located there, number 1345 instructed, her appearance quite charming. Were it not for the identification number around her neck, Song Shi mused that she would surely be a highly sought-after young lady. 300 credits for a single cauliflower? Song Shi's hand trembled as he grasped the vibrant green vegetable, exclaiming in disbelief. This is outright robbery, he muttered, reluctantly placing the cauliflower back down. These vegetables are cultivated using natural gas technology, hence their higher price. You may wish to explore the greenhouse cultivation area, where prices are more affordable, number 1345 explained as per her programming. Nodding in understanding, Song Shi realized that the exorbitant costs stemmed from the latest natural gas cultivation techniques, which offered a more authentic taste of the produce, far surpassing the simple greenhouse methods. With number 1345 leading the way, he perused the greenhouse cultivation area, selecting some slightly wilted yet promotional greens, along with long-lasting pumpkins and cabbages suitable for pickling. Pleased with his choices, he also purchased some rice and seasonings. Though his wallet rapidly diminished, Song Shi felt satisfied. Would you like me to deliver these items to your home? What are you planning to do? Song Ying queried, trailing closely behind Song Shi. Need. You can just relax and watch television, Song Shi replied, turning and inadvertently colliding with Song Ying in the compact kitchen. With two large men crammed into such a small space, it felt quite constricting. He urged Song Ying to step outside, as he was in the process of pickling spicy cabbage, and with gloves on. He nudged him with his back. Song Ying wrapped his arms around Song Shi's waist, catching a whiff of an odd scent that was rather unpleasant. Song Shi looked up, noticing Song Ying's disdain for the cabbage. He chuckled softly. The current smell may be strong, but once it's pickled, it will be absolutely delicious. Delicious? Is it better than the last meal? Song Ying inquired, puzzled. The last meal? Song Shi shook his head with a wry smile. That was a nutritional meal, devoid of any flavor. Of course it can't compare to the cabbage. His eyes sparkled with mirth, the crescent moon reflecting a gentle glimmer. Better than the last meal. Song Ying translated this sentiment automatically, gazing at the young man in his arms with increasing eagerness. Then I want to eat, he declared, reaching for the bright red cabbage marinated in chili. Wait. Song Shi hurriedly snatched the cabbage away from him, his lips pursing in a resigned arc. Won't taste good for a few days. Tonight, we're having pumpkin. With Song Ying no longer in the way, Song Shi worked with greater efficiency. He began by cooking rice. Naturally enough for two, thinking to himself that if he didn't feed Song Ying properly, there would surely be a commotion. Next, he sliced half a pumpkin, stir-frying it with seasonings until it was cooked to perfection. Finally, he prepared pumpkin soup, melting the pumpkin using a thermal cooker, then boiling it with water, salt, and scallions until the aroma filled the air. All right, wash your hands. It's time to eat, Song Shi announced, placing the two golden dishes on the table, humorously staving off Song Ying's eager gaze. The steaming food was indeed delightful. As Song Shi savored a piece of pumpkin, a blissful smile spread across his face. By the way, why do you insist on eating? He suddenly recalled the lingering question. Song Ying, fixated on the pumpkin, mumbled, because it raises energy levels. Energy levels rise? Eating increases your energy? Song Shi exclaimed in surprise. This feature in the robot's protocols? He pondered. Tilting his head, Song Ying furrowed his brow tightly, lifting the pumpkin dish and pouring the remaining contents into Song Shi's bowl. Why are you giving me everything? Song Shi asked, bemused. Don't you like it? With a cheerful nod, Song Shi replied, All right, let's eat together. Chapter 9. Song Ying's enthusiasm. Early the next morning, Song Shi rose with great anticipation. Checking the clock on the wall, he noted that it was half an hour until 6 o'clock, leaving him an hour before his first day of work. However, he decided to arrive early at the military residential area. The robot security guard opened the door for him, and he made his way directly to General Wei's residence. Song Ying did not appreciate Song Shi's excitement, and thus he regarded the general's residence with even greater disdain. You've come quite early, sisterly greeted as she opened the door for Song Shi. Her smile warm. She was a cleaning worker hired by the Wei family and had been the one to introduce Song Shi to the entire estate. It's almost time, so I thought I would come. Song Shi replied with a shy smile. So early? The old general is still asleep, sisterly chuckled as she led Song Shi into the living room. Didn't Brother Jian mention yesterday? Our old general. He doesn't have much going on. The earliest he stirs is around 7 to practice Tai Chi in the Red Garden. Sisterly observed Song Shi's sincere demeanor, finding him quite endearing. No trouble at all, sisterly, I have plenty of time, Song Shi assured her. At that moment, Jenny descended from upstairs, dressed in a black tailcoat that exuded a sense of formality. Little Song, you've arrived quite early. Song Shi immediately stood up, taking Song Ying's hand. Good morning, Uncle Jian. A faint smile graced the somewhat aged and simplistic face as he awaited the arrival of the old general. Once he arrives, please escort him to the Green Garden. If you're unfamiliar with the route, you may bring Xiaozhang along. No need, I replied. I can point the way myself. The young man will likely grow impatient if he has to wait there for too long. Wei he descended from the upper floor, impeccably dressed. Although he was not in military attire, his imposing visage commanded respect and conveyed a stern demeanor. Hey, is there breakfast? Wei he suddenly inquired of Song Shi. Not yet, haha, Song Shi replied, scratching his head, a sheepish smile escaping him, having forgotten breakfast in his excitement on his first day at work. Wei he chuckled heartily at Song Shi's candidness. Come on, lad. I'll take you to enjoy an authentic Huagua breakfast. He stepped out first, while Song Shi promptly nodded to Uncle Jin and hurriedly followed Wei He. The performance of the Rolls-Royce was extraordinary. Despite its age, Song Shi deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, adhering to Wei He's directional commands. Unlike those fanciful vehicles that soared through the skies, this grounded manual car provided a sense of comfort, leaving Song Shi with a smile throughout the journey. "All right, lad, just park ahead. We'll walk in from here." Wei He gestured towards the verdant estate. Constructed in the 20th century, every blade of grass and every stone had been painstakingly replicated by skilled artisans. Wei He stroked his chin, gesturing for the security personnel flanking the ornate iron gate to open it. "Wei Lao has arrived." A young man approached respectfully. "Have those old fellows arrived yet?" Wei He inquired. The young man nodded. "Old Fong and the others are already waiting for you in the dining room." Wei He raised his hand towards Song Shi, saying, "Come on, lad. Let me introduce you to a few antiquated gentlemen like myself." As Song Shi followed Wei He, Song Ying, who had been somewhat impatient beside them, reluctantly took Song Shi's hand, sensing his master's insecurity in this unfamiliar setting, fearing he might be startled. Unbeknownst to Song Shi, who was currently in a state of excitement, he adored everything about this place and beamed a dazzling smile at Song Ying. In the small yet exquisite dining area, 3 elders sat at the central table, casually dressed, yet the respectful demeanor of those around them indicated their significant status. From a distance, Song Shi noticed one of the shorter elders waving at Wei He, exclaiming jovially, "Well, if it isn't Wei Lao." Arriving a tad early today, Wei He waved back with a smile. "Old Fong, you claim our national essence is lacking, yet you insist on discussing trifles. Is that not akin to invoking Cao Cao?" The short man, known as Fong Yu, was indeed a colonel who had shared the battlefield with Wei He. No matter. As long as you grasp the gist, Old Fong chuckled. Old Yu and Chi Di were just saying they wanted to head to the Mecha arena for some combat. I remarked that at their age, they should refrain from such antics. Wei He approached Song Shi, pulling out a chair and gesturing for him to sit down, while introducing, "This short fellow is Fong Yu. The impeccably dressed elder in the suit is Yu Ligua, and the youngest among us is Qi Jinghai." Upon hearing this, Song Shi respectfully nodded to the 3 elders. "Greetings, Old Fong, Old Yu, Old Qi. I am Song Shi, the general's driver, and this is Song Ying, my robot." The 3 elders, well versed in the world, recognized Wei He's esteem for this young man, and thus offered no further scrutiny. "Young Song, you are quite talented." Capable of driving antique vehicles, Old Fong complimented, his gaze shifting towards Song Ying, a robot bearing a certain demeanor that piqued his curiosity. However, out of respect for Wei He refrained from being overly inquisitive. "Young man, feel free to order whatever you wish," Wei He offered, handing over a notepad. Song Shi contemplated declining, but recalling Uncle Jin's words about the old general's stubbornness, that refusal would only intensify his insistence, he sighed and glanced at the menu, excitedly exclaiming, "I'd like fried dough sticks with soy milk." The server noted his order, and Song Ying, glancing at the server, added, "I too want fried dough sticks with soy milk." The server froze momentarily, glancing at Wei He, who wore a bemused expression. "No worries, Song Ying just enjoys echoing what I say." Song Shi quickly interjected, wiping his brow and chuckling awkwardly. "Actually, I also want to eat," Song Ying insisted firmly, believing that all consumables contained energy, thus fueling his enthusiasm for food, which led to Song Shi's current awkward predicament. Chapter 10. A gentle reprimand. Wei He observed Song Shi with a knowing smile, his murky old eyes twinkling with mischief. Song Shi, anxiously fidgeting with his trousers, felt his mind racing with disarray. He shot a glare at Song Ying and bit his lip, warning, "Stop mimicking my words, or I will get upset." He nudged Song Ying's leg under the table, feeling frustrated that he had to conceal his minor issues while the main culprit remained blissfully unaware. Song Ying furrowed his brow, his expression cooling into annoyance. "Then take your time with your meal. I'm stepping outside." With that, he turned sharply, disregarding Song Shi's surprised gaze. This attitude made Song Shi's brow twitch, his previously fair complexion tinged with a hint of red. "Ah, lad, your robot has quite the personality." Wei He laughed heartily. Despite his concerns for the irate giant, Song Shi managed to suppress his worries and savored the long-awaited, albeit slightly waxy, Huagua breakfast. One cannot overlook the mutated animals, which had begun to form large-scale populations. The Mecha warriors, while safeguarding planetary peace, also needed to be wary of these creatures driven into the vast green wilderness. All right, play that men should be strong song, Wei He commanded with a grand gesture. Men should be strong, Song Shi exclaimed in astonishment, a 21st century song. Wei He gave a thumbs up to Song Shi, praising, impressive that you know the title of this song. The conversation then shifted to Qi Lao, the youngest among them, who, despite his extensive knowledge, felt a newfound respect for the young man before him. In the year 2500, our Mecha warriors stumbled upon some artifacts during an operation, including many songs, ancient texts, and martial arts. These treasures were once hailed as Huagua's gems, enabling feats of agility, including Tai Chi. Regrettably, many of these artifacts bore signs of damage, rendering restoration nearly impossible, Qi Lao lamented. Enough of such trivial matters. Wei He interrupted, turning to Song Shi. So lad, do you know Tai Chi? If you do, I must reevaluate your true background. Unaware of the fade he had inadvertently constructed in such a short time, Song Shi, with his innocent demeanor, scratched his head and replied, I don't know that at all. The only thing I can do is cut a watermelon in half, one for him, one for her, that sort of thing. Whether by design or coincidence, Song Shi found the seemingly tedious Tai Chi unbearably slow, and his patience was wearing thin as the elders continued to inquire. Finally, when the elders seemed to tire, Song Shi seized the opportunity to breathe, pouring tea and wiping the sweat from his brow before escaping the four men who had begun their idle chatter. He anticipated finding someone quickly, but having never visited the Green Garden, he was unfamiliar with the vast oasis of Leon Island. Stopping by an automated fountain, he caught his breath and asked a nearby server, Have you seen a robot? Model JK1314, around 190 centimeters tall, quite handsome. Desperately trying to describe Song Ying's appearance, he was met with a smile from the server, who pointed behind him. Is that the one right behind you? Song Shi turned, only to behold Song Ying's expressionless face, his dark red lips tightly pursed, exuding an air of unapproachability. After the server departed, Song Shi approached Song Ying, wearing a cordial smile, stepping closer and tugging at his sleeve. Are you still mad? Humph. Song Ying averted his gaze defiantly. Song Shi pouted. Why so petty? I didn't refuse you food. It was for your own good. Confronted by Song Ying's frosty demeanor, Song Shi felt a pang of injustice, her vibrant red lips losing some of their color. This sight unconsciously compelled Song Ying to turn his face away, slowly enveloped by a sense of guilt. Song Shi then gently continued, At worst, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Also, didn't you mention wanting a bed like mine a couple of days ago? I ordered one online for you. It might even arrive tonight. Though Song Shi said much, it ultimately condensed into a single plea. Please don't be angry, all right? The joy of receiving Song Ying's forgiveness filled Song Shi, and all her worries vanished in an instant. She brushed aside a loose curl from her face, her eyes squinting in delight, radiating a gentle warmth, enveloped in an aura of natural charm. Song Ying felt a twinge of failure, once again captured, unable to uphold his fervent principles. Yet, gazing at that beaming face, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. How peculiar, he thought. Will you leave? Song Ying's cold gaze suddenly darkened. Leave you, to be stripped of my energy box and cast into darkness. He felt his entire body stiffen. It wasn't loneliness that frightened him, but what was it? Chapter 11. Mecha Sodium Element. Suddenly, Song Shi sprang up from the soft sofa, exclaiming helplessly to Song Ying, All right then, I'll make you something delicious. Is that settled? Having dined with Old Wei earlier, Song Shi wasn't very hungry, yet after preparing a vibrant dish of stir-fried greens, he couldn't resist and ended up eating half a bowl of rice alongside Song Ying. A crisp sound rang out as the external camera at the door activated, revealing Mrs. Li's composed face on the small screen. There's something you need. Mrs. Li? My rent isn't due for a few more days. He inquired. There's someone delivering downstairs. It must be for you, she replied. Realization struck Song Shi as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh, how could I forget to tell you? Ha ha. He chuckled awkwardly, having deliberately scheduled the delivery for this evening to preempt the astute landlady. In her property, even a potted plant required her approval, let alone a large item like ABED. As anticipated. Mrs. Li, with her silver tongue, informed him that next month's rent would see a slight increase. Since it's a bed, it implies two people are renting. Hence, I'll need to adjust your rent a bit. Is that unreasonable? Song Shi could only concede helplessly. My bed is downstairs. Song Ying suddenly spoke from behind him, a warm breeze brushing against Song Shi's ear. Taking a step back, Song Shi scratched his ear and replied, "Yes, are you pleased?" The delivery robots from the furniture company brought the bed upstairs, and after signing for it, Song Shi closed the door, unable to suppress a few chuckles at Song Ying's seemingly indifferent expression, though his sparkling black eyes betrayed his delight. "Well, just looking at the bed won't set it up by itself." Song Shi nudged Song Ying. "Come on, help me move it to the eastern room." "No, I want it in your room," Song Ying insisted, remaining unmoved. Song Shi straightened, arms crossed. "My room is just a cramped space. How can 2 beds fit?" He rolled his eyes. "Why can't it fit?" "Ha!" Song Shi laughed in exasperation. "My room isn't made of sodium. It can't magically expand like a mecha and fit everything inside." "Sodium?" Song Ying queried, puzzled. "Yes, sodium, the material used in robots that can compress items to a millionth of their size, allowing the small robots to transform into massive mechas." Song Shi picked up a bed panel, intending to sneak it to the eastern room while Song Ying wasn't watching. However, after taking 2 steps, Song Ying seized his arm. "Isn't it the energy box that allows for the transformation into a mecha?" Song Ying's deep, dark eyes resembled swirling black holes. "Not at all. The energy box is merely a catalyst. Sodium is the true essence. When sodium absorbs energy, it undergoes drastic changes, transforming into a mecha. Just like your model. The JK series, which contains more than 5% sodium, allowing for mecha transformation. The higher the sodium content, the better the mecha state, greater the strength, and consequently, very expensive." Song Shi rambled on. "Hey, why are you so unwilling to help me move things?" Song Ying glanced down at him. "I want to place the bed in your room." Song Shi held his forehead. Song Ying's steadfastness always left him feeling both frustrated and helpless. Ultimately, under Song Ying's insistence and Song Shi's concession, the small room accommodated 2 beds. To create a sense of space, Song Shi moved some miscellaneous items like the desk and clothes rack to the eastern side, which had originally been arranged for Song Ying's room. After setting up the beds, Song Shi left Song Ying alone in the room to ponder, stepping out to wash the dirty dishes from earlier. Song Ying sat on the white bed like a dark tower, and due to the 2 beds being pushed together, it felt remarkably spacious. He lay down beneath the covers infused with Song Shi's fresh scent, his thoughts swirling around the words sodium element. Song Ying's last memory flickered back to an elder. Their clan had once been exceedingly rare. Like all flourishing planets, they gradually succumbed to decline until the end. The end? And then what? Furrowing his brow. Dark, tumultuous depths brewed within his eyes, which abruptly vanished when the doors swung open again. "First, take off your clothes before sleeping," Song Shi said, tugging at the lying Song Ying. The black suit made him appear quite austere. As Song Shi unfastened the suit's buttons, he suddenly noticed that Song Ying's clothing was indeed scant. "I'll buy you some clothes after work tomorrow." Song Ying looked down at the person removing his outer garment, his slightly curled black hair brushing against his neck, causing a slight itch. He nodded, following Song Shi's hand, his long fingers with fair skin and rounded nails gliding over his skin. For a fleeting moment, Song Ying shivered, jerking away from Song Shi's touch. Under the surprised gaze of the latter, he declared, "I'll do it myself." Noticing the faint flush on Song Ying's cheeks, Song Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Song Ying immediately turned cold, his brows furrowing like blades, as he stormed into the bathroom. That night, Song Ying felt utterly exhausted. Perhaps it was what one might call fatigue. The soft, boneless figure of the master had rolled onto his bed while sleeping. What was this? Invading his space? Just as he contemplated pushing the person away, he glanced down and noticed the peacefully sleeping individual mumbling a few words. Momentarily frozen, whether in fright or awe, Song Ying found himself unable to move. Meanwhile, Song Shi, in his dreams, felt as though he had nestled against a warm stove, which had a peculiar elasticity. He rubbed his smooth little face against it, sinking deeper into comfort. Chapter 12. Naval Command No Need. Li waved her hand dismissively. "Has Old Wei not risen yet?" Song Shi inquired, wiping his moist lips and casting a sidelong glance at Song Ying, who was eyeing the green bean soup with barely contained anticipation. "He.'s already up and had breakfast. He's in the backyard practicing Tai Chi with Brother Jian," Mrs. Li replied with a smile, taking the bowl from Song Shi's hands and urging, You should go join those two. Song Shi pulled Song Ying along to the backyard. The military residence was not large, and having worked there for several days, he mostly recognized the paths. Even if I'm nearing retirement, my 13th Legion personnel must never be involved in Feng's research. Song Shi, feeling utterly bewildered, only heard Uncle Jin say, the general should still take a few robots along. What? Just because I'm old, I have to rely on robots for support? Old Wei raised his hand, a fierce expression clouding his face. Let Song be my companion. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on me. With that, he strode out, leaving Song Shi nudged along by Uncle Jin, who wore a serious expression. Remember to keep an eye on the general. Don't let him stir up any trouble. Feeling somewhat powerless, Song Shi nodded. At this point, he had no idea what was happening, let alone how to restrain that stubborn old man, so he followed along with trepidation. Before them stood an indescribable structure, its steel diamond aesthetic imposing and breathtaking. Old Wei raised his hand, gesturing toward this colossal edifice. The enormous, fortified door loomed over 20 meters high, resembling a grand archway, obscuring whatever lay beyond. As Old Wei lowered his hand, the fortified door opened a small crevice, revealing two soldiers clad in tank tops, each wielding laser rifles. They bowed to Old Wei in unison, greeting, General Wei. As colorful mutated fish swam past, Song Shi felt both astonished and delighted, unable to resist reaching out to touch one. After walking a short distance, Old Wei's anger began to subside. He glanced back at the young man, who seemed eager to touch the mutated fish. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed Song Ying gripping Song Shi's hand tightly. Song Ying's expression was serious, his grip unwavering, his crimson lips pressed into a thin line. That was a lightning protection wire, meant to keep low-intelligence fish at bay. Contact could result in injury. Momentarily taken aback, Song Shi stuck out his tongue, realizing his oversight. As Song Ying's grip caused discomfort, Song Shi couldn't help but look at him with pleading eyes, feeling as though he had been wronged instead. Song Xiaozai, do not feel aggrieved. If a robust mech pilot were to encounter this thunderstorm, it would merely incapacitate them for an hour at most. However, if your delicate frame were to face it, it would undoubtedly take a full day to recover. You ought to express your gratitude to the robot at your home. Ha ha. You seem quite knowledgeable, Old Wei remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Song Ying. A smile playing on his lips. Is it truly that severe? Song Shi lowered his head, disregarding the pain in his wrist, and took a step back, pressing closely against Song Ying, gazing at him with appreciation. Old Wei was momentarily taken aback by the criticism directed at him. How could he not have good intentions? He failed to comprehend that this robot, which had never spoken to him before, had managed to fluster him with just a few words. Humph! Song Ying snorted coldly, raising an eyebrow and casting a sidelong glance at Wei He, the depths of his dark eyes seemingly obscured by a veil, concealing whatever emotions lay beneath. Enough, enough, Old Wei, do not be angry. Song Ying merely struggles to articulate his thoughts. Ha ha! Song Shi awkwardly attempted to mediate. General, let us proceed to the conference room first, the guide interjected. Unable to contain himself, he felt exasperated, as this was an urgent matter, and how could they be discussing trivialities at such a time? Old Wei glared at the leader, Feng Qi, and barked, You scoundrel! How dare you bring your research into my army? Are you tired of benefiting from the Research Institute's resources? On the other side of the screen, Feng Qi was shrouded in a white protective suit, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, yet his voice rang out clearly. Are you threatening me? Ha! But General Wei seems to have forgotten that you are nearing retirement, and the 13th Corps is no longer under your command. Old Wei's anger transformed into a mocking smile. The 13th Corps was a territory I fought tooth and nail to conquer. Those who wished to challenge me, fold 10. He called to the man in military attire on the screen. Yes, father. If he dares to touch a single soldier of the 13th Corps, I will ensure their demise, Old Wei declared, exuding a fierce and tyrannical aura. Chapter 13. Heart racing having hit a nerve, Feng Qi's expression darkened as he glared at Old Wei, his teeth clenched. The previous individuals were mere mortals, and their endurance has its limits. Those who pilot mechs are altogether different, their physical prowess is exceptionally formidable, and such incidents as before shall not occur again. Can you guarantee 100% certainty? Feng Qi thought bitterly, well aware that in the realm of science, no one could assure absolute success. After a moment of reluctance, he stormed out. Wei Shihu watched the slamming door with a sigh of relief. Father, Fang Qi is not one to easily concede. "Do you see?" Old Wei furrowed his brows and replied, "It's fine. He won't stir up much trouble." "Understood, father." "Very well, let us proceed as such. Contact me immediately should anything arise." Wei Shihu nodded in agreement, and just then, the large screen in the conference room suddenly dimmed. A nearby deputy leaned closer to Wei Shihu and whispered, "The old general still harbors concerns for you." With a glint of unease in his eyes, he continued, "Father merely wishes to ensure the 13th Corps suffers no harm." Wei Shihu spoke in a drawn-out tone, uncertain if he was convincing himself or others. "Brigadier, no matter how vital the 13th Corps may be, you are the old general's son, and your safety should be paramount. The old general is so preoccupied with his troops that he seems oblivious to your struggles in the capital." The man continued, growing more fervent. "Take this instance, for example. You have been dispatched to the Great Green Desert for a military campaign. While it presents an opportunity for glory, how perilous it is! The old general could have easily intervened to prevent this. Yet he chose not to. Enough, Feda. I do not wish to hear any more." Wei Shihu's usually composed face revealed a hint of vulnerability as he suddenly stood up and walked out, leaving Gu Feda alone. After a long while, Gu Feda's communicator buzzed, and upon seeing the caller ID, he answered eagerly, "Mr. Fong, everything is proceeding smoothly. I believe the 13th Corps will soon fall to Wei Shihu." After parting ways with Sister Li, Song Shi left work with Song Ying. "All right, let's go buy you some clothes." Song Ying nodded, glancing at Song Shi's flushed cheeks. "Shall we go to Weir department store?" "Weir department store?" Song Shi cleared his throat awkwardly. He could not afford the attire there and dismissed the idea, suggesting instead to purchase something modestly at 7 Road. "I never settle for anything less." Song Ying, having found the term settle in his mind, regarded Song Shi with a piercing gaze. "I did not mean you settle. I meant to casually buy some clothes." Song Shi chuckled nervously, but dared not laugh aloud at Song Ying's serious demeanor. Fearing that this petty man might truly become enraged and walk away, an occurrence that had happened before, "I do not casually buy clothes. I am only giving you the opportunity to shop." Song Ying replied in a low tone. As they walked, passers-by cast glances at Song Shi, their eyes reflecting pity, wondering who was so unfortunate as to be reprimanded by a robot. Song Shi felt speechless for a moment. And after a while, he twitched his eyebrows, muttering, "Forget about buying." Song Shi was also angered. He was not without temper, merely accustomed to being gentle. Did his good intentions truly need to be misconstrued by Song Ying? Feeling a pang of sadness, his bright eyes dimmed. Unaware of his misstep, Song Ying furrowed his brow tightly, watching as Song Shi quickened his pace, and he hurried to catch up, his frustration causing him to tug at his stubborn hair. "Song Shi!" Song Ying attempted to grasp Song Shi's hand, only to have it evaded. Staring at his empty palm, Song Ying felt a tremor of disbelief. He had never anticipated that the other would dodge him. Such a trivial matter had escalated their relationship into this awkward standoff. Once home, Song Shi felt a twinge of regret. Glancing back at the obediently following Song Ying, he sighed with relief. Song Shi was inherently someone who preferred gentleness over force. Though he had gotten angry, he would soon forget, especially since the object of his ire appeared like a silent, demure spouse. This led him to ponder if he had perhaps overreacted. After all, it was just a minor issue. And he had blown it out of proportion. That evening, he hesitated, asking, "What do you want to eat?" As he awkwardly removed his shoes and slipped on soft slippers, his cheeks tinged with pink, Song Ying wore a grim expression. His eagle-like eyes narrowed, and the emptiness of his palm reminded him of his failure to hold onto the other's hand, causing the atmosphere around him to grow cold. As Song Shi stepped into the living room, Song Ying suddenly grasped his arm. Due to the sudden force, Song Shi stumbled against the wall, while Song Ying leaned against it, one hand traveling down his arm to grasp his hand. Standing at 190 centimeters, he loomed like a towering hill over the slender Song Shi, exuding an oppressive energy that made Song Shi instinctively want to evade his control. "What? Are you that angry?" Song Shi retorted, attempting to maintain a tough exterior. Though his voice was softer than intended, he felt a twinge of fear at the ferocious look on Song Ying's face, though only slightly. Just as Song Shi was uncertain when this oppressive atmosphere would dissipate. Song Ying held his hand and said softly, "I dislike it. Holding hands is warmer." Song Shi was taken aback, suddenly realizing that in his earlier anger, he had rejected the other's gesture of goodwill. Biting his rosy lip, he felt guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I was just really upset because you were inexplicably angry. Song Shi stumbled over his words, his round eyes reflecting confusion, and in that moment, Song Ying seemed to see something dazzling within them, his gaze fixated. All right, I shall go prepare dinner. I believe the kimchi is ready to eat, as you expressed a desire for it. Right? Song Shi said, lowering his eyes and nudging Song Ying away as he hurriedly made his way to the kitchen, as if something were chasing him. Once inside, he pressed against his racing heart, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could he possibly feel such a thrilling sensation for his robot? What a ridiculous notion. He slapped his face, trying to dissipate the rosy hue. Chapter 14. Song Ying's abilities after finishing their meal. Song Shi relaxed. Due to the earlier argument, Song Ying still had not acquired new clothes, so Song Shi planned to take him to the virtual market to shop, trying items on before having them delivered. After tidying up and enjoying a hot shower, Song Shi finally sank into the soft embrace of his bed. Given that Song Ying's bed was merged with his, he could roll around without fear of falling off. And he felt content as he nestled into the pillow. Under Song Ying's silent gaze, the other sprawled out, clad only in a pair of black boxers, exposing his fair skin. Song Ying, having shed his shoes and clothes, climbed into bed beside him, intrigued by Song Shi's soft abdomen. Unable to resist poking it a couple of times, it felt strangely delightful. Song Ying pondered, yet he remained captivated by that layer of softness until Song Shi could no longer tolerate the ticklish sensation and swatted his hand away. All right, let us enter the virtual market. I will buy you some everyday clothing. With that, Song Shi retrieved his miniature computer from beneath the pillow. Usually too busy with work, he rarely ventured into the virtual world. Although visiting their wooden tea impeded his rest, he still adhered to his previous rule that sleep was the true means of replenishing energy. The microcomputer resembled a shiny 1 yuan coin, radiating a brilliant white light. When Song Shi pressed it against his temple, it adhered automatically. He gestured to Song Ying to enter swiftly, while he himself closed his eyes, plunging into the virtual world. Within this realm, one could traverse any well-known yet distant location. After logging in with his account and password, Song Shi opted for his customary visage. Upon entry, Song Ying materialized at his side, knowing that a robot's login required the owner's consent, which Song Shi was well aware of. Song Shi directly accessed the local island map, pinpointing Weir Road, and clicked to enter. Although it was virtual, everything appeared strikingly real. Observing the throngs traversing the main road, Song Shi couldn't help but marvel at how this virtual world was significantly more vibrant than the real one. Let us head to the shop at Dongguanjiu. The quality of their goods is quite commendable, he remarked to Song Ying as they strolled, occasionally pausing to peruse the bustling storefronts, his demeanor exuding delight. Song Ying, however, scoffed, finding no allure in the virtual projections, and his discomfort with the unfamiliar visage beside him was palpable. The familiar sense he once relished had vanished, leading him to irritably tug at his short hair. Soon, they arrived at the store Song Shi mentioned, adorned with a sign that read Fashion Boutique. Upon entering, the proprietor, seated at the front desk, recognized the loyal customer and called out, "Long time no see." "Song, it hasn't been long, boss," Song Shi replied with a cheerful grin. Before turning to Song Ying, "Feel free to look around and let me know what you like." Song Ying nodded but remained rooted in place. Gazing at the garments displayed on the walls, he casually selected a few outfits, declaring, "Those will do." "Are you not going to try them on?" Song Shi inquired. "Too much trouble." Song Ying frowned, his dark eyes flashing with impatience. "How can it be a hassle if you want to wear them?" Song Shi chuckled, pulling Song Ying's hand towards a casual outfit, urging, "Try this on. I want to see how it looks on you." Though reluctant, Song Ying complied, his mouth set in a displeased line as he made his way to the fitting room. While Song Ying changed, Song Shi took the opportunity to select some underwear. "Song, did you just acquire a new robot?" The store owner asked with a smile. "The name you chose is quite nice." He complimented my name is, of course, commendable, Song Ying remarked as he emerged from the fitting room, his tone imbued with a metallic chill. The loose casual shirt did little to disguise his sharpness, maintaining an air of cold authority. "Not bad," Song Shi mused, realizing that the fierce-looking Song Ying also looked quite striking in white. The white shirt paired with casual denim highlighted his imposing presence. "Boss, I'll take this outfit too." All right, I'll have the robot package it up and deliver it to your home, the proprietor replied. Song Shi nodded in satisfaction, even adjusting the flipped collar of Song Ying's shirt. Aren't you going to buy anything? Song Ying queried, noticing the obedient figure beside him, feeling a twinge of softness. No, I'm fine. Song Shi shook his head, his slightly curled hair bouncing. I already have plenty of clothes. There's no need to buy more. He selected a few more outfits for Song Ying, considering his reluctance to try them on, and simply chose the sizes to purchase. This one looks great, Song Ying said, approaching as Song Shi prepared to pay, holding a matching white casual set. Your eagle has excellent taste, picking out the finest attire in my shop. The proprietor beamed, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the fabric, which was the closest to silk. Meanwhile, Song Ying disregarded the man's praise, fixating instead on the phrase your eagle. Why was he not referred to as Song Shi? It made him feel diminished. Noticing a flicker of displeasure cross his face, Song Ying decided to let it go, rationalizing that his little man likely wouldn't appreciate his anger, and no need for that. Boss, he was just joking, Song Shi interjected, taking the expensive outfit from Song Ying's hands. This garment's price is exorbitant. It could buy 3 heads of broccoli. I've never been willing to splurge on even a single one here. He lamented, wishing the outfit could transform into broccoli. Song Ying smiled, amused by the pouting man, and approached to ruffle his soft hair, discovering its delightful texture. He continued to play with it, rendering it a disheveled mess. What are you doing? Song Shi protested, unaccustomed to such affection, especially at his age, and instinctively ducked away from Song Ying's hand. Feeling slightly vexed, Song Ying contemplated the situation, yet remained in good spirits, recalling the events of the previous night, which he anticipated would bring Song Shi great joy. When might he uncover that surprise? Ultimately, Song Shi donned the lavish outfit for work, reasoning that since he had purchased it, and with Song Ying's watchful gaze, refusing to wear it would likely lead to an argument. Song Ying, after all, had a rather formidable temperament. Let me handle this, Li, Song Shi said, taking the automatic vacuum cleaner from Aunt No need. I can manage this little task, she replied with a smile. Song Shi acquiesced, recognizing that while the exterior of their home was guarded by robots, Aunt Li was the sole human presence inside, as Mr. Wei believed a home should retain some warmth, lest it feel entirely alien. By the way, Xiao Song, is the general not going to Green Park today? Aunt Li inquired, glancing upstairs where Jin Gu had also ascended, clearly sensing something amiss. Uncle Jin mentioned they won't be going to Green Park today. It seems something has come up, Song Shi replied. Song Shi cast a concerned glance upstairs, having noted the grave expression on Uncle Jin's face moments earlier. He hesitated to inquire further, recognizing his position as merely a driver. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a bellowing voice from above pierced the air. Summon old Shi for me. Bring him here, General. Please don't be angry. There's no need to rush. The young master is still at the Central Hospital in Kyoto. Jian Yi, my 13th Brigade is on the brink of destruction, all due to that young man. Do you truly expect me to remain calm? Old Wei's voice suddenly took on an aged timbre, imbued with a sense of desolation. Pushing open the door, he revealed himself leaning on a cane, which startled Song Shi. He hurried up the stairs to support Old Wei, only to be brusquely dismissed. Song Ying stepped forward, his gaze fixated on Old Wei, as if he intended to devour him whole. Enough, Song Ying. Song Shi quickly restrained him, pulling him behind himself and inquiring, where is Old Wei headed? To Kyoto, the general exclaimed, astonishment evident in Jian Yi's voice. Do not impede me. Half of the 13th Brigade has perished, and those old soldiers are surely causing a ruckus. If I do not go, I cannot quell them. Old Wei spoke solemnly, gazing ahead. Jian Yi fell silent, observing the general's grizzled hair, inhaling deeply without uttering another word. Very well, General, I shall fetch Zhang Feng, Jian Yi declared, departing outdoors. Who is Zhang Feng? Song Shi pondered, but he understood that if a retired general sought to rejuvenate his brigade in Kyoto, the matter must be of considerable significance. Little Song, Old Wei suddenly turned his gaze to Song Shi. His expression contemplative. Your Song Ying is quite remarkable. Does he aspire to become a mecha pilot? Song Shi was taken aback by the question. The thought of a mecha pilot had never crossed his mind, nor had he considered the possibility of Song Ying undergoing mecha transformation. Bewildered, Song Shi contemplated the notion of a soul, He looked at Song Ying and realized that if Song Ying possessed a soul, then a year of solitude would indeed be termed loneliness. Chapter 16. The National Defense Mecha Military Academy, revised. Soon, Uncle Jian returned with a man, or rather, he brought Zhan Feng. The latter exuded an imposing presence, even more so than the 190 centimeters tall Song Ying. His short black hair stood on end like lightning, and his square, serious face brightened upon seeing Old Wei in the living room. As if enveloped in a radiant glow, Zhan Feng strode forward, halting respectfully before Old Wei, bowing his head and addressing him, "General." Old Wei regarded Zhan Feng and unexpectedly revealed a smile of satisfaction. "Truly, my Zhan Feng, restored to 70% of his prime condition. Excellent, excellent." The general repeated the word excellent twice, his face alight with joy, as if the previous fury had never existed. "As long as Zhan Feng and I are here, no one shall obliterate the 13th Brigade." A golden glimmer erupted in Old Wei's eyes as he spoke resolutely towards the unknown ahead, then instructed Jian Yi to gather a few belongings. "General, are you truly resolved to go to Kyoto?" Jian Yi suddenly inquired, his tone weighed down by a sigh. Old Wei waved his hand dismissively, exuding a spirited demeanor. "As a soldier, to die on one's battlefield is an honor." Song Shi was rendered speechless, glancing at Song Ying, whose bewildered gaze met his. Song Ying raised a hand to stroke his soft, short hair. Although his expression remained serious, his tone softened unexpectedly. "As you wish." It was as if he offered encouragement, trust, and unconditional obedience. In that moment, Song Shi's previously perplexed eyes filled with determination. He desired to become a mecha pilot. He looked at Old Wei and declared, the fervor coursing through his veins, unable to conceal his fascination with mechas, nor his innermost thoughts. Song Ying should not languish in obscurity. He ought to soar through the skies, living up to his name. The illustrious National Defense Mecha Military Academy was established in 2500 and has since inherited countless generations of glory, documenting a plethora of revolutionary historical figures, their blood and sweat intertwined with the legacy of the Academy. Upon seeing this name, Song Shi couldn't believe his eyes. Song Ying took the letter and remarked with irritation, "You've been looking at it for days. Aren't you tired of it? Be careful with your hands." Song Shi quickly snatched the letter from Song Ying's grasp, fearing he might accidentally crumple it with an unsteady grip. "Worrying about this letter is less productive than fetching my pickles," Song Ying grumbled, propping his feet on the coffee table in front of the television, casting a sidelong glance at Song Shi, dismissing his anxiety over the trivial matter of a school. "All you think about is eating. How did Old Wei identify you as exceptional?" Song Shi mumbled as he stood up, tucking the letter into his chest before resigning himself to the kitchen to prepare pickles. "By the way, I just canceled the rent. If you need anything, let me know so I can book the tickets. We'll be heading to Haizhong Island tomorrow." His voice drifted from the kitchen. "School doesn't start for another half-month?" Song Ying retorted that it's wise to prepare in advance. Song Shi's voice sounded cheerful. "Have you secured your tuition?" Suddenly, Song Ying appeared at the kitchen door, observing the busy Song Shi with a smile. "Ah." Song Shi was startled by Song Ying's question. Having completely forgotten about the tuition fees, goodness, the National Defense Mecha Military Academy, as the foremost military academy in Huagua, how could the fees be anything but exorbitant? He hastily abandoned the pickles and rushed to the inner room. Upon donning his light brain and logging in, he checked the tuition fees for the National Defense Mecha Military Academy. Heavens, this is outright robbery. Song Shi gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he faced Song Ying, who stood by the bed, holding the still uncut pickles, a dark expression on his face. "Where on earth am I supposed to procure 200,000 yuan? My pickles," Song Ying exclaimed, holding up the pickles. "Forget your pickles. It's my tuition." Song Shi clutched his head in despair, collapsing into the softness of his blanket, which, despite its comfort, could not soothe his wounded spirit. Gripping the blanket's edge, he reflected grimly that, including his previous savings and the meager funds he had stashed away, he barely had 50,000 left, leaving him short by 150,000. What to do? Old Wei. Perhaps it was futile. He had already penned an introduction letter. Otherwise, gaining entry would be challenging enough without familial ties to compel him to lend such a substantial sum. Song Shi's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Rabbits racing about, leaving him dizzy. Many considerations he had overlooked surfaced, such as the necessity of solid knowledge, mecha expertise, combat experience, and even wealth to enroll in the National Defense Mecha Military Academy. The energy cells required for combat posed a significant challenge. Without them, how could he even contemplate mecha transformation? Only then did Song Shi grasp the formidable difficulty of entering a military academy. Chapter 17. What is soft and fluffy? What could possibly allow him to accumulate 200,000 yuan in just half a month? With this grave question weighing on his mind, Song Shi drifted into a restless sleep. The following morning, he visited the Huagua Guotian Bank, feeling a twinge of gratitude for not having refused Old Wei's offer, which, though not fulfilled within a month, still provided him with a month's salary. To earn 200,000 yuan in half a month seemed impossible. He glanced at Song Ying and sighed. A robot, assaulting an entire bank's light brain equipment, was out of the question. Thus, Song Shi resolved to seek a loan instead. Guotian Bank, a state-owned institution in Huagua, boasted branches across the blue planet. The bright, polished floor of the lobby reflected Song Shi's anxious expression as he approached the service desk and inquired of a brown-haired robot clad in a black suit. "Excuse me, how does one go about obtaining a loan? Hello, I am number 78 and I am pleased to assist you. How much would you like to borrow?" 200,000. Although Song Shi had some remaining funds, traveling to Haizhong Island would require a substantial amount. "Very well, please present your identification card, and I will record your information to assess your eligibility for a loan," the brown-haired robot replied in a standardized tone. Song Shi handed over the identification card he had been nervously clutching, suddenly feeling the absence of Song Ying, which rendered the environment a touch desolate. However, the man had left him alone yesterday due to his failure to procure pickles, which was quite infuriating. Lost in his thoughts, he anxiously observed the robot inputting his identity card into the holographic terminal, swiftly navigating the transparent screen. After a moment, the robot stated, "I apologize, but you do not possess any property, have no employment, and lack any guarantors. According to our lending regulations, if you urgently require funds, you may sign an agreement prohibiting your exit from foreign countries or islands, promising not to leave Linged Island until your debt is settled." The robot continued, "Otherwise, it is impossible for our bank to grant you a loan." Song Shi was taken aback. How could he possibly remain on Linged Island? He had come to obtain a loan to leave. "Is there truly no other option?" "None, I'm afraid," the robot politely declined. With a heavy sigh, Song Shi surveyed the gleaming lobby and the towering spiral staircase overhead. Feeling somewhat disoriented, he turned and exited the bank. The air outside was suffused with the oppressive heat of 208 degrees Fahrenheit. Song Shi wiped away perspiration but still felt faint. He touched his forehead, warm to the touch, and wondered if he had caught a cold due to someone dragging the blanket away from him yesterday. However, it's merely pickled vegetables. Is it truly necessary to be so petty? Song Shi muttered, and after a moment, he sighed, contemplating a visit to the nearby pharmacy to procure some antibiotics. "Hey, how was your trip to the Mecha Battle City yesterday? Did you manage to win anything?" A young man rushed into the pharmacy, darting behind the counter, donning a work uniform, evidently a staff member. He waved his hand dismissively at the short, stout fellow who had inquired, saying, "Don't even get me started. I had the worst luck. I forgot to equip my thunder with a spare power cell, and one careless mistake left me short on energy. Alas, my poor 1,000 credits. Snatched away by that blonde-haired brat. Oh well, kid. Making such a rookie mistake is no wonder you lost. I'm free tonight. Shall we venture out later to recoup our losses?" A customer had arrived, and from the back emerged an elderly man with a beard. Presumably the shopkeeper, he regarded Song Shi kindly and asked, "What's troubling you, young man?" Song Shi was still mulling over the earlier conversation about Mecha Battle City. As its name suggests, it is a locale for mecha combat. Being the obedient type, Song Shi had never ventured there, primarily due to a lack of a mecha and rumors of the chaos that reigns there. Yet now, it seemed like an opportunity, a chance to gamble. "Young man, are you feeling unwell?" the old man inquired. He needed to quickly inform Song Ying. Indeed, this was a splendid opportunity. If they won, they could make some money. Song Shi, brimming with excitement, urged Song Ying to join him on the sofa. Observing Song Ying's sullen demeanor, he rolled his eyes mischievously, his fair face adorned with an expression of pitiful charm, and settled beside him. "How about I make you some pumpkin porridge tonight? It's absolutely delicious, sweet and sticky." "Pumpkin porridge?" Song Ying turned, his eyes sparkling with interest, only to suddenly recall something, turning away with a displeased expression. Truly a foodie. Song Shi internally scoffed, yet plastered a charming smile on his face, kneeling on the sofa, almost leaning half his body onto Song Ying. His rigid posture resembling that of a soldier was quite unsettling to Song Ying, who glanced sideways at him, perplexed as to whether he was entirely devoid of bones or simply lacking strength. "It's really delicious, I promise you." Song Shi widened his eyes, sparkling like a doe, momentarily dazing Song Ying. Following Song Shi's lead, Song Ying asked, "How delicious is it?" "Let me feel." His handsome, resolute face bore an expression of disbelief. Perceiving Song Shi's excitement as an overreaction, thinking that humans are far too fragile. "Feel?" Song Shi's head began to spin. "I think I need to sleep a bit. And my pumpkin porridge?" Song Ying gazed at his own hands. Puzzled, soft and fluffy, he murmured. Chapter 18. Illness and injections. After waiting in vain for Song Shi to emerge, Song Ying furrowed his brows and, filled with irritation, swung open the bedroom door, hoping that the sight of his stern expression would trigger some self-reflection in the slothful occupant. The figure cocooned in the blankets resembled a large cicada pupa, utterly oblivious to Song Ying's presence. "Song Shi, get up and cook," he exclaimed, leaning against the door. Moments passed without a response, prompting Song Ying to step closer. Perplexed by the large lump that obscured the face, he reached out to lift the covers, resulting in a moment of shock. Song Shi's cheeks were flushed, his breathing rapid, and his brow furrowed. "Song Shi, what's the matter?" "Unwell," Song Shi mumbled hazily, completely unaware that he had indeed caught a cold. A malady that in the 31st century could be cured with a mere dose of antibiotics, yet here he was, afflicted. His mind felt muddled, as if filled with a sponge, blurring all coherent thoughts into obscurity. Song Ying stroked his chin, pondering how to interpret the sensation of discomfort. After some time, he remained baffled. What to do? "Where's my pumpkin porridge?" With a sudden flourish, Song Shi threw off the covers, his face flushed, hair disheveled, and eyes reddened. An utterly pitiable sight. "Forget the pumpkin porridge. All you think about is food," Song Shi pouted, sniffling as tears cascaded down his cheeks. This was not sorrow. It was merely his body's reaction to illness. Since childhood, he had found that whenever he faced sunlight or engaged in conversation, the tears would flow uncontrollably. A symptom he loathed. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, he collapsed back onto the bed, feeling dazed. Song Ying stepped forward, brushing away the tears from Song Shi's face. He recalled that humans only weep when in distress, yet wondered why Song Shi was upset. Was it truly so heartbreaking to make pumpkin porridge? Or perhaps he was saddened by not agreeing to help him fight earlier. It must be that. "All right, I promise to accompany you to that city." Surely, that would please him, Song Ying thought, arms crossed, awaiting a jubilant reaction. Yet, Song Shi disappointed him. He neither leapt up nor smiled joyfully, offering no response at all. "Hey, I've already agreed." "Don't be so stubborn." Song Ying nudged the figure beneath the covers, feeling a wave of frustration when there was no reply. Angered, he tugged at the blankets. Song Shi nearly tumbled into Song Ying's embrace. His body languid and soft. His head felt as if it might burst, leaning against Song Ying's warm chest for comfort. Song Ying, striving to support Song Shi, encircled his waist with one arm while the other rested on his back, preventing him from collapsing entirely. Overwhelmed with annoyance, Song Ying was taken aback by Song Shi's plaintive call, the drawn-out tone reminiscent of a pitiful plea, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I don't feel well. I'm so uncomfortable." Song Shi weakly tugged at Song Ying's clothing. "What does discomfort feel like?" Song Ying inquired at Song Shi pondered, a slight smile curling his lips, tinted with a touch of crimson. "It's akin to when you lack a power cell. Your body feels immobilized. Utterly miserable." "Oh," Song Ying comprehended, glancing at the ailing figure in his arms. He cautiously laid Song Shi back onto the blankets, noticing his silence. For reasons unknown, he felt a profound sense of unease, more so than the discomfort of lacking a power cell. "Song Shi," he called out. The absence of companionship left him feeling cold and lonely. He missed Song Shi's presence, for it kept the solitude at bay. Suddenly, warmth surged through Song Shi's body, and before he could comprehend, he nestled closer to the comforting source. "What are you doing?" Song Ying glared at the doctor he had summoned. All the while cradling the shivering Song Shi, he scrutinized the small needle the doctor held. Unable to ingest antibiotics due to his fever, an injection was inevitable. Naturally, the doctor replied, rolling up his sleeve, but was halted by Song Ying's icy glare, forcing him to take a step back, stifling a chuckle at his own fear of a robot. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he stated, if we don't act quickly, he could easily contract additional viruses. Song Ying pondered the veracity of the doctor's words. That needle looked rather large and intimidating. He gazed at Song Shi, gently caressing his delicate arm. The doctor grimaced, eyeing his own needle. The 31st century's newly invented invisible needle was thinner than a hair and, once injected, dissolved within the body, leaving no trace. Yet, being questioned by a robot about its efficacy left him utterly speechless. After a long moment, he inhaled deeply, reminding himself that as a physician, compassion and patience were paramount. Rest assured, it won't hurt at all, he assured slowly. Song Ying shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. You try it first, he challenged, nodding towards the needle. Me try. The doctor was momentarily flabbergasted, slapping his thigh in exasperation, lamenting his fate for having taken this call to administer the injection. Enough of this. If you don't hurry and give the injection, who knows what might happen? The doctor adopted a serious demeanor, realizing the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, Song Ying presented Song Shi's arm to the doctor. His face a mask of gravity, his tone impatiently demanding, then what are you still doing here? Hurry up. Who was the one blabbering? The doctor clutched his heart in mock agony, hastily administering the injection, collecting his fee and departing without a backward glance, vowing never to return to this establishment, or even the vicinity. Song Ying looked on, satisfied as Song Shi's complexion gradually improved. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful that they had acted swiftly and that he had sought out the doctor next door. Gently touching Song Shi's forehead, he noted the temperature had lessened, then securely tucked him in, finally exhaling deeply. After a while, he nestled back into the blankets, observing the octopus-like figure drawing closer, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he found comfort in the sight of a now more stable Song Shi. Chapter 19. The Mecha Combat City. The Mecha Combat City is a favored destination for many young individuals today, not only because it offers the opportunity to practice with mechas, but also because one can earn rewards through combat. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that the Mecha City is affiliated with the Seaway Trading Company, which hosts a grand mech battle at the end of each month. Winning the championship not only grants high-tier rewards from the Seaway Trading Company, but also allows families to witness one's capabilities, potentially leading to assimilation into a prominent family. Naturally, Link Island is merely a small isle, drawing attention mostly for minor families. Song Shi followed Song Ying with a beaming smile, filled with excitement at the prospect of the latter agreeing to accompany him to the combat city. He couldn't help but feel that the stern expression on Song Ying's face only enhanced his rugged handsomeness, truly deserving of Song Shi's admiration. Casting a sidelong glance at Song Shi, Song Ying's eyes reflected a blend of helplessness and affection as their vehicle arrived. He gestured toward the hovering car parked ahead. Master, to the Mecha Combat City. Song Shi inserted his crystal card into the automatic payment device, and the funds were promptly transferred to the driver's account. Once they reached the Mecha City, Song Shi felt a surge of nervousness. Although he had watched numerous mecha battles, the thought of actually controlling one made him anxious, fearing he would be utterly flustered. Furthermore, he possessed only 5 energy packs, scarcely sufficient for any practice. Thus, in a true sense, he had never witnessed the form of Song Ying's mecha transformation. However, the JK series of mechas are generally quite aesthetically pleasing. He mused, scratching his head and further tousling his already unruly hair. Is your head hurting again? Song Ying inquired, pulling Song Shi's head closer, a hint of concern breaking through his stoic demeanor. Song Shi shook his head, forcing a wry smile. Am I being too reckless? Taking a deep breath, Song Ying replied slowly yet firmly, Indeed, it is quite reckless. Song Shi bit his lip, glaring at Song Ying for a moment before exhaling heavily, his brows knitting in frustration. Even if it is reckless, I must give it a try. Otherwise, I will never know if this path is viable. Song Ying gently ruffled Song Shi's hair. How many energy packs do you have left? 5, all rated at 100 watts. That should be enough for a mecha battle, right? Song Shi queried. With narrowed eyes, Song Ying replied, You can only transform once in battle. It won't last 2 minutes, if it weren't for that damned system inside you. You wouldn't have made it this far, but thanks to that very thing circulating within your body, you can survive in the absence of energy. He said nothing more, simply taking Song Shi's hand and guiding him into the Mecha City. From the outside, the Mecha City resembled a colossal inverted triangle, bathed in a silvery glow. 3 transparent elevators hung from the apex, serving as the sole means of access to the city. Following closely behind Song Ying, Song Shi stepped into the elevator. Despite having experienced many thrilling escapades, the sensation of standing over what felt like an abyss, with a drop of 100 meters below, filled him with trepidation. Stealing a glance at Song Ying's composed demeanor, he instinctively inched closer, tightening his grip on Song Ying's hand. A faint smile graced Song Ying's lips as they arrived at the payment counter. After settling the necessary fees, Song Shi opted for battles in Zone D, the most basic area for combat. "Would you prefer practice mode or battle mode?" inquired the robotic attendant at the D-Zone service counter. A warm-up before battle is highly beneficial, and for the first 10 minutes of practice mode, you won't need to expend any energy packs. Our combat Mecha City will cover the costs. Do I really need to practice? Song Ying exclaimed incredulously, his piercing gaze laden with disbelief. As a leader of a family branch, he could rival the most fearsome black wormholes in the cosmos. Yet here he was, hearing someone suggest he practice for what hardly qualified as a battle. Is this a form of disrespect? Angered, he commanded the service robot, Battle Mode. As Song Ying scrutinized the automatic selection list for battle opponents, he decisively tapped on the name King Kong at the top. Just as he confirmed his choice, a booming voice echoed through the vicinity. "Ladies and gentlemen, at 6:13 this evening, the red light has illuminated. The challenge for the D-Zone Tyrant begins now. Please place your bets." Song Shi's mouth fell agape as he turned to Song Ying. "What have you done? Can we cancel the challenge?" he pleaded urgently, leaning over the counter. The robot shook its head. "The challenge against the first mech and its pilot in Zone D cannot be cancelled. Please input your desired name for the challenge now. The battle will commence in 1 hour. It presented a screen for Song Shi to input a name. Great Domain King. Song Shi hesitated, but Song Ying confidently typed in the name. Song Shi echoed it. "I will win." Song Ying's eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit as he gazed ahead, exuding an air of invincibility. "So there is no need for concern." Song Shi stood dazed for a moment before responding. "What you say must be done." He prepared to leave, but Song Ying pulled him back. "I'll go outside to place bets, wagering everything we have." A sudden smile illuminated Song Shi's face, his fair complexion radiating warmth that enveloped Song Ying's sharp gaze. Releasing his grip, Song Ying watched as Song Shi exited, reclining leisurely against the chair, eyes closed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The challenge for the top position in Zone D attracted numerous bets and spectators. Song Shi peered through the large screen, his heart racing. The pitch-black battlefield, dotted with small asteroids, resembled a miniature galaxy, its outer edges encased in a faint green energy barrier, the sharp as steel, designed to contain the battle within and shield the audience from harm. Suddenly, a grand voice resounded, announcing, "Great Domain King challenges King Kong. The battle officially commences. Mech pilots, prepare." Chapter 20. Mecha transformation. Common folk often experience a sense of trepidation when confronted with large crowds, and Song Shi was no exception. He was nearly dragged out by Song Ying, swallowing hard, his face paling slightly, eyes darting around uncertainly. Across from him stood the mech pilot, who sneered mockingly. The mech, named King Kong, reflected its namesake in the pilot's imposing stature, towering over Song Shi, who barely measured up to half his height. "Who dares challenge me?" "Oh, it's just a little brat who hasn't even sprouted hair yet," he scoffed. "I doubt you even possess a junior mech pilot certificate." "Enough, both of you," a deep voice interjected. "The battle will commence now. Each of you, transform into your mechas." King Kong shrugged, a proud grin spreading across his face as he addressed the towering mech beside him. "King Kong, let us retain our title as the best." As the mech named King Kong nodded, a gust of wind seemed to sweep through the arena, and the once human form of the mech began to emit a series of mechanical sounds. Assembling itself, within a minute, a massive mech unfolded, resembling an ancient giant gorilla, clad in a brown hue, its limbs adorned with diamond-shaped fur. With each step it took, the metallic structure swayed with a grace that belied its size. Song Shi had witnessed numerous transformations into mechas, but never so closely. The impact was undeniably profound. His mouth fell open as he tugged at Song Ying's sleeve, Awestruck, it looks so formidable, he chuckled nervously. That disgraceful form? It LL blind you? Huh? Songshur raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The mech's form was not particularly regal or breathtaking. Rather, it exuded a raw metallic aura of menace, devoid of embellishment or flamboyance. Just standing there. It was evident that it was born for combat. Now, this is what a true mech should be, Songshur pondered as the enormous mech extended its silver-plated hand, fingers splayed. Come forth, echoed Song Ying's voice from within the colossal creature. Cheers erupted around them as the battle began. Take a seat over there, Song Ying instructed, directing a still-dazed Songshur to the only available chair in the center. Snapping back to reality, Songshur hurriedly occupied the spacious cockpit, gazing incredulously at the myriad of unfamiliar wires surrounding him. Positioned around the central seat were numerous control panels, dozens of them. Heavens, isn't one control panel enough to operate a mech? Typically, there is only one. Focus and end this swiftly, Song Ying urged calmly. Suddenly, the cockpit illuminated, and the system activated. Yet only Songshur's central control panel sprang to life. As he gazed through the transparent barrier, the enormous gorilla-like mech charged forward. And Songshur's instinct was to shut his eyes tightly. With a thunderous impact, a cacophony of sound filled the air, and a buzzing noise reverberated in his ears. Shaking his head, he heard Song Ying's voice cut through the chaos. Pay attention to the controls. All my commands are in your hands. This overwhelming pressure was unfamiliar to Song Ying, who felt a sense of suffocation. I don't know what to do. As he beheld the approaching gorilla on the screen, Songshur, in a flurry of panic, frantically inquired, yearning to recall the contents of the book. What letters controlled which actions, how continuous manipulation of that button could enable him to leap or even activate weaponry. Yet, in the end, his mind felt as though it were muddled with a massive goo, rendering him incapable of recollection. Taking a moment to steady himself, he pondered, to what extent could he elevate his capabilities? It was inconceivable to halt here, succumbing to failure. With a heavy exhale, Songshur focused his gaze upon the control panel, feeling as though, for an instant, all his thoughts coalesced there, and his hand instinctively began to operate it, only for that sensation to evaporate in an instant, plunging him back into disarray. He needed to concentrate anew, to think solely of how to vanquish his foe. Closing his eyes, he calmed himself, his fingers darting swiftly across the control surface. He perceived the gorilla lunging towards him, his palms stirring a fierce wind. Although regulations prohibited the use of lethal weaponry, smaller arms were permissible, and a compact flare cannon materialized in his hand. This device could incapacitate the mech for several seconds with its chemical properties. With his eyes still shut, he maneuvered Song Ying to evade the rapid discharge of the flare cannon, subsequently prompting Qian Shang to pursue. His right arm unfurled, unleashing a volley of miniature electronic beams, each angle meticulously calculated by Songshur to avoid direct contact with the mech while aiming to restrain the adversary. The formidable titan, ensnared within the barrage of rays, was forced to dodge desperately, ultimately rendered immobile by a multitude of intersecting shots. However, being the champion of Zone D, it was no easy feat to bring it down. The colossal mech spun rapidly, unleashing a tempest from its metallic bristles, the gale powerful enough to sever the rays in a fleeting moment. Despite the significant energy drain, the mech surged towards Songshur. Rotating like a hefty sphere, good heavens, that whirlwind had reached a force of 20. If it struck, he would undoubtedly be shredded to pieces. Spectators in the stands gasped in astonishment. Although the combat rules mandated no harm to either the mechs or their pilots, striking only to a degree, over the past year, some had indeed perished in battle. Chapter 21. Setting sail. There exists a type of person who, in the face of dire straits, can unleash boundless power. Songshur believed he was such a person. He opened his eyes, feeling the immense pressure envelop him, his fingers racing across the control panel, thoughts of victory flooding his mind, accompanied by a pair of hawk-like eyes. He could not allow the pride reflected in those depths to dim due to his failure. Song Ying resembled a humanoid weapon, its sharp edge aimed at the enemy's throat, unleashing a merciless laser projectile. The massive form of the mech plummeted to the ground like a severed kite. Following the explosion of the laser, Songshur exhaled deeply, only to hear Song Ying declare, "Deliver the final blow." There was no energy left. Songshur pressed the control panel, taking a moment to utter those words. Huh. Song Ying was incredulous, having exhaled half of his breath while choking down the other half. Could such a thing truly occur? Upon checking, Song Ying confirmed that the energy pack could sustain power for only 20 seconds. As Song Shi silently prayed for his opponent to remain down, he heard Song Ying's words, and a moment of realization struck him. What about him? He pointed at the mech and asked, while packing his belongings. Song Shi hummed a cheerful tune, his complexion rosy and his demeanor bright. Why not buy one of those? Song Ying, munching on the freshly fried fritters prepared by Song Shi, glanced at the necklace-like miniature suitcase on the television. Song Shi rolled his eyes, retorting, that thing must be exorbitantly priced. Didn't you just earn 300,000 li? Song Ying scoffed. The mere mention of 300,000 li brought a broad smile to Song Shi's face. He never anticipated such high odds, resulting in such a windfall. He chuckled foolishly, prompting Song Ying to toss a fritter into his mouth, shaking his head in exasperation. This is delicious. Make more of these. There's no flour left, Song Shi pouted, noting that the island across the sea was perpetually snowbound, and he needed to shop online for some clothing, deciding it prudent to conserve his funds. Is this how you treat your benefactor who earned you money? Not even a flour dumpling. Song Ying abruptly stood, exuding a fierce demeanor. However, Song Shi had grown accustomed to his menacing visage. Knowing the softness within, he was unafraid. Hands on his hips, he challenged. You, a grown man, can sit there like a lord watching television? Hurry up and help me pack these items into the suitcase. Why should I? Do it yourself. As Song Ying said this, he shook his head, muttering to himself that after sweating yesterday, he ought to take a shower before sleeping. With that, he strode into the bedroom. A robot, not fearing the damage to its components. Song Shi gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the firmly shut door, resigned to resume stuffing clothes into the suitcase. Get up, you lazy one. I booked tickets for the spaceship at 8 this morning. Having donned his attire and freshened up, Song Shi discovered that Song Ying still lay in bed. Don't make noise. Song Ying's voice came muffled from beneath the covers. If you don't wake up, we'll be late. Song Shi stepped closer, pulling at the corner of the blanket, attempting to rouse him. Are you made of stone? You're so heavy. Song Shi's face flushed red as he failed to budge Song Ying, catching only a glimpse of his half-bare torso nearly being pulled off the bed. Shut up. Drag me out of here. Song Ying suddenly flung his hand, effortlessly tossing the petite Song Shi aside, who collided with the wardrobe with a thud, wincing in pain. You'll pay for this, Song Ying. Song Shi fumed, scanning his surroundings for a suitable weapon, eventually seizing a small robotic alarm clock, adjusting the dial to its loudest setting. And with a mischievous grin, he placed it near Song Ying's ear. 5 seconds later, it blared with a tremendous sound and a slight electric charge, startling Song Ying awake. Through squinted eyes, he beheld Song Shi's aggrieved expression, one hand clutching his shoulder, rubbing his eyes and tousling his short, dark hair. A glimmer appeared in his hawk-like gaze. What's wrong? In response, Song Shi huffed coldly, turning away in a huff. They arrived at the spaceship terminal just in time. Mere moments before 8 o'clock, Song Shi let out a sigh of relief, glaring at Song Ying, instructing, hold onto the luggage. Song Ying frowned, disdainfully eyeing the suitcase he carried, hefty and unattractive. I wasn't referring to you. Why the rush? He muttered, glancing at the swiftly closing hatch. Hey, I see that door about to close. Following his gaze, Song Shi exclaimed, dragging Song Ying along. Wait, sir, don't close the door. We're coming too. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The spaceship will be departing shortly. Ensure your luggage is stored in the designated areas. Sir, your robot is currently in the dining area. The blonde beauty approached, smiling warmly at Song Shi. Just as Song Shi placed his luggage, preparing to relax, he wondered, what is he doing in the dining area? A sense of foreboding washed over him. This is his shopping list. Please settle the bill. The beauty presented her handheld electronic display to Song Shi, pointing to a list of items. Wine, fish balls, banana salad slices. Did I order all of this? Song Shi's complexion drained as he pointed at the items. Quickly snatching the electronic tablet. How much have I consumed? Just a wine. He said it was delicious. The blonde beauty was momentarily taken aback by Song Shi's wide, round eyes. All right, please take me to the dining area quickly. Song Shi grasped the blonde's arm, exclaiming, Song Ying, you rascal. You better have only drunk the wine by the time I arrive. A miserly heart burned fiercely within him, fueled by the gluttonous nature of a foodie. Chapter 22. The affairs of adulthood. You sit right there. Song-Shi watched as Song-Ying attempted to rise, swiftly pulling him back, fuming. What now? Song-Ying shot him a sidelong glance, hands crossed. What are you planning to do? Song-Shi tugged at Song-Ying's collar, leaning in to whisper, do you realize how exorbitantly expensive grapes are nowadays? And do you know how many grapes are required to produce wine? How would I know? I am not a grape seller, Song-Ying replied coldly, dismissing him. Cough. Song-Shi covered his chest, coughing, his face reddening. He glanced around at those enveloped in their safety barriers, unable to hear their voices, yet couldn't he help but lower his voice. You'd better behave and remain seated until we disembark. Song-Ying regarded Song-Shi with skepticism, his fair, oval face illuminated by sparkling eyes, resembling a mischievous cat. Instinctively, he reached out to pinch that face. As one would a cat. The pale cheek turned rosy from the pinched. Go to hell, you cat. Song-Shi couldn't he help but think of that pitiful little cat with its big blinking eyes. Perhaps he should let it go, he ground his teeth. Song-Ying squinted, a playful glimmer in his eyes as he retrieved the wine. No. Song-Shi quickly covered his small backpack, alert. No. Song-Ying raised an eyebrow. Snorting disdainfully, like a prowling tiger, swiftly snatching the small backpack that Song-Shi was desperately trying to protect. Return it to me. That ship over there is drinking too. Song-Shi, a short man, was clinging to Song-Ying, attempting to snatch a small backpack, but he was as ineffective as a koala. All Song-Ying needed to do was lift his arm, and the other could grasp nothing. Gentlemen, could you please refrain from being so loud? Song-Shi, dazed, knelt on Song-Ying's lap, one hand firmly gripping the sleeve of Song-Ying's garment, trying to pull his hand down. He glanced at the returning blonde beauty and chuckled twice, nimbly descending from Song-Ying's legs and obediently taking his seat. Offering a gentle smile, as if all was well, the blonde beauty smiled politely as she departed. You scoundrel! Song-Shi squinted, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes, and, like an escaping rabbit, darted into Song-Ying's embrace. Settling on his lap, he promptly pressed a button beside the seat, activating the safety barrier. The transparent barrier adjusted its size according to the seated person's dimensions, enveloping them at a distance of a fist. Get off me, Song-Ying said, his tone slightly frosty, his dark expression betraying his irritation. No, I simply won't. Song-Shi stubbornly blinked his large eyes, his fair complexion glowing with triumph from his temporary success. Satisfied, he smacked his lips a couple of times, feeling drowsy, uncertain whether it was Song-Ying's warmth or the comfort of this human seat that lulled him. Song-Shi, this is your final opportunity. Please get up. Song-Ying directed his gaze elsewhere, sensing something amiss, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. He attempted to rouse Song-Shi, but for reasons unknown, he only tightened his embrace, almost melding Song-Shi into his body. A slight movement on his part caused the safety barrier to automatically adjust, intensifying the warmth radiating from his lower half, as if the person in his arms was a living flame, soft and tantalizing. Teasing his nerves and amplifying his discomfort. Frowning, Song-Ying felt a tension building within him, opting for a strategy of stillness, hoping to resolve his confounding feelings through inaction. Yet the enemy seemed to be experiencing a rather animated dream. Writhing in his arms, occasionally clutching at his neck and exhaling warm breaths, a restless creature reminiscent of a wriggling worm. Song-Ying sought to restrain him but realized that his own movement was the key to unraveling the current enigma. Unbidden, he recalled his father's words. Adulthood requires a spark of passion. Chuckling softly, he swallowed hard, gazing at the enticing figure in his arms, pondering how to quell this fire, as he leaned his head in thought. Chapter 23. The roaring vehicle revised. Sir. At that moment, the blonde beauty approached, interrupting Song-Ying's musings. He wore a gloomy expression. What is it? Please awaken your companion. The ship has arrived at the island of the sea. Song-Ying glanced around, realizing that many had vacated their seats, leaving only the two of them ensconced within the safety barrier. Although a sense of reluctance lingered, he nudged Song-Shi, rubbing his eyes. Song-Shi's gaze was bleary, his eyelids swollen, and with tousled curls, he appeared harmlessly adorable. Are we there? Yes, came Song-Ying's slightly hoarse reply. Pressing a button beside him, the safety barrier retracted, prompting Song-Shi to stretch and stand. That was quite a comfortable nap. Adjusting his slightly rumpled clothing, the two disembarked from the ship. The island of the sea was one of the more prosperous islands in Huagua, renowned for housing the National Defense Mechanized Military Academy, which had garnered fame over the years. It boasted a rich history and ranked among the top 3 academies in Huagua and even across the Blue Planet. The weather on the island of the sea was notably chilly. As Songshur stepped out of the docking area, the cold air made him exhale clouds of vapor from his palms, prompting him to hastily retrieve a coat from his suitcase. No, it's not cold at all. Song Ying dismissed, brushing aside Songshur's attempt to offer him a jacket, disdainful of the crimson hue on Songshur's face, which only made Songshur's teeth itch. You're impressive. Is that enough? Songshur pouted. Where are you headed, young man? A hovering car suddenly halted before them, the window sliding down to reveal a man's face. Noticing the hat indicating he was a taxi driver, Songshur replied, "No, thank you." He declined the man's offer, resolved to head to the academy early for registration, as he had no place to stay. Truth be told, he was particularly attracted to the academy's free dormitory. Eyeing the station sign, he boarded the maglev train, dragging his heavy luggage, which left him breathless. Once he found a spot, he couldn't help but envy Song Ying's tall stature, glancing around at the crowded passengers. The economic strain of 3011 was evident by the throngs aboard the budget maglev train. Perpetually popular, Songshur struggled to maintain his balance, avoiding being shoved into a corner while wrestling with his cumbersome suitcase, his face reddening as sweat began to bead. Fortunately, the air was somewhat bearable, thanks to the automatic ventilation, otherwise he would have been utterly exhausted. The incessant whispers around him gradually caught his attention, and suddenly his face flushed with an odd embarrassment as he noticed the expressions of those nearby, either expressionless or engaged in light-hearted chatter. Yet, the behavior of the pair closest to him went unnoticed by anyone else. Only he, due to proximity and his shorter stature, overheard snippets of their conversation. Stop, here, no, let go. What can't you do? Hee, you seem to be reaching your limit. You shameless. No, pleased, oh. Songshur cleared his throat, hoping the two seeking thrills would temper their antics, but upon noticing his attention, the more assertive of the two seemed emboldened, as if his presence had only heightened their excitement, their movements becoming increasingly brazen. What are they doing? As the heat enveloped his ears, Song Ying inquired, his head lowered in curiosity. The warm breeze grazed Songshur's ear, inciting a ticklish sensation. Nothing much, Songshur muttered, pushing the head near his neck away. Nothing much? Song Ying's inquisitive gaze sparkled with interest, his deep eyes glimmering with intrigue, as if he found the situation somewhat amusing. Told you not to look. Songshur exclaimed, his cheeks aflame, unable to resist covering his face in an attempt to cool down. Don't. But you were the one who initiated it. Song Ying, like a curious child, persisted in his inquiries, pondering what exactly was happening below. Unable to endure any longer, Songshur turned to shield Song Ying's eyes, but his strength faltered, and his hand was swiftly pulled behind his back. Vaguely, Song Ying sensed he was beginning to grasp the situation. A smile crept upon his lips. They were engaging in intimate acts, weren't they? Intimate acts? Songshur's expression flickered between pale and flushed, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to explain. That's not what it's called. They merely doing things they enjoy. He endeavored to phrase it more poetically. But it's still intimate acts, Song Ying asserted, nodding in understanding, as if a light bulb had flickered to life in his mind. The realization in his tone made Songshur frown, only for Song Ying to resume his mischief. His hand settled on Songshur's posterior, gently squeezing, so soft. Song Ying's gaze darkened, the fire ignited within him once more, and he mused about how wonderful it would be to explore that softness. Naturally, he kept these primal thoughts to himself. Why don't we engage in intimate acts? Song Ying proposed, convinced he had struck upon a brilliant idea. Believing that Songshur would agree, the more he contemplated, the more he felt Songshur was an appealing partner. Hurry, it feels so good, oh. The little imp's cry startled the more passionate pair, their intentions thwarted. The assertive one abruptly shoved his companion aside, his demeanor shifting to one of irritation as he adjusted his belt, the blush on his partner's face appearing rather pitiful, yet he received consolation from the handsome figure beside him. What did you say? Would you like to join me? The striking man, now identified as Wang Chong, scrutinized Songshur with a predatory gaze. his voice laced with desire. "Who are you?" Song Ying raised an eyebrow. Having been thwarted twice, his spirits were considerably dampened. Observing the well-behaved Song Shi being driven to such frustration, a shadow fell across his face, and a brooding gloom gradually filled his eyes. "Who am I? Ha! Just look at this military uniform. It's evident that I'm from the National Defense Mecha Military Academy, you foolish robot. Ha ha ha, if you have any sense, you'd better clear out quickly, or I shall have Fate Yin bring you down." "Wang Chong, you're here again. Aren't you afraid of what your cousin will think?" "Humph." At that moment, a casually dressed youth stepped forward. "You're tarnishing the reputation of the Mecha Military Academy. If you continue like this, even if your cousin is among the top 10 in his year, he won't be able to save you." I wondered who it was. "So it's Zhao Yu, who has always been envious of my prestigious family." Wang Chong replied with a smug grin, raising his middle finger at the equally tall young man before him. "Step aside, or you'll regret it." His public taunt rendered Zhao Yu's face pallid, and though he longed to confront Wang Chong, he was restrained by a companion who whispered something in his ear. Reluctantly, Zhao Yu stepped back, shaking his hand in irritation as he stormed away. Witnessing Zhao Yu's retreat, Wang Chong burst into triumphant laughter. "All right, now that the nuisance is gone, you needn't feel embarrassed anymore." He strode slowly toward Song Shi. "Stop right there, foul-mouthed wretch." Song Ying's long legs swiftly blocked Wang Chong's path, shielding the diminutive Song Shi behind him. His sharp, short hair and piercing eagle-like gaze rendered Song Ying somewhat menacing. Wang Chong scoffed in annoyance, turning to his companion, Fate Yin. "Teach him a lesson." Fate Yin, Wang Chong's formidable robot, boasted a robust physique and bore the number of the latest third-generation LT-150 model from the popular Mani Corporation, a sight that astonished onlookers. Upon hearing the exaggerated gasps of those around him, Song Shi was momentarily taken aback, but Song Ying spoke slowly. "No matter how exceptional a mecha is, without practice, it will rust. No matter how superior the configuration, without a worthy master, it is wasted. This subpar piece of junk, paired with a master like you, leaves me utterly speechless." Song Ying's lips curled into a sneer, his cold countenance betraying a layer of disdain. Song Shi found himself at a loss for words. If one were to truly have something meaningful to say, would it not take an eternity to articulate? Chapter 24. The bottom line for Military Academy Enrollment. Hey. Wang Chong's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Song Ying, clearly incensed, struggling to utter a single word. "Step back." Song Ying subtly inclined his head towards Song Shi, aware that this was not the time for him to assert his strength. Song Shi could not help but feel anxious that it's fine. "There's no way to mechanize here. A mecha that cannot be mechanized is, in my eyes, mere trash." Song Ying smirked, his cold gaze radiating a sense of undeniable confidence. Perhaps it was not merely confidence, but a sense of entitlement. With his formidable physique, he was incomparable to those artificial mechas on Earth Blue Star. Song Ying waited leisurely for Fate Yin to charge at him, deftly sidestepping the onslaught of the steel arm. He swiftly grasped Fate Yin by the nape and forcefully slammed it to the ground, the massive body crashing with a heavy thud. With a swift kick, he pinned the robot down, his foot pressing firmly against its back, rendering Fate Yin, as a machine, utterly powerless against his overwhelming strength. Song Shi exaggeratedly covered his mouth. While he knew Song Ying was strong, he had not anticipated such raw power capable of toppling a robot with a single hand, leaving him utterly astonished. All right, let go," Song Shi implored, glancing at Wang Chong, as members of the Mecha Military Academy. There was no need for things to escalate to this level, and he hurriedly intervened to pull Song Ying back. Very well, very well." Wang Chong was livid, his eyes reddening. Though he was merely a freshman at the Mecha Military Academy, he was backed by a powerful cousin and a prominent family, making him part of the elite. Few dared to provoke him at school, and his esteemed background shielded him outside as well. Yet now, being humiliated by a robot, he could hardly contain his rage. "Let me tell you, if you want to survive on Haizhong Island, you must not offend the three great families, one of which is the Wang family. You can expect dire consequences." Wang Chong spat his threats, his previously composed face twisting into a snarl, causing Song Shi to instinctively take a step back. "Aren't there still two other families? When did the Wang family become so powerful on Haizhong Island?" The maglev train came to a halt, its doors sliding open, and those who had gathered to watch began to disembark. Song Ying took Song Shi's hand, sensing its chill, He could not help but furrow his brow. As they disembarked, he turned to Wang Chong and said, "Wang Chong, don't get too comfortable." Wang Chong stared in disbelief at the departing figures. His breath caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he finally growled at the companion who had been so affectionate moments ago. "Did you keep up?" "Rest assured, young Master Wang," the youth named you replied. "I will handle that matter, and I am increasingly intrigued by that boy." Wang Chong spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if Song Shi were already his possession. However, the youth named you's expression darkened. Had he grown tired of the chase already? Absolutely not. His gaze turned cold as he watched Song Shi and Song Ying's retreating figures. The imposing black rectangular pillar bore the words National Defense Security Mecha Military Academy, behind which sprawled the academy's vast expanse, resembling an immense city. The architecture featured distinctive angles, with smooth, elegant lines and a silver exterior, surrounded by specially cultivated plants that appeared lush and vibrant even in the cold of winter. "Who are you looking for?" At that moment, a man in military uniform approached them, his chest emblazoned with the name Li Zian. "A security officer, not a robot. I'm a student here. I will be soon." "How not a student? Really? Enrollment isn't even starting until 2 days from now." The security officer chuckled, clearly discerning that Song Shi lacked connections. His tone was hardly courteous. "I have this." Song Shi hurriedly presented a letter of recommendation. The officer glanced at it, smirking. "Even with a recommendation letter, you still need to enroll. You should know that the Mecha Military Academy on Haizhong Island is the top in Huagua, and the number of applicants each year is overwhelming. Recommendation letters abound. You should wait 2 days to enroll." Song Shi was taken aback as he received the letter back. He had assumed this would grant him immediate admission, only to find out he still needed to enroll. A bitter smile crept onto his face. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "All right, take a look at this. You'll need to prepare for the tests in 2 days. The officer handed Song Shi a data chip before turning to leave, leaving him looking rather dejected. The officer plopped down in the security room, one colleague nudging another. "What's the guy doing here? He doesn't look like he wants to be a mecha engineer, judging by his physique. Don't underestimate him. He has a recommendation letter." Another chuckled. "A recommendation letter? Goodness, not another one of those who parachute in before the enrollment deadline? Indeed, you should know how high the enrollment standards are for our academy. D-level physique, level 6 mecha proficiency, advanced mechanical studies, and under 25 years of age. Fifth, I reckon that kid barely qualifies as F-level." Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, a rare sight on Haizhong Island. Despite the presence of anti-freezing barriers, the chill of Haizhong Island was not entirely kept at bay. Many researchers had attempted to tackle this phenomenon but ultimately failed, retreating in defeat. Song Shi trembled as he clutched the data chip given to him by the officer, feeling somewhat despondent. Song Ying, unaccustomed to his glum demeanor, could not resist ruffling Song Shi's hair and shedding his own coat to drape over him. "What should I do, Song Ying?" "I can't meet those requirements," Song Shi lamented. Having just browsed the contents of the data chip with a microlight brain, it was no wonder they were known as Huagua's premier military academy. The demands were overwhelming. Song Ying pondered. "I'm so formidable. Even if you lower your standards a bit, you can still catch up." Song Shi was both exasperated and amused, while Song Ying seemed to belittle him. The carefree expression he wore brought him a sense of reassurance. Snowflakes drifted down, landing on Song Ying's dark hair before sliding off. Chapter 25. Accommodations. After the two found a moderately priced inn, night had fallen. Due to the impending enrollment at the Mecha Military Academy, the influx of visitors to Haizhong Island had surged, a testament to the academy's esteemed status both on the island and throughout Huagua. Song Ying carried the luggage, trailing behind Song Shi as he scrutinized their surroundings. "Can we not find a better place?" Song Shi rolled his eyes. "We don't have the luxury of extra funds," he muttered under his breath, treating Song Ying like an overly pampered lord. "Can't you spare a few thousand from that card of yours?" Song Ying squinted his eyes. "That might not even be my money. It could be a mistake from someone else." As Song Shi contemplated the unexpected windfall of 2,000 credits that had seemingly materialized in his account, he could hardly suppress his joy, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a pie falling from the heavens. However, he resolved to pacify the fastidious nature of Song Ying, lest the latter mistakenly believe that this newfound wealth could be squandered recklessly. With a sidelong glance at the crescent-shaped smile of Song Shi, Song Ying's lips curled slightly upward. and he felt an impulsive urge to reach out and stroke the adorable visage of this avaricious feline, prompting Song Shi to shy away. Clutching the crystal card, Song Shi noticed that their room number 13 lay just ahead. He made a few quick strides, swiping the card against the transparent LCD panel by the door, which emitted a soft beep before granting entry. The modest guest room boasted no superfluous furnishings, and with satisfaction, Song Shi stepped inside, gesturing for Song Ying to place their suitcase in a designated spot while he busied himself making the only bed in the center of the room. "All right, I'm going to take a shower first," he announced. "Having arranged the bedding, I'll join you," Song Ying replied, retrieving his own clothes. "Hey, the bathroom is too cramped. You need to wait a moment," Song Shi urged, pushing Song Ying out with a sense of urgency, as the latter's towering frame was ill-suited for the confined space. "It's not that cramped," Song Ying retorted, narrowing his eyes as he covertly surveyed the bathing quarters behind Song Shi, irritation flickering across his features. "Fine, you go first," he conceded, stepping away. With Song Ying, a veritable colossus, absent from the tiny bathroom, Song Shi exhaled in relief, brushing his slightly flushed cheeks. How had he suddenly found himself dwelling on such thoughts? "Goodness, Song Shi, it seems your desires are insatiable." After shutting the door, a flurry of embarrassment washed over him as he recalled Song Ying's earlier comments on the train, which had undeniably affected him. Was he truly inclined that way? Surely not. As hot water filled the bathtub, he pondered while disrobing. Though he had watched a few male adult films, he mused, surely that didn't he mean he was inclined that way? Shaking his head to dispel the errant thoughts, he stepped into the steaming tub, the warmth enveloping him in blissful comfort, eliciting a soft, contented sigh. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by Song Ying's voice. "I need to use the restroom." "Just a moment," Song Shi replied, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Here he was, sharing space with a robot who seemed to require all the basic human functions. Or was it just Song Ying who was a bit peculiar in that regard? Emerging from the warm water, Song Shi quickly wrapped himself in a towel and opened the door, only to be met by the imposing figure of Song Ying, his damp hair framing a stern expression that caused Song Shi to instinctively take a step back. "What is it?" Song Ying squinted, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he assessed Song Shi with a predatory gaze, momentarily considering him quite delectable. "Nothing. You continue," Song Ying said, nonchalantly making his way to the toilet. The sound of his belt clinking filled the air as Song Shi stood awkwardly to the side, acutely aware of the situation. "The water is getting cold," Song Ying remarked, implying that Song Shi should hasten his bathing. With that, any lingering embarrassment Song Shi felt dissipated under Song Ying's cool gaze, leading him to question why he had felt awkward in the first place. Taking small steps, he approached, seizing the opportunity when Song Ying turned, tossing his towel aside and swiftly immersing himself in the tub. The comforting warmth of the water pressed against his skin was delightful, yet the proximity of someone else using the restroom felt decidedly peculiar, intensifying his discomfort with every sound that reached his ears. Only when Song Ying finally exited did Song Shi breathe a sigh of relief, hastily washing himself before diving into bed. A fleeting glance from Song Ying, and he too disappeared into the bathroom. In the ensuing silence, Song Shi's thoughts drifted to the upcoming enrollment at the Mecha Military Academy, which required a D-level physique, a level 6 in Mecha expertise, advanced mechanical knowledge, and an age restriction of under 25. Among these criteria, the only one he met was the age requirement. He was still just 23. With a wry smile, he continued pondering the other requirements. He had never undergone any fitness testing, as mechas had previously been out of reach, rendering any attempts futile. Achieving a level 6 in mecha knowledge seemed daunting. The system consisted of 8 levels, and he had yet to pass even one. On the other hand, he was somewhat familiar with the basics of mechanical knowledge, as it encompassed essential concepts. With diligent effort, he believed he could grasp it. However, to obtain all the necessary certifications within 2 days was a fanciful dream. With a heavy sigh, he buried himself under the blankets, emitting a groan of despair. Just then, the blanket was pulled away, and he found himself staring at Song Ying, who, with damp hair, was about to crawl into bed. Sitting upright abruptly, Song Shi pushed him back. "Why haven't you dried your hair?" Song Ying rubbed his wet locks, a slight pout forming on his lips. "It dries automatically." A dry chuckle escaped Song Shi as he sighed, resignedly reaching for a nearby towel. turning Song Ying around so that his back faced him. Kneeling behind him, Song Shi began to dry his hair. Focus on the important parts, Song Ying instructed. Huh? Song Shi hadn't quite caught that. Tilting his head to peek at Song Ying's profile. Dry the important parts, Song Ying reiterated, and the pressure in Song Shi's hands made his spine tingle, prompting him to lean against Song Shi. Smiling, Song Shi realized he had managed to please this demanding figure, applying more pressure to tousle Song Ying's short, dark hair into a delightful mess, obscuring his forehead and eyes, softening his overall demeanor. All done. Song Shi tossed the towel onto a nearby chair, running his fingers through Song Ying's hair. Not yet, Song Ying replied, observing the discarded towel with discontent. He offered a fresh one. Keep drying. Perplexed, Song Shi held the dry towel, muttering to himself about its already dry state. After a moment of contemplation, he finally relented, surrendering to the unwavering gaze of Song Ying. Forgoing the towel, he directly began to massage the weighty head before him. Chapter 26. Yao Yuer Song Shi had ordered a plethora of mechanical knowledge books online, determined to make a final push over the next couple of days. Under Song Ying's watchful eye, they consumed nutritious meals for 2 days, and at last, the day of enrollment had arrived, marked by Song Ying's increasingly darkening expression. Early in the morning, Song Shi donned his attire and, dragging Song Ying along, made his way to the Mecha Military Academy. He had assumed he had arrived early enough, yet was taken aback to find the vast square already teeming with people, a sea of dark heads creating an oppressive atmosphere that left him feeling somewhat pallid. After a struggle to squeeze into the crowd and finally queue up, perspiration dotted his brow. Teacher, this is the finest Longjing tea from my family, a student offered, his voice tinged with unease. The teacher, who had been taking notes, chuckled derisively, triggering laughter among the surrounding students. If you wish to offer gifts, go to another school, he replied with a dismissive wave, prompting one of the 5 students behind him to take the boy by the arm and drag him away. What a clueless fool! The Mecha Military Academy is not a place where gifts can secure admission. Indeed. What's Longjing tea, anyway? How laughable. Don't speak if you don't understand. Longjing is quite expensive and favored by the nouveau riche. The crowd buzzed with chatter as the boy was led away. Silence, bellowed the teacher, restoring quiet to the throng and causing Song Shi to feel a flicker of panic. Gifts? Should I be rushing to present my introduction letter? He thought, furrowing his brow until Song Ying, unable to bear the sight, nudged him forward to keep pace with the students ahead. That old man dares not refuse you, Song Ying scoffed, directing a cold snort toward the teacher at the front. What can you do about it? Song Shi replied with a wry smile. Drag him out and have him executed, Song Ying declared with chilling seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest, leaving Song Shi both amused and exasperated. Yet, he could not deny that his nerves had calmed considerably. Pulling Song Ying closer, he gazed into his eyes. I told you not to watch so much television. Song Ying frowned, perplexed by the comment. But upon seeing Song Shi's relaxed demeanor, he decided not to dwell on it, instead fixing his cold gaze on the teacher ahead, lost in thought. When it was finally Song Shi's turn, the teacher, Mr. Wang, took his identity crystal card, his brows furrowing in disbelief as he scrutinized the information displayed. None of this complies with the Academy's requirements, not even a decent certificate, he noted, though further testing was still necessary. This did not negate the need for written proof. After all, Mr. Wang, surprised, lifted his gaze to see the timid and anxious young man before him, who was nervously clutching the hem of the robot's garment. A smile broke across Mr. Wang's face, and he asked gently, Song Shi, is it? But your records, he trailed off, knowing full well the implications of his unfinished statement. Understanding perfectly, Song Shi interjected, I have an introduction letter. The moment he spoke those words, he wished he could retract them. Why did he have to mention that? An introduction letter? Mr. Wang replied, his demeanor still amiable as he regarded Song Shi, with a resolute expression. Song Shi presented the letter, anxiety gnawing at him as he gazed up at the well-dressed, refined-looking man, silently praying that he would not be dismissed so swiftly. Perhaps his prayers were answered, for the teacher did not directly send someone to escort Song Shi away. Instead, he maintained a gentle demeanor and said, Yuer, please take this student to the testing room. Yes, teacher. The boy, referred to as Yuer, raised his head and approached Song Shi with a sweet smile, saying, Please follow me. Both of you. Song Shi gazed in astonishment at the cultured man who had granted him passage, and after a moment, he could not help but feel overjoyed. However, he soon heard the man say, "This letter will only allow you to pass the initial stage. The subsequent tests cannot be aided by this letter." Upon hearing this, Song Shi hurriedly nodded, his obedient demeanor prompting the teacher to shake his head in disbelief. How could someone without any abilities dare to apply to the foremost military academy in Huagua? Such audacity, or perhaps ignorance. Regardless of the teacher's thoughts, Song Shi was elated, nearly floating alongside Song Ying. Someone who knows nothing dares to register. How foolish! A sharp voice of derision emerged from the boy leading the way. Yuer. Song Shi, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss for words until he heard Yuer continue. "I really don't understand what Brother Chang sees in you. Your looks, your figure, or perhaps your prowess in bed." As the boy turned to speak, a face that Song Shi found familiar was revealed, causing him to squint in contemplation. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, the little comrade from the car." This revelation left Song Shi astonished. What a small world it was, and he could not help but smile awkwardly. "Are you so pleased to hear that your skills in bed are commendable?" Yuer raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Song Shi with a critical gaze, followed by a cold chuckle. Song Shi was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Naturally incapable of engaging in an argument, Song Shi's angry retort came out soft and feeble, as if he feared the boy before him. "What a foul mouth you have," Song Ying remarked, wrinkling his nose in distaste as his gaze swept over the unappealing figure on the ground. Yuer, he said, propping himself up on his arms. Although he was not in great pain, the embarrassment of losing face hurt more than anything, and with a flushed face and disheveled appearance, Yuer fixed his gaze on Song Shi, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. "Very well. Indulging your robots to assault others at school can lead to expulsion. You have no right to remain here." Song Shi was taken aback, but Song Ying immediately interjected, "You have no right to say that. Step aside." With that, he took Song Shi's hand and unceremoniously kicked Yuer aside. Addressing the onlookers, "Get someone else to lead." His air of superiority left many dumbfounded. Which of them was truly the master here? To register, just keep going straight toward that milky white circular building over there, a boy said instinctively while under Song Ying's watchful gaze. Song Ying responded affirmatively and led Song Shi directly in that direction. However, Yuer was not about to let them pass. "Stop, take another step, and I will have the enforcers throw you out." A malicious expression spread across Yuer's rather striking face. "Since when can the enforcers be summoned at your whim?" A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Since school had yet to commence, the speaker was not clad in the strict military uniform. He appeared to be around 20 years old, with a handsome visage and a gentle smile that evoked a sense of springtime warmth. "Mu Yuan!" Yuer exclaimed upon seeing him, his brows furrowing in disbelief. "Whether I have the right to determine that is not for you to decide. Move aside." The man named Mu Yuan maintained a slight smile, exuding an air of sophistication. "Must we summon your brother Chang to escort them away?" He raised an eyebrow, appearing to relish the unfolding drama as that figure gradually receded. Mu Yuan approached Song Shi and his companion, saying, "You must be the student here to register. Would you like me to guide you to the testing room?" "Thank you, that would be very kind of you," Song Shi replied eagerly, grateful for the chance to encounter a polite individual. "No need. I know the way," Song Ying retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the milky white structure ahead, showing no regard for Mu Yuan. Taken aback, Mu Yuan had not anticipated such a response from the robot. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it with his genteel demeanor. "Very well, I shall take my leave then, Junior." He smiled at Song Shi before departing, but once turned away, his cheerful expression darkened considerably. Once Mu Yuan had walked away, Song Shi shot a glance at Song Ying. "How could you speak to him like that? He was being kind?" Song Ying squinted at the retreating figure of Mu Yuan, casting a sidelong glance at Song Shi, his otherwise expressionless face now tinged with concern. "Those two are not good people." With that, he took Song Shi's hand and headed straight for the circular building. Upon entering, they found themselves in a square space, with a small door at the front. Aside from this, there were only a few chairs and a reception desk, creating an overwhelmingly white atmosphere. If sunlight were to stream in, it would undoubtedly be blinding at that moment. The testing room was eerily quiet. Although many people moved about, the the vastness of the building rendered their activity sparse. The milky white walls were adorned with various paintings of flora and fauna, and the transparent ceiling allowed a glimpse of the dim sky. Ahead, a large rectangular screen displayed a list of names, and the receptionist called out, announcing each name. After obtaining a testing form and number plate at the front desk, Song Shi obediently took a seat among the others waiting on the side. The individual next to him appeared extremely anxious, muttering incessantly and glancing around nervously. Is it my turn? What should I do? What if I fail? He fretted, his face paling as he trembled and took a couple of steps back, only to collapse onto the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Take him away. Next, Li Fong. No, give me one more chance. I worked so hard to obtain all my certificates. How can you expel me now? The person being dragged away shouted desperately, as if in a frenzy. Song Shi could not help but swallow nervously. Overhearing the hushed murmurs of those nearby, it seemed that this individual had little hope. At 25, this was his last opportunity to register. Of course, he has no hope. At 25, he only managed to acquire those certificates. Even if he passes the test, the teachers would never allow him in. His talent is simply too lacking, as expected of the foremost military academy in Huagua. Their standards are indeed exceedingly high. The wait felt interminable, and when Song Shi's name was finally called, nearly 2 hours had passed. Rising too quickly made his legs nearly buckle, but fortunately, Song Ying caught him just in time. With a sigh of relief, he dashed to the front desk and addressed the lead teacher. I am Song Shi. Hello, teacher. Bowing and smiling, he appeared as obedient as a primary school student, prompting a chuckle from the recording female teacher, who remarked, look at his politeness. Qin Laoshi, you should smile a bit too. Otherwise, the students will privately call you King Yin, and that would be quite troublesome. The teased teacher, Qin, displayed a helpless expression. His naturally poker face was beyond his control, so he merely adjusted his posture to present a more authoritative demeanor. Clearing his throat, he said to Song Shi, you may enter now. The test form contains the sequence. Just follow those numbers for your assessment. Song Shi nodded and, alongside Song Ying, walked toward the small door. Inside, the walls and corners remained white, leading to a row of small doors, each tagged with numbers. After glancing at his testing form, Song Shi headed to the first testing room. He knocked twice, and a voice from within called out, come in. Taking a deep breath, Song Shi adjusted his clothing and turned the handle. So you are Song Shi. Let us first assess your physical condition. If all goes well, we can then test your mental strength. An elderly man with a white beard examined the documents in his hands before looking at the introduction letter, which he tossed aside. Muttering to himself about the influx of applicants to the military academy, head over to the simulation chamber. If you cannot withstand the pressure inside, just press the red button above, and we will terminate the test immediately. Song Shi nodded and walked toward the square machine chamber. Just as he was about to enter, Song Ying remarked critically, it's so small. I can't even stretch my legs in there. Song Shi shot him a glance. You're not even going in, he whispered, giving a gentle shove to the unmoving figure. Upon meeting Song Ying's darkened gaze, he attempted to appease him with wide, innocent eyes, suggesting, just wait over there. Reluctantly, Song Ying stepped aside, his tall, imposing frame drawing the attention of 3 teachers nearby. The leading elder furrowed his brow. Although the JK series was not particularly praiseworthy, he sensed something different about this robot. He shook his head, dismissing the odd thought, and as Song Shi entered the chamber, the simulation system was activated. After waiting for a while, feeling rather peculiar, he glanced outside at the scenery, which appeared normal a little while later. Song Shi sensed an onset of pressure, though he could not quite name it as such. It was an inexplicable heaviness in his breathing, which soon escalated to a point where he found it increasingly difficult to breathe, culminating in a slight dizziness. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open, and Song Shi gasped for air, gazing at Song Ying's towering figure, standing at the entrance like an iron tower, with a firm yet gentle grip. Song Ying half embraced the somewhat weak Song Shi and pulled him out. Goodness, who would have thought that such a thin frame could withstand 90% of the pressure? Quite impressive indeed. The old man with the white beard chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he beheld Song Shi. This was undoubtedly an A-grade physique. While the teachers around them were pleased, Song Ying was not. Observing the person in his arms gasping for breath incited his ire. His breath deepened, and he cast a cold glance at the old man, his narrowed eyes glimmering with silver light. Let us test the mental strength next. If the physique is a grade, the mental strength must at least be B. He mused with a smirk. Song Shi, despite the faint fatigue clinging to his body, felt an overwhelming joy that overshadowed everything else upon hearing this. He promptly extricated himself from Song Ying's embrace, steadied his unsteady steps, and made his way to the other side of the cabin where the mental testing apparatus awaited. Placing his hand on the chair, a chilling sensation pierced through his head, or rather, his mind as Song Shi immersed himself in the testing. It felt as though he had entered a world of sponge, suffocated by the pressure exerted by the surrounding spongy entities, which induced an unbearable headache. His pale face bore a furrowed brow. What was happening to him? Noticing Song Shi's discomfort, Song Ying addressed the white-bearded elder in a low tone, his dark eyes flickering with concern in a mere moment. His towering figure shielded Song Shi from the elder's view. It's all right. It's just the mental strength test. He will recover quickly, the elder reassured, stepping back slightly. Song Ying, however, was unconvinced. His gaze remained fixed and intense on the elder, his eyes narrowing with a glint of determination. With a sudden rush of energy, Song Shi felt all the sensory lines connected to him vanish, leaving him nearly collapsed in the chair, his pale complexion making even the act of opening his eyes feel laborious. Fortunately, through the haze, he recognized the familiar hands and scent that lifted him up. It was Song Ying, and thus he surrendered to unconsciousness. How can you claim he is fine? Song Ying's brows furrowed as he held Song Shi, his sharp features enough to intimidate anyone present. The elder could not help but wave his hands in explanation. He truly is fine. He merely overexerted his mental strength and has fallen into fatigue. A day of rest will suffice. The elder chuckled to himself, pleased that his testing group had produced an A-grade student in both physique and mental prowess, the fifth exceptional student thus far, though still overshadowed by the 3 Z-grade students that had appeared earlier. After stroking his beard, he cheerfully addressed Song Ying. Next, we have the Mecha test and mechanical studies assessment. Let your charge rest for a day before proceeding with the tests. Song Ying gazed at the elder with an impassive expression. Accommodation? The elder appeared puzzled, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. The dormitory arrangements will be made once you enter the military academy. For now, all students who have passed the first round will be accommodated in the chess piece building. I shall have someone guide you there. When Song Shi awoke, Song Ying was absent. The room was immaculate, and as he dragged his weary body from beneath the covers, clutching his growling stomach, he stumbled into the living room. Is anyone here? Song Shi licked his dry lips, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. The room was quite ordinary and pristine, with all the furnishings appearing brand new. Suddenly, he caught sight of the label on the couch and gasped. A fortune indeed. He marveled at the lavishness, realizing no one could possibly afford such a room. Just as he pondered this, a voice broke the silence. I'm hungry. Song Ying's stern demeanor softened momentarily. Song Ying, what are you doing here? Wait, why are we here? Song Shi inquired. Song Ying, unfazed, stepped in front of the refrigerator, scanning its contents with a critical eye. He frowned, selecting a few items he had never tried before and handed them to Song Shi, instructing him to prepare them. What is this place? Song Shi questioned, bewildered. This is a residence provided by the elder. He mentioned that those who passed the first test stay here, Song Ying explained. Realization dawned upon Song Shi, accompanied by a smile that crept across his face. Does this mean I passed the first test? Indeed, Song Ying affirmed, raising his brow. Now hurry and cook. Lingering here is inconvenient. With a buoyant spirit, Song Shi nodded enthusiastically and scurried into the kitchen, gathering the ingredients in his arms. He ignited the stove and quickly sought the ingredients, adding chili and vinegar to create a dish that was both sour and appetizing. As he removed his apron, the egg drop soup on the side also reached a boil. Is it ready? Song Ying leaned against the kitchen doorway, his usually stoic face betraying a hint of urgency. Almost done. You can sit. I'll bring it over shortly, Song Shi cheerfully replied, tasting the food before serving it. Just as he was about to lift the dishes, Song Ying strode in with his long legs and effortlessly took 2 dishes from him. Song Shi shook his head, somewhat bemused by Song Ying's enthusiasm. Perhaps what the elder had said had indeed left an impression on him. Song Ying was like a majestic eagle, while he himself felt merely ordinary. He was determined not to hold Song Ying back. For both their sakes, he needed to rise to greater heights, at least to stand alongside Song Ying. The bedroom door creaked open gently, and Song Ying stepped in, observing the figure resting against the table. A flicker of darkness passed through his sharp eyes as he approached. The person's tousled, slightly curled hair felt delightful to the touch, and he delicately twirled a strand around his finger, careful not to disturb their slumber. After a moment, he reluctantly released it and, noticing the mechanical knowledge displayed on the screen, he turned it off, bending down to slide his arm under the person's legs while his other arm encircled their shoulder. Lifting them effortlessly, the individual, seemingly uncomfortable, nuzzled their soft face against Song Ying's chest, emitting a contented sigh, their brows relaxing. Song Ying chuckled softly, placing the person gently in the cozy bedding before slipping in beside them. As anticipated, they instinctively burrowed into his embrace. As night descended and silence enveloped the room. The next day's testing saw noticeably fewer participants than the day before. The once lively atmosphere had dissipated into a tense quiet, everyone waiting anxiously for their names to be called. Song Shi and Song Ying proceeded to the testing room, where the stark white hall revealed a sharp decrease in the number of seated individuals, creating an even more solemn ambience. Each person was poised, bracing themselves for their turn. Finding a spot to sit, Song Shi rubbed his stomach, recalling how he had been roused by Song Ying early that morning to prepare breakfast. He felt he was becoming a genuine housewife, albeit one who enjoyed the meals he prepared. Covering his full belly, he couldn't help but silently curse Song Ying, casting a glance at the person beside him before shifting slightly. The chiseled abs he had always desired were just out of reach, leaving him feeling disheartened as he rubbed his own soft stomach. "What are you daydreaming about now?" Song Ying's gaze remained fixed ahead. "Huh?" Song Shi scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Nothing." Next, Song Shi and Song Ying, the same Mr. Qin who had registered them before, glanced at the approaching duo, his attention finally landing on Song Ying, pondering the impressive presence of this robotic figure. "Hello, teachers, I am Song Shi." He introduced himself to the three teachers at the podium, the lead teacher, a well-proportioned man, tapping his fingers, scrutinizing Song Shi. "Choose one," Mr. Zhang instructed gently, his brow furrowed without a hint of a smile, creating an oddly dissonant expression. Taken aback, Song Shi hesitated until the teacher on the right clarified, "Select one at your leisure for us to assess your combat capabilities. Note that it is not merely weapon proficiency, but rather your combat skills." In a state of apparent shock, Song Shi could hardly believe his ears. These names were utterly foreign to him. Turning to glance at Song Ying, he couldn't help but feel relieved that the latter wasn't demanding to see his Mecha certification upon arrival. With a wry smile, he addressed the teacher in front of him, expressing his request. "Excuse me, could I borrow a few energy packs?" The three teachers seated on the platform wore expressions of astonishment. It was quite astonishing that a candidate at the prestigious First Military Academy of Huagua had not brought their own energy packs. The individuals on the screen were momentarily taken aback as well. Was the Mecha's energy insufficient for the test? Author's note: apologies, I might only manage 4,000 words today. Tomorrow, I shall strive for 3,000. Currently, 4,000 feels like an unattainable goal. As Song Shi awkwardly affixed the combat energy pack to Song Ying under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes. He noticed the impressive wattage displayed, an astounding 1,000 watts, which brought him a sense of relief. Mecha transformation, he thought. Zhang Fong cleared his throat, interrupting Song Shi's apparent reverie. Nodding hurriedly, he glanced at Song Ying, whose expression was inscrutable, betraying neither thoughtfulness nor ease. With a resigned demeanor, Song Ying turned and initiated his Mecha transformation. "Let us wrap this up quickly," he said with annoyance, reflecting on how far he had fallen to be reduced to a mere plaything for others. Although he had never encountered a monkey before, he could not fathom why anyone would find amusement in monkey tricks. Yet, with his family's prestigious standing, not a single member of the top 10 kings would dare challenge him to defeat a mere mecha that barely qualified as a threat. As he stepped into Song Ying's cockpit once more, Song Shi felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Before him loomed 5 mechas, and he pointed to the sleek, jet-black humanoid mecha. The others retreated as the chosen black mecha advanced, transforming dramatically. Its dark, imposing exterior was adorned with massive shell-like armor, resembling a colossal humanoid beetle, and its size was comparable to that of Song Ying. However, in Song Shi's eyes, nothing could surpass the magnificence of Song Ying's mecha transformation, a perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty. As he caressed the control panel, a flurry of machinery sprang to life, revealing a transparent interface filled with an array of symbols and shapes. Each symbol represented a distinct attack or defense combination, underscoring the necessity for a mecha pilot to possess not only physical prowess but also exceptional mental acuity. After all, how could one memorize and execute so many symbols and their corresponding attacks? Consequently, the likelihood of successfully merging with the sodium elements within the mecha would also increase. The three teachers busily recorded observations on their tablets, while Songshur exhaled, his gaze fixed warily on the beetle mecha before him. The black mecha launched the first attack, and the teachers had instructed them to keep the assault within the students' tolerable limits. Thus, it was imperative to gauge the opponent's attack strength. As the spinning figure approached like a whirlwind, Songshur's fingers danced across the control panel, his movements instinctive, seamlessly integrating with the symbols he had only just mastered. Right side, target the lower body. Song Ying's voice reverberated through the cockpit. Understood, Songshur replied. His focus narrowing as beads of sweat trickled down his face. The mecha he faced was significantly more formidable than the one he had battled in Mecha City, despite the absence of heavy weaponry. Its agility and techniques proved to be a considerable challenge. If not for the robust defense of Song Ying's mecha, he might have already succumbed to defeat. Frustration simmered within Song Ying as he endured countless attacks. Finish this quickly, he commanded, exasperated. Had it not been for the insufficient energy reserves, he would have deployed the numerous auxiliary mechas under his control to obliterate the opponent. Understood. Keep quiet, Songshur replied, barely taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. His consecutive attacks and defenses had required less than 10 symbols, showcasing an impressive speed and skill that would surely astound any onlooker. It is widely acknowledged that controlling a mecha necessitates the combination of symbols to generate attacks. Each simple symbol harbors thousands of potential combinations, leading to myriad offensive maneuvers. That Songshur could produce dozens of attacks and defenses from a single symbol was no small feat, requiring an immense reservoir of mental energy. Suddenly, Songshur was forcefully slammed against the wall, the impact reverberating throughout the cockpit, causing even him to wince in pain. Are you all right? Song Ying inquired, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine. Just hurry and take him down. Our energy packs are running low. Song Ying's terse response carried an air of urgency and irritation. Songshur fell silent, cold sweat pooling at the corners of his eyes, his pale complexion portraying vulnerability. I apologize. It's my fault for being inadequate. If you weren't the pilot, I would never have permitted you to enter the cockpit. Song Ying's voice was low and firm. Taken aback, Songshur instinctively covered his mouth. Muttering a vague apology, he's coming. Hurry. Gazing through the cockpit window, he saw the black silhouette approaching with the speed of lightning. As his fingers returned to the control panel, he thought, if not for him, he would never have been allowed into this cockpit. A smirk played on Songshur's lips, a hint of pride swelling within him. If one could measure hand speed, it would surely reveal that his movements had become even swifter than moments before. Zhang Fong inhaled sharply, a moment of silence hanging in the air before he declared, Everyone, revert your mecha transformations. Exhausted, Songshur staggered out of the mecha cabin, chuckling to himself about how grueling these tests always seemed to be. As he stepped down, Song Ying reverted to his human form and swiftly caught Songshur, who was about to collapse. Observing his pallid face and damp, tousled hair clinging to his cheeks, Song Ying frowned, a flicker of discontent igniting in his dark eyes. Whatever the matter, we can discuss it tomorrow, he stated coldly, addressing Zhang Fong, who had approached briskly. Zhang Fong, still shaken by the earlier ordeal, nodded in agreement. Very well, but please ensure he is well rested. There is a mechanical fundamentals exam scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Having been too fatigued to shower the previous night, Songshur awoke to the unmistakable scent of perspiration clinging to him. Frowning, he hurried to wash up, casting a glance at the still sleeping Song Ying to ensure he was tucked in before retreating to the bathroom. Filled with joy, perhaps even exhilaration, Songshur reflected on how he had successfully passed the second stage of the examination. Only one more challenge remained before he could enter the academy. As he reveled in this thought, he waited for the tub to fill, shedding his clothes and indulging in a brief soak. Meanwhile, Song Ying awoke, hearing the sound of running water. He tossed aside his covers and donned a white, insulated outfit from the wardrobe, adjusting the room temperature before exiting the bedroom. His dark eyes fell upon an email displayed on the television screen. An automated message from the National Defense Mecha Academy. Song Shi, Song Shi, Song Ying called out, his voice low and commanding. What is it? Song Shi rushed out, hair still damp and a white towel wrapped around his waist. Following Song Ying's gaze, he was taken aback by the message on the screen. He had passed the examination without needing to face the third stage and could advance directly. Yes, yes, Song Shi exclaimed, tilting his head back in laughter, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with delight. This is amazing. I can hardly believe it. Lost in a flurry of excitement, he clung to Song Ying's sleeve, his fair complexion drawing a shadow of intrigue from Song Ying. In an instinctive reaction, Song Ying wrapped his arm around Song Shi's waist. Unlike his own body, which was as hard as steel, Song Shi felt soft and pliable, igniting a flicker of desire within Song Ying's gaze. What should we do to celebrate? He asked, his voice low and enticing, his warm breath brushing against Song Shi's ear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Still in a euphoric state, Song Shi proposed enthusiastically, how about I cook all the food in the fridge so you can have a proper feast? The playful demeanor stirred another laugh from Song Shi, who shook his head in exasperation. I'll get right to it. Nodding, Song Ying's stern expression softened for the first time. Author's note. How many girls might feel disappointed? Ha. Song Ying has succumbed to food. He has yet to gain any advantage and has surrendered to the allure of cuisine. Please forgive him, dear readers. Given his still immature body, certain desires may be somewhat diminished, at least in comparison to food. However, once he experiences that certain something, he will transform into a fierce beast, and food will become Song Shi. Ha. Reading on my phone at book.cn, Chapter 30, Lesson 1. Song Shi was quite pleased with the mech engineer's dormitory, which was significantly more advanced than the one she had stayed in a few days prior. It boasted numerous mechanical features, such as a small robot, no larger than a petite apple, resembling a charming doll. Nonetheless, it served as the central holographic interface for the dormitory, managing all tasks within the room. Song Shi affectionately named her diminutive companion Sua, marking it as her first robot. Ding! The compact holographic device she carried suddenly chimed. Upon glancing at it, Song Shi tapped the circular interface, which revealed a plethora of messages. She promptly downloaded the information onto her personal device, perusing it with growing astonishment at the stringent military regulations of the Academy. The first rule of the Academy: no fighting on campus. If necessary, the mech city in Building 18 may be utilized. The second rule: no unauthorized robots, aside from one's own mech, are permitted on campus. The third rule: monthly examinations are mandatory. Failure to pass will result in expulsion. The fourth rule: Song Shi swallowed hard, realizing the Academy's unwavering commitment to discipline. Just as she was reflecting on this, there was a knock at the door. Hello, may I ask if this is Song Shi? A visitor entered, dragging a black suitcase, their refined appearance and gentle tone instantly evoking a sense of warmth. I'm here to deliver your military uniform and some books, the visitor explained. Oh, I'm so sorry for the trouble, Song Shi replied, hastily pulling the heavy suitcase closer. It appeared to contain quite a lot. No worries, at this military academy, we are expected to handle everything ourselves, and delivering items earns me credits, so it's no trouble at all. The visitor smiled. By the way, I'm Yuan, a second-year student. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Song Shi, she replied, shaking his hand. What do you mean by earning credits? Yuan elaborated. Credits are akin to currency outside. We aren't allowed to carry money on campus. To purchase anything in the defense zone, you must use credits. Moreover, the more credits you accumulate, the higher your rank will be within your grade group. His tone brimmed with excitement. If you rank among the top 10, you'll receive a chance to travel to the stars at the year's end. Travel to the stars? Song Shi exclaimed exaggeratedly, gazing up at the ethereal cosmos. This is part of the Academy's training, but the competition is fierce, as it involves the elite of each grade. We who do odd jobs are still quite far from that. Yuan shrugged. Even if we toil all afternoon, it pales in comparison to those who secure victories in the mech city. Song Shi, puzzled, inquired, isn't it said that once enrolled, we cannot freely leave the mech city? Yuan waved dismissively. Not that mech city, but the independent one run by the Academy. If you wish to earn credits, it's easier to go there, though it is perilous, especially if you encounter the law enforcement team, who often patrols that area. Yuan checked his watch. All right, I won't keep you. I need to head to the library to study. Okay, take care, senior, Songshi replied. After seeing Yuan off, she dragged the heavy suitcase and closed the door. Meanwhile, Song Ying was engrossed in a combat game. Though it wasn't a virtual reality game, it was still an immersive 10D experience. Without taking his eyes off the screen, he remarked, "What were you just talking about?" Standing there for so long, he had just defeated a monster. A hint of pride gracing his lips, a senior came to deliver some items, Songshi said, placing the suitcase beside him on the sofa. Upon opening it, she found 2 brand new military uniforms and a collection of books. In this era, printed books were becoming increasingly rare due to the scarcity of materials and difficulties in preservation, leading to their widespread obsolescence. However, the Academy's ability to produce these books on a large scale demonstrated its commitment to the students and its financial resources. Regardless, the tactile sensation of the familiar paper and the scent of antiquity brought Songshi immense joy, prompting her to beam with delight, which inadvertently drew Song Ying's attention away from his game. He pointed at the 2 uniforms and asked, "Is one of these for me?" "No, you should try yours on," she replied. Song Ying's gaze fell upon a navy blue uniform next to the black one, tailored in a rather Western style, featuring a half-black collar, loose black trousers, and matching black shoes. The mech engineer's attire included an additional black cloak, which he immediately claimed. He wrinkled his nose at the white fur collar, disdainfully commenting, "Low-grade animal fur." However, Songshi was quite satisfied and hurried to change in her bedroom. Upon emerging, Song Ying squinted, contemplating the transformation. The navy color accentuated her fair complexion, and the uniform's straight cut emphasized her youthful appearance, enveloping her gentle demeanor and enhancing her beauty. "How do I look?" Songshi asked, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Song Ying scoffed, turning his face away and returning to his game. "Hurry up and take it off before you dirty it in the kitchen." Songshi rolled her eyes, muttering, "All you think about is food." With her course schedule and some books in hand, Songshi meandered until she finally arrived at the academic building. As she sighed in relief, she couldn't help but glance at the tall figure beside her dressed in a black military uniform. Noting his tiger-like temperament and pig-like laziness, it was early morning, yet it took him several nudges to slowly get dressed. "All right, stay close to me once we go in. Don't wander off," she instructed. Song Ying cast a sidelong glance at her, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, before slowly nodding. Content, Songshi led Song Ying into the academic building, following the notice board until they reached class 1 of the first-year group. Upon entering, they found most seats still unoccupied, with a few students scattered about, either in small groups or reading alone. Their arrival barely elicited a glance from the others. After choosing a spot, Songshi placed her books down and surveyed her surroundings. The classroom was so grand that it resembled a large auditorium, with arc-shaped seating arranged around a central podium, and only a handful of chairs in the vast space, making it feel even more spacious. "What's your ranking?" a round-faced boy asked the tall, lean youth beside him. "Not too high, just 13th, the tall youth replied, his tone modest yet his expression betrayed a sense of pride. 13th is quite impressive. Considering our year has only 10 classes, being 13th in the top class is commendable, Zhou Xiao, the round-faced boy complimented with a smile. Zhou Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, by the way, Zhou Xiao. I heard that 4 people from our class advanced directly from the second round. Do you know who the other 3 are?" Zhou Xiao frowned, feeling irked at the thought. His performance had been commendable, and even the teachers praised him during the second round of assessments. Yet, he was still required to continue to the third round, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Among the 3Z-level individuals, he could accept their advancement due to their exceptional talent and prestigious backgrounds. However, the last individual's promotion baffled him. An A-level student couldn't be dismissed as lacking talent, yet such a leap in rank was perplexing. His attempts to investigate yielded no information about the individual's background. It was either that the person had an impressive background or none at all. Zhou Xiao leaned toward the latter, having discovered that the individual had arrived with a letter of introduction. This indicated a lack of sufficient personal backing, necessitating reliance on another's status for advancement. It was incomprehensible to him that such a person could advance directly. Intensifying his feelings of discontent, is it true that an A-level student managed to pass directly? He scoffed. "I wonder how they bribed the teachers." A group of around 10 more students entered, all accompanied by robots, gradually filling the seats. Naturally, The three Z-level students who had advanced directly became the center of attention, along with the A-level Song Shi. Meanwhile, Song Shi, keenly aware of the discussion, quietly tapped her forehead, surprised by the unintended consequences of her direct advancement. It was indeed true that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Finally, the teacher arrived, a white-bearded elder whom Song Shi had encountered during the assessments. "Good morning, students. Welcome to the first Mech Military Academy of Huagua. As the foremost institution, you surely understand the implications. I do not expect you to be the best. I only ask that you strive to be better," he continued. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Rong, the instructor for class 1 of the first-year group. You may call me Li Lao. For the coming year, I will be responsible for your education." Li Lao cleared his throat lightly, and a glimmer of brilliance erupted from his murky old eyes. "This time, our class produced 3 ZS, a remarkable talent indeed. I hope these 3 students will flourish on their future paths. There is also another student whom I hold in high regard. I sincerely hope he does not disappoint me." As he spoke, he kindly glanced in Song Shi's direction with a warm smile. Subsequently, Li Lao recounted various common knowledge and essential skills relevant to military academies, before finally stating, "The National Defense Mecha Academy is not an ordinary military school. It does not follow a standard curriculum. Its guiding principle is to grow through combat. Therefore, today's lessons conclude here. You may choose to attend the theoretical classes or simply vanish until I notify you of the mandatory courses." With that, Li Lao stepped down from the podium. Most people followed suit and departed alongside him, with many opting to skip the upcoming theoretical classes, which piqued Song Shi's curiosity. What struck him as astonishing seemed rather mundane to them. He chuckled softly. Staying for theory lessons was hardly preferable to earning credits in Mecha City. After all, he was already quite familiar with that knowledge. Are you eager to earn credits, or are you just keen to explore the shopping district? Of course, who wouldn't he want to? I've heard there's everything there, including the renowned Tianxiang. The chatter faded into the distance, leaving only a handful of individuals behind. Including Song Shi, there were merely 10 left. He opened his textbook. His theoretical knowledge was lacking, and he needed to seize this opportunity to learn diligently. "Are you Song Shi? I heard you advanced directly. How impressive!" A boy with a cherubic face squeezed in beside him. With an air of mystery, he leaned closer and added, "Everyone in our class is secretly observing you, especially that bold fellow, Zhou Min. You ought to be cautious." Song Shi was taken aback, rendered speechless by the torrent of words. After a moment, he finally responded under the boyish cheerful gaze, "I'm Song Shi. Nice to meet you." Exhaling a sigh, he donned a suitably gentle expression, his charming smile eliciting warmth from those around him. His eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, causing Song Ying, who was reclining against the chair, to tense slightly. Regardless of whether he appeared gentle, angry, dejected, or now confident, Song Ying felt as though he were challenging a black wormhole, perpetually filled with an insatiable curiosity. The author wishes to convey. "I can't believe I've typed 4,000 words. My hands are sore. Ladies, please show some appreciation. Throw some flowers or something." Don't hesitate. Song Shi found solace in his current life. However, to others, it seemed exceedingly dull. Consequently, over the next week, the number of students in the class dwindled from a dozen to just a few. Among them was the cherubic-faced boy, Long Yu. "Song Gu, are you not leaving yet?" Long Yu, the boy, tossed his books to his tall, slender mech named Long Wang. Song Shi frowned, feeling sympathy for the neglected books. "I still need to read a bit longer. You can go ahead." He offered Long Yu a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Long Yu immediately pouted, displaying an expression of grievance. "It's always like this. This time, you must accompany me." "What's the matter?" Song Shi sighed, somewhat helplessly. Long Yu was younger, practically like a younger brother to him. In this class, it felt as if everyone had consciously isolated him, save for Long Yu, who was willing to share a laugh. "Tonight, a senior from the second year invited me to Lua Pavilion. You should come with me. I'd be frightened to go alone," Long Yu said, blinking his large, innocent eyes. "Of course, that's no problem at all," Song Shi replied. "Let us hurry." Long Yu eagerly grasped Song Shi's hand, grinning widely. Lua Pavilion was one of the most famous places in the central district, equally renowned as Tianxiang, Huagua Meeting, and the Mecha City in the northwest. However, Song Shi had never been there and had only heard others rave about how splendid it was. Song Shi was led to a diamond-shaped building adorned in black and red. The irregular lines combined with the vibrant colors made it appear like a blossoming flower from a distance. However, the large sign out front read not Lua Pavilion, but Gustianxiang. Noticing Song Shi's confusion, Long Yu smiled sheepishly. The senior suddenly changed the venue, but the food at Gustianxiang is delicious too. That's not the issue. I've heard Gustianxiang isn't great. How about we don't? Song Gu, it's hard to get in without a silver card. Since a senior invited us, we must go and have a look. Otherwise, how could I ever enter with my earnings as a guide at Wangwa meeting? Long Yu pleaded, tugging at Song Shi's sleeve. Unable to shake him off, Song Shi glanced at Song Ying, who, with a cold expression, abruptly pulled Long Yu's hand away. The latter stumbled back a couple of steps but was thankfully steadied by the robot behind him. Avoiding an embarrassing fall down. My apologies, Long Yu. Are you all right? Song Shi shot a disapproving glance at Song Ying, though most of his expression was merely feigned anger. I'm fine. Long Yu lowered his head, brushing off Song Shi's attempt to assist him. When he looked up again, his face was still beaming. Song Gu, just this once, if you truly don't like it here, you can leave immediately. I beg you. He cast a glance at the blooming black and red flowers behind him, his voice tinged with urgency. Gustianxiang was opulently decorated, or rather, it gleamed with gold and brilliance, dazzling Song Shi's eyes. He traversed through a series of rooms, sometimes entering a bamboo garden exuding an ancient charm, and other times stepping into a modern space filled with technological allure, each more enchanting than the last. Navigating through these spaces, he arrived at the Grand Hall of Gustianxiang, where a massive suspended circular stage featured a woman in red singing. The pulsating music made his heart race, and he momentarily felt overwhelmed, clutching his chest in discomfort. Meanwhile, Song Ying displayed no visible emotion, his expression as cold and detached as if the surrounding revelry had nothing to do with him. Song Gu, the senior is on the 18th floor. Let us hurry. We wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Oh, by the way, Long Yu seemed to suddenly remember something and smiled apologetically at Song Shi. The upper floors belong to Gustianxiang, so robots aren't allowed up. Song Gu, let us leave Song Ying down here for a while. You said you'd come down quickly, right? After considering this, Song Shi agreed and turned to Song Ying, saying, please wait here. I'll just say hello and be right back. Song Ying glanced at Song Shi, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Long Yu. Then I'll trouble you. Long Yu was taken aback. This robot had never treated him kindly, often wearing a gloomy expression as if he could sense Long Yu's thoughts. Yet at this moment, Song Ying smiled at him, and Long Yu felt a wave of unease wash over him. However, that feeling dissipated quickly, and he scolded himself for being apprehensive. What was there to fear from a robot that could do nothing without its energy core? Besides, if he could win that person as favor, perhaps he too could rise to great heights one day. With that thought, he felt invigorated and smiled at Song Shi. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Now, Song Gu, let us head up. Song Shi smiled back at Song Ying before boarding the elevator with Long Yu. Song Gu, the seniors are over there. Let us hurry, Long Yu urged, pulling Song Shi along with such enthusiasm that he nearly broke into a jog. What's the rush? It's just a meal, Song Shi wondered. Long Yu, cheeks flushed, halted at the door of room 130 and pressed the adjacent video panel, announcing, Senior, we've arrived. All right, come in. A voice filled with mirth responded from the darkness within. The door swung open, and Long Yu eagerly tugged Song Shi inside. The force of his grip was so tight that even the most oblivious Song Shi sensed something was amiss upon entering. The laughter grew louder. The black and red room housed numerous individuals dressed in military uniforms, some casually embracing one another while seated on curved sofas. A plethora of drinks and fruits adorned the front bar, with the flickering black and red lights creating a dizzying atmosphere. As Song Shi stood there, Long Yu moved forward, standing before a shadowed figure and announcing, Chong Gu, I've brought the person, this time. You have to reward me. He released Song Shi's hand and sidled up to the man, pushing aside those beside him and leaning affectionately on the man's shoulder. A reward, of course, but first, we must toast to our junior, Song. It's you? Song Shi exclaimed, recognizing the man's darkly amused expression. Yes, it's me. Do you have a problem with that? I told you, I can't help but feel a bit restless when it comes to you. Wang Chong, after uttering a few words, rose to his feet, seized a glass of crimson wine from the table, swirled it twice, and then proclaimed, This, my friend, is exquisite red wine. Something rare for someone of your humble background to indulge in. Come, indulge me, let my brother Chang enjoy this. With that, Wang Chang extended the glass towards Song Shi, convinced that with Song Ying, Song Shi's bodyguard, absent, his counterpart would surely acquiesce, and he awaited with a grin. I do not drink, Mr. Wang, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate, Song Shi replied, gently pushing aside the hand laden with coarse hair, bypassing Wang Chang's figure to address Long Yu, who was lounging against the back of a chair. I shall take my leave now. You enjoy yourselves here. In his tone, the warmth had dissipated. Although he had little acquaintance with Long Yu, it did not imply he would tolerate being toyed with. Brother Song, it took considerable effort to invite you. Leaving so early might incite Brother Chang's ire, Long Yu remarked, his cherubic face adorned with a disingenuous smile, reminiscent of a face blurred by rain on a glass pane. Song Shi narrowed his eyes. No need. I have no friends here. Long Yu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Surely, in this entire military academy, you lack companions? Song Shi frowned, casting a glance over the youthful faces, whether jovial or furious, and felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation in this dismal atmosphere. With a faint smile, he appeared like a pristine snow lotus within a murky realm, a flower that those who dwell in darkness or have been tainted by it yearn to approach yet cannot resist defiling. Wang Chang belonged to the latter. This seemingly gentle yet aloof lotus stirred within him an urge to pluck and taint it black, an act of conquest. Down this drink, and I shall let you go. Wang Chang's visage appeared dark under the dim lights. Leaning against the door, Song Shi smirked. Take your time deciphering, boys. Wiping the remnants of wine from his lips, the vivid stain rendered his lips even more alluring. And with a bitter smile, he suddenly spotted Song Ying leaning against the wall, momentarily stunned. Song Ying approached with purposeful strides, glancing down at the flushed Song Shi, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Only you? Song Shi. At that moment, Song Shi beheld Song Ying's laughter, so uncharacteristically hearty, and for reasons unknown, joined in the mirth. Isn't this area off limits? Song Shi questioned, puzzled as he ushered Song Ying into the elevator. Song Ying gestured to his neck, and only then did Song Shi notice the absence of the identification tag. The guard over there didn't check me, Song Ying replied, his expression unusually stern in the shadowy ambience. As they exited the elevator, Song Shi noticed a young lady at the adjacent counter smiling courteously at him, which caused him to twitch his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Song Ying, thinking to himself how one could embody such an air of nobility and yet remain unchallenged as a robot. After a few inward musings, he and Song Ying stepped out of the establishment. The night air was frigid, yet Song Shi felt a warmth, likely from the earlier glass of wine. He knew Wang Chang's arrogant disposition led him to believe he held all the cards. He would never stoop to drugging the drink, which emboldened Song Shi to take the gamble, albeit he had not anticipated his own poor tolerance. One glass of red wine had already begun to cloud his senses. The warmth of his body brushed against the colder, more rigid form of Song Ying, providing a peculiar comfort. Stealing a glance at Song Ying's impassive face, he took a few steps closer, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that Song Ying's pace had slackened at its like strawberries. Song Shi murmured almost inaudibly. Strawberries? Song Ying inquired, his face obscured by shadows. Indeed, they were a frequent treat during the new year. Mother would always procure a box. You know, they were quite the luxury then. My family wasn't too wealthy, but as I grew older and my finances improved, the flavor of strawberries changed. Song Shi chuckled bitterly. After a prolonged silence, Song Shi's mood soured once more. He playfully thumped Song Ying's unyielding shoulder. Hey, you never think to buy me a box, do you? I prepare meals for you daily, treating you like royalty, and yet you remain so cold-hearted, refusing to procure strawberries for me? Tears welled in his eyes, and in his dizzy state, he felt utterly forsaken, as if he were a pitiful creature with no one to care for him. Long Yu was right. Within this military academy, he had no friends. Thus, ensnared in a self-imposed abyss of darkness, he crouched down, casting a long shadow, forlorn and desolate. Sighing, Song Ying's deep-set eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness as he stepped back, then grasped Song Shi's hand. Let us move away. You don't need to concern yourself with this. Song Shi's voice trembled. Leave me be. His small nose sniffled, and his quaking shoulders resembled a sapling on the verge of collapse. The petulant Song Shi was a side Song Ying had never encountered before. Although his patience was typically thin, he exhibited surprising leniency with Song Shi, allowing him to sulk and crumple his military uniform until he finally enveloped Song Shi in his embrace, tightening his grip around the boy's waist, lifting him off the ground. Yet, Song Shi was not one to surrender easily, kicking and flailing as if pedaling a bicycle from a distance, the juxtaposition of one appearing stern and expressionless against the other. Overly mischievous and obstinate, painted a picture of unexpected harmony. Once Song Ying had deposited him onto the bed, he too found himself gasping for breath, loosening his tie and tossing his jacket onto a nearby chair. Rolling up his sleeves to tidy up Song's hit was then that Song Ying recognized the boy was beginning to succumb to the effects of the wine. Just one glass, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Though soon after, a shadow fell over his expression. Strawberries, Song Shi murmured softly, wrapping himself in the white bedding like a cocoon, leaving only his tousled black hair exposed. The new year hasn't arrived yet. So strawberries are absent, Song Ying remarked, glancing at the calendar on the wall. You're deceiving me. Song Shi suddenly sat up, hurling a pillow at Song Ying. Song Shi, Song Ying remarked, brushing his fingers against the rosy cheek of Song Shi, the softness almost rendering him hesitant to apply any pressure, gliding over the boy's tender face to his lush, slightly parted lips, which appeared even more inviting due to the wine. Song Ying lingered there, his thumb tracing the fullness until Song Shi emitted a sound of discomfort. I need water, Song Shi said, swallowing hard, gazing at Song Ying with longing. With large strides, Song Ying yanked the blanket from around Song Shi and settled himself beside him, waiting for the boy to instinctively snuggle closer before finally feeling at ease, closing his eyes while embracing the warmth of Song Shi. The following day, Song Shi, lacking vigor, stifled a yawn as he ambled down the shaded corridor, nearly stumbling, only to be caught by Song Ying just in time. What a close call! Song Shi patted his chest and smiled gratefully at Song Ying. He hadn't anticipated that this person achieved such academic success. Truly, one should not judge solely by appearances. Indeed, who would have thought? As Song Shi entered the classroom, he overheard someone mocking him with ill intentions, one individual stepping into his path. Frowning, he gazed at the person, who was none other than Zhou Xiao, the one Long Yu had warned him to be wary of. How much for a night? Zhou inquired mockingly, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. Didn't he expect you to be such a character? To have shared a bed with a senior in the second year. Impressive. Song Shi glared at Zhou. What did you say? What I say, you know in your heart. Those without a family background truly are willing to sell themselves. Why must you lament, Zhou Xiao? Is this not fortuitous? P.S. willing to sell. Naturally, we classmates are inclined to purchase. Indeed, but I wonder how much this one costs. Zhou inched closer to Song Shi, his tone flippant. Song Shi narrowed his eyes, his delicate features as still as a tranquil lake, scanning those who mocked and jeered, a coldness in his voice. Have you finished? Step aside. The teacher will be arriving shortly. Zhou was clearly taken aback by Song Shi's calm demeanor. A flicker of dark light crossed his gaze. He had indeed spread the word in class based on Wang Chang's insinuations. But under Song Shi's icy stare, he found himself momentarily speechless, a surge of anger swelling within him, compelling him to halt Song Shi's advance. How about lying atop a man? Care to share the experience with us? Zhou sneered. Song Shi cast him a sidelong glance. Go ahead and try. You'll find out soon enough. In an uncharacteristic display, Song Shi smiled, his finely arched brows softening as if they had become a spring-fed pool. Inexplicably captivating. Zhou, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself that it was no wonder Wang Chang had taken an interest. There was something to him, while he lacked the striking beauty of Yao Yuer. The gentleness of Song Shi was incomparable to someone who mingled in the shadows. At that moment, Li Rong, who had been absent for some time, appeared, chuckling. So many of you are here for theory class? Good, let us review and learn anew. Old Li remarked, not missing the expressions of those in the classroom. Upon the conclusion of Mr. Li's remarks, a gust of chatter swept through the classroom, as many students began to whisper among themselves. Mr.Li did not intervene. Instead, he awaited the discussions with a smile. This session was dubbed a survival training exercise, during which only the equipment provided by the military academy was permitted. I will inform the students shortly. And if there are no objections, we shall convene at the academy gate tomorrow morning, Mr. Lee stated before departing, leaving the classroom buzzing with renewed speculation. That moment, every student received the same message on their miniature holographic devices. Heavens! The top 10 will receive 1,000 credits, exclaimed one student, incredulous. For such a sum was unattainable even after 10 battles in Mecha City. It was unexpected that the very first lesson would offer such a generous reward. Do not be overly astonished. For compulsory courses, the rewards are substantial, yet difficult to secure, continued the murmurs. Although the prospect of being among the top 10 sounded enticing, the reality was sobering. There were 10 classes in total, each with 50 students, making a mere 10 out of 500. The odds were daunting. However, should one succeed, they might well find themselves among the top echelon of the entire grade. As discussions flourished, the students' focus shifted entirely to this course, rendering Song Shi's departure a trivial matter. A few, however, did take note of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth, casting a cold smile at the retreating Song Shi. The author wishes to convey, Happy New Year's Eve, ladies. By the way, it snowed here yesterday, a true winter wonderland. However, I suffered from frostbite last night. How unfortunate. As the afternoon waned, interest in Song Shi diminished significantly. Firstly, the military academy was filled with numerous men. The weak often submit to the strong, a commonplace occurrence. Secondly, the excitement surrounding the inaugural compulsory course was undeniable, especially with the allure of credits, which had become the centerpiece of discussion among all first-year students. At long last, the eagerly anticipated day arrived. Song Shi awoke at a reasonable hour, yet upon arrival, he was met with a sea of 500 students gathered in the square adjacent to the academy gate. An overwhelming sight, particularly amidst the cacophony of excited voices. Li delivered an elaborate speech before promptly departing. The students lined up to collect their class assignment numbers, some quietly hoping to be grouped with Class 1, while others exuded confidence. Soon, the class allocations were finalized. Song Shi drew number 3 and was assigned to Class 3, under the leadership of a burly supervisor named Qian Su, who appeared amiable, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the students. However, moments earlier, he had expelled 5 students from the group, citing their insubordination. I have previously stated that my commands hold utmost importance in this team. Your sole obligation is to obey, Qian Su pronounced with clarity, his piercing dark eyes scanning the remaining 45 individuals. But supervisor, if your statements are not entirely accurate, are we still to charge forward to our demise? Challenged a top student from Class 1. Zheng Wang, a round-faced boy frequently seen with Zhou Yi, his expression defiant as he regarded the supervisor. Qian Su did not smile. He merely regarded Zheng Wang with an unwavering gaze. What skills do you possess? If you cannot best me in combat, outmaneuver me in strategy, or surpass me in strength, then silence yourself. Here, I am the strongest. Your only duty is to obey. With each word Qian Su uttered, Zheng Wang's expression darkened further. For due to his innate talent, he was highly regarded within his family, and such humiliation was foreign to him. Zheng Wang narrowed his eyes, readying a retort, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a massive figure slammed him to the ground. Pinning his back against the earth in a position of disgrace, I can devise dozens of lethal methods within a second and execute one within 5 seconds to eliminate you, Qian Su declared, his lips curling into a sinister smile. His square face, rather than appearing benign, radiated a menacing aura, an aura cultivated through experience on the battlefield, a force Zheng Wang, sheltered by his family's prestige, could hardly withstand. His complexion paled instantly. Now, according to my instructions, remove all mechanical gear and storage devices from your person. Proceed to collect the backpack provided by the academy and board the hovercraft marked with the number 3 outside. Should I discover any mechanical equipment or energy cells upon you at that time, you will be expelled. Is that clear? After a moment of silence, hesitant affirmations echoed through the crowd. Qian Su nodded in satisfaction and turned to exit the academy gates. Song Shi followed the others to the area designated for storing their mechanical gear. His own equipment was sparse, merely a miniature holographic device, and lacking an expensive storage unit. He completed the process promptly. He then boarded the number 3 hovercraft with Song Ying. The hovercraft was tailored to accommodate the number of students precisely, leaving some seats available after accounting for the 5 expelled individuals. which were promptly claimed by several top students from Class 1. Everyone bore varying degrees of reluctance, for within the backpacks were energy cells meant to sustain life for just 1 month. A modified compass, a compact water bottle, nutritional tablets, a map, and a few weapons, albeit only short knives, sharp yet far inferior to the large-scale destructive capabilities of mechas. All regarded these provisions with disdain. Using such meager supplies for survival training seemed utterly inadequate. However, this sentiment did not extend to Song Shi, who found satisfaction with these rudimentary items, believing that wielding a knife would prove more advantageous than fumbling with mechanical firearms. As Qian Su boarded the vehicle, he scanned the expressions of the students, pausing momentarily on Song Shi, who was smiling at his backpack. Song Shi was an anomaly among the privileged youths, who typically exhibited arrogance. What made him different? Or was it merely a facade so masterfully crafted that even Qian Su had failed to discern it? Shaking his head, Qian Su dismissed the thought. He had led countless teams and rarely misjudged character. Now, remove the energy cells from your robotic units and replace them with the ones in your backpacks, Qian Su commanded. As murmurs erupted among the students. Qian Su's expression darkened. With a forceful slap against the window, he silenced the chatter. Once the students quieted, he continued. Survival training is designed to test your instincts. You are prohibited from utilizing your robots or mechas for assistance. Their sole purpose is to aid you in daily tasks and physical labor. Simultaneously, I have installed a positioning camera system within your compasses. Should anyone wish to withdraw, press the red button above, and we will send someone to escort you. However, do not be misled. This survival training is fraught with danger. Even with our oversight, certain threats cannot be averted in time. Hence, personal growth is paramount. The outcome is entirely in your hands. With that, Qian Su settled into a nearby seat, closing his eyes as if to rest. Song Shi replaced the energy cell in Song Ying, pleased to discard the old one, and affectionately patted Song Ying's neck. Content I refused to consume the nutritional tablets, Song Ying remarked, eyeing the contents of the backpack with evident disdain. Song Shi rolled his eyes at Song Ying's complaint. I'm not suggesting you eat them. They are barely sufficient for me. I want to have any. Song Ying exclaimed incredulously. Then I want to go. Song Ying declared defiantly. Song Shi, exasperated, quickly restrained Song Ying, gritting his teeth in frustration as he shot a scornful glance at his companion. Why was it that this otherwise normal individual exhibited such unpredictable behavior? What a predicament! Surely, he couldn't approach the supervisor and request to bring along some vegetables, eggs, or tomatoes. The man would likely slap him down. Enough of this nonsense, Song Ying, Song Shi urged, striving for a calming tone. Though his irritation was palpable. Endure for a week, and I shall compensate you. Song Ying narrowed his eyes, skepticism etched across his face, hesitating whether to trust Song Shi's promise. After a moment, he slowly nodded, declaring with a mock solemnity, there will absolutely be no next time. Thank you, my good sir. Song Shi replied with gratitude. The hovercraft sped swiftly, and soon they arrived at the protected natural area, an expanse of forest stretching endlessly before them. Lush greenery enveloping the surroundings, with a perimeter of warning lines to prevent harm from local wildlife and deter unscrupulous poachers. Upon disembarking, Song Shi found himself immersed in a sea of verdant foliage. A rich green he had not encountered in 3 years, evoking a wave of nostalgia that made his nose tingle. I see the supervisor joining us? One student inquired. Of course not. This training is for you. Not me, Qian Su replied matter-of-factly. But what if we encounter danger? Another voice questioned. Qian Su scoffed. Let me reiterate. This survival training has been arranged for your benefit. If there were no danger, why would we need these compulsory courses? What purpose would the reward credits serve? Now, move out or admit defeat. The latter remained expressionless, while the former was utterly inconsequential. As Song Shi once again engaged with the vastness of nature, he filtered out all distractions and set off eagerly towards the red, marked on the map. He had traveled before. Those forests held varying degrees of peril, be it from the terrain or the creatures that inhabited it in the humid embrace of the tropical rainforest. Even a tiny mosquito could lead one to their demise. Song Shi hoped to avoid encountering such lethal entities in this woodland, which seemed to stretch endlessly, dragging on with an agonizing slowness. Song Ying, with his back turned to Song Shi, spoke up. Song Shi smiled wryly as he regarded the imposing figure of Song Ying ahead of him. After meandering through the dense thicket for what felt like an eternity, Song Shi finally had to concede that he was lost. Frustration bubbled within him as he glared at the map. Its tangled lines offering no clear geographical context, no discernible signposts, nor any notable landmarks to guide him. With a sigh, he retrieved his compass, realizing it was his only hope. After all, the destination lay to the south. And as long as he followed the compass, he would eventually arrive. "All right, let us find a place to rest for the night," he remarked, glancing at the sun overhead, its descent casting a golden hue across the ground. In less than half an hour, it would vanish entirely beyond the horizon. As the sun dipped lower, the two finally stumbled upon a cave. It was not the typical protruding rock formation, but rather an unusual hollow that seemed to sink into the earth. The entrance was modest, obscured by dense underbrush. Had Song Shi not nearly stumbled into it, he would have failed to recognize it as a cave. After Song Ying inspected the interior and deemed it safe, they both entered, camouflaging the entrance once more to restore its original appearance. Song Shi surveyed the cave. It was small, scarcely larger than a bedroom, and devoid of any furnishings, save for the circular walls enveloped in darkness. "It is so dark," Song Shi murmured as he traced the wall, struggling to see through the faint moonlight filtering in. Song Ying took Song Shi's backpack and tossed it to the ground while examining the walls. His gaze roamed over the uneven surface, and as his fingernail grazed the wall, a tiny spark flickered. Raising an eyebrow, he struck the wall with his fist, producing a resounding crack that made Song Shi instinctively turn in alarm. "What happened?" "Nothing," Song Ying replied, as he bent down to pick up the small, broken stones scattered on the ground. In the dim light, his features were obscured, but his dark eyes glimmered with a predatory intensity. "Akin to a leopard lurking in the grass. There's something wrong with this stone?" Song Shi inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Song Ying nodded. "There's fire within it?" "Ah?" Song Shi was puzzled. "It's a kind of energy that resembles fire. This means that with just a little force, it can ignite," Song Ying explained, swiftly scraping his fingernail across the stone. Instantly, it appeared to combust spontaneously. Song Shi's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and he quickly swatted the stone away, causing it to tumble to the ground. "Are you not hurt?" he exclaimed, exasperated. He wiped his sleeve across Song Ying's palm, only to find no trace of burns. "Such a trivial warmth could never harm me," Song Ying replied, his hands resting at his sides, the small flicker of flame insufficient to illuminate the faint blush on his cheeks. "1 hour, he stated tersely. "Why can these stones burn?" Song Shi pondered aloud, crouching to draw closer to the comforting warmth. "It's not just the stones here. It's the entire area. Beyond 5 meters, the sensation dissipates," Song Ying observed, his dark eyes fixed on the ground. Here, the energy grew increasingly potent, almost to the point of necessitating caution or retreat. "Is it fire energy?" Song Shi asked, rising to his feet. "Can't the military's detection devices sense this energy? This is not an energy that machines can register. It is ethereal. If I hadn't sensed that flicker of warmth, I would have merely glanced over it," Song Ying explained. "Ethereal?" Song Shi's brows furrowed, his pale face illuminated by the dim glow of the burning stone. "Can we locate the energy source?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Ying replied, "It lies underground. Do you wish to venture there? It's perilous. Isn't it?" "Ha, well then, let us seal the entrance tightly, and we can ignite a few stones for warmth," Song Shi said, tightening his clothing and donning a cheerful demeanor, a stark contrast to their earlier serious discourse. Song Ying paused in surprise before nodding in agreement. "1's abilities are limited. I know how much strength I can bear. It's not a matter of cowardice, Song Ying, but rather of timing. Even if something extraordinary awaits below, I currently lack the capacity to seize it. I am well aware that without the right tools, one should not attempt delicate tasks," Song Shi mused softly, shaking his head with a complex look in his eyes. Perhaps he had overestimated Song Ying, but it was only because he valued him that he felt the need to clarify. Not wanting Song Ying to perceive him as a coward, hesitant to advance or explore, the flickering flames cast a warm glow within the cave, devoid of bedding or comforts, so Song Ying and Song Shi leaned against the walls to sleep. However, in the dead of night, Song Shi was abruptly awakened by a rustling sound. His eyes flew open, and he reached out to rouse Song Ying, only to be struck by the chilling realization that he was alone. In that fleeting moment, he noticed that the ground of the cave had caved inward, forming a staircase that swiftly began to close. Without a second thought, Song Shi dashed towards the narrowing opening. As the red light engulfed his vision, the staircase sealed shut behind him. The force of his momentum sent him tumbling down the steps, but luckily, each flight consisted of only 5 steps, allowing him to turn at the bend and avoid a complete fall. Rubbing his aching head, he groaned as he stood, glancing at his scraped knee, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Yet, the pervasive red light suggested that the injury was not severe. He walked cautiously. Unsure how long he had been traversing the staircase, if given a choice, he would gladly lie down and rest, utterly exhausted. At last, he caught sight of something distinct, a flash of red at the end of the passageway. As he approached, he discovered a door adorned with flames as handles. Doubting his senses, he felt as though he glimpsed eyes within the flames that blinked and vanished, extinguishing the fire with his sleeve. He quietly peered through the door's crack. Inside lay a long corridor, utterly empty. As he ventured further, an eerie silence enveloped him. Time slipped away until an array of colorful crystals suddenly appeared along the path, their dazzling beauty leaving him momentarily spellbound. The sight was so mesmerizing that it ignited a primal desire within him. Yet, as he took a step forward, he shook his head vigorously, reminding himself of his purpose. Song Ying might be at the end of this corridor. He had no time to squander on such distractions. As he progressed, visions of gold, diamonds, and even ethereal beings began to overwhelm him. After another step forward, he found himself contemplating that no matter what monumental events unfolded before him, he would likely remain unperturbed. But as he continued, the atmosphere began to shift once more. Unable to contain himself, Song Shi cursed aloud. "Damn it! What now?" In his astonished eyes, the red corridor transformed entirely, swirling dust and shifting time revealing a busy street. Suddenly, numerous people surrounded him, engrossed in their phones, discussing last night's idle drama, while others grabbed breakfast and read newspapers in their suits. A bus screeched to a halt in front of him, and the throng began to board. The year 2011 had long since faded into the annals of 3011, a relic of history, not the present scene before him. "Hey, young man, wanna hop on? Hurry, I need to drive," the driver urged, honking impatiently at the car ahead. Song Shi shook his head. "No, thank you. You can go ahead." He turned away, his face darkening as he muttered. "Have you all had your fun yet?" With a crash akin to shattering glass, the scene evaporated, leaving only a single red crystal at the far end of the corridor, resting upon a stone pedestal. The multifaceted gem radiated a scorching red light, its heat washing over him like a wave, prompting Song Shi to frown. "What is it that you desire? Gems, gold, diamonds, beauty, power, family, or perhaps something else?" A voice echoed within the empty corridor, imbued with an innocence that belied its seductive nature. "I need nothing," Song Shi replied, stepping closer to "No, you do need something. As long as greed resides in the human heart, what you seek will be within reach. Tell me what it is. If possible, please return Song Ying to me," Song Shi stated resolutely, fixing his gaze upon the red crystal. With a determined stride, he approached and grasped the warm surface of the gem, only to be met with a pallid complexion as he was confronted with visions beyond his comprehension. Song Ying was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly on the verge of succumbing to the inferno. "What have you done to him?" Song Shi's eyes widened, yet a shadow of gloom cast over his gentle visage. "He was seduced and thus fated to supply me with energy," chuckled the crystal. "You are merely an immobile crystal. What gives you the right to manipulate lives?" Song Shi grasped the crystal fiercely, hurling it onto the ground with a vengeance. His eyes reddened. He could not tolerate anyone transforming Song Ying into such a state. Motionless, voiceless, unable to defiantly turn against him. Should such a scenario arise, Song Shi would undoubtedly resort to murder. It was akin to a tranquil lake. Once a stone is cast into its depths, no matter how serene the surface, it cannot conceal the ensuing turmoil, and indeed, that crystal had acted as the stone. This is today's installment, over 3,000 words. If the lady finds it enjoyable, please consider saving it. Does anyone collect author's columns? Though I know such a thing is not of much use, haha. Chapter 35. Ancient Ships. Allow me to find what you seeked. A formidable force of mental energy seized control over his entire being. And in the blink of an eye, everything before Song Shi transformed. He was no longer in the corridor, but in an expansive realm shimmering with specks of white light. What do you desire? Suddenly, this question arose in his mind. Song Shi, what do you desire? However, Song Shi was acutely aware that it was the crystal orchestrating this. If it succeeded, Song Ying would be lost, and so would he. Thus, within Song Ying's mind, two storms of contrasting colors took form. The red sought to engulf the white, while the white stubbornly resisted. As time passed, the white gradually gained the upper hand. Hey, wake up! Song Shi shook Song Ying. The latter slowly opened his eyes, frowning in displeasure at being disturbed, his expression sullen as he regarded Song Shi. Where did you go just now? I have been right here. Song Ying turned his face, twisting his neck to gaze at the white dawn light filtering in, then rose to his feet. Song Shi, obscured by Song Ying's towering shadow, was engulfed in confusion. Was it a dream? Had everything merely been a figment of his imagination? No, that felt too real to be a dream. Yet, after pondering for a while, Song Shi remained perplexed. He shook off the soreness in his shoulders and stood up. Did you just have a dream? I dreamed you were cooking. It smelled delightful. Song Ying inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with desire. One bowl of rice could satisfy you. All right, Song Ying, while I toil to exhaustion, you indulge in pleasant dreams. Song Shi realized he had misjudged. Song Ying exuded an unmistakable aura of a foodie from head to toe. With a cold snort, Song Shi turned and pushed through the underbrush, leaving Song Ying in a state of bewilderment. Following the compass's direction, the two resumed their journey, with Song Ying leading the way, while Song Shi leisurely trailed behind. Song Ying found it incomprehensible that Song Shi could be upset merely because he had dreamt of cooking. Or perhaps, it was not the dream of cooking that irked Song Shi, but rather the notion that even in dreams, he had to cook, which made Song Shi feel burdened. Countless thoughts swirled in Song Ying's mind, giving him a headache. By midday, a flurry of snow began to fall, cascading down like a soft blanket. Due to its proximity to the island, this area was prone to heavy snowfall. There was a river ahead. Should we cross it? Song Ying pointed to the long river that stretched before them. Song Shi rolled his eyes. Based on your estimation, how long and deep do you think it is? Song Ying stroked his chin. Adopting a contemplative pose, if it's long, it might be about 100 meters. As for the depth, we would need to test it, though. That's just your guess, Song Shi scoffed, peering at the river ahead. He consulted the map, which depicted a river traversing numerous routes. It was 100 meters wide and a staggering 7,000 meters long. The reason Song Shi recognized it as that river was due to the modern markers along its banks, inscribed with the words Chinli River. Finally, he found a familiar landmark. Glancing at the distance on the map, Song Shi realized crossing this river would lead directly south, saving considerable time. In contrast, circumventing it, regardless of distance, would likely see him lost amid the verdant forests. Thus, Song Shi resolved to cross the river. Let us build a boat, Song Shi said with a smile. A boat? What is that? Song Ying searched his mind for the term and suddenly frowned. Is it some ancient maritime contraption? Yes, it can be called a boat. It can move without energy. Such a wondrous thing exists? Song Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Shi smirked, thinking, is a boat truly that remarkable? Would everything seem extraordinary if it were devoid of energy? His thoughts were not unfounded. On the other side, those watching the screen were equally astonished at a boat. Is it one of those ancient types? Can someone truly build one? How fascinating that it can move without energy. Qian, is that one of your team members? What is his background that he can construct a boat? Qiansu ruffled his short, dark hair, calling out to Song Shi. Song Shi watched the snow falling heavier above him. He pondered the increasingly frigid air surrounding him. The area was lush and verdant, with trees thriving despite the frequent snowfall. Yet, he wondered why the trees remained so healthy. Regardless, he exhaled a puff of warm breath, contemplating whether the snow would freeze the river's surface. If it did, navigating would become exceedingly difficult. Even if it froze, a 100-meter river would not freeze solid, leading to a predicament where they would be unable to walk or sail. It seemed imperative to finish constructing the boat swiftly. Is this a boat? It appears rather crude, Song Ying remarked, glancing at the contraption he had produced. As long as it floats, what does it matter? Song Shi retorted. tightening his clothing as the temperature continued to drop. All right, just 2 paddles more and we can set off. In a short while, the 2 paddles were completed. Song Shi tested their weight, finding them satisfactory. Good, let us board. While the snow is momentarily at bay, we must hurry. Handing 1 paddle to Song Ying, Song Shi began to stir the water. What are you doing? Song Ying asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Playing? I am rowing the boat, Song Shi replied, exasperated, casting a glare at Song Ying. You said it would move on its own? Song Ying exclaimed. Astonished. Did you just deceive me? Song Shi was both amused and frustrated. Whose fault was this? Hurry and row. It's freezing here. Initially set to ignore Song Shi's words, Song Ying couldn't help but notice Song Shi's reddened hands and felt compelled to act. Snatching the paddle from Song Shi's grasp, he took one in each hand, moving with far greater speed than Song Shi. Author's note. Well, it has dropped to 2,500 words. Haha, please don't mind, by the way. I couldn't resist publishing it, so I've decided to take a break tomorrow. Truly a life of toil, of course. Song Shi would not refuse. He beckoned Song Ying and followed closely behind the One Brothers. The One Brothers belonged to a cohesive group, unlike his own, where members often scattered or no one wished to team up with Song Shi. After exchanging greetings, Song Shi leaned against the side, lifting his gaze to inspect this makeshift shelter from the snow, which turned out to be a hollow formed within a tree. The colossal trunk was something Song Shi had never encountered before. If one were to embrace it, it would require no less than 50 people. Strangely, however, its height barely exceeded 5 meters, resembling an oversized mushroom from a distance. This hollow was infested with numerous wood-boring insects. The surrounding tree bark bore signs of decay, and the dampness was accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Most individuals furrowed their brows. Had it not been for the relentless snowfall outside, they would surely not have sought refuge in such a place. Song Shi's arrival hardly disturbed anyone. Many had stripped off their robotic military uniforms to use as makeshift bedding and were resting nearby, as long as he did not impede their rest. No one would pay him any mind in such weather. In the battlefield, Mechas were one's comrades. Was it too callous of him to treat his most loyal ally this way? Song Shi pondered, tilting his neck. Soon, when Song approached, handing him a piece of palm-sized wrapped rabbit meat, saying, "This is rabbit meat from Lu, very tender. Give it a try." With a smile, Song Shi accepted it. Thank you, you are truly a lifesaver. When Song waved his hand dismissively, no need for thanks. This place is spacious enough. Hee, take your time eating and call me if you need anything. With that, when Song walked away, is it tasty? Song Shi inquired, shaking his head with a chuckle as he cautiously surveyed those around him. Most were resting, oblivious to his little corner. Well, eat slowly. Song Ying took the warm rabbit meat, wrinkling his brow, so small, with a tone of complaint. Song Shi felt irritated, but heard him continue. It's not enough to share. A surge of emotion welled up within Song Shi. At least he had a conscience. There's not even a single bite to spare. Not enough to share at all, Song Ying lamented, staring at the meat in his hand. Song Shi clenched his teeth. Indeed, he could not expect much from Song Ying. Sighing, he declared, if you don't like it, just give it back to me. In a huff, Song Shi snatched the meat from Song Ying's hand, and under the latter's penetrating gaze, took a bite. The flavor was mediocre, but it was meat, something he had not tasted in quite some time. Although there had been vegetables at the beginning of military school, those were soon to be bought at exorbitant prices, far more than the vegetables available outside. The thought of it overwhelmed Song Shi. The first bite of meat brought a slight sting to his nose. It was indeed precious. Song Ying remained silent for a while, causing Song Shi to wonder if he had developed a grudge for taking a bite. Tentatively, he looked up to find Song Ying leaning against the wooden wall with a gentle expression. What's wrong? Are you really not going to eat? Song Ying cast a glance at the bitten meat in Song Shi's hand. Who permitted you to eat my meat? The fierce expression made Song Shi's eyelid twitched. In the blink of an eye, the meat had disappeared, devoured in one bite by Song Ying with a snort. Song Ying wiped his mouth and closed his eyes. Song Shi sighed, kicking aside the dry wood on the ground, leaning against Song Ying's shoulder. By this time, night had fallen, and through the sparse light, the heavy snowfall outside showed no signs of relenting. The night was frigid, especially without blankets. Even with anti-freeze lotion, the group of young men shivered uncontrollably, some unable to endure the cold and pacing around restlessly. Almost everyone struggled to find peace in their slumber. Rubbing his eyes, Song Shi found it noisy. Suddenly, a warm hand covered his ears, silencing all sounds. He felt warm all over, and unable to contain himself. He let out a contented sigh. Waking up refreshed, Song Shi could not comprehend why everyone's spirits were so low that morning. Leaning his head to ask Song Ying, "What's wrong with them?" Upon hearing this, the one brothers immediately chimed in, "What happened? Are we blocked by the snow?" Song Shi nodded solemnly. It seemed the situation outside was dire. Hearing his words, many in the hollow gathered around to discuss. Finally, they managed to clear away the obstructing branches and shrubs, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. The snow, which had piled high enough to block the 1-meter-high entrance, collapsed into the hollow, burying the feet of several individuals who could not retreat in time. A blinding ray of sunlight streamed in from outside, and as the white light flashed before his eyes, someone swiftly covered Song Shi's eyes. Song Ying? Preventing him from crying out, slowly removing Song Ying's hand, Song Shi finally glimpsed the scene outside, or rather, due to his shorter stature, he could only see a vast expanse of white. The snow had risen to his chest. Heavens, what kind of snow is this? It's far too thick. Panic-stricken voices erupted among the crowd. Such a thick layer of snow was rarely seen, if ever, only appearing in news reports at that moment. Some began to lose their resolve. How could they possibly get through this? Indeed, it was no wonder that even with 10 victorious slots available in each compulsory course, only 6 or 7 students ever receive credit. "We're so close to the finish line. Don't lose heart," when Song said with a smile, although internally, he also felt uncertain, unwilling to succumb to despair. Just then, something suddenly appeared on the snow-covered plain, and someone exclaimed, "Close the door, it's a snowfield rat." The mere mention of those words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Snowfield rats only emerged in heavy snowfall conditions and were a mutated species of rat, about the size of a large dog, capable of sprinting swiftly across the snow, leaving no trace. More alarming, however, was their penchant for biting humans. While not fatal, their teeth harbored a virus that could sap one's strength, rendering them defenseless and ultimately leading to their fate as the rat's prey. What do we do? We should call for a supervisor. So many snowfield rats are beyond our capability to handle. Yes, call for the supervisor. I refuse to become one of those rats' meals. But if the supervisor arrives, our compulsory course will end. Amidst the tumult of voices, some desired to escape, while others were reluctant to give up. The destination was clearly south. And after having come this far, abandoning the journey now would be a pity. Ultimately, someone could no longer withstand the oppressive atmosphere and pressed the button on their compass, their head hanging low. "Ha! This fool has saved us some trouble. Once the supervisor deals with the snowfield rats, we can continue forward," murmured some, and the surrounding individuals quickly echoed their sentiments. The student who pressed the button felt aggrieved. But what could be done? He was the first to give up under the pressure. The snowfield rats are coming. At that moment, the snowfield rats, sensing something amiss, began to scurry toward them after chattering amongst themselves. The chilling realization of Supervisor Qian Su's warnings echoed in everyone's minds. Danger loomed, and even he could not intervene in time. Thus, if the snowfield rats found them before the supervisor arrived, they would truly be finished. The author has something to say. "Today was quite frustrating. I applied for the rankings, but my work did not appear. Sigh, today's count is 3,200 words. I put in a lot of effort." 12 Mobile Reading mbook.cn 3737, Chapter 37. The mutation begins. Among this group, the oldest was merely 23, while the youngest was only 18. Although those who entered the military academy possessed considerable talent, facing snowfield rats with composure was beyond them. Everyone retreated cautiously, quietly placing branches back at the entrance. Leading the group was a person named Qi Jia, who had the willingness of a dozen others to heed his commands. "All right, now we just need to wait for the snowfield rats to leave." Qi Jia's face was pale, but he maintained a semblance of calm. After a moment, he regained his composure, pondering the situation. Snowfield rats had exceptional tracking abilities and keen senses. It was possible they would find them before the supervisor arrived. Frowning, he cast a glance at his pale-faced, frightened companions. Their team was simply too weak, and under the stipulation that they could not use mechas, only those with good stamina could run. Only mechas could do that. Shaking his head, he could only hope the snowfield rats would depart quickly. Hope is always beautiful, but alas, the heavens did not heed Chi-Jia's silent wish. The snowfield rats began to converge en masse toward them, emitting frantic squeaks that, to Song Shi's ears, sounded like a premature celebration, causing him to frown and his expression darken. "What do we do? What do we do? The snowfield rats are coming," someone shrieked, inciting a flurry of rustling among the crowd. This small commotion naturally attracted the attention of the snowfield rats. Chi-Jia realized the gravity of the situation and urgently shouted to those behind him, "Get your weapons. The snowfield rats are coming." As soon as the words fell, the makeshift entrance formed by tree branches was breached, and a flurry of snow-white snow lemmings along with a blinding white light surged in. Instantly, the small space was filled with the incessant chattering of the lemmings, and at a glance, the entrance was crowded with them. After a brief moment of silence, the snow lemmings launched their attack. Their speed was astonishing, darting up and down, catching one off guard. Song Shi, armed with a military knife, swiftly countered the lemmings' onslaught with a slash. While beside him, Song Ying furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern in his eyes, in a flash. He positioned himself in front of Song Shi, crushing the lemming that had knocked Song Shi to the ground with a decisive stomp. Silencing its anguished squeaks, "Quick, let us aid Song Shi exclaimed, noticing that the Song brothers were surrounded by 5 snow lemmings, their clothing torn in multiple places. Unable to contain himself, he called out to Song Ying. 5 lemmings were indeed a considerable number. However, Song Ying, with his robust strength, effortlessly hurled the lemmings against the wall. "Thank you, thank you." When Song sighed in relief as the lemmings were dispatched, offering a grateful smile to Song Shi. He felt fortunate for having brought Song Shi along. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a dire predicament. Just as he exhaled in relief, a sudden cacophony of squeaks erupted, as if signaling a rally. Immediately, all the lemmings retreated to the entrance in a wave, taking up defensive positions, encircling the opening. "What is happening?" Chi-Jia frowned, a sense of unease swelling within him. "Let us first ascertain if anyone is injured." Suddenly, amidst the expanse of white snow, a colossal figure emerged. Chi-Jia instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, "That is the Snow Lemming King. I can't believe there is a Snow Lemming King. Indeed, the Snow Lemming King, the sovereign of its kind, could command 10,000 lemmings. In essence, wherever the Snow Lemming King roamed, a kingdom of lemmings thrived." As the king appeared, all the lemmings emitted jubilant squeaks, eagerly awaiting its approach, and astonishingly, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. Reminiscent of an act of worship, Song Shi felt an urge to laugh, yet he found himself unable to do so. "What shall we do?" Song Shi whispered to Song Ying, his brow furrowed. "Let us observe the situation." Song Ying replied, contemplating. He could not simply stand by and watch as so many were captured by the lemmings. Yet in dire circumstances, he could prioritize his own escape. Ultimately, while Song Shi was gentle and even somewhat languid in demeanor, no one understood him better than he understood himself. He was cold, capable of smiling warmly at anyone, yet unable to reveal his true self to anyone. Deep down, only Song Ying held paramount importance to him. Upon hearing Song Shi's words, Song Ying ceased to speak, his deep, dark eyes sharp as they focused on the swaying behemoth moving towards the entrance. "Squeak, squeak, squeak," the Snow Lemming King called out, its voice piercing through the air, painfully resonating in one's ears. Its small, red-green eyes shone with greed as they fixated on them, its sharp beak continuously emitting squeaks. Song Shi instinctively covered his ears, but the sound still penetrated, and at some point, it seemed to breach the last barrier in his mind, the squeaks subtly transforming into a voice. As Song Shi's vision began to blur, Song Ying shielded him, gripping his hand tightly, determined not to let him slip away from his sight. Meanwhile, Song Shi perceived that all other voices had vanished, leaving only the Snow Lemming King's persistent squeaks, which slowly morphed into a singular thought. "I shall consume them. I shall devour these remarkably gifted beings. Eat. Who desires to feast on them?" The Snow Lemming King. With a sudden jolt, Song Shi opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a ripple of red light in the blink of an eye. This crimson glow surged into the body of the Snow Lemming King. And gradually, Song Shi felt himself transform into that very red light, traversing within the colossal form, searching for something. At last, a swirling mass of white mist appeared before him, radiating an enticing glow. Unable to resist, he enveloped himself in the mist, pulling it towards himself. As the mist enveloped him, he felt as if he were wrapped in a warm, hot spring. His legs weakened, and he leaned against Song Ying, clutching his sleeve to prevent himself from collapsing. Upon reopening his eyes, Song Shi's gaze was now shimmering with a watery glint. What had just transpired? It felt as if an exhilarating energy coursed through him, rendering him almost euphoric, even causing his legs to tremble. "Do not be afraid." Song Ying assumed Song Shi was frightened, drawing him closer and allowing him to rest against his chest, speaking softly and gently. Song Shi struggled to articulate the events that had just unfolded. Squinting, he was certain that no one had witnessed his actions. "So many snow lemmings," a voice echoed from the entrance, carrying a leisurely tone. Yet, it was this very voice that brought a collective sigh of relief, for the figure enveloped in white light was none other than their supervisor. Though Song Shi did not know him personally, he recognized the distinctive military uniform. "Supervisor Ying, you have finally arrived." "I thought we were doomed," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, you have no idea how perilous it was just now," another replied, as they saw Ying's arrival. Relief washed over the group, albeit tinged with mild reproach in their glances. Ying scratched his head, appearing far more approachable than Qian Su, despite being only in his 30s. A few individuals clad in white protective gear nodded, brandishing large electromagnetic rifles as they unleashed a barrage upon the lemmings, swiftly dismantling the majority of them. The onlookers gazed enviously at the rifles, wishing they had possessed such weaponry earlier to avoid their earlier predicament. It seemed Ying was aware of their thoughts, for he spoke with a wry smile. "You too shall obtain this rifle in due time. All you need to do is survive this training session and secure one of the 10 victor slots. Not only will you earn academic credits, but there are also additional rewards." So, what the seniors said was indeed true. The compulsory course will indeed offer extra rewards. And these rewards may prove even more significant than mere credits. Ying observed the disheveled yet exuberant students, his expression bemused. "Supervisor Ying, come here for a moment," called one of those cleaning up the lemmings from behind. "What is it?" Ying inquired softly, dismissing the excited chatter of the students. However, the serious expression on the other's face hinted at something amiss. "What has happened?" "The author has something to say." The first day of the official release. 3 updates, the first one has been achieved. I hope the ladies will support me generously." It seemed as though those eyes possessed an inexplicable allure, drawing him in, compelling him to approach and delve into the scenery within. Song Ying paused momentarily, his ears suddenly flushing a shade of red, before turning away, contemplating how long it would take to reach their destination with such hesitance. "Song Shi, you truly are a bothersome human." What is this topic?" Song Shi realized he was beginning to lose track of Song Ying's thoughts, shaking his head to dismiss them for the time being. Once this training concluded, he would investigate what that spiritual crystal truly was in the library. Soon, a dozen individuals organized themselves, though some were incapacitated by the venom of the snow lemmings and could not proceed. Qi Jia was mindful of this, but with only 4 days remaining until the end of the training, they had to quicken their pace. Consequently, those unable to continue were left behind, for there were mechs to keep watch, and no snow lemmings were in the vicinity, alleviating any concerns. Song Shi had no objections. He was not particularly familiar with those individuals. The only ones he had conversed with were the One brothers, who, after being rescued by Song Ying, had parted ways amicably, heading down the snowy path. Only a handful remained on the journey. Song Shi and his companion, Qi Jia with his mech, and a young man with blonde hair, who appeared to be under 20, accompanied by his mech. Along with one last man, 23 years of age, the oldest in the team. After all, there were only 10 spots for victors in this training. The snow reached waist height, making progress exceedingly difficult. They commanded their mechs to forge a path ahead while remaining vigilant for any mutated beasts that might attack along the way. By midday, the 4 were utterly exhausted and had to pause to rest. Zhang Zhen, having received a reprimand, wore a despondent expression. "Why not catch a few fish?" Song Shi reluctantly stood up, glancing fiercely at Song Ying. "Why should he be the one to catch fish?" "Yes, indeed," he added shyly. "I concede to the 2 of you." Qi Jia sighed, directing his mech to dive into the water to catch a few fish. "So do I." The 2 spoke in unison, sharing a laugh. When Lu Qi inquired, "Can you cook, Song Shi?" With a scowl, Song Shi replied, "Can I cook?" He cast a sidelong glance at Song Ying, whose predatory gaze made him feel as though, should he admit to being unable, Song Ying would pounce on him like a leopard. With a flourish, he declared, "Bring me a knife." After preparing a feast of grilled fish, Song Shi was drenched in sweat. Once he had satisfied the elder beside him, they resumed their journey in the afternoon. Due to the relentless snowfall, their pace significantly slowed. As dusk approached, they had barely traversed a fraction of the distance marked on the map. "Continuing like this is not viable," Qi Jia said, worry etched on his face. Observing the darkening sky, he noted that when night fell, dangerous beasts would roam the forest, leaving them no option but to halt their progress. What they had initially thought would be a quick journey had encountered some obstacles, leaving Qi Jia somewhat disheartened. However, he was not one to be easily deterred. He remained resolute in his pursuit of that coveted spot. "Let us find a place to spend the night and devise a plan," Song Shi suggested, frowning. Zhang Jin nodded, glancing around, but the snow was so deep that even if there were places to rest, they could not see them. Song Shi rested his chin on his palm, acknowledging the truth in that. The heavy snow had blocked all paths, and the caves were likely no better off, unless they were extraordinarily fortunate. Finding one would be challenging. Why not dig a pit right here? After a lengthy pause, Song Shi proposed this idea. It was not the best solution, but it was the only one he could conceive of at that moment. Rubbing his head, he looked at the puzzled expressions of his companions and felt compelled to explain his suggestion, even demonstrating it on the ground. "If we use the mechs to dig, it should be feasible." As he spoke, he glanced at the three mechs behind them. Qi Jia, maintaining a serious countenance, contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Go ahead, Dao." He then commanded his mech to execute Song Shi's plan. Before long, the pit was excavated according to Song Shi's specifications, resembling the dimensions of a bedroom, with only a small passageway left exposed, the rest covered by snow. Song Shi was quite pleased. The mech had done an impeccable job, leaving the snow above undisturbed and seemingly secure. Due to the need for sealing, they could not light a fire, resulting in the four of them enduring another pitch-black night. On the morning of the fourth day, temperatures plummeted to -70 degrees due to the melting snow. Fortunately, the antifreeze water they had taken with them had not yet lost its effectiveness. Despite the cold, the surface temperature felt like a mere -10 degrees. The author has something to say. This is the second update, haha, 3,000 words. Thank you for the corrections, Lost. Chapter 39. Lu Qi. "Where on earth is this place?" Song Shi murmured, "I'll scout elsewhere. You stay put." "Understood." Song Ying instructed Song Shi, casting a dark glance at the three individuals, his brow furrowing. "Where are you going?" Song Shi questioned, grasping Song Ying's arm in confusion. Just as Song Shi was about to say more, he could only watch as Song Ying swiftly departed, vanishing into the vast whiteness. Song Ying's figure wove through the green and white forest, occasionally startling wild beasts that seemed reluctant to approach him. Keeping their distance while casting wary glances, the wind whipped past his cheeks, and the darkness of Song Ying's gaze was formidable. The heavy snow appeared unable to impede his strides as he swiftly leapt down. Arriving at the river they had passed on the first day, a journey that typically took a day, yet he managed it in less than an hour, spotting the hidden boat among the foliage. A faint smile graced his lips. After 2 hours had elapsed, Song Shi grew restless. Qi Jia was urging them to move along, and he felt a surge of annoyance. With a cold demeanor, he replied, "I am waiting for Song Ying. You all can go ahead. Yes, once Song Ying arrives, I'll catch up with you immediately," Song Shi said, his irritation evident. "Very well, but be careful," Qi Jia remarked, somewhat perplexed by Song Shi's determination. It was merely a mech. It was impervious to the cold, and the beasts showed little interest in in the forest. It was relatively safe. What was there to wait for? Song Shi chuckled lightly. Disregarding Lu Qi's comments, "Aren't you going with them?" Lu Qi shook his head, offering a wry smile. "My old leg injury has flared up again. It seems this spot is not meant for me." As he pointed to his leg, Song Shi looked down, surprised to discover that Lu Qi's legs were of unequal size. In amazement, Song Shi watched as Lu Qi tugged up his pant leg, revealing a calf that appeared withered, covered in a patchy, orange-brown skin. He slowly explained, "When I was young, I encountered a mutated beast undergoing transformation. The intense radiation affected my leg, and no treatment has worked since. In cold or hot weather, it becomes unbearable." Observing Lu Qi, who spoke with a light-hearted demeanor, Song Shi felt a newfound respect for him. Just then, a sudden rustling sound broke through the air, whipping around. Song Shi instinctively struck with his knife, only to be met with a familiar scent that halted him mid-action. He stared, startled, as the blade almost grazed Song Ying's eye. After a moment of collecting himself, he erupted, "Song Ying, where have you been for over 2.5 hours?" Song Ying's lips curled into a smile as he presented a bundle wrapped in an unknown large leaf. Song Shi ignored the triumphant expression on his face and, breaking from his usual demeanor, stood up abruptly. "Look what I brought back." Song Ying tugged at Song Shi's sleeve, with an irritated flick. Song Shi retorted to Lu Qi, "Let's go." "Who is worried about him?" Song Shi shot a glare at Song Ying, yanking his sleeve free. "You're squeezing me to death." Song Ying paused, momentarily taken aback. Song Shi was blissfully unaware of how captivating he appeared at that moment, his flushed cheeks betraying a mixture of shyness and embarrassment over a secret being revealed, yet he feigned composure. Unable to resist, Song Ying gently ruffled Song Shi's hair. "Don't worry about me. I want to fetch those stones that ignite." Once again, Song Ying handed the items to Song Shi, affectionately tousling his hair. These stones radiated warmth even when simply held. Song Shi's hands were filled with small stones, and indeed, they were pleasantly warm. The warmth caused him to abandon his previously gloomy expression, warning in a tone of mild reproach. "You took so long for these worthless stones. Don't do that again, understand?" Song Ying chuckled dismissively, but in the face of Song Shi's stubborn gaze, he felt it wouldn't hurt to indulge him occasionally and make him happy. Especially since he was quite fond of that crescent moon smile. The author has something to say. The third update is complete. Ha ha ha. Chapter 40. Who wants to steal Song Ying? In this peculiar forest, a dramatic transformation had begun within the span of just 3 days. During this time, Song Shi and the others had merely dug a pit to rest in, and finally, the 7th day had arrived. Bringing with it an increasingly frigid climate, "I suggest you all depart first. I truly cannot endure any longer." Liu Qi furrowed his brow, his hands and feet devoid of strength from the biting cold. The effectiveness of the antifreeze was gradually waning, and even though he was being carried by the mech, he could hardly bear the frigid chill seeping into his bones. Song Shi frowned. This forest was exceedingly peculiar. According to reason, the snow should have taken about a week to melt, yet in a mere 2 days, it had rapidly thawed, draining the surrounding temperatures in its wake. He sighed and proposed, "Shall we rest a moment longer?" Lu Qi shook his head, offering a bitter smile. "We must reach our destination before nightfall, but with me in tow, you will certainly not make it. It is best I do not burden you further. Just remember book.cn, where all books can be found." Upon hearing this, Song Shi shot a glare at Song Ying, muttering, "You should have conserved your energy earlier instead of fetching that useless stone." Song Ying squinted at the worthless stone he habitually grasped in his palm, remaining expressionless for a moment. "Even if I had conserved that energy, I still wouldn't carry him." Song Shi, exasperated, though he had considered this himself, cleared his throat to mask the faint blush of embarrassment. "All right, what do we do now? Lu Qi's mech is not moving any faster. We can simply wait for Qian Su to arrive." Song Ying retorted nonchalantly, hands shoved deep into his pockets, his upper body bare. Gritting his teeth, Song Shi shot him a pained look, glancing at Lu Qi with a sense of helplessness. This individual was certainly not akin to Yao Yuer. It was a gut feeling he could not shake off. "Enough of this. You all go ahead. I lack the strength to reach the end. It is my own inadequacy. I have not met the standards required by the supervisors. Even if I were to reach the destination by relying on your strength, I would not find joy in it." Liu Qi gazed intently at Song Shi. "Very well, do take care of yourself." Song Shi nodded, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. The sun hung high above. Yet the surroundings were as frigid as a glacier. No matter how blazing the light, it could not penetrate the icy barrier. Song Shi trudged forward, shivering, his hand clutching the blade nearly numb, the familiar swelling a reminder that if he did not warm up soon, frostbite would ensue. Fortunately, with Song Ying forging ahead, by noon, they were nearing their destination, just a small hill left to ascend. Panting heavily, Song Shi stumbled into a snowbank, the melting snow causing torrents of water to cascade down the hillside, forming large and small puddles that drenched his pant legs. Thankfully, the military boots had a commendable waterproof capability. However, as he fell into the snowbank, even the most robust defenses could not keep him dry. Noticing his fall, Song Ying swiftly approached, lifting the shivering figure from the puddle. Song Shi's once rosy cheeks had lost their color, turning a shade of dark purple, so cold. Song Shi could barely articulate. Shivering violently, feeling lightheaded. "Why can't you walk properly?" Song Ying supported Song Shi at the waist, frowning at his soaked clothes. "If this continues, you will surely fall ill. We must rest for a moment." He forcibly lifted Song Shi and placed him on a higher rocky outcrop. "No, we have no time. We must move quickly." Song Shi strained to rise, but Song Ying firmly pressed him back down on the rock. He removed the waterlogged boots and soaked jacket, frowning as he observed the quivering figure clad only in a shirt and pants, protected only by the long coat. Internally, he felt a surge of annoyance. Useless humans. Unable to suppress a low curse, he quickly shed his own boots and dressed Song Shi in them before embracing him, his warm chest providing some comfort. "We will arrive soon," Song Shi faintly heard a deep voice say nearby. The entire day, he remained enveloped in warmth until he was carried into a heated vehicle, where Qian Su sat nearby, offering an approving smile. "Well done, young man," Qian Su remarked. They had not anticipated the sudden, heavy snowfall, indicating that this uncharted natural reserve still required further study by scientific personnel. However, due to the blizzard, the number of students passing through this training had significantly dwindled. Counting Song Shi, there were only 5 remaining. Shaking his head, he mused that these privileged youths should realize that the foremost mech military academy in Hua country was not so easy to navigate. It served as a wake-up call for them. Qian Su soon exited the greenhouse vehicle, and with Song Shi, there were merely 4 victors. The other 3, whom Song Shi recognized as Z-tier individuals, seldom attended classes, hence he had hardly seen them, let alone spoken to them. "Follow me to the back for a shower," Song Ying instructed, frowning as he scrutinized Song Shi, who was eyeing the 3 occupants in the front. His expression darkened as he abruptly pulled Song Shi up. Just as Song Shi regained some circulation, he stumbled and fell into Song Ying's embrace, glaring up at him. He noticed a strange darkness on Song Ying's face and felt puzzled. Before he could inquire, he was dragged into the vehicle's equipped bathroom. Despite its compact size, the vehicle boasted ample facilities, including showers and guest rooms, suggesting that its materials contained a certain sodium element. After washing up, Song Shi felt rejuvenated. Once he applied fresh antifreeze, warmth began to return to his body. "Are you done yet, Song Ying?" He knocked on the adjoining bathroom door, leaning against the wall in wait. He didn't mind being underestimated. What concerned him more was the underlying meaning behind it. Suddenly, he dashed into Song Ying's bathroom, astonished to find him standing under the showerhead, his jet-black hair plastered against his face, obscuring his expression. Rushing over, Song Shi brushed the hair aside, only to find Song Ying's eyes vacant, devoid of any sparkle. Frustration knitted Song Shi's brow. "Your mech is impressive. Rather than taking commands from you, why not let me pilot it?" The man chuckled coldly, clearly taken aback by Song Shi's audacity. His interest piqued. What qualifies someone who fainted during survival training and requires a mech's protection to claim ownership of such a machine? Red threads coiled around the man's neck as Song Shi's eyes glimmered ominously. "I shall say this once more. Vacate the premises immediately." "What if I refuse?" he sneered. Song Shi smirked. "Then this will happen." His ruby lips curled into a chilling smile. "What have you done?" The man trembled, his legs giving way as if something vital had been stripped from him, his calls weak. Prompting Song Shi to open his eyes anew, he turned to see the once arrogant figure clinging to the door, looking disheveled. Swallowing hard, Song Shi felt a whirlwind of thoughts coalesce in his mind, grasping at elusive threads of understanding. Shaking his head, he chastised himself for not pondering such matters now. He grabbed a nearby towel to cover the incapacitated man before hastily retrieving a spare energy cell for Song Ying. Upon exiting the bathroom, the man slumped against the door, garnering no further attention from either eye. In truth, Song Shi no longer noticed him, though Song Ying caught a fleeting glimpse of the man cleaning the door. "Wait!" Song Shi exclaimed, suddenly recalling, yes, after half a day of travel, the vehicle finally arrived at the military academy, marking the end of the first mandatory training course. As one of the victors, Song Shi was escorted by Qian Su and other supervisors alongside the other 3 winners to the mechanical storage facility to collect their prize weapons. This excitement was nearly overwhelming for Song Shi. Though these weapons paled in comparison to mechs, they were still vital for combat in critical situations without them. Not to mention, as a true man, how could he not revel in such powerful armaments? His enthusiasm was palpable, drawing disdainful glances from the other three, particularly Zhao Su, who had firmly placed Song Shi at the top of his list of detestable individuals following their earlier exchange in the bathroom. His attitude grew increasingly irritable throughout the journey. However, Song Shi remained unfazed. As long as they did not breach his bottom line, he could overlook anything. Furthermore, given Zhao Su's younger age, it was unbecoming to stoop to such childish antics. As a mature adult, he reminded himself not to engage with someone so much younger. With a gentle, affable smile, he regarded Zhao Su, only to further incite the latter's ire. Had it not been for the supervisor's presence, a confrontation would likely have ensued. Zhao Su inhaled deeply, attempting to temper his volatile emotions. The interior is a mechanical storage facility, one of the critical strongholds of the military academy, where the security measures are exceedingly stringent. As first-year students, you are permitted to select but one weapon from the first level. The speaker is the head supervisor, Ying, whom Song Shi recognizes. With a stern expression that prompts familiar faces to furrow their brows, Qian Su being one of them, he interrupts Yinggu's discourse with a jest. Such information is merely common knowledge. They are aware that entering the second level is out of the question, as its defenses are insurmountable for them. Spare us your ramblings, Yinggu retorts with a cough, casting a disapproving glance at his old comrade. Now, you may proceed inside, but remember, you can only bring out one item. The four nod in unison and push open the door. The mechanical storage facility is a spiraling edifice. Though each level appears devoid of visible defenses, it is rife with countless invisible barriers. Thus, fully cognizant of this, the four hesitate to approach the stairs leading to the second level, while the first level dazzles their eyes. The sheer number of offensive weapons exceeds 100, and the defensive ones are countless, leaving Song Shi in awe. Divert your gaze from that rubbish, Song Ying admonishes, feeling embarrassed at the thought of wielding such diminutive weapons. Akin to a thumb's size, should anyone witness him, protector of Song Shi, displaying such a lackluster demeanor, he would surely be ridiculed into hiding. Such indignity prompts him to scold with a darkened expression. Song Shi, unfazed, merely scoffs, muttering, "You've never gifted me even a single piece of junk. Humph. Don't assume that your whispers are beyond my hearing." Leaning against the wall, Song Ying's figure melds into the shadows. His voice, tinged with gloom, sends a shiver down Song Shi's spine as he muses, "What is so impressive? All he does is threaten and bully me." A smirk graces Song Ying's lips upon seeing Song Shi's silence, which he finds particularly pleasing. He reaches out, ruffling Song Shi's hair, and the boost to his confidence brightens his previously expressionless face with a hint of warmth. With a resigned shake of his head, Song Shi turns his attention to the weapons on the other side, picking up a small grenade launcher that fits snugly in his hand. Its sleek, dark body, though dissimilar to earlier firearms, retains a familiar shape. Satisfied, he examines it from all angles as he holds the weapon and passes by Zhao Su. A derisive snort escapes the latter's lips, accompanied by a disdainful gaze. Song Shi twitches his eyebrows, pondering why this individual harbors such bias against him. Could it be due to his comment about being a door guard? Lost in thought, he exits the room. Noticing Song Shi as the first to emerge, Qian Su approaches him, inquiring, "So, did you find something good?" Song Shi reveals the black gun, prompting Qian Su to frown. This weapon, designed in a feminine style, is compact and aesthetically pleasing with minimal recoil, but its offensive capability leaves much to be desired. Unable to resist, Qian Su gently advises the student he holds in high regard. "Perhaps you should consider something else. This gun's attack power is rather lacking." In response to Qian Su's well-meaning counsel, Song Shi shakes his head. He is not reliant on this weapon to vanquish foes, but aims to utilize it for surprise at crucial moments. Thus, something small and easily wielded suits him perfectly. With a nod and a smile, Song Shi bids farewell to Qian Su. Upon returning to the dormitory, Song Shi feels utterly relaxed. The days spent in the forest have been exhausting. Not to mention, his shoulders ache from sleeping on a less-than-ideal bed. He chuckles ruefully, acknowledging his frail physique. He must engage in physical training. With the refrigerator devoid of food, Song Shi resolves to visit the shopping mall during dinner time. Relieved to have just acquired 1,000 credits to splurge, Song Ying, munching on snacks and reclining on the sofa, declares, "I want those dumplings from last time." "Understood," Song-Shi replies, casting an irritated glance at the exuberant individual before slamming the door shut. The shopping mall serves as the military academy's central marketplace, frequented by many. Due to the academy's emphasis on self-sufficiency, those fond of online shopping are compelled to venture out, leading to numerous groups traversing the expansive square. Some even sending mechas to make purchases on their behalf. Song-Shi heads straight to the vegetable section, where naturally grown vegetables are priced under 50 credits, and the most expensive items from the greenhouse section cost no more than 20 credits. Pleased with his newfound wealth, he muses about being a wealthy individual. "Hey, Song-Shi." Lucci beams, evidently pleased to see Song-Shi in such high spirits, speaking freely without the constraints he feels with his clan or other classmates. "I just arrived behind you. By the way, congratulations on your victory." Feeling bashful, Song-Shi waves his hand dismissively, attributing his success to Song Ying's assistance. "Song Ying isn't your mecha. Ha ha, come on, stop being modest." Lucci laughs, gesturing toward the items in Song-Shi's cart. "Are you planning a celebration tonight?" "One could say that," Song-Shi replies. "Shall I join in your celebration?" Lucci casually inquires, but Song-Shi finds himself in a quandary. After a moment, he apologetically responds, "I'm sorry. Perhaps next time I can treat you to something nice." This is not due to any unwillingness to invite Lucci over. Rather, it is because of the formidable presence that resides in his home. He cannot possibly prepare a feast without offering it to that deity, lest he face the wrath of Song Ying, who would undoubtedly make his life miserable. "It's fine. It's fine." Lucci waves his hand. Finding the situation amusing, as someone calls out to him from nearby, Song-Shi lets him go, and once Lucci is out of sight, he exhales in relief, planning to shift his focus to the flower section. Carrying numerous bags proves cumbersome, and as he walks, Song-Shi envies those fortunate enough to possess storage devices. By the time he reaches the dormitory, night has fallen. From afar, he sees the lights of his own dormitory glowing. With Song Ying's tall figure leaning against the door, fiddling with an apple-sized light brain. "Suo, what are you doing here?" Song-Shi smiles as he approaches. Shaking his head, Song-Shi glances at the light brain, which has been unceremoniously tossed onto the sofa. Although Suo rarely ventures out, this does not diminish Song-Shi's fondness for her. He sets down his bags and carefully places Suo on the nearby counter before addressing Song Ying. Suo is the house's primary light brain. Can't you treat her a bit better? Does she need it? Song Ying coldly glances at Suo. "Not at all, master," Suo promptly responds, vanishing in an instant. Song-Shi rolls his eyes in exasperation at this bully. "And who, pray tell, is the true master of this abode? Hurry and cook," Song Ying belligerently commands from his comfortable position on the sofa. Casting him an irritated glance, Song-Shi begrudgingly picks up the bags and heads to the kitchen, lamenting, as an ancient person, "I truly fail to fulfill the role of a gentleman." Dinner is devoured in an instant by Song Ying, who reclines with a satisfied expression. While Song-Shi washes the dishes, he remarks, "I plan to head to Mecha City tomorrow. Would you like to join?" "What for?" "I've heard their equipment is excellent. I want to train." Song Ying nods, his gaze sweeping over Song-Shi's entire figure. It's indeed time for some training. Resigned to accept the disdain, Song-Shi finishes tidying up the dishes. As Song Ying remains sprawled on the sofa watching a video. Song-Shi nudges him, "Haven't you had enough of that yet?" "Sure." This is the pivotal moment. Song Ying dismisses, brushing aside Song-Shi's hand. His deep, dark eyes glimmer with excitement. Song-Shi rolls his eyes at the screen, where a melodramatic tale of a human and a dog unfolds. The scene reaches its climax, and he cannot help but wince at the absurdity. The contrast between the serious Song Ying and the soap opera is quite jarring. Rubbing his temples, Song-Shi declares, "I'm off to bed. Remember to turn off the video later." With that, he dismisses Song Ying, utterly baffled as to why such melodramatic television still exists in this mechanical age. Author's note: I have recently felt a pang of loss due to declining readership. By the way, the number of those showering me with flowers has dwindled too. Oh dear girls, do throw some flowers my way. I beg of you. The two individuals, speaking in discontent, ascended the stairs. Song-Shi glanced upward, recognizing the distinguished presence of the top student from the military academy's 10-grade divisions. However, it was rumored that the first-place student from the first-year group would only be determined after the first examination. And following the January assessments, Those who ranked in the bottom 10 would be expelled from the military academy. This stringent regulation remained vividly etched in Song Shi's memory. Good heavens, it was Senior Lu Feng, the first of the second-year group, exuding such an imposing aura. Accidentally jostled to the edge of a dining table, Song Shi winced, clutching his pained waist, unable to suppress a soft groan. Slightly irritated, he listened to the commotion beside him. In the distance, two figures approached, their tall silhouettes elongated by the sunlight as they made their way down the path, which others hurriedly cleared. Song Shi furrowed his brow, fixating on the man with a gentle smile and strikingly handsome features. None other than Mu Yuan, the individual he had encountered at the registration desk. Beside him walked a tall, slender figure with flowing silver hair, exuding an enigmatic charm that eclipsed Mu Yuan's amiable demeanor. Mu Yuan conversed with Lu Feng, basking in the admiration and jealousy from those around him, his smile growing ever more radiant. This attention was entirely due to the formidable man beside him, and Mu Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. He aspired to be someone worthy of standing alongside such a powerful figure. Lu Feng, what a coincidence! At that moment, the spacious dining hall erupted with noise following this exclamation. Song Shi rubbed his temples, glancing towards the idolized figure, Wang Mi, who stood beside a familiar and loathed face, Wang Chong, who, in a sycophantic manner, trailed behind him. This was evidently his cousin, the one he relied upon. Lu Feng acknowledged them with a mere nod before turning and heading upstairs, leaving Wang Mi's expression darkening, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he addressed Lu Feng's retreating figure. This time, if Lu Feng performs poorly on the exam, don't take it too seriously. As the saying goes, where there are wins, there must be losses. Wang Mi's voice resonated throughout the large dining hall, audible to all. You, be quiet. Mu Yuan's face flushed with anger as he glared at Wang Mi. Concern evident in his eyes for Lu Feng, Yu Yuan's expression unwittingly validated Wang Mi's remarks, and as the words settled, the entire hall buzzed with chatter. It was common knowledge that the results of each grade's examinations were confidential, with the 10 grade divisions testing at different times. Thus, while it was known that the second-year group had already completed their assessments, the final rankings would not be released for another week. Wang Mi's statement effectively announced the results, with predictable consequences. Song Shi had no intention of indulging in further gossip. Hunger gnawed at him, and he had no time for idle chatter. He turned away, gesturing for a waiter to bring a menu, casually ordering a few items before retreating to a private booth. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Feng's gaze shifted towards his departing figure, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. While everyone else was engrossed in the spectacle, this individual walked away alone. Feng Gu, Mu Yuan called anxiously, noticing Lu Feng's gaze fixated on a distant point. Lu Feng turned, his expression calm as he regarded Mu Yuan, his long fingers brushing against Mu Yuan's ear, a gesture so affectionate that it caused Mu Yuan to blush. I've said all I needed to. May I take my leave now? Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, his voice low and devoid of irritation, as if Wang Mi were merely a jester playing a foolish role. With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Mi smirked, determined to reveal who the true fool was. Once the rankings were published, he would see who would still regard Lu Feng with reverence. Even if Lu Feng belonged to one of the 3 prominent families, Wang Mi was confident he could bring him down. As the farce concluded with the departure of its 2 principal characters, Song Shi finished his meal and set off towards the Mecha city. Following the flow of people, he approached the counter and inquired about training. If you wish to train your physique, please proceed to the 3rd floor, the robotic service attendant replied. Nodding, Song Shi made his way up. Many who came to Mecha City sought challenges. Few preferred the training rooms within. Most opted to purchase training equipment for home use. While Song Shi had considered this, he soon discovered the exorbitant prices, which were far too burdensome for someone of his financial means. However, the military academy offered equipment for a mere fraction of the cost in academic credits. Please provide your student ID so I can input it and create a record for you. The robot typed swiftly on the computer. After providing his ID and exchanging some credits, Song Shi received a crystal card marked with room 302. He thanked the robot and proceeded towards the designated room. Training in the 21st century primarily involved treadmills and exercise bikes, while the 31st century featured more specialized equipment, such as simulation pods, a compact mecha chamber where one could select simulated adversaries to hone their reflexes and skills. Inside the chamber, Song Shi set the gravity to 3, which was low compared to the maximum setting of 10. He dared not push himself too far, understanding the folly of attempting to achieve too much too quickly. As he entered the pod and the doors sealed shut, the chamber measured approximately 10 by 10 meters. Colorful, glowing orbs dangled from above, and after reviewing the instructions, Song Shi clicked start. Instantly, a weight of gravity bore down upon him, nearly bending his spine, and exposed skin bore the marks of minor abrasions. While he adjusted to this new gravity, the colorful orbs began to move, hurtling towards him. Aware from the manual that these orbs contained an electric charge, he knew a collision would result in excruciating pain. The moment one struck him, chaos ensued. He was paralyzed, especially as his body was still damp, amplifying the electric shock's intensity. His limbs convulsed uncontrollably, a searing pain coursing through him. Biting his lip, Song Shi forced himself to stand, resolutely focusing on the orbs. Repeatedly, he fell and rose, each impact unrelenting. Yet he persevered in standing. Ding! The pod opened, and all the orbs ceased their motion, returning to their tranquil state above him. Gasping for breath, Song Shi collapsed onto the floor, his body intermittently twitching. After a considerable duration, he managed to push himself up, utterly devoid of the enthusiasm he had possessed upon entering. Yet, despite his disheveled state, his gentle eyes gleamed with newfound determination. As Song Shi's figure faded from view, a group of newcomers entered. One freckled youth noticing the seldom-used gravity pod. He exclaimed, "Goodness, someone actually used this torturous contraption? Are they trying to toughen their skin?" In a different part of the house, the small robot, So, appeared somewhat disheveled, its once fashionable apple-like form now coated in a layer of soot. What happened in here? Song Shi coughed, feeling utterly exhausted, yet still needing to address this unexpected situation. So stammered, avoiding Song Shi's gaze. To elicit such a reaction from a robot, it could only be attributed to Song Ying's antics. Gritting his teeth, Song Shi demanded, "What is Song Ying up to now?" So, realizing the gravity of the situation, waved its tiny hands, insisting it was not the master's fault. With a swift motion, Song Shi pushed So aside and made his way towards the source of the smoke. So, activate the automatic ventilation. Nodding nervously, So complied, fearful of this usually gentle second master. Song Shi opened the kitchen door and shouted, "What are you doing now, Song Ying?" The sight before him was almost unbelievable. All the kitchen appliances were damaged, some partially, others completely, and the smoke emanated from a slightly dented pot of congee in front of Song Ying. Striding forward, Song Shi stared in disbelief. "You've managed to ruin congee to this extent? What a genius! Come out!" He turned, speaking in a low tone to the dazed Song Ying. After the air had cleared somewhat, Song Shi slumped onto the sofa, his expression grim. When Song Ying emerged with the pot, he raised an eyebrow and said earnestly, "Are you hungry?" Song Ying nodded, maintaining a stoic expression, though a faint hint of red crept onto his ears. All he had wanted was to cook some congee, which appeared so simple on the screen. Yet, no matter how he tried, his results were never quite right. Frustrated, he placed the pot on the counter. "Just wait for me to handle it," Song Shi replied wearily. Song Ying remained silent, quietly seated beside the dining table, his cold, piercing eagle eyes fixed intently on the bowl of congee, still haunted by his lingering thoughts. Song Shi sighed, realizing he was at a loss for words at that moment. He glanced at the kitchen, where the utensils lay in disarray, his heart aching at the sight. Bracing himself with his weak legs, he stood up, took the bowl of congee, and headed towards the kitchen. "I'm not eating anymore," Song Ying remarked, addressing Song Shi's back. "Aren't you hungry?" "Not anymore, I don't want to eat." Song Ying observed the slight tremor in Song Shi's legs and couldn't help but frown. His tall figure suddenly rose from the chair, snatching the congee pot from Song Shi's hands and tossing it aside. "You should take care of yourself first." Although his tone remained cold and brusque, Song Shi smiled, his eyes curving like crescent moons, adding a touch of warmth to his face. "Shall I go to sleep then?" Song Ying nodded, gesturing for him to leave. Just as Song Shi was about to enter the bedroom, Song Ying cleared his throat. Do you need a massage? Hurry up and go in. I'll help you with the massage." Song Ying's cheeks flushed, urging him to enter the room. Forced onto the bed for a massage, Song Shi found himself slightly dazed. As his pants were being removed, he finally couldn't help but push himself up with his arms. "I'll do it myself." But Song Ying pressed him back down, firmly laying him on the bed. Unable to see Song Ying's expression, Song Shi appeared somewhat flustered, yet Song Ying rather enjoyed this position, his gaze drifting to Song Shi's legs. He had always thought Song Ying lacked masculinity due to his fair skin and overly delicate features. Those legs, long wrapped in trousers, were even fairer than his face, slender yet remarkably sturdy, with every inch of muscle forming graceful lines. As Song Ying examined those legs, he reached out to touch them, eliciting a slight shiver from Song Shi. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he gently kneaded them, applying just the right amount of pressure, allowing Song Shi to relax and soon drift into a soft snore. Song Ying furrowed his brow, and after a while, he had to relent. As long as there was no danger, he could let this situation unfold. However, should any threat arise, his eyes narrowed and a chill flickered across his stern face. When his gaze returned to the person on the bed, it suddenly softened, leaving only tenderness in its wake. If anyone were to discover this progress, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Yet, few ventured into the gravity chamber, and none would specifically choose the one Song Shi frequented, leaving only Song Ying privy to this knowledge. Amidst these thoughts, Song Shi felt exhilarated by his unexpected height increase, having shot up from 165 centimeters to 175. This remarkable leap had only come to his attention now, probably due to his recent busyness. Overall, he was quite pleased, and this good mood lasted until the day of the first monthly exam arrived. The monthly exam was as crucial as the core courses, and with its approach, the atmosphere in the first-year class grew increasingly tense, prompting even those who typically shunned theoretical studies to begin attending classes. Song Shi possessed a keen memory, and the questions were fundamentally straightforward, enabling him to respond with relative ease. However, some classmates fared poorly, mistakenly believing they had mastered mechanics, thinking that merely obtaining a certificate would suffice. Yet, the examination comprised a hodgepodge of basic questions, scattered into obscure corners. Li Rong observed the varied expressions of the students, smiling as his gaze fell upon Song Shi. That moment, Song Shi's thoughts raced, searching for answers in his mind, completely oblivious to Li Rong's scrutiny. After an hour and a half had passed, Song Shi reviewed his work once more before clicking the submit button on the screen. With Li Rong's nod of approval, he set down his electronic pen and exited the classroom. The afternoon held the second examination, which was the most critical assessment, while a 0 on the written test could be overlooked. This examination demanded performance. Should his score fall below 70, it would determine his fate, regardless of whether his overall score lingered among the bottom 10 of the entire grade. He would have to pack his bags and leave. Song Shi casually ate a little in the cafeteria before taking Song Ying to the examination venue, the 10th level of the Mecha City. By now, the 10th level had already gathered quite a crowd. Though the number of people in the main hall remained relatively sparse, as many followed their respective class teams to the assigned waiting rooms. Upon Song Shi's arrival, the first class was nearly complete. With many engaging in warm-up exercises, he casually chose a spot to sit with Song Ying, scanning the classmates until one individual, beaming with a smile, caught his eye. Long Yu noticed Song Shi's entrance and couldn't help but grin. Rising to approach Song Shi's seat, "Is it all right if I sit here, Song Gu?" Song Shi shook his head. "Please, have a seat." "How have you been lately, Song Gu? I heard you secured a victory spot in the first core course." "I'm so envious. If I had known, I would have joined you," Long Yu said, his smile bright yet tinged with a hint of gloom. "Had I known, I wouldn't have met you, Long Yu," Song Shi replied, playing with his nails, gazing at Long Yu with gentle eyes. "Haha, your words are quite amusing, Song Gu," Long Yu remarked, evidently taken aback by Song Shi's bluntness, causing his forced smile to falter slightly. The author has something to say. Song Shi is quite adept at massages. By the way, please remember to ask for a day off tomorrow. Apologies, it seems it's our class's turn for the examination. Song Shi stood up, wearing a distant smile, tilting his head for Song Ying to follow him. His unaccompanied demeanor cast a shadow over Long Yu's face, a flicker of malice flashing in his dark eyes. After Song Shi departed, Long Yu shook his sleeves, standing up with a cold smirk. "This guy won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Let us see how he fares in this examination." "Humph." Long Yu grinned at those behind him. "Be sharp later. Got it?" The group, seemingly led by Long Yu, nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, Song Shi joined the crowd heading to the examination room. The rooms in Mecha City were constructed in combat mode, featuring expansive spaces and surrounded by defensive barriers. At this moment, The enormous room, or hall, was filled with a multitude of individuals, with several wearing instructor uniforms seated at the front, including Li Rong. Song Shi didn't recognize the other two, but their proximity to Li Rong, the most esteemed instructor in the first-year cohort, suggested their notable status. Perhaps even higher. Li Rong was conversing with Wang Su, sharing laughter as they discussed the standout performances from the previous examination. Lu Qi from Class 3 was quite the dark horse, Wang Su remarked. Indeed, he is impressive, Li Rong nodded, glancing at the documents in hand, exclaiming in surprise, he's actually Lu Feng's younger brother. I hadn't anticipated that, Li Rong said, revealing a look of astonishment. After a moment of realization, he recalled that the second young master of the Lu family was rumored to lack talent and, being an illegitimate child, had limited opportunities to make public appearances. It's no wonder. With a genius brother ahead of him, it would be quite challenging to draw attention to himself. Wang Su nodded in agreement, however. I find him to have a steady demeanor, calm and offense, exuding a certain presence. Not too shabby, Li Rong smiled, stroking his beard. Then we shall place him among the top 10 of the grade, indeed. As their discussion concluded, the area had filled with numerous individuals, guided by the instructor or assistant instructors, standing on either side. Once Wang Su cleared his throat, the hushed murmurs gradually faded, all eyes turning towards the foremost instructor. Wang Su rose amidst the multitude of gazes, his voice resonating. In this examination, we will assess your teamwork abilities, with 10 individuals forming a group. Your opponents will be. Wang Su raised his hand, tapping a few times on his holographic interface, and suddenly, a mechanism activated, producing a sound from the ground as a dark cage slowly emerged from beneath, revealing a second-tier mutated beast, the Red Tiger. As Wang Su's words fell, the creature, resembling both a tiger and a leopard, let out a deafening roar, spewing forth flames nearly a meter long, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. Observing the multitude of astonished and trembling gazes, Wang Su continued his explanation. This beast has just evolved to the second tier, so it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. With your combined abilities as a group of 10, if you collaborate well, you should be able to defeat it. Isn't it a bit challenging for us to face a second-tier beast? One student voiced, echoing the sentiments of many others. Wang Su shot a cold glance at the speaker, recognizing the harsh reality of surviving in the National Defense and Security Mecha Military Academy. Establishing one's reputation in such a place was undoubtedly arduous, and one must question if there were no challenges, would so many strive so desperately for success? We do not need mediocre talent. What we require are individuals embodying talent, resilience, and an indomitable spirit. If you fear, please step back. This is not a place for you to stand. His words plunged the room into silence, and the student who had spoken lowered his head in embarrassment. All right, now let's assign groups. This time, Classes 1 and 2 will work together. Each class should choose 5 individuals to form a team. Suddenly, the female mentor beside Li Rong stood up, interrupting the silence that had enveloped Wang Su. Observing the orderly division of the participants, Wang Su resumed his seat, having decisively eliminated the previous student. Is this really necessary, Mentor Wang Su? He was questioned. With a cold smile, Wang Su replied, those who rely on their family background can be forgiven. I even appreciate his rebuttal. However, look at him now, arrogant and disrespectful, yet beneath it all, he is frail and fearful. Such a person is unworthy of standing in a military academy. He will inevitably perish on the battlefield. It would be better to let him withdraw now. A hint of disapproval graced the beautiful face of the female mentor. No one is born without fear. That child is still young and can be educated. Is it truly in his best interest to deny him opportunities so hastily? Wang Su's dark eyes, glimmering with amusement, shifted toward a corner. Following his gaze, Lili noticed the slender figure standing there, whose gentle and delicate appearance seemed harmless at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the calm composure in the person's features. Li instinctively began searching for the individual's information on the computer. It was a member of Li Bo's class, named Song Shi, who had directly passed the entrance examination as the 4th candidate. This is quite interesting, Wang Su remarked. At that moment, the groups for the assessment were finally assigned. A distribution list was sent from the other mentors, and as time swiftly passed, the assessment commenced, overshadowing any thoughts of eliminating that individual. Song Shi was assigned to the last group, and among the 10 participants, he unfortunately encountered Long Yu. Song Shi frowned as he caught a distant glimpse of Long Yu's indistinct smile. Why don't you take a seat over there for a moment? Song Shi suggested, pulling the bored Song Ying to a nearby observation seat. When will this end? Song Ying leaned slightly against the back of his chair. Even seated, his tall frame exuded an immense pressure, resembling a powerful leopard poised to pounce on its prey. As the caged red tiger was released, the atmosphere grew tense. Many began discussing tactics in their group of 10, while Song Shi found himself effectively ostracized by the other 9 participants. However, Song Shi remained unfazed. While team spirit was undoubtedly important, a team that was forced together would eventually disintegrate. Thus, he chose not to impose himself. It will be over when it's our turn, he casually remarked to Song Ying. That person's eyes are problematic, Song Ying noted. Huh? Song Shi followed Song Ying's gaze and discovered it was Long Yu. He sighed, feeling a persistent headache from Long Yu's unwelcome presence. Ignore him. They are discussing tactics, pathetic tactics. Song Ying squinted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. How brazen of them to plot against you while treating you as bait. Song Ying stood abruptly. What's wrong? Song Shi grabbed Song Ying, sensing the low pressure emanating from him, and pulled him back into his seat. They want to use you as bait, Song Ying stated, gazing intently into Song Shi's eyes, which sparkled with intensity. Oh? Song Shi frowned, glancing at the 9 participants. Rest assured, whether I become bait is my own concern. Song Ying felt a surge of anger. He was worried, yet Song Shi appeared indifferent. He turned his head away, muttering, unappreciative. Song Shi chuckled. It's not that I'm unappreciative. It's just that with you, Song Ying, by my side, why should I concern myself with those immature brats? He leaned closer to Song Ying, resting his chin on his arm, his delicate face adorned with an endearing grin. Upon considering this, Song Ying realized he had overreacted. His face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Of course, I wouldn't worry about those little brats. He scoffed at its not as if I fear you being ineffectual and falling for their tricks. Indeed, I am ineffectual. Song Shi rolled his eyes, realizing that sometimes, being overly accommodating could backfire, affecting not just others but oneself as well. As Song Shi conversed with Song Ying, the results of the first group were swiftly revealed. They had barely lasted 3 minutes before the curtain fell. The red tiger, a formidable second-level mutant beast, unleashed a fireball that left 1 participant scorched. Even with 10 individuals cooperating, fear of the red tiger's ferocity caused them to falter. The first group performed dismally, prompting Wang Su to mark a large cross next to their names and call out. Second group, prepare. Subsequent groups followed suit, mirroring the dismal performance of the first, eliciting frowns and shakes of the head from the trio of Wang Su. Despite the presence of protective equipment during critical moments, some injuries were unavoidable, resulting in a considerable number of casualties during this assessment. As time elapsed, it finally became the 5th group's turn. Song Shi adjusted his military uniform and walked forward alongside Song Ying. The sight of 10 mechas transforming together was somewhat awe-inspiring, yet Song Shi's focus was elsewhere. He noticed how the others instinctively stepped back, subtly granting him the forefront position, encircling him at the edge of the red tiger's domain. Song Shi's expression darkened as his fingers danced across the control panel. Their intentions were all too clear. You must understand, once the battle commences, certain scenarios become uncontrollable. Song Ying's low voice reached Song Shi's ears. Are you encouraging me? Song Shi chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, a frigid smile creeping onto his otherwise gentle features. Do you truly require my encouragement? I see this precisely what you wish to engage in. With a thunderous roar, the red tiger was released from its dark cage, charging towards Song Shi with an overwhelming intensity. As he lifted his foot to retreat, he found himself inexplicably frozen in place. Song Ying's massive iron feet could not budge, and his fierce gaze darted toward the 9 participants. If they possessed the ability to immobilize him, why not direct their efforts against the red tiger? A surge of anger welled within Song Shi. These individuals were intentionally attempting to put him in jeopardy. With a cold smile, he swiftly maneuvered his fingers across the control panel, just as the red tiger lunged toward him. Song Shi managed to shift half an inch, slightly turning to the side. The sudden change caused the tiger to lose its balance and veer toward the 9 participants behind him. The scene erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated that Song Shi could withstand the combined mental prowess of 9 individuals. His formidable display prompted Wang Su to leap to his feet in astonishment. although he considered Song Shi's mental strength insufficiently powerful. It was nevertheless sufficient to rival the Red Tiger. Wang Su had previously witnessed the 9 participants attempting to use Song Shi as bait, but as a mentor, he was prohibited from intervening in his students' assessments. Thus, he could not interfere at that moment. However, Song Shi's exhibited talent and strength warranted his attention. Should an unavoidable danger arise, he was permitted to intervene, as dictated by the rules of the military academy. The one with superior talent and greater strength held sway. Unbeknownst to Song Shi, Wang Su's thoughts were racing. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Resisting the combined mental force of 9 individuals was no trivial feat. His fingers moved swiftly across the control panel, pivoting as the Red Tiger's back came into view. The Red Tiger, unable to regain its footing, began to turn its aggression toward the 9 participants, creating a chaotic scene. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Song Shi's mind remained crystal clear. He exhaled heavily, his gaze fixed on the Red Tiger's back. The mutant beast, having recently advanced to the 2nd level, exhibited slower reflexes than typical 2nd-level mutants. Suddenly, a fireball from the Red Tiger engulfed the arena in flames, catching the 9 participants off guard. Confronted with the overwhelming presence of the 2nd-level beast, they faltered both physically and mentally, experiencing a wave of fear. Consequently, even those who attempted to attack failed to inflict significant damage, and 3 of them were struck down by the tiger's fiery claws, their massive mechas crashing into the defensive wall, rendering them unable to continue. The 3 were swiftly rescued by a supervising mentor, which effectively announced their defeat. At that moment, only 7 participants remained. Long Yu gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Song Shi while furiously manipulating the controls to launch another attack. Coordinating with his companions to mount a similar offensive against the Red Tiger, Song Shi observed this unfolding scene with a cold smile, the first overt sign of his aversion toward Long Yu emerging in his gentle demeanor. What is this? Planning to attack the Red Tiger? Or is it that individual? Song Ying inquired. Song Shi let out a bright, joyful laugh, filled with an unmistakable sense of exhilaration. Song Ying was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing the battle intent within that laughter, a familiar expression, one that suggested victory was within reach. Speechless, Song Ying gazed at Song Shi with admiration shining in his green eyes. Long Yu, having encircled Song Shi once more near the Red Tiger, grinned, sensing their heightened vigilance this time, ensuring they would not repeat their previous blunders. Let us see how you escape this time, he sneered. Long Yu coldly remarked, his right hand activating the attack mode. Addressing the occupants of the 6 mechs in communication. Remember, we only let the attack strike Song Shi by sheer accident. As his words fell, the 6 mechs seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. Stepping back in unison, adopting a posture suggestive of impending assault, as a palpable mental energy began to coalesce in the air, Wang Su's expression darkened. He surveyed the 7 mechs, slowly rising to his feet and casting a meaningful glance at Li Rong. Li Rong, acutely aware of the shift, recognized that each individual in this group was a standout in this assessment. The collective mental energy of the 7 was potent enough to initiate an attack surpassing level 1. Furrowing his brow, Li Rong noted that this test was supposed to evaluate collaboration. However, given the current developments, there was no semblance of cooperation. Rather, it resembled an independent battle, with the adversary not being Qi Hu, but Song Shi. Age had rendered them jaded, having witnessed a plethora of darkness, and what seemed trivial to Long Yu was crystal clear to them. Nevertheless, both Wang Su and Li Rong exhibited no intention of intervening. Yet they were subtly prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Song Shi closed his eyes, choosing to disregard the presence of others. As he quieted his mind, he felt a gentle surge of power emanating from within, meandering through his consciousness, where a dense white mist had accumulated. To his astonishment, he realized this was identical to what he had previously acquired from the level 2 mutated beast and Zhao Su. It dawned on him that this was indeed mental energy. At that moment, everything before his eyes fragmented into its primordial state. He perceived the 2 waves of attacks approaching him, one from Qi Hu and the other from the 9 individuals, vibrant red and white, poised to collide with him, particles radiating a searing heat as they neared his body. Song Ying discerned that his own thoughts were manifesting into attacks. What could this imply? With a glint of appraisal in his cold eyes, he recognized that Song Shi's mental energy had indeed heightened. Although the activation of these two mechs did not grant Song Ying another controlling master over his body, there were still aspects beyond Song Shi's awareness that he could command. Unbeknownst to Song Shi, who was immersed in his mental realm, his sole focus remained on the imminent attacks. In those fleeting seconds, the formidable mental energy coalesced, forming a fierce offensive. Qi, who, akin to a beast from a millennium ago, was instinctively sensitive. Should the adversary prove too formidable, it would instinctively retreat. At that moment, Qi, who embodied such a demeanor, while the nine remained blissfully unaware, lost in their self-assured victory, as the attacks finally descended upon Song Shi. Long Yu emitted a sound of delight. It was evident to all that this mech was now utterly incapacitated. When the onlookers redirected their attention to the source of the blinding light, their pupils involuntarily constricted. The mech, exuding a heavy metallic aura, pointed directly towards the trajectory that had pierced it. So, was it all orchestrated by Song Shi? A moment of silence enveloped the group until Long Yu's violent coughing jolted them back to reality. Wang Su's declaration cut through the air, disregarding Long Yu entirely, as he raised his hand toward the students, stating, "This assessment concludes here. As for the results, I shall publish them on the Military Academy's main website in a week's time. Now, please follow your instructor or assistant instructor quietly as you exit." With that, Wang Su and Li Rong departed, while Song Ying also relinquished his mech state. Due to the considerable expenditure of mental energy, Song Shi appeared somewhat fatigued. Nonetheless, joy welled within him. Thus, upon glancing at Long Yu, who was being assisted by others, he offered a gentle smile. "You are challenging me, Song Shi. Let me make it clear. Cross me, and you shall not escape unscathed." Long Yu forcefully shook off the support of others, striding furiously to confront Song Shi, pointing an accusatory finger at him. All the humiliation stemmed from this individual, and Long Yu's fury was palpable, with his eyes glistening with rage. In contrast to Long Yu's overt aggression, Song Shi maintained a calm demeanor, his crescent-shaped eyes reflecting tranquility. "Perhaps you should take care of yourself first, Long Yu." The sensation of striking a cotton surface was far from pleasant. Long Yu inhaled sharply, casting a furious glare at Song Shi as he stormed away. At this juncture, Long Yu, spurred by Song Shi's remarks, began to sense something amiss. He had replayed Wang Su's demeanor in his mind numerous times. Song Ying nodded, wrapping an arm around Song Shi as they began to exit slowly. Author's note. Finally completed this week's ranking. Yay! The entire text has reached 100,000 words, yet my progress feels minimal. Sigh. Chapter 46. Military Law Office. After a prolonged slumber, Song Shi finally rose from his bed, stretching languorously, invigorated after a long rest. He slipped on a pair of shoes and glanced outside, noting that dusk was nearing. Shaking his head, he thought to himself that his sleep had indeed been extensive. I wonder if Song Ying has gone hungry waiting for me? Upon opening the door, the sounds of combat blared from the television, where Song Ying was engrossed, munching on a bag of snacks. "Someone came looking for you." "Who?" Song Shi approached, pouring himself a glass of water to soothe his throat. "Military Law Office." "The Military Law Office? Are you certain?" Song Shi inquired, bewildered. The Military Law Office essentially functioned like a court within the Military Academy, a venue for adjudicating all matters. Was it regarding the earlier incident with Long Yu? He could think of no other reason. "Yes," Song Ying confirmed. "They want you to go in the afternoon." "Afternoon? Wait, it's nearly evening," Song Shi exclaimed, abruptly setting down his cup. "Indeed. Why didn't you wake me?" Without further ado, Song Shi dashed into the bedroom, swiftly changing clothes and washing his face. He understood the gravity of the situation. The Military Academy comprised three dominant forces: the law enforcement team of the students, the Military Law Office governed by the instructors, and the three major heads wielding supreme authority. Any one of these entities held significant influence in Huagua, hence Song Shi's urgency, for tardiness to such a venue was far from favorable. "Hurry up, don't just sit there, accompany me," Song Shi urged, adjusting his military uniform as he addressed Song Ying. "I'm not going." Song Ying declined, his tall frame seemingly anchored to the sofa. With a resigned sigh, Song Shi replied, "I'll just go alone. You take care of the house." With that, he disregarded Song Ying and stepped outside. The setting sun cast a warm glow over Song Shi's somewhat anxious visage, while Song Ying turned off the television, lost in thought as he observed Song Shi's receding figure. Upon arriving at the Military Law Office, Song Shi's hurried attire felt incongruous with the solemnity of the place. The two soldiers stationed at the entrance scrutinized him before granting entry, the stringent protocols leaving him astonished. Standing upright, Song Shi greeted the two instructors with polite nods, then expressed his apologies for his tardiness. The burly instructor on the left waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, yet his expression remained devoid of warmth, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes. Very well, this visit is at the request of instructor Wang Su to address the issues arising from the recent assessment. The instructor inserted a chip into the tablet before him, and a screen approximately 1 meter wide gradually unfolded before Song Shi and the others. Long Yu claims you openly attacked him. Do you have any explanation? Sitting upright, Song Shi leaned back slightly against his chair, internally acknowledging the predictability of the situation. A barely perceptible chill flickered in his eyes, but his exterior remained composed and gentle. I believe everyone present is well aware of the truth. It was not I who initiated the attack. This was purely an act of self-defense. If there are those who remain unclear about the facts and require my explanation, I find myself at a loss for words. As Song Shi concluded his statement, the expressions of the two opposing instructors darkened. They had not anticipated such a sharp rebuttal, yet what could they say in response? Despite their prior alignment with Wang Chong, the slender man beside the burly instructor cleared his throat, stating, "Since this matter has been entrusted to us, we shall handle it according to our procedures. If you cannot provide an explanation, the fault lies with you." Song Shi frowned, his gaze sweeping over the two instructors, keenly noting their unspoken signals. The situation was glaringly transparent. Any discerning observer would understand the reality of the events. Yet, these two seemed unwilling to relent. What could their motives be? Reflecting on yesterday's events, Song Shi recalled that while the three individuals eliminated from the assessment had sustained minor injuries, they had covertly communicated with Long Yu, subtly transmitting mental energy to the 7 others under the watchful eyes of all present. Although this transfer could only be absorbed at a rate of 5% and would inflict some harm on the transmitter, it was exceedingly rare for someone to employ such a tactic. What possible benefits could compel them to act in such a manner? As Song Shi slightly tilted his head to gaze out at the dim yellow sky, he realized that this place was no longer the small island he had inhabited for 3 years, but rather a society rife with competitive struggles. He exhaled softly, calmly analyzing the situation. The two individuals had stated that this investigation was initiated at the behest of Mentor Wang Su, and it was evident that they favored Long Yu. Conversely, Long Yu was adamantly opposed to any scrutiny of this matter, implying that Wang Su was undoubtedly on his side. Supporting his forehead, Song Shi concealed the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Given that Wang Su could directly request the military law office to investigate, his identity must be quite substantial. With a plan forming in his mind, Song Shi concluded that he had nothing further to say. Regardless of the severity of the infraction, he would acquiesce to his mentor. Rising with an expression of serene composure, he addressed the two men. "Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Both the slight man and the burly one displayed signs of agitation. Taken aback by the poise of a student lacking connections when confronted by a mentor from the military law office, they understood that this situation was far from trivial, as any record of it would entail consequences beyond mere academic penalties. Their intention was not to completely annihilate him, but rather to extract a confession when he could no longer bear their pressure. However, the principal character of their meticulously crafted plan had failed to perform as expected. "I refuse to confess," he stated simply. "If you choose to record this against me, so be it. I have a clear conscience. I wonder, however, if you two harbor any guilt?" As he spoke, a smile danced in his eyes, causing both men to flush in response, whether from anger or embarrassment. The slight man furrowed his brow. "You must understand. Sometimes one cannot simply choose to abstain from involvement. Once you enter this murky world, even white will turn black." Song Shi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "If someone attempts to drag me into this murky abyss, while I may not remain entirely unblemished, I will ensure that my heart remains pure." He paused, his gaze piercing. "Without that insatiable desire, white can never transform into black." With that, Song Shi turned and exited the conference room, a gust of cool wind sweeping up his coat, momentarily obscuring his figure. Whether tall or slender, it was hard to tell. Regardless, the two men stood rooted, speechless for an extended period. Upon returning home, Song Shi felt no anxiety about potential reprimands. He had accurately assessed Wang Su's stature. If Wang Su was indeed protecting him, then as long as he did not confess, he would remain unscathed. Moreover, should this situation escalate, Long Yu would undoubtedly be the first to suffer repercussions. Thus, while he despised trouble, he knew that if they refused to relent, the ensuing complications would ultimately be theirs to bear. In a good mood, Song Shi prepared 2 dishes, providing Song Ying with a change of provisions, and the pair enjoyed another pleasant evening together. In the following days, Song Shi indeed faced no disciplinary actions, and it seemed as though the military law office had lost all interest in the matter. Life continued in its mundane rhythm until a week later when the results of the examination were posted on the military academy's main website, stirring up a tempest of surprise. The first place was claimed by Lu Xun, followed by Song Shi in second, and Zhao Su in third. The revelation of this ranking sent shockwaves through the first-year cohort for 2 reasons. First, that Song Shi had outperformed the Z-grade talents Zhao Su and Lin Yu, and second, that rumors circulated regarding Long Yu's alleged bribery of the mentors to secure his position. On his way to class the following day, Song Shi absorbed the gossip like a sponge. The identity of the individual who had leaked the bribery allegations held no significance for him. Instead, he focused on his research into mental energy, particularly why he could absorb the mental energy of others. This knowledge was paramount. Mental energy, as it was defined, was an intangible force, and while the text did not explicitly state this, the implication was clear. As Song Shi perused various books, he found nothing that elucidated his inquiry, and after some contemplation, he resolved to try one last method. That moment, a notification pinged on his communicator. Upon checking, a smile graced his face. The approval for his campus exit application had been granted, allowing him to leave today. The efficiency of these old men is abysmal. It took them 3 days to process this, Song Ying remarked disdainfully, furrowing his brow. Song Shi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Deep down, he acknowledged the truth in the criticism. However, the opportunity to leave campus was a welcome development, greatly facilitating his plans. After packing his belongings, Song Shi decided to forego his theoretical class for the day, and the 2 exited the school gates. As they approached the beast handling pavilion, the atmosphere was unusually quiet, the sounds of the establishment muted, save for a lone robot diligently cleaning the premises. "May I assist you, sir?" the male robot inquired as Song Shi entered. "I would like to see some combat-type mutated beasts," Song Shi replied, slightly embarrassed, as he couldn't very well admit to coming for experiments to extract energy from the creatures. "Combat beasts, please wait a moment while I inform the proprietor," the robot said, stepping aside to offer Song Shi a cup of tea. Although the tea was of poor quality, in this mechanical age, even something as commonplace as Chiman black tea from the 21st century was considered quite expensive. Song Shi was momentarily taken aback by the establishment's ability to provide it, unbeknownst to him. Despite its humble appearance, the shop was owned by one of the 3 prominent families and stood as a leader in the beast handling industry within the archipelago. Shortly thereafter, a rather rotund man descended from the upper floor. He glanced at Song Shi, noticing the youth's military academy uniform, and approached with a warm smile. "What type of mutated beast are you interested in, fellow student?" Lu Nua rubbed his hands together, thinking of the lucrative potential. As many wealthy heirs frequented the military academy, with an easy smile, Song Shi replied, "Any type will suffice." Lu Nua paused briefly, then returned a genial smile. "Very well, please follow me to the control room. The combat beasts are exceptionally fierce, and we must ensure they are securely contained," he chuckled, leading Song Shi down a long corridor towards the reinforced rooms. After entering a code, the heavy metal door creaked open, revealing a cacophony of animal roars and an overwhelming, acrid scent. Song Ying frowned, instinctively positioning himself in front of Song Shi as they followed Lu Nua inside. Each small room contained a different mutated beast, and upon their arrival, the creatures intensified their growls, causing Song Shi to wince at the noise. "How intolerably loud!" Song Ying exclaimed, kicking the nearest door. Through the transparent barrier, his piercing gaze met the deep black eyes of a beast within, which seemed to sense danger and emitted a low whimper, almost like begging for mercy. Lu Nua discreetly glanced at Song Ying, surprise flickering in his eyes. Taming these beasts required a certain ferocity, and it was often difficult to command their obedience. The fact that Song Ying could instantly subdue one with just a glance left Lu Nua astonished. "My apologies for the noise. It can be quite bothersome," Song Shi said to Lu Nua with an embarrassed smile, shooting a glare at Song Ying. Whether Song Ying understood the unspoken message in Song Shi's eyes or not, he indeed quieted down considerably. Before long, Lu Nua halted before a specific room, where a first-level mutated beast was housed. It resembled a python but was much larger. Its slick green body coiled within the cramped space, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lu Nua gestured towards the creature. This is a green mute snake. Notable among first-level mutated beasts, it is a hybrid, born from the genetic fusion of ancient pythons and cobras, combining the strength of the former with the venom of the latter. Its second-level evolutionary form will be impressively large and vibrant, making it quite popular among the youth, and it sells well in our shop. Song Shi scrutinized the snake, trying to grasp the fascinating essence of the creature. But all he could perceive were its cold, crimson eyes glinting ominously at him. "What do you think of this one, young student?" Lu Nua asked cheerfully, interrupting Song Shi's contemplation. Song Shi hesitated, contemplating a polite refusal. When suddenly the enormous snake lunged forward, nearly pressing itself against the transparent barrier, its large red eyes fixated on him, flicking its white tongue. Startled, Song Shi instinctively recoiled, losing his balance and tumbling into Song Ying's embrace. Song Ying naturally wrapped his arms around Song Shi's waist, his usually stern expression momentarily betraying a hint of irritation, his gaze locking onto the snake. The serpent, feeling the intensity of Lu Nua's stare, turned its head away, displaying an almost comical sense of self-preservation. In a moment of bewilderment, Song Shi found himself immobilized, his gaze fixated upon the python as he surveyed its form from head to tail. A fleeting crimson glimmer flickered in his clear eyes, and a voice echoed in his ears, "That damned old man, humph. One day, I shall constrict him to death." Startled, Song Shi subtly averted his gaze, only to realize that the voice emanated from within, or rather, from the very python before him. Without hesitation, he pushed aside Song Ying and strode forward, reassured by the protective barrier of the defense gate that rendered him impervious to danger. Aware of this, Song Ying allowed Song Shi to escape the confines of his embrace. "What are you staring at? Humph. None of you are good, and I shall deal with you all in due time." The voice grew increasingly irate. Narrowing his eyes, Song Shi beamed a radiant smile at the python, as if to say, "Come forth, if you can." Perhaps understanding the implication behind Song Shi's grin, the python writhed in agitation, exhibiting an unmistakable restlessness. "Human, do not provoke my wrath." Yet, Song Shi maintained a serene smile, his eyes shimmering with a hint of red. He vaguely perceived wisps of white mist emanating from the python, and an idea began to form in his mind. Recalling the two previous instances of absorbing spiritual energy, one where the Rat King was overly elated from his bountiful harvest, and another where Zhao Su, incensed, displayed extraordinary prowess, he pondered whether anger could serve as a breakthrough point. It seemed that during heightened emotional states, whether inflated or diminished, infiltrating another's spiritual realm became relatively easier. With this revelation in mind, Song Shi decided to act, cautiously infiltrating the python's essence, utilizing its anger as a conduit. A thread of crimson energy drifted from his eyes, weaving its way through the defense gate, entangling itself within the creature's body as it stealthily advanced. Eventually, he located the reservoir of white mist energy. Just as excitement surged within him, an overwhelming force suddenly struck, and the crimson essence was swiftly devoured by the white mist. Song Shi felt his legs weaken, a muffled groan escaping him as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away, causing him to tilt and fall, only to be caught by a pair of large hands. The following morning, as Song Shi gradually awakened, he was met with a startlingly large face that loomed closer. Despite Song Ying's expression being devoid of emotion, the chill in his demeanor was more pronounced than usual, clearly indicating his irritation over Song Shi's injuries. "How are you feeling?" Song Ying asked, his rough hand cradling the back of Song Shi's head, gently guiding him to rest against his arm. Feeling a touch dizzy, Song Shi furrowed his brow, intending to reassure Song Ying that he was unscathed, but the wave of vertigo compelled him to speak the truth. "I need to call a doctor." Song Ying reached for the call button by the bedside, but Song Shi grasped his hand, pale yet adorned with his customary gentle smile. Shaking his head, his half-closed eyes flickered with a bitter smile. He had underestimated the python's vigilance. The moment he made contact with that reservoir of energy, it had detected him, and he, unprepared, had been caught off guard. This experience served as a stark reminder of the perils associated with seeking effortless gains in energy. It was a wake-up call for Song Shi, who had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far. A minor mishap now seemed beneficial, potentially sparing him from greater misfortunes in the future. Thus, he remained optimistic, understanding that his current condition stemmed from damage to his spiritual energy and that he would soon recover. Reflecting on the earlier encounters, he realized they were merely due to the opponent's carelessness. Turning to Song Ying, he casually remarked, "I'm thirsty." Immediately, Song Ying retrieved a cup of water from the bedside, carefully bringing it to Song Shi's lips. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Song Shi smiled, his eyes crinkling in delight. Occasionally being injured had its perks. At least it meant this esteemed gentleman was attending to him. Unbeknownst to him, when Song Ying witnessed Song Shi's sudden collapse, his fury nearly reached a boiling point, and he almost skinned the python alive. Had it not been for Lu Nua's counsel to prioritize saving Song Shi, he undoubtedly would have acted on his wrath. Authoress note, at last. It has been completed, albeit with great difficulty. Haha. As he emerged from the gravity chamber feeling utterly drained, Song Shi decided against attending classes at school, reasoning that missing a couple of theoretical lessons would not hinder his prior preparations. Please arrange a training pod for hand speed. He instructed the service robot at the front desk on the 3rd floor, tossing a towel over his shoulder. Certainly, please hold on while I check for availability. The robot responded swiftly. After a brief search, it reported that only room 304 on the 5th floor was available, albeit it was a VIP room. Would you like to reserve it? After some contemplation, Song Shi nodded. Yes, please arrange it. Leaning against the front desk, he wiped the sweat from his neck, reflecting on how the enhancement of his spiritual energy would necessitate an increase in hand speed as well. Achieving a balance would be ideal. All set. Your reservation has been made. You may proceed now. 1 hour costs 50 credits. Song Shi was taken aback. While a day of training in the gravity chamber required only 50 credits, an hour in the hand speed pod demanded the same amount. His heart ached at the thought of depleting his credits. After all, he had not earned any credits over the past month. Instead, they had been flowing out due to his grandfather's demands for various necessities. 1,000 credits could sustain him for a month, and he considered himself quite frugal. With a sigh, he accepted the newly numbered crystal card from the robot and made his way to the 5th floor. The hand speed pod was one of the most sought-after training programs in the Mecha City training zone, so securing a VIP room this late in the day was quite fortunate. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he noticed a significantly larger crowd than below, with laughter and conversation filling the air. Holding his stomach, he resolved to grab lunch first before heading to the hand speed pod for training. At this thought, Song Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. The hand speed pod had its advantages, equipped with the V3 system that simulated combat against mutated beasts and rewarded credits based on performance. Although the credits earned were meager and most individuals paid little heed to such trifles, Song Shi certainly had to be mindful. It seemed that from today onward, in addition to gravity training, he would need to utilize the hand speed pod. Even if it meant not earning any credits, at least it would help offset the exorbitant cost of 50 credits per hour. Rubbing his temples, Song Shi entered the cafeteria on the 5th floor. Each level was equipped with dining facilities, spanning over 10 stories in a continuous linear structure. Arriving at the 5th floor, he found the lunchtime crowd had dwindled, likely due to the hour. Glancing at the menu, he ordered an inexpensive lunch and made his way to a window seat with a view. As he settled in, he sensed something was amiss with those around him. Initially, they were cautious in their glances, but soon they began to murmur amongst themselves. Touching his nose, Song Shi surveyed his appearance, finding nothing out of the ordinary. What a nuisance! A cold voice abruptly silenced the chatter. Furrowing his brow, Song Shi turned to see the source of the voice at the table before him. The military academy comprised 10 classes, with a decade required to complete the curriculum. While the process was lengthy, most students appeared to be under 30. The man before him, however, seemed to be in his 30s, clad in military attire. Surprised, Song Shi noted the stark contrast between this man and the others, who cowered in silence at his reprimand. In his mind, those unable to graduate by 30 were either late entrants or lacked talent, yet the demeanor of the group suggested they viewed this man as a prodigy. Unable to resist, Song Shi broke into a smile, shaking his head, dismissing their preoccupations as irrelevant while he continued his meal. Captain Yin, I've applied for the law enforcement team several times without success, and my father insists I must be accepted this time. Can you possibly make an exception? A pale-faced man in second-year military garb trembled as he stood before the man in his 30s, his words tumbling out despite his evident trepidation. Upon hearing this, the man set down his spoon, lifting his gaze to reveal a striking resemblance to Song Ying, causing Song Shi to chuckle softly. The man exuded authority with sharp features, piercing eyes, and a prominent scar adorning his brow, amplifying his intimidating presence. In contrast to Song Ying's understated aura, this man's brilliance was almost blinding, lacking the subtlety that inspired respect. With a single glance, Song Ying could silence a room, while Song Shi, chewing on a piece of greens, mused about the absurdity of the situation. You'll never have to take the law enforcement exam again. I'm disqualifying you. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Accompanied by the rhythmic ebb and flow, Song Shi could no longer contain the surge of pleasure. With one hand released, he propped himself up on the bathing platform, the pristine mirror reflecting his visage. Imbued with a heightened desire, his damp, short hair clung to the nape of his neck, exuding an ineffable allure. Licking his slightly dry lips, Song Shi's vision began to blur. Soft, delicate moans slipped from his slightly parted lips, adding a fervent layer to the already charged atmosphere of the room. Soon, he was unable to suppress his shudders. His entire body appeared stiff as he emitted a faintly heightened tone, followed by the release of a milky fluid. Abruptly halting yet causing him to tremble even more vigorously, he exhaled heavily, staring blankly at the viscous substance on his hand, shaking it off after a moment, and after a brief cleansing, he leisurely donned his trousers and opened the door. With his head bowed, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Song Shi's mind, ultimately converging on the notion that perhaps Song Ying was oblivious to the meaning behind his recent actions. A sense of relief washed over him. After all, while Song Ying was unlike other robots, such matters were not something he would inherently comprehend without guidance. It was likely that he had witnessed something somewhere and merely emulated it. The more he pondered, the more the embarrassment within him began to dissipate. Yet he completely overlooked one crucial point. Why would Song Ying replicate another's actions? Clearing his throat, Song Shi raised his head. His cheeks flushed and said, "Well, let us get some rest. It's getting late." Despite this thought, he could not shake off the underlying awkwardness or embarrassment, and even when he lifted his gaze, he dared not meet Song Ying's eyes directly. Song Ying squinted, murmuring, as he lifted the covers, inviting Song Shi to lie down beside him. A slight smirk gracing his lips, dark glimmers flashing in his eyes. That small barrier could hardly conceal his gaze. Though it required a modicum of energy, he had seen everything Song Shi had done inside. When Song Shi engaged in that act, an undeniable aura of sensuality radiated from him, especially during the final convulsions. The sharp moans escaping his lips eliciting a profound response within Song Ying. He yearned to pin the visibly expressive Song Shi beneath him, yet he could also discern the retreating hesitation of his prey. "Was it pleasurable just now?" Song Ying inquired, leaning closer to the side of the reclining Song Shi, his warm breath brushing against his ear, prompting Song Shi to instinctively shrink his shoulders, wishing to push him away. "What are you talking about?" "Nonsense. Just go to sleep. As for the matters concerning the enforcement team, you can take charge." Song Ying chuckled softly, the dimly lit room laden with temptation. "Are you serious?" Song Shi exclaimed. Turning abruptly, his eyes locking onto Song Ying's, which shone with a piercing clarity even in the dark. Song Ying nodded. "But since I've already promised you, you must help me resolve things here properly." Caught off guard, Song Shi found himself drawn by Song Ying's hand into the warmth of the covers, where he encountered a similarly aroused presence, even more pronounced than his own, as if it were declaring its strength. "Put in more effort," Song Ying commanded, his eyes devoid of the sharpness Song Shi was accustomed to, transformed into a gentle yet profound gaze. A mere glance at Song Shi seemed to draw him into a deep, swirling abyss. "You do it yourself. Why must you rely on others for such things?" Song Shi struggled against his hand, reaffirming the words of his mentor from earlier. Song Ying was indeed an awakened mech, possessing a soul. Otherwise, how could he possess the human-like desire to seek assistance for such acts? "Then don't trouble me regarding your entry into the enforcement team," Song Ying remarked with a chuckle. As if fully aware of Song Shi's inclination to acquiesce, "Hurry up." Gritting his teeth, Song Shi found the night darkening around them. After an arduous hour, Song Ying finally released him, which sparked a twinge of jealousy within Song Shi. Why did it take Song Ying so long? He had just begun to exhale in relief when, suddenly, Song Ying enveloped him in a tight embrace, cradling his head as he pressed his mouth against Song Shi's. The heat of his breath once more rendering Song Shi slightly dazed. His final thought was that Song Ying was not typically expressionless. During such moments, he remained remarkably composed. Author's note. I feel that after surpassing 100,000 words, it's time for some juicy content, so I held back and finally let it out. I hope the ladies enjoy it. If there are any typos, please be forgiving. I will correct them. Time to vanish. Chapter 50. Qing, who's vice captain the registration for the enforcement team? It's over there in the inner courtyard, but it might already be closed, replied the youth whom Song Shi had inquired. Looking towards the distant triangular buildings, Song Shi recalled his earlier visit due to the incident involving Long Yu. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. After bidding farewell, he proceeded toward the 3 triangular structures, the guarding soldiers recording his student ID before allowing him entry, in contrast to his previous hurried visit. This time Song Shi had ample time to scrutinize the place of utmost authority. Song Shi, my fellow student. Before he could step inside, a familiar voice called out to him. Liu Qi, hello. Song Shi surveyed Liu Qi, silently praising him. He had heard that Liu Qi had ranked among the top 10 in the monthly standings. Are you here to register for the enforcement team? Liu Qi seemed to deduce Song Shi's intent immediately, and with a smile, he added, recently, there have been many applicants, mostly first-year students. You look just like me. Haha. Are you also applying? Song Shi inquired, realizing the implication of his words. However, Liu Qi was not one to dwell on such matters. He smiled back, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. All right, let us hurry inside. I heard the deadline has been moved up. As they entered the enforcement office, Song Shi questioned, wasn't there still 4 days remaining? Why is it closing so soon? Liu Qi sighed. I have no idea what's wrong with the enforcement team leader. Suddenly, the registration period has been hastily concluded, and they've even eliminated some team members who accepted bribes and a few who applied for improper reasons. Upon hearing this, Song Shi immediately recalled the events at the cafeteria. So, it seems the enforcement team leader is quite strict, of course. Yan Zhao is the top figure in the entire grade, rumored to have reached level 3 in mech skills, more than capable of dispatching level 2 mutated beasts. Liu Qi said, his eyes gleaming with envy. Is that so? Song Shi mused, then furrowed his brow, noting Yan Zhao's apparent age. He seems rather mature for someone still in mech military school. Soon as Song Shi finished speaking, Liu Qi turned to him with a disbelieving expression. Song Shi scratched his nose, convinced he hadn't said anything outrageous. Yan Zhao is only 25. He just appears more mature. Surely, you can't be unaware of that? He's a representative figure of our military school, Liu Qi exaggerated. Song Shi chuckled softly, thinking to himself, who cares about such things? Just then, the two arrived at the registration area. An air of solemnity seemed to pervade the room. At the front, 3 desks were occupied by second-year students in military uniforms. As Song Shi and Liu Qi approached, they greeted them with a respectful senior before discussing the registration process. Although the deadline hasn't officially passed, you will need the approval of one of the top 10 vice captains, one of them said, not bothering to look up as his fingers danced across the keyboard. Is there really such a requirement? Liu Qi asked, a wry smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the 3 second-year students exchanged glances, and the one who had just spoken finally lifted his gaze, irritation evident in his tone. We told you to get the vice captain's approval. There's no point in wasting time. If you want to register, that's the only way. All right, Zhang Min, watch your attitude. Another student reprimanded him, causing Zhang Min to lower his head, mumbling an apology. Apologies, fellow students. The enforcement team has been quite busy lately. He stood up, his appearance quite appealing. If you wish to register, you must obtain the consent of the top 10 vice captains. Otherwise, there's no hope. Noticing Song Shi and Liu Qi deep in thought, he added with a smile, but don't worry, just show them your capabilities. It's merely a formality. As long as you're level 4 in mech skills and can operate adequately, you should be able to register for the enforcement team exam. Hearing this, Liu Qi nodded and asked, where can we find the vice captains? Most of them are training over at the mech city. You should head there, the student replied. After hearing this, the duo exited the enforcement office, making their way toward mech city. Once they were out of earshot, Zhang Min began to grumble, I really don't understand what the team leader is thinking. Tio outright eliminates so many applicants. I heard someone even tried to bribe the team leader, which prompted the leader to clean up the enforcement team. Ugh, that guy has cost us a fortune, he vented, his expression darkening as the warmth faded from his demeanor. Exactly. Humph. But with so many people losing their livelihoods, he'll have plenty of people looking to settle the score with him. The third person, who had remained silent until now, stood up indignantly and exclaimed. As Song Shi and his companion arrived at Mecha City, it was nearly overflowing due to the impending examination of the enforcement team. Many individuals, striving for a chance at the glory that lay within, practiced relentlessly, and occasionally, someone would collapse from exhaustion, being carried out by others. The deputy team leader, Qing Hu, was over there. As Song Shi turned a corner, he was abruptly shoved against the wall by a loud individual. Qing Hu, that was one of the top 10 deputies of the enforcement team. They were referred to by their fearsome nicknames rather than their actual names. Qing Hu's mecha resembled a fierce tiger, and his demeanor was equally ferocious, hence the moniker Liu Qi explained. Song Shi nodded, suggesting, let us follow suit. Liu Qi agreed, and the two quickly kept pace with the two classmates ahead, who appeared to have been drawn by the commotion. As the group approached the entrance, a tremendous sound suddenly crashed against the door, causing the steel barrier to rattle. Those who had just reached the door hesitated and retreated a few steps in trepidation, forcing Song Shi to halt a couple of meters from the entrance. Get lost? Whoever dares to ask me for a letter of consent, you're in the 4th grade and still stuck at level 5 mecha? You read truly a disgrace to the upperclassmen? Senior Qing Hu, please give me another chance. If I can enter the enforcement team, I will certainly put in the effort. Sometimes, mere effort is enough. One must also consider timing and circumstances. Now, hurry up and get lost, or I'll have to repeat myself. After a lengthy pause, the slightly ajar door finally opened, revealing a disheveled individual with a bruised face. His military uniform missing several buttons, looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing him, many recalled the rumors surrounding Qing Hu, the most volatile man of the enforcement team, prompting a few to back away in fear. Some even turning to leave, evidently seeking to join a different deputy for their chance. Amidst the crowd, Song Shi and Liu Qi found themselves unexpectedly pushed inside, becoming the center of attention. They exchanged glances, revealing a shared wry smile. However, neither intended to retreat. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a deputy. Setting aside Liu Qi's thoughts, Song Shi was aware that he had neither the time nor the inclination to search the vast expanse of Mecha City for a few individuals. Why should he be daunted by rumors when he could simply secure a letter of consent from another deputy without hindrance to his training? In front of Song Shi and his companions, the man at the center of the training room spoke with impatience, as if they were merely a swarm of flies buzzing around him. Deputy Qing Hu, we won't take up too much of your time. We only require a mere 5-minute evaluation. Song Shi felt a strong urge to scratch his ears, wishing to rid himself of Qing Hu's thunderous voice, yet he maintained a gentle demeanor, his attitude polite. A soft smile gracing his features, Qing Hu turned to regard him, a skinny little monkey. You can't even measure up to a single claw of my tiger. Song Shi continued to smile, though he was somewhat displeased by Qing Hu's disdain. However, he was adept at maintaining appearances. If one could discern strength merely by exterior, many would likely fall prey to smaller yet higher-ranked mutated beasts. After Song Shi's remarks, Qing Hu scoffed, his silence indicating a begrudging acknowledgement. His earlier impatience had been waning, and now he found himself intrigued by the audacity of a first-year student daring to counter him. Heh, first-year student, don't get too arrogant. I'm offering you a chance to compete in a hand-speed monster hunt. If you manage to defeat half the number I do, I'll let all of you pass. As Qing Hu's booming voice echoed, it stirred a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. What should we do? Liu Qi asked, furrowing his brow as he leaned closer to Song Shi. Qing Hu is also at level 3 mecha. While he may not match our Captain Yin Chao's peak level 3, he is still beyond our capabilities. Liu Qi intended for this information to convey the daunting odds against Song Shi should he accept the challenge. A first year, regardless of innate talent, could at best reach level 4 mecha. And even if he were to compete for half, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Once a mecha level ascended, it became exponentially more challenging, not just in hand speed but also in physique and mental prowess. Just half, you say? Song Shi regarded Qing Hu intently. Qing Hu blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Half? Qing Hu, always keep my word. The author wishes to convey, I've begun daily updates. Has anyone found this miraculous? Haha, but did I ever say I would accept the challenge? Song Shi replied with a smile that belied any trace of anger, yet his words left Qing Hu momentarily taken aback. Song Shi maintained a calm demeanor, his peripheral vision capturing the varied expressions of those behind him, all of which he could interpret. Since these individuals did not believe he could surpass Qing Hu, why should he fight for those harboring unknown agendas? Though he contemplated this, voicing such thoughts would only serve to create enemies beyond just a feud. I recognize I cannot compete with you, who is already at level 3 Mecha. To bear the burden of so many others is both heavy and beyond my capacity. Therefore, Senior, could you consider lowering the number of participants? If I succeed in your evaluation, allow me and my friends to pass together. Oh? Qing Hu's face broke into a smile laced with ambiguity. This was a clever remark, one that neither offended nor distanced him, but rather conveyed a sense of stark honesty. After a couple of cold chuckles, he retorted, the number you need to beat is just a quarter of mine. Song Shi paused, his expression darkening. Qing Hu's self-assuredness cast a palpable pressure over him, a weight born from his long-held position of authority. Shaking off the pressure, Song Shi strolled leisurely to a nearby hand-speed chamber. The chamber lit up with a red light. Familiar with the controls, Song Shi carefully examined the setup, took a deep breath, and activated the communication device. Senior Qing Hu, may we begin? Start, came Qing Hu's low, gravelly voice, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous tone. Song Shi felt a surge of wariness rise within him. Facing a level 5 Mecha senior with such seriousness demanded he shed his gentleness and prepare for battle. With a beep signaling the start, Song Shi tightened himself against the familiar interface, his focus sharp as mutated beasts emerged from every corner. He knew that each time he was struck, he would lose energy, indicated by the mercury bar on the left. Once it fell below a critical threshold, defeat would be declared. As Qing Hu, a level 3 Mecha senior, faced down level 2 mutated beasts, Song Shi was challenged by level 1 high mutated beasts. Thus, in a sense, the difficulty level was comparable, though Qing Hu was taken aback that a first year would choose a high level 1 mutated beast, which posed a significant challenge. Beads of sweat nearly obscured Song Shi's vision as he glanced at the display above, revealing that the number of beasts he faced far exceeded Qing Hu's by more than 5-fold. He was indeed at a disadvantage. Yet Song Shi gritted his teeth, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Was this what they meant by there is always someone stronger? Had he underestimated the might of a level 3 Mecha? Regardless, he would pay the price for his actions, but Song Shi was determined to ensure that price would not be excessively steep. With a surge of mental energy, he directed it into his hands, his fingers moving with increasing speed across the control surface, leaving trails of motion as swift as shadows. Noticing the approaching numbers, he remained steadfast, determined to seize the advantage and ensure flawless accuracy. Time slipped away in a flurry of urgency until another beep echoed, prompting the crowd to shift their gaze from the display screen. 1/3. He actually reached 1/3. Gasps fill the air. Heavens, am I seeing things? How could he possibly surpass Deputy Qing Hu's required number? Song Shi. This person is Song Shi, the second in the grade. As Song Shi exited the hand-speed chamber, a cacophony of cheers erupted, compelling him to smile. Standing at the center of attention, amidst countless gazes, the glory of the moment sent a tremor of exhilaration through him. No wonder so many sought to stand atop the heights. The allure of such admiration, even for someone as gentle and unassuming as he, was irresistible. In the end, Qing Hu granted both of them the letters of consent without hesitation. Perhaps due to the unexpected outcome, he appeared rather sullen, causing those nearby to instinctively step back. Amidst this stormy atmosphere, no one dared to mention further testing, and as Song Shi moved away, the crowd dispersed. Deputy, the Royal Serpent Deputy requests your presence. A member of the enforcement team approached Qing Hu cautiously. Qing Hu shot him a cold glance. What is it? It concerns matters regarding the selection of teammates for the enforcement team. The individual continued. Impatiently, Qing Hu waved his hand dismissively, questioning how those mundane tasks could possibly fall upon him. No, he declared. With a fierce expression, he seized the collar of the speaker, lifting him off the ground. Damn it, this pathetic coward. I'll be rid of him sooner or later. With that, he flung the man aside and strode out with purpose. The individual who had been thrown to the ground was drenched in cold sweat. his face a picture of despair, unable to comprehend why Qinghu, in reprimanding others, had turned his ire upon him. Was it possible he dared not confront Vice Captain Huang Shi directly? Could the rumors swirling within the enforcement team be true? That Vice Captain Qinghu had an inappropriate relationship with Vice Captain Huang Shi? And with whom? Song Ying's elongated figure suddenly appeared at the doorway to Liu Qi. Song Shi said languidly, "When I went to sign up, I happened to lend him a hand, and now he insists on showing his gratitude by treating me to a meal." Song Ying furrowed his brow. Which Liu Qi? Oh dear. Song Shi rolled his eyes, exasperated by Song Ying's poor memory. The one from the compulsory course, the one you nearly injured on the last day. It Song Shi's reminder. Song Ying finally recalled and let out a cold snort. That cat. Mind your manners, Song Ying. Song Shi corrected. I'm going to wash up. I was in the speed chamber for quite a while and worked up quite a sweat. Don't skip the meal. Song Ying followed Song Shi into the bedroom. I already promised him. How could I not go? Song Shi replied, shedding his shirt. If you don't go, that cat won't dare to speak up. Song Ying insisted, unwavering in his resolve. His deep, dark eyes scanned Song Shi's back, noting the smooth lines of his pale skin, slightly glistening from perspiration. Song Ying reached out, brushing his hand against it. Song Shi shivered, turning to push Song Ying's hand away. What are you doing? Hurry up and get out. Even if trivial matters could be overlooked, after last night's encounter, Song Shi felt a twinge of awkwardness, making his reaction to Song Ying's touch rather pronounced. Take me with you, Song Ying said, lowering his hand yet still fixating on Song Shi's graceful back. What are you going for? Song Shi asked, puzzled. Then recalling Song Ying's preferences, he frowned and warned, you can't eat those things. It'll be pointless to go. Song Ying shot Song Shi a disdainful glance, arms crossed and eyebrows raised. Do I care about those things? Song Shi nodded. A foodie has no right to claim otherwise. Song Ying, without mercy, delivered a punch to Song Shi's head, then coldly snorted as he turned to leave, shutting the door behind him with a resounding thud. Rubbing his sore head, Song Shi sighed. What a nuisance. He then turned and entered the bathroom. The author has something to say. Why do I always seem to lack time to edit? Is there no time? Fine, I'm just making excuses. Alas, dear girls, please whip this lazy bum into shape. Foodie Song Ying, drag that cat out. Chapter 52. The 5 vice captains ultimately, Song Shi arrived at Lua Pavilion with a tall companion, and they proceeded directly to the private room agreed upon with Liu Qi. Song Shi, feel free to order anything. Liu Qi slid a 3-dimensional menu in front of him. Song Shi studied the menu, astonished at the exorbitant prices. Indeed, restaurants are places where one is easily taken advantage of. Each dish appeared extravagantly dazzling, yet the food-to-decorative ratio seemed skewed, leading him to suspect he wouldn't leave satiated. Liu Qi chuckled, it's fine. Order whatever you liked and I insisted on treating you. So don't hold back. Apologies. Song Shi hurriedly grasped Song Ying's hand but was a moment too late, as the menu was already transmitted to the mainframe. He cast an apologetic glance at Liu Qi. The total for a dozen dishes surpassed 1,000 credits, causing him to involuntarily twitch his brow. Liu Qi appeared unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. Though Liu Qi insisted it was fine, Song Shi still felt a pang of guilt. Yet, Liu Qi's demeanor suggested that the sum was inconsequential to him, so Song Shi chose not to dwell on it. After all, if Liu Qi wasn't concerned, why should he be? Just then, a couple of knocks sounded at the door. After Liu Qi invited them in, a dozen servers entered, gracefully spinning before placing the dishes on the table, leaving behind one individual, evidently a narrator. This is the snowy mountain porridge, crafted from premium long fragrant rice and superior mountain snow water, renowned for its sweet flavor, a signature dish of Lua Pavilion. Please enjoy at your leisure. The server introduced the central bowl, which was as large as a basin, and served each of them a bowl. The white porridge, adorned with vibrant ingredients, looked both delectable and fragrant. As the enticing aroma wafted towards Song Ying's nose, he noticed the server hadn't given him a bowl, causing his expression to darken. The piercing gaze of his hawk-like eyes flickered ominously towards the server, who began to appear increasingly suspicious. Song Shi, sensing the tension from Song Ying, felt a twinge of annoyance. He had advised against bringing him along, and now it seemed he was the one enduring the torment of temptation. Sighing, he glanced at Liu Qi, pondering how to manage this situation, when suddenly a hand began to caress his thigh, softly and somewhat unsettlingly. Immediately, Song Shi set down his porridge and turned to Song Ying, whispering, "Behave yourself. I'll figure something out. Get him out of here." Song Ying's voice, though cold and displeased, was equally hushed. It wasn't that he wished to trouble Song Shi. Rather, he was simply irked beyond measure. "He hasn't even paid yet. How can we let him go?" Song Shi retorted, rolling his eyes, his tone reflecting a petty mindset. In any circumstance, Song Shi could maintain a calm demeanor. Yet after years of managing household finances, a frugality had taken root deep within him regarding money. Thus, the thrifty Song Shi patiently attempted to placate the irritable tiger that was Song Ying, contemplating how to temporarily send Lu Qi away. Just as Song Shi's mind wandered, Lu Qi's communicator suddenly beeped. Checking the incoming message, he sighed and turned to Song Shi apologetically. "I'm sorry, Song Shi. Something urgent has come up." Before Lu Qi could finish, Song Shi quickly interjected, "It's fine. It's fine. You can go." Regret washed over Lu Qi as he realized how difficult it was to invite a congenial classmate to dinner, only for his mother to interrupt him again. He couldn't fathom why his mother clung to his father, despite the latter's clear disinterest. Was money truly that significant? So much so that during every visit to the Lu family, everyone wore disdainful expressions, trampling on his already fragile dignity without a second thought. Perhaps it was his mother who was willing to sacrifice it all. With a faint sigh, Lu Qi's face reflected his weariness. "Next time, I'll make it up to you, Song Shi. I must leave now." As he spoke, his communicator beeped again, and he hurriedly exited the room. Song Shi furrowed his brows, hesitant to let Lu Qi leave in such a state. After all, despite not being particularly close, Lu Qi was a friendly acquaintance, and Song Shi felt a genuine concern for him. Once the server stepped out of the room, Song Ying relaxed his previously rigid posture. Leaning back against the chair, he pointed to the porridge and said, "Give me a bowl." Seeing Song Ying return to his usual demeanor, Song Shi shook his head in exasperation while standing up to serve him a bowl. Wait for it to cool down before eating. He stirred the porridge with a spoon. From that day until the enforcement team selection day, Song Shi did not see Lu Qi again. When they finally met, Lu Qi's expression was dark, and he appeared quite unwell. Song Shi maneuvered through the crowd with Song Ying. Approaching him, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Song Shi inquired. Lu Qi shook his head, glancing at the massive Mecha city. "Let's hurry to the selection in Combat Zone C." Song Shi nodded, respecting Lu Qi's desire for privacy and refraining from further questioning. They joined the throng heading to the Combat Zone, a place Song Shi visited infrequently. It was divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, adhering to the same regulations he had observed in the Mecha Battle City on Leon Island. Zone C was designated for the selection into the enforcement team. The area was vast, divided into 20 smaller sections and 1 larger one, with the enforcement team selection taking place in the largest section. Upon arrival at the designated area, they first registered their names before being guided to the backstage for preparation. The upcoming assessments involved several components, with the most crucial being combat. In previous years, it had been a single decisive battle, and only those who remained standing among the top 10 would be absorbed into the enforcement team. During the Song dynasty, Song Shi donned his numbered badge, bearing the designation of 73, positioned at the very end of the line. The selection process had already filtered down to a mere 100 candidates, each one a paragon of exceptional talent, which left Song Shi feeling the weight of the competition. "All right, everyone, please line up behind me and proceed into the arena," announced the leader. At that moment, the backstage door swung open, and a member of the enforcement team strode in, surveying the crowd with an air of pride unique to their ranks. Upon entering, the vast circular arena unfolded before them, resembling a miniature cosmos. With a row of stands at its periphery teeming with spectators, as the 100 contestants stepped into the arena, a thunderous cheer erupted, electrifying the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Seated at the forefront were 5 individuals. The first on the left was Qing Hu, who appeared visibly agitated as he conversed with a man with long black hair beside him. The latter wore a charming smile, exuding an air of genteel sophistication. Next to them were 2 individuals with identical features, round faces and golden hair, who seemed exceedingly adorable. Yet, Song Shi recognized their true identities in their first year. These 2 were renowned as the twin assassins, rumored to possess a status just slightly beneath Yan Zhao. The individual on the far right, however, commanded the most formidable presence among the 5, having seized the first place from Wang Mi during the second monthly exam. This silver-haired man, Lu Feng, had rightfully claimed the title of the top student in the second-year group. He remained silent, his hands clasped coolly, his gaze sweeping over the 100 contestants before him, including several upperclassmen who towered over him in years. Yet, after his penetrating stare, all present averted their eyes or appeared somewhat intimidated. The selection comprised 3 challenges: strength, skill, and luck. The leader of the enforcement team proclaimed, and upon finishing, he turned to the 5 vice-captains to confer quietly. After Qing Hu, in a fit of impatience, waved his hand, the leader returned to the center and continued, "Now we shall commence the first test of strength." However, he cast a stern glance at the crowd to quell the rising noise. This is not about combat strength, but rather sheer physical power. You are to run around the arena until only 50 of you remain. The meaning of this was clear to all, though astonishment and confusion lingered in their hearts. A test of ordinary strength rather than direct combat was indeed unexpected. Regardless of their disdain, if they wished to claim one of the scant few available spots, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, under the leader's signal, an unremarkable contest began. As time passed, what appeared to be a rather dull competition to the audience finally yielded a few eliminations. By the 10th lap, several contestants succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing as their mechas whisked them away. Such frailty would prove disastrous if their mechas were to awaken or upgrade. The strain would be insurmountable. Qing Hu, seemingly having procured an apple from nowhere, took a hearty bite while surveying the arena, commenting, "Awakening and upgrading a mecha depends on its master. If the master is like this, how could the mecha possibly thrive, let alone awaken?" The long-haired man adjusted his glasses, his warm gaze concealing a flicker of coldness. "This is so tedious. I might as well join the boss and the others in the viewing room," Qing Hu remarked, rubbing his nose, just as he prepared to rise. The black-haired man shot him a cold glance, halting his movements. After a moment, Qing Hu rolled his eyes, muttering, "Don't think that just because the boss has you keeping an eye on me, I won't retaliate." Humph. Recalling this matter, Qing Hu couldn't suppress his annoyance. After all, he merely damaged a few training pods and some equipment at the Mecha City. Was it really necessary to discipline him? The black-haired man shook his head in resignation, knowing that this tiger was likely venting his frustrations inwardly, oblivious to the financial losses his actions had inflicted upon the enforcement team. With a sigh, he redirected his attention back to the arena. Now, only about 70 contestants remained. These pampered young masters likely believed that physical stamina was inconsequential and that honing hand speed and techniques was paramount. They ought to understand that balance is crucial. Standing on one leg, for instance, is not sustainable for long. "All right, you may stop running now. The remaining 50, please take a 5-minute break, after which I will arrange the next test," announced the leader, raising his hand to halt their movements. The exhausted contestants immediately came to a halt, gasping for breath, some even collapsing onto the ground. Song Shi, too, felt fatigued, estimating he had run approximately 50 laps. As the laps progressed, he lost count, merely focusing on the darkness that enveloped him as he pushed through. He mused that had it not been for his rigorous training in the gravity chamber, he would have likely been among the first to drop out. Propping his hands on his knees, Song Shi refused to succumb to the urge to rest on the ground like the others. Knowing that with only 5 minutes to recuperate, he needed to optimize his mental state, he took several deep breaths to ease the tightness in his chest. As the 5 minutes elapsed, many contestants reluctantly rose from the ground, though they appeared unsteady and disoriented, prompting the leader to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he continued, "For the second challenge, we will test your skills." However, the pause that followed made everyone frown. The previous, however, had already put them through the ringer, and they anticipated that this next stage would be equally grueling. Indeed, as the murmurs of concern spread among the crowd, the leader elaborated, "This time, the skill test does not involve using your mechas. Instead, you will rely solely on your own abilities. Please clear the arena and prepare for our adversary, the higher-tier mutated beast, the lightning frog dragon." The frog dragon is known for its incredible speed and is a variant of the chameleon. Your task is to locate and strike it within this vividly colored simulated forest. As his words echoed, the ground beneath them gradually parted, revealing a vibrant tropical forest that seemed diminutive in size yet was enriched with sodium elements, suggesting a much larger spatial dimension. This is impossible. Without the mecha's detection and targeting capabilities, we stand no chance of hitting the frog dragon with such speed. Your demands are utterly unreasonable, a tall figure protested, echoed by others who shared similar sentiments. With one voice raised in dissent, the leader cast a scrutinizing glance at the four vice-captains. Qing, who attempted to rise, only to be restrained by the long-haired man. He turned to Lu Feng, saying, "Perhaps our junior could demonstrate the feasibility of your demands." Lu Feng, expressionless, stood up and nodded. As he did, the murmur of astonishment fell abruptly silent. This individual, who had already made waves in his first year, had become the object of admiration and aspiration for many days. As he approached, an indescribable aura of authority enveloped him. Liu Feng's icy gaze swept over the assembly, finally settling on the forest, his eyes glinting. He raised his hand to accept the red ball marked with the number 80 that the leader offered. In one fluid motion, he tossed the red ball toward the forest, where it arced gracefully through the air, striking a leaf with a resounding thud, revealing a vividly colored frog dragon that fell to the ground. Emitting a pained cry in an instant, silence enveloped the arena, save for the creature's anguished sounds. He had not even stepped into the forest yet, had breached the protective barrier that prevented the frog dragon from escaping. The crowd's eyes, filled with astonishment, envy, and admiration, were fixed upon the silver-haired man at the center. As if he were the embodiment of divine favor, Liu Feng uttered not a word, yet his actions spoke volumes, dispelling any notion that this task was insurmountable. Song Shi, grappling with surprise and a newfound respect for this man, realized that while he had yet to locate the frog dragon, Lu Feng had already subdued it. The speed and accuracy displayed were far beyond what he, a mere first-year student at Mecha Level 5, could achieve. "Shall we commence now?" The leader interrupted the collective awe, raising his hand to signal the opening of the protective barrier, prompting the contestants to enter. Upon reaching the entrance, each contestant was handed a colored ball representing themselves, complete with a number. Hitting the frog dragon would notify the system of their victory and guide them out of the forest. Song Shi followed closely behind as everyone entered, and once all were inside, the protective barrier sealed shut, obscuring the view of the outside world. Yet, countless cameras stationed outside would broadcast the events unfolding within the forest. As they journeyed onward, Song Shi could only glimpse a few trees and flowers, utterly unable to discern where the elusive frog dragon might be concealed. Many others shared Song Shi's bewilderment, as evidenced by the sight of 50 individuals scuttling about like headless flies on the split screen. "Have you found any trace of the frog dragon?" Lu Qi inquired, leaning closer to Song Shi, his expression grave. Song Shi furrowed his brow and shook his head, offering a wry smile. "It appears it won't be so easily located. We must devise a plan swiftly." Liu Qi sighed, resuming his meticulous search for the well-concealed frog dragon. "What if we stir the grass to startle the snake?" Song Shi suddenly grinned, his furrowed brow relaxing. If they could create a disturbance, the frog dragon would inevitably shift its position, and they would seize the moment to strike true. Liu Qi nodded in agreement, chuckling, "That shall be our strategy." Thus, the two commenced their plan of disruption. On the screen, they watched as two individuals began to tap a wooden stick against the underbrush and tree trunks, their actions easily revealing their intentions. Qing, who smirked, a familiar face. "What is going on?" The long-haired man arched his brows. "Do you recall our last encounter? A first-year challenged me to a speed contest?" The long-haired man nodded, his gaze fixed on the figure on the screen. This individual appeared harmless and gentle. Yet at times, when he smiled or plotted, an air of cunning seemed to radiate from him. Yuan Qing, who remarked, "I must say, this lad possesses considerable potential." The man referred to as a Yuan cast a steady glance at Qing, who, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Was he fond of this person? Qing, who glared at a Yuan, his expression darkening, muttering, "Nonsense." A Yuan let out a cold chuckle, redirecting his attention to the screen. Whether intentional or not, he began to pay closer attention to that figure. "Over there, quickly," Song Shi called out, pointing towards the rustling sounds emanating from the thicket as he advanced a few steps. Yet the frog dragon was alarmingly swift, its form vanishing before they could make a move. This marked the third frog dragon they had encountered, yet they had failed to capture a single one. A disheartening outcome that compelled Song Shi to regain his composure. "Its speed is astonishing. What are we to do?" Lu Qi lamented, his face etched with frustration, as the elusive creature seemed to dance just beyond their reach. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shi resolved to employ his mental prowess, a skill he had refrained from using since his last injury. Although he had practiced, it had only been against minor mutated beasts. Hardly worthy of the title of a first-level creature, a glimmer of crimson emanated from his eyes, ascending through the air, reaching the treetops and then the grassy floor, as Song Shi meticulously observed every slightest movement of the surroundings. This mental search, akin to a carpet bombing, finally bore fruit after a minute. His name appeared prominently on the large screen, and before he could utter a word to Lu Qi, he was instantly transported away. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Shi realized that utilizing mental energy, though seemingly straightforward, was indeed quite taxing. Once his breath returned to normal, he noticed several others had already gathered around him. It seemed these individuals had managed to locate the frog dragon before him, a thought that lingered in the back of his mind. Time sped by, and ultimately only 20 individuals, including Song Shi, emerged from the challenge, with Lu Qi among the missing. Song Shi couldn't help but sigh for his companion. Reaching this point was no small feat now. He needed to contemplate the third round, which revolved around luck. As the leader recognized that no one else would emerge, he raised his hand to close the tropical forest, the platform descending slowly to level ground before he spoke. The next challenge is the easiest yet the most arduous. Relying solely on luck. You must understand that luck can be of utmost importance at times. As he spoke, another individual joined them, holding a round barrel. This time, the enforcement team requires only 10 members. So for those who draw numbers beyond 10, my apologies. Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in chaos. It was a matter of fate now. After striving to reach this point, it would be unfortunate to falter here due to mere bad luck. No one dared to voice their dissent, and one by one, they approached the barrel to draw their respective opportunities. Song Shi raised his number, revealing a 3, and sighed in relief. After a series of tense developments, the conclusion hinged on luck, which felt rather surreal. Nevertheless, securing his place in the enforcement team was a triumph in itself. Days later, the main network buzzed with news of the enforcement team selection. Surprising many as this round did not involve mechs. Some murmured and expressed their frustrations. That morning, Song Ying remained at home, as the absence of a need for mecha training allowed him to stay. He was assigned to the Royal Serpent sub-team and was set to participate in the daily training of the enforcement team. Being a newcomer, he rose early, and upon arriving at the designated training grounds, he found himself alongside another new member who had also been assigned to Royal Serpent's first team. Song Shi was quite fond of the place, yet he had never been able to explore it before due to its status as a training area exclusive to the enforcement team. While waiting for the senior members and the sub-team leader to arrive, Song Shi surveyed his surroundings. Before long, numerous individuals began to arrive. The enforcement team comprised 10 squads, with the first squad led by the team captain, each squad subdividing into 50 members, akin to a classroom, including both upperclassmen and newcomers like Song Shi. Newcomers, please introduce yourselves. A jovial man approached the 4 new members. Being a novice, Song Shi was polite and greeted him with a friendly smile. I am Song Shi, first-year student. Greetings, senior. Another individual introduced himself, a tall and lanky fellow with a simple demeanor named Zhao Su. Hello, I'm Wang Shu, a 5th-year student. Hee. But in this team, seniority holds little sway. Our sub-team is notoriously fierce in other teams. The training for newcomers is somewhat lenient, allowing them to acclimate before matching the older members, but in our Royal Serpent sub-team, all are treated equally. If you cannot pass the training, you may very well find yourself expelled from the team without so much as a meal for the day. Don't mind his exaggerations. The sub-team leader is only a bit strict. It's not as dreadful as he makes it sound. Chimed in several others who had overheard the conversation, joining in with laughter. Wang Shu clapped the man's shoulder, and they exchanged playful banter. Seems you haven't been punished enough. Remember when you had to run laps around the military school with the Li Nanfang as a fool? You weren't embarrassed at all? Laughter ensued as everyone gathered around this exchange, particularly at the expense of the round-faced boy, Li Nanfang, whose cheeks flushed crimson. While Li Nanfang's words held truth, the sight of his blushing face and animated gestures only incited more laughter. What are you all laughing about? Are you not planning to train? A figure emerged from the trees, long black hair cascading down, giving an impression of disarray, yet his refined demeanor and smile lent him an ethereal quality. Upon his arrival, both new and veteran members fell silent. This individual was the sub-team leader of Royal Serpent, the same long-haired man Song Shi had seen during the selection of new members. The royal serpent leader chuckled lightly, but then let out a sharp huff, causing a stir of apprehension among the members. Song Shi felt a shiver reminiscent of serpents slithering. You have 3 seconds to organize yourselves into formation. Begin! The royal serpent leader counted down, and before Song Shi could react, he found himself swept up in arranging the lineup. The 50 members formed 5 columns, with Song Shi positioned first in the rightmost column. Observing the orderly formation, it was unclear whether the leader expressed approval or something else, but he offered a gentle smile. Now, I will share some rules known to the older members but unfamiliar to newcomers. The enforcement team trains here every morning before 8 and every evening after 5. This is termed small training. Every Sunday, from 5 in the morning until 9 at night, we conduct large training sessions. At the end of each month, we engage in a mecha battle among the 10 squads, with one crucial aspect. Just like school rules, the last place will lose the title of enforcement team member. As the royal serpent leader concluded his address, a profound silence enveloped the area. Song Shi could almost hear his own heartbeat. However, rewards and punishments were in store. Rewards of wealth and fame, while punishments were diverse and sure to astonish. The royal serpent reclined against a grand tree, leisurely proclaiming, "Very well, let us commence training now, especially for the newcomers. Should you fail to complete today's training, 500 credits will be deducted." Song Shi nearly choked on those words. He had yet to earn any money and already sensed the peril to his modest savings. It was now 5 in the evening, and dragging his weary feet, Song Shi once again stood on the training ground. His complexion somewhat pallid, and a figure behind him patted his shoulder, and at that moment, Song Shi felt as though he might collapse onto the ground. "Ah, you little rascal. I thought you were certain to lose those 500 credits. But who would have thought that your frail frame could withstand the vice-captain's training?" The newcomer was Wang Shu, who continued, "To be honest, today's session is indeed quite intense. Even I am struggling to keep up." Song Shi waved his hand, offering a wry smile. "Perhaps I won't make it through the evening." Wang Shu chuckled, shaking his head. "Not to worry, after training concludes tonight, I'll treat you to a massage at Tianxiang. The facilities there are exceptionally comfortable." Song Shi smiled faintly, deciding it best to wait until he could still stand after training before considering such indulgences. However, he found Wang Shu's warm-hearted demeanor quite agreeable. After a day of interaction, he seemed to get along well with everyone, exuding a genuinely kind spirit. Such individuals were hard for Song Shi to dislike. Unlike Long Yu, whose fervor bordered on excessive and intrusive, Wang Shu's vibrant cheerfulness was a refreshing quality that Song Shi found enviable. He had always been mild-mannered and gentle, unable to radiate the same kind of openness. This time, the Royal Serpent's vice-captain did not oversee the training personally. Instead, it was the senior student Zhou Han from the 9th grade who took the lead. Thus commenced the evening's training. The waterfall in the law enforcement team's training grounds was a breathtaking sight. Though artificially constructed, it spanned approximately 200 meters, and its grandiose, majestic splendor left Song Shi, who beheld it for the first time, utterly astonished. However, the most daunting aspect was that they were required to stand beneath the crashing waves, enduring the relentless onslaught of water. The droplets cascading from such a height were not merely cold but searingly painful, and amidst the agony, they had to maintain their footing, resisting the force of the current. For Song Shi, this posed a significant challenge. Within moments, he was swept away 3 times. Yet, casting his gaze elsewhere, he observed that even the veteran members had been dislodged by the water's force several times. Ultimately, Song Shi's stubbornness flared, and he resolved to endure the onslaught. Author's note. Finally, the long-delayed update has arrived. Though I have recovered from my cold, I find that not updating also breeds laziness. Sigh. Upon hearing Zhou Han's directive, Song Shi and his companion nodded in agreement. Fortunately, after a day of shared hardships, they had grown familiar with one another, and the group's impression of the gentle, amiable Song Shi and the honest and simple Zhao Su was quite favorable. "Hey, Zhou bro, I initially intended to privately invite these 2 juniors to Tianxiang, but how did they end up snatched away so quickly?" Wang Shu jested, playfully draping his arm over Song Shi's shoulder. Despite his feigned grimace, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhou Han, well acquainted with Wang Shu, simply shook his head with a bemused smile, gesturing them to move on. The 50-strong group made their way to Tianxiang, which buzzed with even more liveliness at night than during the day. Fortunately, The spacious venue did not feel overcrowded. Following the seniors, Song Shi entered the fragrant room, learning from Wang Shu that this was their regular retreat. Due to the daily training, muscle strains and injuries were common, prompting nearly every member of the law enforcement team to indulge in some form of rehabilitation. Many had even purchased personal therapy pods for their dormitories. Had it not been to celebrate the two juniors, they would rarely have come here. Song Shi nodded to himself, recognizing the wisdom in taking precautions given the intense training regimen. Even now, his legs trembled, and he contemplated checking the prices of those therapy pods for himself. What package shall we choose? Wang Shu inquired of Zhao Su and Song Shi. Zhao Su, grinning sheepishly, opted for his usual massage package. This one will do. I'm accustomed to it. Song Shi pursed his lips, frowning in hesitation. However, Wang Shu decisively suggested, let's go with this aromatherapy. It alleviates deep muscle fatigue and is ideal for those who have recently undergone rigorous training. Since Wang Shu had made such a recommendation, Song Shi did not decline. After all, Wang Shu's intentions were undoubtedly benevolent. Guided to a private room, Song Shi separated from Wang Shu and Zhao Su, and was attended to by a strikingly beautiful young woman. To Song Shi's surprise, rather than a robotic assistant, she was indeed human. The girl smiled gently at him. This is your first time here for therapy, isn't it? Her gaze held a hint of tenderness, her voice soft and melodious. Yes, Song Shi nodded as she led him into a brown-hued room, filled with an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him, not pungent, but rather alluringly immersive. My name is Yin Aird. If you find my service satisfactory, you may request me by name next time. The young woman introduced herself, stepping behind Song Shi. Allow me to assist you in removing your clothing before preparing a bath. As her hands rested on his shoulders, she attempted to strip him of his garments. Song Shi stepped away, smiling gently. I can manage on my own. You may tend to the water. Upon hearing his refusal, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Air's eyes. She had gained employment at Gustianxiang due to her background, and serving members of the law enforcement team was a promising opportunity for her family. Very well, I shall prepare the water for you, Yin Air conceded, disguising her discontent as she nodded obediently, silently vowing to find a way to leave a lasting impression during this hour. As Yin Air moved into the adjacent room, the sound of flowing water reached Song Shi's ears, prompting a sigh of relief. It was said that the most difficult burdens to bear were the favors of beautiful women, and there was some truth to that. After a while, clad only in a towel, Song Shi entered the bathroom upon hearing Yin Air's gentle call. Inside, the mist enveloped him, and the bathtub, unlike the typical white porcelain he was accustomed to, shimmered with a silvery glow. It was a massive square shape, large enough to accommodate 2 adults, flanked by square coffee tables on either side. Guests must soak for at least half an hour here to reap the benefits. Yin Air explained softly, stepping forward, her complexion flushed either from the steam or a deeper emotion as she reached to remove his towel. No need for that. You may wait outside, I will be out shortly. Song Shi replied, gesturing for her to exit the bathroom. Disappointment flickered in Yin Air's eyes again, but she merely stomped her foot in frustration, casting a resentful glance back at the closed door. Half an hour passed swiftly, and Song Shi's face was nearly flushed from the intense heat radiating from within. Even after emerging from the water, he felt no trace of the surrounding warmth. Wrapping himself in a towel, he opened the door to find Yin Air waiting with a smile, inviting him to the central massage table. Lying face down, Song Shi experienced a sensation reminiscent of his previous visits to beauty salons, which momentarily cleared his dazed mind. Uncertain of what Yin Air had poured onto him, Song Shi winced at the sudden pain. Hearing her soothing voice above him, she comforted, do not worry. This is selenium essence extracted from minerals. It penetrates the skin to relieve muscle tension. She spread the green liquid over his quivering body. A spark of delight ignited within her. See? You wouldn't let me in, and now you're suffering. She thought triumphantly, her smugness perfectly aligned with Song Shi's agony, as he could only focus on the burning sensation scorching his back. Once the numbness from Song Shi's pain subsided, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Yin Air ceased her actions, stepped aside and softly addressed, young Master Wang. The individual who entered was Wang Shu, who, clad only in a bath towel, nonchalantly perched himself at the head of Song Shi's bed and remarked, Song, the senior Zhou asked me to convey his apologies. He has just received orders for the entire Royal Serpent team to embark on a mission in 5 days. necessitating that everyone maintain their peak mental state. I've heard that tomorrow's training will be particularly intensive, so any plans for celebration will have to be postponed. This situation was akin to a compulsory course at a military academy, occurring several times each semester. With rewards for those who excelled in their tasks, last time, Zhou won a commendable 10,000 credits, Wang Shu noted with an envious tone. However, he added, the challenges were consistently arduous, and performing well was no trivial feat. Wang Shu placed a reassuring hand on Song Shi's shoulder and spoke gravely. The screen was currently broadcasting a new Interstellar program. Tio expressed gratitude for the assistance rendered by our blue planet during the recent conflict with the Sodium Star and the Quillen Star. President Meiduazawa of the Sodium Star will soon pay a visit to our blue planet as an emblem of loyalty. The charming host in the upper left corner spoke in dulcet tones. And owing to the support from the Sodium Star's president, our blue planet narrowly triumphed over the Mali Star with 2 votes, determining that the upcoming interstellar battle would take place here. Interstellar battle, Song Shi exclaimed in astonishment. While the blue planet was indeed a notable celestial body within the Milky Way galaxy, it faced formidable competition from numerous powerful star systems. The fact that the Galactic Federation chose them perhaps signified the significant role played by the Sodium Star. It seems our decision to assist the Sodium Star was quite prudent, Song Shi remarked with a smile to Song Ying. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves with their strategies. Their willingness to compete implies they must have a solution in mind. Our military academy will participate, serving as a seed team for our blue planet, Song Ying replied, inching closer to Song Shi. Why are you so warm? He queried, reaching out to gently touch Song Shi's flushed face. Song Shi attempted to evade his hand, but fatigue rendered him powerless, allowing Song Ying's hand to linger. I just returned from a therapeutic session at Gustianxiang. Senior Wang Shu suggested I should indulge in such treatments daily. Otherwise, my muscles might easily suffer injuries, Song Shi said, leaning wearily against Song Ying. Go get some rest, Song Ying urged, observing the fatigue evident in Song Shi's posture. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of irritation began to brew within him. He swiftly scooped Song Shi into his arms and strode towards the bedroom. By the time Song Ying laid him on the bed, the jovial expression that had graced Song Shi's face moments earlier had vanished. His eyes now closed in slumber. The delicate contours of his brows and the rosy hue of his cheeks captivated Song Ying, igniting a flame of desire within him. Ultimately, he merely tucked Song Shi under the covers and brushed his cheek lightly before exiting. The author has a note. A plethora of words indeed. It seems the long-awaited tyrant is finally surfacing. I've heard there's melamine in the water lately. Dangerous, very dangerous. So let us take a breather. Shall we? Chapter 56. The flying car. Due to the previous announcement from Wang Shu regarding the law enforcement team's mission, the training volume over the next few days doubled. Aside from brief respites during theoretical classes, Song Shi felt utterly exhausted. The Royal Serpent's deputy team announced the mission timeline. The training intensity escalated once more. Song Shi had no choice but to forfeit his theoretical classes to alleviate his muscle soreness and engage in some gentle training at Gustianxiang. One morning, Zhao Su arrived at Song Shi's dormitory bright and early. Yawning, Song Shi opened the door. Why are you up so early? He asked, rubbing his eyes. Zhao Su sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, I couldn't sleep. So I thought I'd come find you. Song Shi chuckled, scrutinizing the dark circles under Zhao Su's eyes. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Come in. I've made breakfast. Let's eat something. Just as Zhao Su was about to decline, Song Shi pulled him inside. Having grown quite familiar with each other over the past few days, Zhao Su decided not to resist. Upon entering, a towering figure obstructed their path. Who are you? Song Ying squinted, a frown marring his face. Song Shi gently pushed Song Ying aside, whispering, he's a teammate from the law enforcement team. Could you step aside? Regardless of Song Ying's dark expression, Song Shi welcomed Zhao Su with a beaming smile. The congee was simmering on the stove, and Song Shi had added some peas and corn, which had cooked down beautifully, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly, he said, guiding Zhao Su to the couch before returning to the kitchen. What's your name? Song Ying inquired, settling beside Zhao Su on the couch. His imposing presence resembled a wall, exuding a calm yet stern demeanor. If it weren't for the model emblem around his neck, Zhao Su would have felt compelled to behave submissively as one would towards an elder. Yet, he was acutely aware that this towering figure was not a mere human. which left him feeling somewhat intimidated. My name is Zhao Su. I'm Song Shi's classmate. You must be his robot, right? Zhao Su attempted to strike up a conversation, but meeting the depths of Song Ying's dark gaze sent a shiver down his spine. He found himself puzzled. Why was he afraid of a robot? Meanwhile, Song Ying was equally perplexed, irritated by the unexpected obstacle early in the morning, prompting him to grumble, "Move aside. You're in the way." Zhao Su winced at the blatant coldness in Song Ying's voice. This robot certainly had a temper. Despite Zhao Su's considerable talents and the affection he garnered from his family, he was inherently simple and honest. Even the slightest display of aggression from Song Ying made him uneasy, particularly given the latter's imposing demeanor. "What are you two discussing?" Song Shi emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of congee. "Come, Zhao Su, eat something before we head to the assembly." As Zhao Su began to rise, Song Ying stood as well, towering over him and forcing him to take a step back. "Go to the kitchen," Song Shi urged, grasping Song Ying's arm and speaking in a hushed tone. "You want me to go to the kitchen?" Song Ying arched an eyebrow. "Let him go." Song Ying attempted to shake off Song Shi's grip, but the latter had been training frequently and had gained strength, making it difficult to dislodge him. Song Ying shot him a glare, but he was not one to back down easily. "Release me, or I will kick him out this instant," he warned, a flicker of flames igniting in his eyes. Sighing in exasperation, Song Shi clung to Song Ying's sleeve, his eyes shimmering with a pleading expression. The soft, harmless demeanor of his appeal momentarily softened Song Ying's resolve. "Just this once, all right?" Song Shi spoke in a gentle tone, his clear, bright eyes glistening with earnestness. Unable to avert his gaze, Song Ying felt his rigid form enveloped by an overwhelming warmth, stirring no inclination for resistance. "What a bother," he muttered under his breath, reluctantly yielding as he followed Song Shi into the kitchen. As Song Shi guided him inside, he couldn't help but mentally celebrate the small victory. "Zhao Su, hurry and eat while it's hot. After this meal, you likely won't have another warm dish for the next few days." Zhao Su understood this well and quickly dug in, casting furtive glances towards the kitchen, feeling that Song Shi's robot was rather peculiar. The assembly for the law enforcement team was at the school gate, where numerous flying cars were parked, their designs an evolution from motorcycles, sleeker and faster, in an era dominated by magnetic levitation vehicles. Flying cars were particularly favored by the youth for their convenience and agility, allowing them to navigate seamlessly through the sprawling mechanical landscape. By the time Song Shi and his companions arrived at the school gate, many others were already gathered there, chatting in small groups. Upon spotting Song Shi, Wang Shu eagerly approached, pulling him into the center of the gathering. He caught sight of Song Shi's robot and laughed heartily. "Now this is what a real man looks like. Song Shi, your robot is way cooler than you." Song Shi chuckled in response, unable to argue against that point. After all, Song Ying's rugged appearance was indeed well received among the members of the law enforcement team. "What is the mission? Has it been announced?" Song Shi inquired. Wang Shu shook his head. "Typically, the deputy team leader announces it once we reach the destination," he shrugged, adding, "It won't be easy, Junior. You better watch out." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Shi glanced up as the Royal Serpent approached from a distance, flanked by team leader Zhou Han. The two engaged in conversation, and when Song Shi turned to look, he suddenly felt the weight of the Royal Serpent's cold gaze upon him, which he found hard to endure. However, before he could dwell on it, Song Ying's presence shielded him. The Royal Serpent furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Song Ying, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou Han signaled for everyone to quiet down, and once silence fell, he stepped back, allowing the Royal Serpent to take center stage. "Now, mount your flying cars and follow the vehicles ahead. There are 3 supervisors who will assist you along the way. Once we reach the destination, you will be briefed on the mission," the Royal Serpent commanded, urging everyone to board their flying cars without objection. However, noticing Song Shi's confusion, Wang Shu kindly informed him, "The Royal Serpent won't be accompanying us. He'll only be supervising remotely from the observation room." As Song Shi nodded, he noticed that everyone had boarded the flying car, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed and out of place as he stood awkwardly beside the vehicle. Unsure of what to do, "Just sit at the back," he decided. Song Ying let out a scoff, gracefully stepping into the car and gesturing for someone who didn't know how to operate the flying vehicle to take a seat behind him. "You know how?" Song Shi exclaimed in surprise. "Hurry up," Song Ying urged impatiently. "If you can't even grasp this trivial mechanical device, you might as well hide in a dark wormhole and avoid the world altogether." He added with a disdainful glance at a certain sluggish man. Feeling the weight of Song Ying's scorn, Song Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. Observing that everyone else was seated in the driver's position, he felt acutely how different he appeared, being led along like this. Nevertheless, it felt increasingly inappropriate for him to linger while everyone else took to the skies. Bracing himself against Song Ying's shoulder, he climbed into the car and took a seat at a respectful distance from him. The flying car, unlike a conventional vehicle, brought with it not only the thrill of soaring freedom but also the impact of the air currents. The wind clung tightly to Song Ying's clothes, and even though Song Shi was seated behind him, he found it difficult to breathe. Supporting his face with his hand, he slightly opened his eyes, only to see Song Ying wearing a nonchalant expression. A wave of discomfort washed over him as he thought about the stark contrast between his own situation and that of others, such as the cruel reality of comparing oneself to others. Whether out of frustration or dejection, Song Shi leaned against Song Ying's back, his face pressed against the broad expanse of his companion's back, arms wrapped around Song Ying's sturdy waist. "Hey, Song Shi, can't you drive the flying car?" At that moment of despondency, two flying cars approached, carrying Wang Shu and his robot in one, and Li Nanfang in the other. The latter, known for his bluntness and lack of guile, blurted out the question. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a sharp look from Wang Shu, which made him realize his faux pas. "I didn't mean it that way, haha," he quickly amended, his lack of eloquence leaving him awkwardly chuckling. "Don't worry, senior, I truly can't drive." Song Shi waved his hand dismissively. Not being able to drive isn't a big deal, Wang Shu reassured him. However, as they flew further away from the military academy, he pondered aloud. "Just where are we going for this training?" Li Nanfang, frowning slightly, cautiously replied. "I heard the seniors mention the Great Green Desert." "The Great Green Desert? How did you hear about it? We can't possibly be going to such a place." "Can we?" Wang Shu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. That area was no mere scare tactic. It was a genuine small battlefield fraught with danger. Li Nanfang, unsure, merely shook his head, conceding that they'd find out once they reached their destination. Asserting that discussing it now was pointless as night fell, Song Shi gazed at the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, rubbing his legs which had grown numb from sitting in the vehicle all day. Just as he shifted in his seat, he felt a hand from the person in front of him resting on his legs, applying a suitable amount of pressure and beginning to massage gently. Heat crept to Song Shi's ears, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He thought about pushing Song Ying's hand away, but upon seeing the resolute expression on his face, he found himself at a loss for words and let it be. Leaning against Song Ying's back, weariness overtook him, and he rubbed against the firm spine before slowly closing his eyes. Not knowing when they would stop, he decided to rest for a while, reassured by the presence of Song Ying. Sensing the rhythmic breathing of the person behind him, Song Ying's lips, pressed into a thin line, curled into a faint smile. Author's note. After much delay, here are 3,000 words. Sigh. I've been getting lazier lately. Is hibernation my only option? As dawn broke, Song Shi awoke to find himself surrounded by an endless expanse of yellow sand. It was the break of day, with a soft yellow glow rising from the horizon, deepening the already vivid hue of the desert. "Wake up, everyone," a sharp voice called, rousing those who had been sleeping in the vehicle. "Oh my God! It really is the Great Green Desert?" Li Nanfang exclaimed incredulously, his face a mask of disbelief. Concurrently, similar gasps of surprise echoed around them, and Song Shi furrowed his brow. Could it be that their mission truly lay within this so-called small battlefield? Silence. At that moment, the group's attention shifted to three individuals emerging from the supervisory vehicle up front. One of them, a man with a square face, spoke sternly. "Our mission is to capture 1 level 2 mutant beast and 10 level 1 mutant beasts in the eastern edge of the Great Green Desert. The higher the level of the beasts you capture, the greater your rewards will be." As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs filled the air, punctuated by bursts of excitement. The man raised his hand, signaling for quiet. "The reward for this mission is 50,000 credits. However, only 3 of you will emerge as victors, and they will receive 1/3 of all the mutant beasts you capture." Mutant beasts? 1/3? So, excluding those 3, the rest of us will get nothing. The implications of their situation began to sink in, and excitement turned to the realization of the harsh reality. As the 3 supervisors continued to discuss among themselves. Song Shi couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at the offered reward. A level 1 mutant beast, if captured alive, could fetch over 200,000 credits, while a level 2 could be valued at over 100. The thought of potentially becoming a millionaire by securing the title of victor was enticing, especially since many students hailed from affluent backgrounds. However, he knew full well that if he wasn't among the 3 winners, he would end up with nothing after handing over his catch. Looking at the excited faces around him, Song Shi couldn't help but smile wryly. None of these individuals were pushovers. They were all skilled in their own right. Competing for such a meager title would be anything but easy. All right, come forward to receive your storage rings. They have the capacity of 10 rooms, plenty of space for your mutant beasts, one of the smaller supervisors announced. Retrieving a black box filled with essential supplies. All storage rings or similar items must be turned in. As others stepped forward to relinquish their rings, Song Shi followed suit. Having never possessed a storage ring, he handed over his small bag containing nutritional supplements and some cold weapons. The small man was taken aback as he accepted Song Shi's bag, realizing he was the only one in the group without a storage ring, quite a rarity in the academy. After scanning Song Shi's bashful and gentle face, he smiled amicably and handed over a storage ring. Here is your number. The password is your student ID number. Nodding in gratitude, Song Shi accepted the ring and began to examine it. This was the kind of nanoring he had only heard about in fantastical stories. It was his first time experiencing such technology firsthand. The ring was of a simple design, adorned with artificial diamonds. The red surface emitted a cool glow. Upon pressing the red gem, a transparent interface appeared, and he entered his password, revealing a list of everyday items. Clicking on a small dagger, it materialized instantly from the ring. The marvel of this technology left Song Shi in awe. Indeed, the 31st century was advanced. As he toyed with the ring, he shot a playful glare at Song Ying, feigning indignation. Even a low-grade storage ring is something I've never owned. Song Ying cast him a sidelong glance, assuring him, I'll get you a better one later. Do you have the money for that? Song Shi teased. This? Song Ying raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride flickering across his stern features. I'll catch you a level 3 mutant beast. The great green desert stretched endlessly, but at its center lay a lush forest, the most perilous part of the desert. The surrounding perimeter was marked by sparse woodlands, defining the boundaries of the region. Song Shi and his companions were headed for the eastern area. Utilizing the flying car, they swiftly arrived at the eastern military zone of the Great Green Desert, where the regular troops of Hua country were stationed. Anyone wishing to enter the area had to pass through their authority. Hurry up, Lao Wei, the small man called to the officer in charge of the eastern area. Wei Zhe, speaking in a familiar tone. Bringing those students again? The officer, not yet 40, wore military attire, a long scar marring his face, giving him a fearsome appearance. He cast a glance at the group, sending chills down their spines. You really haven't learned your lesson. One of you died last time, and yet you still persist. Though these words were directed at Wei Zhe, they struck the ears of the crowd like a resounding admonition. Many individuals, their expressions etched with hardship, found their spirits lifted. As the saying goes, one must enter the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub, if one wishes to attain both fame and fortune. Effort is imperative. The members of the law enforcement team are all extraordinary individuals, and with a mere shift in thought, their countenances return to normal. Very well, let them pass swiftly, Wei Zhe nodded. Let us go. Let us go. Today, the mutated beasts are rather tranquil. Consider yourselves fortunate. Yes, supervisor, they chorused, each face betraying a solemn gravity. Once everyone had ventured into the forest, the slender man softly inquired, Is everyone accounted for? Wei Zhe nodded reassuringly, confirming that each individual was indeed present, and there would be no repeat of the previous oversight. It is best to ensure this. Each of them is a rare talent from the military academy, and losing even one would deprive the institution of a vital infusion of new blood. With a swift pace, Song Shi raced through the woods, finally spotting a colossal tree. He nimbly scaled it, carefully concealing himself among the broad leaves of the mutated flora, holding his breath and fixating his gaze on a shadow approaching rapidly. Gripping his firearm, he awaited the arrival of the shadow. As it drew near, he discerned it to be a pitch-black mutated leopard, possessing the physique of a leopard, but with an enormous head adorned with 3 eyes. The creature circled below, seemingly having lost track of its prey. Emitting a fearsome roar, seizing the moment as it lowered its head, Song Shi pounced, descending with the swiftness of a cold wind, alerting the leopard to his presence. Yet, the leopard, undeterred by fear and perceiving Song Shi as insignificant, launched itself toward him with powerful forelegs. A foul, acrid scent permeated the air, mingling with the stench of blood as they collided in the blink of an eye. Song Shi felt the sharp claws graze his neck, leaving a long gash that stretched from his left ear to his throat. A mere fraction lower, and he would have met a certain demise. Barely evading the lethal strike, Song Shi seized the leopard's fur, bending his elbow to reveal his firearm. Due to the leopard's incredible speed and resilient hide, he could only engage it at close range. With a resounding boom, a cold glint flickered in Song Shi's eyes, followed by a trio of shots until the leopard lay twitching upon the ground. Only when the creature breathed its last did Song Shi truly relax, his body succumbing to fatigue and collapsing to the ground. Cold sweat soaking his back in the aftermath of safety, he couldn't help but recall the day prior, the 100 mutated rhinoceroses, their fierce assaults, Song Ying's steely gaze, and her final words. "You go ahead. I will find you." Lying on the scorching earth, with his head resting against the hard soil, he murmured, Song Ying. Author's note. Recently, I have been feeling rather disheartened, having been bypassed on the leaderboard twice. Sigh. I find myself lacking motivation, and I apologize to everyone, especially to those who have come to see the story. As night descended, the vast green wilderness transformed into a perilous realm, though merely on its fringes. Song Shi remained vigilant, the unexpected separation from Song Ying forcing him to be acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Dragging his weary body, still reeling from the battle with the leopard, he began his search for a temporary shelter for the night. Lacking Song Ying's formidable physique, he could not burrow into the ground or excavate a hollow in a tree. He could only make do with a perch among the branches, hoping to find companions by dawn. Climbing unsteadily into a towering tree, he surveyed his surroundings, only relaxing after confirming the absence of venomous snakes or other reptiles. Yet, he remained on high alert as the night crept on. The wilderness earned its name for housing the most vibrant green forests and the harshest deserts on the planet, where their contrasting extremes coalesced into a naturally treacherous domain that few dared approach. By nightfall, the oppressive heat of the day dissipated, giving way to the chill of the night. Temperatures plummeted below freezing in the early hours. Song Shi was jolted awake by the biting cold. He covered his nose, stifling a sneeze into his chest, a wave of discomfort washing over him as tears welled in his eyes. Rubbing his nose and stiffening limbs, he gently stretched, exhaling warmth into his hands. Remembering the ring on his finger, he retrieved a blanket from within, grateful for its presence, as it contained all the essentials for survival. Just as he intended to settle back to sleep, a rustling sound emanated from below the tree in the dense forest. Moonlight struggled to penetrate, but with the faint illumination, Song Shi discerned a creature resembling a hedgehog yet much larger, akin to an inflated wild boar. There were 10 of them, weaving through the underbrush, their rotund bodies seemingly adorable, yet he knew all too well the peril of their spines. Cautiously stifling his movements, he focused intently on the creatures below, praying they would soon pass. However, fate was not in his favor. The more he wished for their swift departure, the slower they moved, eventually pausing right beneath his tree, emitting chattering sounds that resembled conversation. Song Shi felt cold sweat trickle down his cheek, soaking into his clothing. It seemed they had decided to settle down for the night. They unfurled their spiny bodies and rolled on the ground, inadvertently covering themselves in dirt, appearing as if donned in a coat of mud. They continued this peculiar behavior until they dug a small pit, rolling themselves into it like living mud balls. The surroundings soon fell silent, but Song Shi found no peace. His heart raced, pounding in his ears. He faced a choice: either hastily flee in search of a safer resting place or remain vigilant and silent, hoping they would depart at dawn. Ultimately, he chose the latter. Seeking another spot at this hour posed its own dangers, as mutated beasts prowled under the cover of darkness. Thus, remaining still seemed the wisest course of action. Having enjoyed some rest earlier, Song Shi no longer felt drowsy, though fatigue weighed on his limbs. However, the tension kept him alert, momentarily overshadowing his exhaustion. As dawn approached, slowly revealing its light, he cautiously stretched his cramped legs. Just then, The pits beneath him began to shift, as if something were about to emerge. Song Shi braced himself, watching intently as several hedgehog-like mutated creatures clawed their way out of the ground, shaking off the dirt and exposing their spines before beginning to move forward. That moment, just as Song Shi was about to bid them farewell, a cacophony of footsteps and a commanding shout erupted nearby. "Look, there are 10 level 1 hedgehog beasts." Accompanying the voice were 3 young men, all seemingly in their 30s, clad in simple attire and wielding long guns. Furrowing his brow, Song Shi recognized that while the vast green wilderness was indeed treacherous, the greater the danger, the richer the rewards. The abundance of mutated beasts attracted many eager hunters and trainers, and these men appeared to be seasoned veterans. A fawn, cast your net to the right. Lu Shu, prepare the machine gun, and keep those unruly beasts in check. The bearded leader commanded his companions, a triumphant smile gracing his face, clearly anticipating a bountiful haul. As the orders were issued, the 2 men moved to their respective positions. A fawn, the man on the right, brandished a net gun designed for ensnaring larger groups of mutated beasts, its net imbued with a substance that could induce muscular paralysis. As the immense net descended, the 10 mutated beasts sensed the impending danger. Despite their boar-like size, they reacted swiftly, curling into balls to evade the net's grasp. Ultimately, the net ensnared only 5 hedgehog beasts, while the remaining 5 charged toward the central figure. Indeed, the mutated beasts of the great green wilderness are fierce. Once sold in the capital, they fetch a handsome price, the bearded leader remarked, utterly unfazed by the collective assault of the 5 creatures. Just as the beasts closed in, several gunshots rang out, and the 5 mutated creatures fell from midair, emitting cries of pain. Song Shi looked down to see the 5 beasts pierced by small, 1-inch-long syringes. What a pity they are merely level 1. Otherwise, their value would have soared tenfold, mused Lu Shu, the man who had fired the shots. As he approached, startled, Song Shi furrowed his brow and fell into silence, remaining quietly perched upon the tree until that piercing gaze precisely landed amidst the leaves where he was concealed. Leaping down from the tree, Song Shi smiled gently at a distance, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brothers." As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized the 3 individuals before him, clearly members of the beast-hunting fraternity, each bearing a hint of ferocity that suggested they were not to be trifled with. "Ah, students from the military academy, I presume? Here for training?" inquired the bearded man, in a wonder. It is said that 80% of the geniuses in Huagua emerge from military academies. At such a young age, you dare to brave the vast green desert. Song Shi waved his hand dismissively, feigning shyness, and chuckled softly, appearing genuinely harmless. The man across from him laughed heartily. "Well then, young lad, are you intending to head out?" His eyes glimmered with a secretive light. Regardless of the circumstances, Huagua's Mech Military Academy was second to none, and this young fellow was evidently injured, seemingly trapped by 10 spiny beasts. Having saved him, it was only natural to seek some compensation in return. Delivering him to safety would also curry favor with the academy, thus benefiting his own business. "Before nightfall, we must make our exit," he continued. Song Shi scratched his head. "But my mech is missing. I must locate it before I can leave." "Very well. We were planning to scout the area for second-tier mutated beasts anyway. How about it? Young man, you can accompany us. Safety in numbers, after all." Song Shi pondered for a moment. Regardless of this man's intentions, he needed to find Song Ying first. The task assigned by the enforcement team was secondary. It was evident that this individual was a merchant, and merchants valued profit. Since he wore the academy's uniform, expressing gratitude to the academy's overseer could undoubtedly assist this man significantly. With this thought in mind, Song Shi raised his head appreciatively. "Thank you, big brother. Once we are outside, I will certainly repay your kindness." The earnestness of his demeanor was precisely what the bearded man wished to see, causing his eyes to narrow in satisfaction. Good, he knows how to play the game. Thus, from a solitary endeavor, Song Shi's group began to transform into a quartet. "Xiao Song, come have some water. Let us take a moment to rest," Hui suggested, his expression unreadable due to his beard. "Thank you, brother Hu," Song Shi replied, taking a sip of water. "Are you all beast hunters from Jingdu?" "Indeed. Why do you ask?" "Interested in beast hunting, Xiao Song." Song Shi waved his hand, shaking his head with a smile. "Not at the moment. To be honest with you, brother Hu, I wouldn't stand a chance against even 3 first-tier mutated beasts. Hui chuckled. You are still young. Being accepted into Huagua's foremost military academy attests to your talent. Xiao Song did as they conversed, the atmosphere grew amicable. The author wishes to convey. Recently, I have been engrossed in Arya's captivating SCI work. Truthfully, such intricate mysteries would baffle me, even if I had 2 brains. Suddenly, Lu Shu sidestepped Song Shi, approaching Hu Yi with a furrowed brow. Brother, are we truly escorting him outside? Hu Yi smiled. Why not? Is it a problem? Lu Shu chuckled. Brother, what sort of man would engage in a venture without profit? I wonder if you have ulterior motives. Not perturbed by Lu Shu's comment, he merely chuckled lightly, and after a moment's reflection, it dawned on him. Were they perhaps eyeing the boy's status? Nevertheless, the reputation of Huagua's top military academy was indeed illustrious. Saving one of its students was certainly commendable. That kid is rather good-looking, Offing remarked, his demeanor shifting from joviality to a shadow of intrigue, a glimmer of lewdness igniting in his dark eyes. If only to have a taste, it would surely be exhilarating. You audacious scoundrel, Lu Shu joked, yet it seems there are many such fellows these days, and considering he is from the military academy, it adds a touch of allure. All right, everyone, rein it in, pack your things, and let us make haste, Hu Yi commanded. Upon hearing Hu Yi, both men nodded somberly. Song Shi took another sip of water, gazing at the sun overhead. Although the forest was dense with trees, the scorching sunlight penetrated relentlessly, and by midday, it must have reached nearly 50 degrees. Despite applying protective lotion, Song Shi still felt an unbearable heat, compounded by the urgency to locate Song Ying, which only heightened his agitation. The detector has picked up a sizable organism over there, Offing remarked, glancing at the device, his eyes seeking Hu Yi's approval to investigate. If the detector is reacting, it's likely a second-tier beast. Hu Yi replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, yet caution lingered beneath. Let us proceed with caution. With that, the quartet stealthily advanced, when suddenly a bone-chilling roar pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. The heart-wrenching cry seemed to echo the anguish of a life nearing its end, instilling a profound sense of dread. Let us ascend the trees for a better view, Hu Yi squinted, contemplating before issuing the command. Once atop the tall trees, they beheld a harrowing sight. A bloodied man exerting all his strength to subdue a long-armed black ape, its arms twisted painfully behind its back, howling in agony as crimson flowed from its gaping maw. The gruesome tableau sent chills through them, a testament to both the ape's suffering and the man's ruthless ferocity. That's a third-tier long-armed ape, my word. He managed to capture it unarmed. Lu Shu gasped softly. His astonishment evident, Hui and Offing mirrored his shock. Song Ying, Song Shi whispered urgently, unable to contain his desperation. He leaped down from the tree with haste, racing toward the scene. Despite the man's disheveled appearance and tattered clothing, Song Shi recognized him instantly. Song Ying, he called, clinging to the man's arm, his nose tingling with emotion. Song Ying, having sensed the presence of others, was about to strike down the intruder when 2 familiar voices caused all his resolve to waver. His fierce gaze softened as he turned to see the young man he cherished in an instant, his brow furrowed. Why are you in such a dire state? Did I not say I would find you? You should remain in one place. Why are you so disheveled? Though his tone was harsh, warmth flickered in his eyes, revealing an undercurrent of concern. Even if I stayed put, mutated beasts would still come looking for me. In your absence, I had to fend for myself, Song Shi retorted, feeling a rare sense of grievance. Pouting, he soon realized it was rather peculiar for a grown man to be so petulant, yet the feeling of being wronged was undeniable when he laid eyes on Song Ying. Clearing his throat, Song Ying rubbed his grimy hands together, scrubbing until the dirt revealed the original color of his palms before reaching out to ruffle Song Shi's hair. All is well now. Song Shi huffed, just as Hu Yi and the others arrived. Hui, noticing Song Shi's familiarity with the man, remarked, Brother, you truly are impressive. You have slain a third-tier mutated beast. Song Ying cast a sidelong glance at Song Shi, his eyes inquiring, who is this? Clearing his throat, Song Shi introduced, Brother Hu Yi, this is Offing and Lu Shu, whom I met earlier this morning. I was lost in the forest, and they offered to guide me out. Oh, then thank you, Song Ying replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Yet an enigmatic chill lingered beneath. Hui felt a sudden unease at the smile, as if something ominous lurked beneath the surface. "Ah, so you are Xiao Song's friend?" Hui inquired, his gaze suddenly widening as he noticed something glimmering at Song Ying's neck. An unarmored mech. The revelation that an unarmored mech could subdue a third-tier mutated beast was astonishing. Hui, a seasoned veteran familiar with the nuances of the Jingdu underworld, understood the implications. A mech imbued with high sodium content could awaken its true potential, regardless of whether this one had awakened. It was undoubtedly a premium mech. Yet, observing Song Shi, who did not seem to be a high-ranking mech engineer, he pondered whether he was merely a scion of some illustrious family seeking experience. Despite such thoughts, Hui found it difficult to suppress the greed surging within him. This was a rare find. Acquiring it would elevate his combat prowess exponentially. For a mech engineer, a superior mech was an addictive allure. Song Shi, noticing Hui's intense gaze, furrowed his brow but quickly resumed his gentle demeanor. "This is my mech. Its name is Song Ying." He positioned himself protectively in front of Song Ying, emphasizing the word my. "Ah, students from the military academy are indeed remarkable. That mech is quite impressive," Hui remarked, his eyes glinting with avarice. "The day is waning. We should hasten our exit from this forest." Song Shi nodded, extending the storage ring on his hand to Song Ying, encouraging him to collect the third-tier mutated beast, feeling slightly less regretful. After all, capturing one was still an achievement, even if it was not he who had done so. The afternoon was the hottest part of the day, and a group of individuals sought a place to rest and simultaneously resolve their lunch. Hui instructed a fawn to procure some game, while Lu Shu was tasked with barbecuing. The prey consisted mainly of mutated beasts, devoid of levels, representing truly transformed animals with minimal attack power. A few tusked rabbits were effortlessly caught by a fawn. Meanwhile, Song Shi took it upon himself to pull Song Ying aside, intending to clean him up a bit. How could he have become so dirty in just 2 days? Song Ying grumbled as he poured water from the flask onto a clean towel, moistening it to wipe the dirt from his face. The water was insufficient, so they would have to wait until they were outside to wash properly, Song Shi remarked, rinsing the already grimy towel. "My head itches. Can you take a look?" Song Ying scratched his head but struggled to locate the right spot, growing somewhat impatient. Sitting against a tree, Song Ying still maintained a tall stature. Song Shi knelt between Song Ying's legs, reaching into his tousled hair to find the source of the itch. "Where is it?" "The back." After several attempts to locate the correct area, Song Shi furrowed his brow and began to scratch indiscriminately, which aligned perfectly with Song Ying's request. A satisfied expression broke through Song Ying's stern demeanor, causing Song Shi to stifle a laugh. "You must have lice, haha," Song Shi joked. "Where are you two?" As Song Ying enjoyed the moment, the soft tone of the voice nearby put him in high spirits, prompting him to lean against Song Shi's chest, resting his head on his collarbone. Amused, Song Shi gently pushed him away, yet Song Ying seemed steadfast in his desire to burrow closer, persistently rubbing against Song Shi's chest, which tickled him and made him chuckle, eventually leading him to abandon his futile resistance. Observing the two engrossed in their moment, Hui exchanged glances with his 2 subordinates, a fawn and Lu Shu, who nodded in understanding. The 3 intentionally moved to the side where the rabbit meat was roasting. "Add some seasoning." Hui's dark gaze fixed coldly on the flames. "What about the boss?" "It's decided." Lu Shu glanced back at Song Shi and Song Ying. "Then I want to taste Little Song's flavor," a fawn remarked suddenly, licking his dry lips, recalling how long it had been since he had tasted such fine game. Hui smirked. "Just wait. Do as you please. No matter who this Song Shi is, I must have that mech." Once a fawn has had his fun, he would sell him in Kyoto for a handsome price. He chuckled to himself. "But boss, that mech can take down even level 3 mutated beasts. How do we capture him?" Lu Shu, clearly more cautious than a fawn, expressed his concerns regarding Song Ying. Hui scoffed. "With the black shackles, it can temporarily prevent the robot from transforming into a mech. As long as we force him to transfer ownership, that mech will be mine. Little Song, come over and eat something." Hui called out to Song Shi from afar. Responding, Song Shi beckoned Song Ying to follow. "Here, eat quickly while it's hot," Hui said, handing a piece of barbecued meat to Song Shi with a smile. "Thanks, brother Hu," Song Shi replied, glancing at Song Ying, who was already fixated on the food in his hands. Amused and exasperated, Song Shi shook his head and cleared his throat, addressing Hu-yi, brother Hu, let's eat by that small lake up ahead. I can clean Song Ying up while we're at it. Wait. Hu-yi replied hastily, realizing his tone was too abrupt. He chuckled nervously and added, there are plenty of mutated beasts near the water source. It's quite dangerous. Let's not go there. We only have the afternoon anyway. After a moment's thought, Song Shi conceded that Hu-yi's warning held merit, but it was difficult to resist the determined gaze of Song Ying. It's fine. Song Ying is quite capable. He can handle 1 or 2 levels, Song Shi said with a gentle smile, pulling Song Ying along. Fawn and Lu Shu attempted to intervene but were halted by a glance from Hu-yi. Rising, Hu-yi cautioned, just be careful and remember to eat the meat. You'll need your strength for the journey ahead. As they walked, Song Ying chewed on the meat and remarked, something feels off. What do you mean? Song Shi asked, tilting his head in confusion. Those 3 seem suspicious, Song Ying replied. You're supposed to be sharp-eared. Didn't you hear them plotting? Sharp-eared? Song Ying recalled how he had overheard their conversation during the monthly exam. Noting that they lacked anti-radiation devices, while the 3 were equipped with various mechanical gadgets, I asked that all it takes to find them odd. They're beast hunters. They naturally carry equipment, Song Shi chuckled. Song Ying shot him a disapproving glance. Irritated that Song Shi was defending outsiders, he bit into the barbecued meat, his expression darkening as he chose to ignore Song Shi. All right, I'll keep my guard up, Song Shi said with a grin. I am wary of everyone except you, rest assured. Song Ying raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Are you sure you don't want any? He gestured to the barbecued meat. No, thank you, Song Shi declined, feeling somewhat nauseated by the smell of meat after having consumed too many vegetables recently. Having finished their preparations, Hu-yi and Fawn approached as Song Shi arrived. Delicious, right? My skills are top-notch, Lu Shu greeted eagerly. Song Shi nodded, acknowledging the flavor. Once we finish eating, we should hit the road, Hu-yi said, and the group resumed their journey, by around 2 in the afternoon. Hu-yi grew anxious, glancing back at Lu Shu with a furrowed brow. The look of confusion in his eyes prompted Lu Shu to feel helpless. Could it be that the seasoning was ineffective? Hu-yi shot a weary glance at Lu Shu, irritation evident in his cold gaze, gesturing for Lu Shu to act directly against Song Shi. Lu Shu nodded and whispered a few words to Fawn, who, already impatient, gave a thumbs up to Hu-yi, signaling readiness. Lu Shu and Fawn stealthily approached the pair, seizing the opportunity to catch Song Shi off guard. Suddenly, Song Shi felt a sharp pain in his neck, darkness enveloping him, and the last image he saw was Song Ying leaping towards him. Damn Hu-yi! I shouldn't have let my guard down just because Song Ying was nearby, Song Shi thought to himself, scanning his surroundings in shock as he noticed a familiar figure bound to a tree by thick black chains. No need to look further. With those black shackles, even the most powerful robot could not transform into a mech. Leaning casually against a tree beside Song Shi, Hu-yi remarked, as expected of a mech eye value. Even initially restrained by the black shackles, it could still injure Lu's Hu. Hu-yi's eyes gleamed with obsessive admiration. You want my Song Ying? Song Shi suddenly laughed, the sound tinged with mockery, creating an eerie contrast to his otherwise gentle visage. Hu-yi was momentarily taken aback before scoffing. No need for theatrics. Even if you're a military academy student, what of it? If you die here, who would know who did it? Boss, let us get to the point. I need to know what to do, Fawn interjected. Impatiently, Hu-yi smiled slyly. See? My brother is getting anxious. He shot a suggestive glance at Song Shi. The hairs on the back of Song Shi's neck stood on end as he regarded Fawn. Struggling to reconcile the man he once knew with the current situation. Transfer Song Ying to me. No arguments, I promise you'll have a better time after, Hu-yi insisted. Song Shi narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of cold light flashing within a red glimmer, invisible to the naked eye, emanated from his depths, drifting toward the unconscious Song Ying and scanning him thoroughly, confirming he was merely unconscious before easing his mind. The red light then flowed toward Hu-yi as it entered Hu-yi's body. A sudden jolt of pain coursed through Song Shi. The red light was thwarted by an unseen barrier. As if something were hindering his entry, waves of interference disrupted his mind, preventing him from penetrating further. Realizing these were anti-radiation or other mechanical devices meant to prevent mental intrusion, Song Shi knew it was now or never. Relying solely on his own strength, his head throbbed painfully, Yet he felt a sense of relief as he navigated through Hu Yi's bloodstream, reaching his intended destination. The storage of mental energy, a mass of white mist guarded the deepest recesses of Hu Yi's mind. Upon sensing the intruder, the mist stirred frantically. However, these uncontrolled wisps were no match for the intelligent manipulation of Song's Hin. In no time, the white mist was consumed by the red light. Hu Yi suddenly let out a cry. His complexion paling rapidly, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. This scene caught Lu Shu, who was tending to his injured arm, off guard, as well as a fawn. "Boss, what happened?" Lu Shu reacted quickly, rushing over despite his injuries. From a distance, Hu Yi looked merely pale, but up close, Lu Shu was struck by terror, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Hu Yi's face contorted grotesquely, his complexion resembling that of a ghost. As if all vitality had been drained from him, giving him a withered appearance despite not resembling a corpse. "What did you do?" Lu Shu swallowed hard, glancing at the bound Song Shi, his mind racing. A fawn, lacking the intellect of Lu Shu, struggled to comprehend how this seemingly harmless individual could have reduced Hu Yi to such a state. Song Shi chuckled softly. "Did I do anything?" Immediately, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Was there truly a fearsome mutated beast lurking nearby? Although Lu Shu harbored doubts about Song Shi's assertion, a sense of unease began to stir within him. He glanced around in a state of panic, only to feel a firm grip on his uninjured arm by a fawn. Enough of this chatter. Let us first resolve the matter of the robot. A fawn cast a glance downward at Hu Yi. His eyes devoid of warmth, exuding an air of cold indifference that caused Lu Shu to regard him with newfound respect. It appeared he was indeed a formidable character. Nevertheless, it seemed Hu Yi was incapacitated and incapable of making a difference. Lu Shu mused as he remarked, "You're right. We should first transfer this robot." Binding his injured arm tightly, Lu Shu approached Song Shi and delivered a forceful slap, declaring, "I care not if you are him or some mutated beast. You will transfer him to me." Song Shi, momentarily dazed by the blow, found blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It seemed he had lost his resolve, despite his outward calm. Song Shi felt a pang of anxiety. Forcing him to breach a person's mental threshold a second time was now impossible. Although that devourer of spiritual energy had been consumed, he was in a vulnerable state. And had he not been bound, his legs would have given way long ago. Since their bones were so sturdy, let us first see how we might soften them, he gestured to a fawn, stating, "Let us attend to you first." With that, they began to strip away the already severely damaged clothing from Song's Hin. At this moment, Song Shi remained remarkably composed, narrowing his eyes at the two. Frowning in disdain, inwardly thinking, how utterly loathsome. He bent his knee, attempting to muster his last ounce of strength to resist, when suddenly a deafening sound echoed from afar, sending chills down Lu Shu and a fawn's spines. While Song Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears in the wake of that tremendous noise, both Lu Shu and a fawn were seized by unseen hands and violently hurled against a tree. The impact of their bodies against the trunk was so forceful that the tree was nearly split in two, an exertion of strength akin to that of a wild beast. Song Shi could not help but sniffle. His eyes reddening, Song Ying frowned, unable to bear the sight of Song Shi in such a state. Cautiously, he reached out, brushing away the crimson stain from the corner of Song Shi's mouth, his gaze shadowed by a cloud of sorrow. The author wishes to convey, "It is delightful to have made the list. I shall endeavor to update more frequently, a somewhat shameless request for flowers. First, loosen the ropes," Song Ying urged, his gaze intense. Song Shi felt a rush of anxiety, stammering after a moment, "Okay." Song Ying furrowed his brow once more, extending his hand to swiftly remove the bindings that held Song Shi captive. As the restraints fell away, Song Shi collapsed into Song Ying's embrace, enveloped by his firm arms. "How do we remove those chains from you?" Song Shi inquired, noting the myriad of scars adorning Song Ying's arms, likely a result of his earlier struggle to uproot the tree. A pang of sympathy tugged at Song Shi's heart, and he propped himself up, attempting to regain his strength. "This is rather peculiar," he observed, his expression darkening as he cast a glance at the two whose fates hung in the balance. "Wait, they must know something." With determination, he strode purposefully toward Lu Shu and a fawn. The two, pale from the earlier impact, were now only capable of gasping for breath. Without hesitation, Song Shi kicked Lu Shu, his tone menacing as he demanded, "How do we unlock it?" Lu Shu felt a jolt of pain surge through him, his bloodied vision locking onto Song Shi, revealing a tumult of resentment and fear. "You won't speak." Song Shi smiled, his demeanor deceptively gentle, yet in this moment, it sent a shiver down Lu Shu's spine, igniting a flicker of dread within him. With another fierce kick aimed at Lu Shu's injured arm, Song Shi's eyes gleamed with cold fury. If it weren't for them, he would not be in such a wretched state. If it weren't for them, Song Ying need not be so humiliated. These thoughts churned within him. His brows knitted in anger. "I will tell you. I will tell you." Lu Shu cried out, the agony becoming unbearable. "The switch is on the boss. It's the white controller." Panting heavily, he managed to articulate his words. Song Shi approached Hu Yi, rifling through his belongings until he procured the controller. "Is it the red button, or the white one?" "The red," Lu Shu muttered, his head bowed, visibly in distress. "Oh," Song Shi drawled, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he moved closer to Lu Shu. "Should you deceive me, I will not hesitate to dismember you, leaving you to be devoured by the mutated beasts." Lu Shu's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "I must have remembered incorrectly. It seems it's the white button." "Very well, I shall take your word for it," Song Shi replied, his tone laced with mockery. Suddenly, he pressed down forcefully on Lu Shu's wounded arm once more. "You've bullied us both. How dare you?" With a sense of satisfaction, Song Shi watched as Lu Shu succumbed to unconsciousness. Much like a fawn had before him, dusting off the grass that clung to him, he approached Song Ying. "This item proves quite useful. I shall keep it for future endeavors." Song Ying picked up the black sphere from the ground and tossed it to Song Shi, who nodded in agreement, stowing it away in his storage ring. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief crossed his mind as he turned his attention to Hu Yi and his companions. Every beast hunter possessed their own storage space. Thus it was reasonable to assume that Hu Yi and his companions did as well. Indeed, he discovered one on each of them. As they lay unconscious, it was of little consequence to borrow their fingerprints to unlock their treasures. With a sense of triumph, he marked his own fingerprint alongside theirs, feeling that this venture had proven worthwhile. "Himph!" Song Ying squinted, a derisive chuckle escaping him. He found himself unable to dismiss the charming demeanor of the person before him, particularly the twinkle in his eye that radiated a peculiar warmth. Regardless of how he looked at it, his heart felt inexplicably tender. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Song Shi and Song Ying hastened out of the thicket. From a distance, the eastern military district loomed like a colossal beast guarding its gates, standing resolute in the east, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, a sight most magnificent. The individual known as Lao Fong, a diminutive man, snorted softly, yet his face betrayed a hint of relief. Song Shi had arrived neither too early nor too late. He first reported to the supervisor before taking his place in line to await the arrival of others. Lao Fong raised a hand, signaling for silence before announcing, "Well then, this mission concludes here. Please present your respective trophies point one by one." An array of trophies began to accumulate before them in the dim light of evening. The massive searchlights illuminated everything clearly. When Song Shi unveiled the nearly lifeless third-tier mutated beast captured by Song Ying, a collective gasp echoed from the onlookers. Song Shi smiled inwardly, recognizing that while Hu Yi and his companions possessed numerous live mutated beasts within their rings, he had no intention of revealing them. After all, as a first-year student, it was improbable for him to amass such a bounty. Even if he had, given his current capabilities, it would only have garnered him envious glances. Thus, he opted to present the deceased beast captured by Song Ying, framing it as a fortunate find, a not uncommon occurrence in the vast green desert. Perhaps many preferred to acknowledge the luck of others rather than concede to the envy of talents that seemed almost inhuman. The overall results have been recorded. Zhou Han, Li Yong, and Song Shi shall each receive 1/3 of the spoils, Lao Fong declared, prompting varied reactions among the crowd. Some were disappointed, others elated, and some bewildered. While the first two individuals were indeed impressive, the question lingered. How did Song Shi benefit from merely collecting the corpse of a third-tier mutated beast? Lao Fong cleared his throat, scanning the crowd. If you too possess the luck of Song Shi and manage to stumble upon a third-tier mutated beast, then one of those slots is yours as well. Remember, in the battlefield, luck is as vital as strength. Sometimes, It is even more elusive. As Lao Feng's words echoed, the murmurs around them faded into silence, and the scrutiny directed at Song Shi shifted from resentment to curiosity. I placed your clothes at the door. Don't forget to put them on later, Song Shi called through the bathroom door to the bathing Song Ying. I'll fetch some food. What would you like? With a sudden whoosh, the door swung open, revealing a bare-chested Song Ying, whose bronze skin radiated a robust aura. The overwhelming heat of his presence startled Song Shi, causing him to step back, his ears flushing with heat. Inwardly disgruntled, he lamented his own inability to achieve such a perfectly sculpted physique. Stealing another glance at Song Ying, he quickly diverted his gaze. Taking a deep breath, his heart raced a little faster, perhaps due to envy of the other's fine form. What do you want to eat? Song Shi asked. What's available? Song Ying asked, his damp hands brushing through his dripping hair. I am not sure. Should I just grab something at random? Upon hearing this, Song Ying retrieved his clothes from a nearby chair and turned back into the bathroom, stating, just a moment, I'll finish washing up and join you. Song Shi rolled his eyes, realizing he should have simply let him sleep instead of asking about dinner. He nestled into the soft, inviting blankets, ready to drift off, when suddenly, a hand tugged at him, nearly wrenching his waist. Swatting at the troublesome hand, he exclaimed, What are you doing? Song Ying shook a tube of ointment he had procured from who knows where, ready to apply it as he spoke. He squeezed out some white ointment and applied it directly to the bruised lips of Song Shi. The profound darkness of his eyes flickered with a shadowy light, hinting at the pain within. Hiss! Song Shi winced at the sudden sting, instinctively recoiling, yet was pulled back into the embrace of Song Ying, who casually wrapped an arm around his waist. This seemingly inconsequential gesture rendered Song Shi unable to retreat even a step, leaving him to endure the gentle pressure of Song Ying's thumb on his lips. Be gentle, it hurts. Realizing that evasion was futile, Song Shi shot a glare at Song Ying, muttering his disgruntlement. If it doesn't hurt, you won't learn your lesson. Observing the furrowed brow of Song Shi, though Song Ying's words were icy, the pressure of his grip softened considerably. The wound had already been bruised for 3 or 4 hours, its deepening hue igniting a simmer of frustration within him. How much force must one exert to produce such a color? Song Ying pondered, vexed, regretting his leniency. Perhaps he should have inflicted far worse injuries. Next time, remain vigilant with everyone except me, Song Ying declared with a tone of anger. Understanding that confronting Song Ying directly would be unwise, especially with his lips still under the latter's control. Song Shi obediently nodded. Suddenly caught off guard by a kiss, Song Shi froze, while Song Ying appeared quite pleased, tucking him into bed and adjusting the covers before turning off the lights to sleep. The warm quilt enveloped his flushed cheeks, and Song Shi pressed his hands against his racing heart, cursing inwardly, damn it. Stop beating so fast. Simultaneously, a wave of disappointment surged within him, soon overshadowed by an inexplicable irritation. Unable to comprehend his feelings, he shot another resentful glance at Song Ying. The military academy remained as tranquil as ever. Their arrival had not disturbed many. Wang Shu informed him that everyone would be heading to Lua Pavilion that evening to celebrate, and they dispersed. Good boy, Suwa. Song Shi affectionately ruffled Suwa's head, smiling as he hung his outerwear on the rack before entering. Master, should we eat first or take a shower? Suwa inquired, no need. The law enforcement team has a celebration tonight. I'll have dinner there, Song Shi replied. Shaking his head, I'll go too, Song Ying said, sinking into the couch and turning on the screen, where the news was broadcasting. You're going as well? Song Shi lamented, realizing that attending would prevent him from enjoying a meal openly. He sighed, massaging his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just as Song Ying was about to speak, Song Shi's light brain chimed with an incoming message. He glanced at it, frowning as he settled onto the sofa. What's wrong? Song Ying asked, puzzled, then glanced at the message. Why is your name on the Interstellar battle selection list? Upon hearing this, Song Shi's eyebrows shot up. What? Can't I be on it? Do you look down on me? Although he was somewhat taken aback, Song Ying merely smirked, shaking his head. I suppose they're interested in your luck. Fuming, Song Shi's face turned crimson as he scoffed. Didn't you see I'm merely on the accompanying personnel list? They probably just want us to witness the event. Look, the quota for the vice captains in the Royal Serpent team consists of 3 spots for the victors of this mission, all of whom are accompanying personnel. Rising, Song Shi pouted, looking somewhat pitiful. I know I'm useless. All right. Song Ying sighed internally, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. He took Song Shi's slightly cool palm in his hand, enveloping it warmly. All right, I never said you were useless. Unable to find the right words, he rubbed the back of his head in frustration. In a spontaneous gesture, he pulled Song Shi onto his lap, wrapping his arms around him as if cradling a child, and affectionately tousled Song Shi's soft, short hair. Song Shi's expression darkened immediately. What are you doing? He swatted Song Ying's hand away, glaring at him as he stood up. I am going to take a shower. I still have to go to Lua Pavilion later. He strode straight into the bedroom, his footsteps betraying a sense of urgency, left without the warmth of Song Shi in his embrace. Song Ying furrowed his brow, running his fingers through his hair. It seemed they wouldn't be able to go together, which was a pity, as the food there was quite delicious. That evening, Lua Pavilion rivaled even the finest establishments. Though the entrance was not crowded with vehicles, the Gothic-style building, illuminated by golden lights, loomed like a ferocious beast from ancient times, exuding a unique charm. Song Shi had only visited once, accompanied by Lu Qi. As they approached the entrance, a server promptly greeted them. 3021, we have a reservation. Song Shi smiled. The server momentarily paused, then beamed. Ah, you must be from the law enforcement team. Please, follow me. The mention of the law enforcement team signified status among the students. Thus the server's eager demeanor was hardly unwarranted. Thank you, Song Shi replied as he entered. This time, the setting was far more splendid than the small private room during Lu Qi's previous invitation. They found themselves in a bright hall adorned with 5 round tables, draped in red hand-woven cloth and decorated with rare flowers. By the time Song Shi arrived, nearly everyone was present, having taken note of the victors of this mission. Wang Shu approached with Li Nanfang, both clad in military uniforms, exuding an air befitting a high society gathering. Why so late? I thought the key figure wasn't coming, Wang Shu teased, draping an arm over Li Nanfang's shoulder. Got caught up in some stuff, hence the delay. Apologies, senior, Song Shi replied, a shy smile gracing his face. No worries, Li Nanfang waved dismissively. But Song Shi, you're impressive. You made it onto the list of accompanying personnel for the Interstellar battle. I envy you. Such things are beyond envy, haha, Wang Shu chuckled. But it's good to go and broaden your horizons. To witness the prowess of the seniors firsthand, I saw that all 9 vice-captains of the law enforcement team and the team leader are going as seed players. Our country is bound to make a name for itself in this interstellar battle. Li Nanfang took a sip of his drink, speaking with admiration and envy. While you're there, be sure to learn as much as you can. It's a wonderful opportunity. Understood, Senior Wang Shu, Song Shi replied earnestly, warmed by the genuine concern evident in Wang Shu's eyes. All right, enough of that. Let us sit at our table. Zhao Su is over there. Wang Shu said, leading Song Shi to their designated table. Song, let us raise a glass to celebrate your selection for the interstellar battle. A senior, slightly inebriated, approached with a glass of blue liquor, thrusting it toward Song Shi. Song Shi frowned, intent on refusing, but the senior pressed on. What, are you denying me? So soon, and you're already looking down on your senior? Huh? Quite the attitude. The senior spoke with a cold glare, his words precise. Taken aback, Song Shi realized the senior was feigning drunkenness. No, senior. I actually wanted to drink, he said, disregarding the protests of Wang Shu and the others. He seized the glass and downed it in one go. The icy blue liquid carried a potent flavor that nearly caused him to choke, but thankfully, he managed to swallow without embarrassment. However, the intensity of the drink hit him hard, and he couldn't help but grimace. This must be what they mean by a tall tree catches the wind. Cheers, Song. I'll drink to you too, but don't let your seniory down, all right? Another voice chimed in, clearly aligned with the first. Their tone icy and unyielding, leaving Song Shi feeling beleaguered as he was inundated with drink after drink. Enough of this. If you have the ability, you can compete for that opportunity yourself if you lack the skill. Don't take it out on the junior. Wang Shu, unable to tolerate their behavior any longer, stood up to defend Song Shi. The surrounding crowd flushed with anger at Wang Shu's words. What? Is he that precious that he can't handle a little drink? Silence. A cold voice silenced Wang Shu's retort. Glancing forward, it was Zhou Han, whose words commanded respect within the Royal Serpent team, an embodiment of absolute authority. Upon seeing Zhou Han, the crowd fell silent. We were merely chatting, The senior named replied with a forced laugh, attempting to placate the situation. Zhou Han offered no further comment and departed, with Zhou Han's admonishment lingering in the air. The rowdy group dispersed, leaving Song Shi to sigh wearily as he leaned on the table, feeling a headache creeping in. Wang Shu supported him, a hint of reproach in his voice. Honestly, you drank everything they offered. That was high-proof liquor. You're hopeless. With that, they finally arrived at Song Shi's dormitory. If he hadn't drunk, they would have caused a scene, so he figured it was better to appease them. As Zhou Han had said, we see each other often enough. Song Shi felt the effects of the alcohol take hold, his feet light and his tone cheerful, causing Wang Shu to chuckle despite himself. Though he felt a twinge of sympathy for the younger student, it's all right, Suwa. With a smile, Song Shi shook his head and gently urged Wang Shu to enter. Senior, come in for a glass of water. Wang Shu wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplated for a moment, and acquiesced as he made his way inside. Song Shi endeavored to keep his steps steady, while Suwa anxiously watched him from the side. Song Shi waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to worry. By the way, where is Song Ying? Master is taking a bath, Suwa replied. Thank you, Miss Qing Fengling, for your help with the bugs. Moi at that moment. Song Ying emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing the flushed face of Song Shi and the familiar expression on Wang Shu's face, his countenance darkened. He strode over, grasped the heated hand of Song Shi, and, catching the intense scent, became immediately incensed. You have a poor tolerance for alcohol, yet you drink so much. Despite his fierce demeanor, he carefully helped Song Shi to the sofa. Song Shi, in a huff, protested. How can you rush someone out like this? It's nothing, senior. This person just doesn't know how to speak. Haha, don't take it to heart. Suwa, please fetch a glass of water for senior. Suwa, it's time to sleep upstairs, Song Ying interjected. Caught in a dilemma? Suwa ultimately nodded decisively, recognizing that she indeed should sleep. Ignoring Song Shi's imploring gaze, she swiftly ascended the stairs. Wang Shu cleared his throat, saying, well, it is indeed getting late. Haha, I should take my leave. Song, take care and remember not to be late for training tomorrow. He declined Song Shi's further invitations and hurriedly departed, contemplating how remarkably articulate the robots of the Song family were. Seeing Wang Shu leave in haste, Song Shi felt a surge of annoyance. He pushed aside the swaying Song Ying and pointed at him. What's with that dark expression? Who are you showing it to? As the alcohol surged through him, coupled with his irritation at Song Ying's lack of respect, his face grew increasingly red, even his neck tinged with a faint blush. Song Ying, struggling to steady the unsteady figure, said, all right, stop causing a scene. He then guided Song Shi directly into the bedroom, retrieved his robe, filled the bathtub with warm water, and carefully placed him inside, issuing several reminders before exiting the room. Suwa, Song Ying called out, go fetch some hangover remedies. Suwa complied, immediately rummaging through drawers to find a box of hangover medicine, which she handed to Song Ying. He waved her off, signaling that she could go to bed. Holding the hangover remedy, Song Ying returned to the bedroom and found Song Shi comfortably soaking in the water, chatting with the soap bubbles. Feeling a headache coming on, he stepped forward, took a towel, squeezed some body wash onto it, and said to Song Shi, turn around. I'll help you clean your back. In an uncharacteristic display of obedience. Song Shi, with bleary eyes, recognized it was his own Song Ying and broke into a silly grin. Song Ying sighed, realizing that Wang Shu had exhausted the last of his rationality before leaving, and resigned himself to finishing the bath for Song Shi. After placing him on the bed, Song Ying wiped the sweat from his own brow, then gently shook the person wrapped in the covers awake. Take the hangover medicine before sleeping. Supporting Song Shi's swaying head, he held the cup of water, administering the remedy. Cough, cough, cough. Song Shi clamped a hand over his mouth, choking, and immediately teared up, nuzzling against Song Ying's bare chest, his furrowed brow expressing his discomfort. Song Ying gently patted his back, trying to soothe him, glancing at the cup in slight exasperation. I'm not feeling well, Song Shi murmured. Where? Song Ying promptly asked, setting the cup down and wiping the water from Song Shi's mouth. My head, it hurts, Song Shi grimaced, rubbing against Song Ying's chest once more. With a sigh, Song Ying embraced him, allowing Song Shi to lean against him while his hands softly pressed on Song Shi's temples. The pressure was just right, and Song Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him, involuntarily releasing soft sounds of comfort, prompting a faint smile from Song Ying. Regrettably, no one witnessed the tender expression gracing his typically impassive face. The following morning, Song Shi resumed his lamentable routine of daily training, running, speed drills, and a series of exercises filled his schedule. He had long ceased attending theoretical classes, instead downloading the lecture videos to review later at night. As time slipped away amidst the rigorous regimen, after the morning training session concluded, Song Shi headed to the Mecha city, continuing his training in the gravity chamber. Recently, due to increased training intensity, he had gradually adapted. Thus, he did not feel overly fatigued. Perhaps his physique was indeed progressing incrementally towards greater heights. The gravity chamber remained deserted, yet Song Shi persisted, for it served as an excellent test of one's perseverance and determination. He entered his frequently visited gravity chamber, greeted the service robot, and commenced his training. With a beep, his wrist-mounted computer chimed, revealing a message from Zhou Han, stating that the interstellar battle was imminent, and in a few days, the military academy would depart, urging him to prepare his belongings for assembly at the enforcement court. As time passed, the door of the training room swung open, revealing a tall, handsome figure with a 1-inch scar on his forehead that lent a fierce aura to his otherwise striking appearance. He approached the gravity chamber, and upon noticing someone already utilizing it, his brow furrowed in surprise, clearly not expecting anyone to be present. Yin Xiao, initially taken aback, soon settled onto a nearby bench, maintaining a neutral expression. Though his less piercing gaze suggested a relatively good mood, it was rare for Yin Xiao to train in the gravity chamber, and by coincidence, all three of the advanced gravity chambers in Mecha City were occupied by his subordinates. Resigned to the situation, he decided to make do with the lower-grade gravity chamber for a few days, contemplating the purchase of an additional unit soon. However, this serendipity allowed him to witness someone utilizing the lower-grade gravity chamber for the first time. An astonishing sight. After all, the lower-grade gravity chamber was suited for those below 5th grade, and who among them had the audacity to train in such a chamber? Regardless, he found himself admiring the individual. With another beep, the door of the gravity chamber opened, and Song Shi shook his hair, drenched in sweat, appearing as though he had emerged from a steam room, looking rather disheveled. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of elation within. He had effortlessly tackled gravity level 7, and gravity level 8 seemed within reach. Grabbing a towel prepared earlier, he wiped his sweat away, only to lift his gaze and spot a towering figure seated on a nearby chair. Even seated, the imposing presence exuded a formidable aura. As Song Shi attempted to maneuver around the individual, a glance revealed the familiar features of Yin Xiao. Though they were not acquainted, as a member of the enforcement team, he felt compelled to display some courtesy in the presence of his captain. Thus, Song Shi stowed his towel and approached with a slight bow. "Hello, Captain Yin Xiao." Yin Xiao stood, somewhat astonished by the diminutive figure emerging from the gravity chamber. Indeed, standing at 1.70 meters, he appeared small compared to Yin Xiao's towering height of 1.90 meters. Yet, Yin Xiao maintained his composure, his eyes betraying a hint of appreciation. "And you are?" he inquired in a cool tone. Song Shi smiled, a new member of Vice Captain Huang Shi's team. "Song Shi." Yin Xiao narrowed his eyes, noting the clarity of Song Shi's voice and his clean-cut appearance, which engendered a favorable impression. "Ah, from Team A of a Yuan," he acknowledged. "If the captain has no further business, I shall take my leave." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Shi felt it was sufficient, considering their lack of familiarity. Yin Xiao nodded, watching as Song Shi exited before standing up to review the gravity index from earlier, discovering it was indeed level 7. This junior appeared to possess considerable potential. Yin Xiao mused in the days that followed. Song Shi exhibited remarkable generosity, often taking to the kitchen to prepare delightful dishes. Here, freshly stir-fried eggplant, best enjoyed while hot, he urged as he noticed Song Ying staring intently at him. A few days later, Song Shi met the principal of the military academy for the first time. The man, in his early 40s, wore glasses and exuded an air of refinement, his lips perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Standing beside him were a man and a woman, embodying the formidable trio of the military academy's leadership: Principal Yuan Sipin, Vice Principal Yu Haiyu, and Director Sang Nan. While Song Shi was familiar with their names, having seen their images online, he scrutinized them with curiosity. Compared to the principal's gentility, the others were no less impressive. Yu Haiyu, the only woman among them, was in her 30s and radiated a mature beauty, while the man, Sang Nan, possessed a robust build and a spirited demeanor. Principal Yuan Sipin surveyed the assembly, and the grand hall, reminiscent of the People's Great Hall, fell into a profound silence. This time, only 3 schools will participate in the interstellar battle. And our goal is not merely to secure one of those 3 spots, but to shine brilliantly during the competition. As he spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing. All present here are the foremost talents of our military academy, each of you endowed with exceptional abilities and strength. The only aspect that remains to be developed is practical combat experience. This upcoming interstellar event presents an excellent opportunity for you all. I hope that while you strive to earn glory for yourselves, you will also bring another layer of brilliance to our academy. After this impassioned address, Song Shi nearly dozed off against the shoulder of Song Ying. Reflecting that the principal's speeches seemed to remain remarkably similar across the ages, to the point of inducing a sense of helplessness and drowsiness, a large group, accompanied by their battle mechas, numbered no less than 100 as they marched forth. Song Shi followed closely behind Zhou Han, keeping his gaze straight ahead, though his peripheral vision curiously surveyed the individuals around him. Among this crowd, Song Shi recognized very few, save for Zhou Han, who was characteristically taciturn. Their journey was marked by silence, which Song Shi had grown accustomed to, understanding that silence could indeed be golden. At the school gate, numerous vehicles awaited, equipped for the journey to the capital for the interstellar competition. Boasting superior gear compared to their usual mission equipment, Song Shi found himself seated in one of the vehicles with 5 others, all of whom were also reserve candidates. Excitement filled the air, leading to lively conversations among the group. You're from Team 1 of the Royal Serpent's deputy squad? Lu Geng, a tall and slender fellow, inquired of Song Shi, his surprise evident. Zhang Yi, a companion beside him, mirrored his astonishment. It seems you've caught the deputy captain's favor, being selected as a candidate in your first year. Zhang Yi, a charming girl, stood out in the academy, where female presence was rare, not due to restrictions, but because the demands of mecha combat often favored stronger physiques, typically found in men. Her presence in the vehicle underscored her exceptional talent. I merely happened to win by chance in the last mission, Song Shi replied with a gentle smile, his amiable demeanor and clean-cut appearance easily winning others' affection. The enforcement squad frequently exchanged information, so he was somewhat aware of the Royal Serpent's previous mission. The legendary lucky candidate from the Royal Serpent was right beside him, and Lu Geng was taken aback, almost reaching out to pat Song Shi on the shoulder, only to be rebuffed by a large hand. Lu Geng gazed in astonishment at the formidable robot beside Song Shi, swallowing hard. To be honest, your mecha is far more impressive than mine, Lu Geng exclaimed enviously. Song Shi waved his hand dismissively, relieved that Lu Geng seemed unfazed by Song Ying's earlier behavior, and continued, your mecha also seems quite remarkable. Senior. Lu Geng chuckled. My chiefing is indeed impressive, especially in terms of performance. All right, you self-praising fellow, cease your narcissism, Zhang Yi interjected playfully, then turned to Song Shi. Don't mind him, Junior. He can't handle compliments. Otherwise, he might just inflate. After chatting for a while, it was nearing noon when the vehicle came to a halt at the nearest island. Given the lengthy distance to the capital, only an airship could facilitate a swift arrival. Clad in neatly pressed military uniforms, the group exuded an air of seriousness that commanded attention as they entered the airship waiting area. Drawing the gaze of many, a tug on his sleeve prompted Song Shi to turn and ask, "What's the matter?" Song Ying's normally impassive face suddenly displayed a glimmer of desire. Song Shi wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. Desire? Following Song Ying's gaze, he cursed inwardly, damn it. Who opened a dessert shop in the airship waiting area? Song Shi lamented, rolling his eyes at Song Ying. Is it really necessary? Indeed, Song Ying replied, his eyes sparkling with determination. Shaking his head in resignation, Song Shi felt an inexplicable inability to refuse the owner of those eyes, even though that very owner often led him into troublesome situations. Turning around, he quietly asked Lu Geng, who had just become familiar, "Can I go over there for a moment?" Song Shi felt it was rather inappropriate to disrupt the calmness of the group, who were seated orderly. That should be fine, Lu Geng responded, turning to Zhang Yi for confirmation. Sure, we still have time before boarding the airship, Zhang Yi replied. Song Shi casually picked up a few small cakes and placed them into his storage ring. Quickly exiting, however, with his head lowered, he collided with a solid chest upon leaving. Stumbling back a few steps, he nearly hit his head against the doorframe, but a hand suddenly grasped his own, propelling him back toward that chest. "My apologies," Song Shi exclaimed, lowering his head in contrition. "Watch where you're going," came a deep, magnetic voice. Lifting his gaze, Song Shi beheld a striking figure with long silver hair, exuding an otherworldly allure that seemed to captivate all who beheld him. "Oh, it's Senior Lu Feng," Song Shi acknowledged, observing as Lu Feng sidestepped him and entered the dessert shop. A frown formed on Song Shi's face. Lu Feng and desserts seemed an odd pairing, sending a chill down his spine as he followed Lu Feng's figure into the shop. Suddenly feeling a warmth on his hand, Song Shi gasped, realizing it was Song Ying, whose expression was darkened with anger. Confused, Song Shi wondered when he had offended Song Ying again, especially since he had just bought desserts for someone. "Pick up your eyeballs." Song Ying's voice cut through the air as he roughly pulled Song Shi to a seat. Frowning, Song Shi felt a surge of irritation. It seemed increasingly challenging to please the aloof Song Ying. Rubbing his wrist, he chose silence, and a palpable tension settled between them. After waiting a while, the announcement system began to broadcast the flight time, signaling the airship's imminent departure. Song Ying strode ahead without waiting for Song Shi, who, despite their quarrel, hurried to catch up. Once aboard the airship, Song Shi felt a growing awkwardness and inwardly mused, who was really being unreasonable here? Casting a sidelong glance at the unyielding Song Ying, he cleared his throat and asked, "Would you like some cake?" This was meant as a gesture of reconciliation and goodwill, though Song Shi did not fully grasp its significance. Song Ying remained silent. Song Shi was taken aback. It seemed even food could not entice Song Ying now. Had he inadvertently committed a grave offense? Time aboard the airship was typically filled with distractions, videos, and games, but the strict military academy had prohibited such amusements. This small cabin felt exceptionally quiet, and the stillness soon became unbearable for Song Shi, who began to drift into a light slumber, his head nodding as his eyes grew heavy. With a sigh, Song Ying gently leaned Song Shi's drooping head onto his shoulder and playfully flicked his fingers against Song Shi's smooth nose. Seemingly appeased, Song Ying dispelled the darkness from his gaze. Kyoto, the capital of Huagua, also known as the Golden Capital, sprawls across a vast expanse, serving as the epicenter of Earth. In the 28th century, Kyoto was merely a southern outpost, but with technological advancement, it evolved into the leading power on Earth. After 2 centuries of warfare, it unified numerous smaller nations, earning the name that many now prefer, the Golden Capital. Upon disembarking from the airship, the group was engulfed by a throng of people. Due to the interstellar competition, Kyoto was alive with a unique vibrancy, teeming with various alien species. Among them were the familiar Wyrens, whose boneless bodies resembled serpents, and even the smallest among them measured 2 meters long, slithering ominously along the ground. There were also the electric Jiwa people, the multi-limbed Flycans with 3 arms and 5 eyes, and the spherical star people, among others. Gazing around, Song Shi felt as though he were no longer on Earth. Navigating carefully through the crowd, he and his companions arrived at the city center of Kyoto, where accommodations had been arranged for the interstellar competition. Hayu and Sang and felt no particular pressure regarding their 3 available slots for the competition, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, and thus did not mind the students' temporary leisure. They led the few willing to stay in a hotel into a 10-star establishment in Kyoto. Once settled, Hayu and Sang Nan allowed everyone some free time, as they needed to attend a meeting at the Kyoto State Council regarding the interstellar competition. After spending a morning in his room, Song Shi grew bored and decided to drag Song Ying into the heart of Kyoto for some exploration. "Look here, these are this year's freshly cultivated flowers. Hey there, this is the latest model of protective water, resistant to both cold and heat. It's double-sided." Song Shi's eyes darted from one intriguing sight to another, overwhelmed by the abundance of choices. "Just buy if you're going to buy," Song Ying remarked, his expression unchanged, though his irritation was unmistakable in his tone. Song Shi pouted and rolled his eyes at Song Ying. "It's my first time in Kyoto. Of course, I must take a good look. This is the capital of our nation." Though Song Ying wanted to express his embarrassment, he found himself unable to voice those thoughts upon seeing Song Shi's beaming face. With a huff, he resigned himself to following Song Shi's lead, traversing to another bustling scene. The Street of Antiquities. As Song Shi read aloud the sign marking the entrance to the relatively quiet street, he felt a sense of anticipation for the treasures that lay ahead. Your luck seems quite favorable. However, this antiquity is akin to gambling. Until the final moment, its authenticity remains uncertain. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult a few esteemed elders. You do have a point. While I am confident, the prospect of an unexpected mishap could be rather embarrassing, especially since this is a gift for General Yan's birthday celebration. As the two brushed past Song Shi. He squinted, his curiosity piqued by this place reminiscent of an antique street. Let us go and take a look, he suggested, stepping forward with enthusiasm. Upon entering a shop named Duo Guzhai, the worker inside yawned, exhibiting a distinct lack of interest as he addressed the newcomers. Feel free to browse, but do refrain from touching. After uttering this, he returned to his PSP, seemingly dismissing them. Unfazed, Song Shi was rather invigorated and cast a sidelong glance at Song Ying, who stood idly by, appearing somewhat bored. We'll be done shortly, he remarked. Song Ying subtly nodded and took a seat nearby to pass the time. This modest room was filled with numerous items. The front counter displayed jade ornaments and bracelets, while a row of wooden cabinets along the wall showcased an array of vividly colored vases and porcelain, predominantly blue and white in design, each labeled with prices, production years, and historical names. Song Shi was taken aback by the exorbitant price of a small vase, 200,000. Such a sum could sustain Song Ying's dining for an entire year. While he was inwardly astonished, his expression remained composed. At that moment, 3 individuals entered, and to Song Shi's surprise, he recognized the foremost among them, Lu Feng. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, his silver hair lending him an oddly intriguing aura, complemented by his strikingly handsome yet peculiar features. 2 men accompanied him. One tall and slender, appearing to be nearing 40, and the other an elderly gentleman with a white beard, both donned in rare Tang suits, which captivated Song Shi's interest. The worker at the counter beamed upon their arrival, having concealed his PSP at some point. Boss Zhang, Boss Hu, young Master Lu, you arrive quite early. I'll summon Master Li right away. Boss Zhang, the tall man, nodded and gestured for Lu Feng to take a seat beside him. After a brief wait, Song Shi heard leisurely footsteps approaching the door, which creaked open to reveal an elderly gentleman in a casual shirt, his spirited demeanor and twinkling eyes signaling that he was indeed a person of significance. He bowed slightly and addressed the 3, young Master Lu. You have arrived early. Lu Feng rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. My father instructed me to trouble Master Li this time. The elderly gentleman, referred to as Master Li, waved his hand dismissively. No need for flattery. Whether you acquire that object is entirely in your hands. I see you've brought Elder Hu along. No need to worry. Haha. Lu Feng fell silent as the worker reappeared with tea. Enveloping the small room in a tranquil hush, Song Shi remained indifferent, though his keen ears picked up snippets of their conversation, igniting a flicker of curiosity regarding the mysterious item. Contemplating whether he could gain some insight by lingering, he decided to stay and casually peruse the shop until another pair of individuals arrived, both likely esteemed elders, as implied by Master Li's remarks. Excuse me, patrons, we are about to close. Perhaps you might explore elsewhere? The worker announced, noting Song Shi's aimless wandering. He can stay, Lu Feng interjected, casting a glance at Song Shi before addressing Master Li. He is my comrade from the military academy's enforcement team. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the room's occupants exchanged astonished glances, surprised that this seemingly clumsy young man was a military student. Xiao Tong, please close the door, Master Li instructed, and with that, Song Shi was permitted to remain. He thanked Lu Feng and settled quietly beside him, only to notice Song Ying lounging comfortably in a chair, inciting a twinge of irritation. Why was no one asking him to leave? After a moment of jealousy, he moved closer to Song Ying and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Get up quickly." "Why should I?" "This chair is quite comfortable," Song Ying replied, clearly unable to comprehend Song Shi's perspective. "It's a matter of decorum." "I have no such decorum," Song Ying retorted, casting a sideways glance at Song Shi before shifting his focus to Lu Feng, who was seated. His voice carried a hint of challenge. "He is also sitting. I doubt he possesses decorum either." After uttering this, Song Shi felt the weight of many eyes upon him, sending a chill through his body. He chuckled nervously, at a loss for words. "No matter. Let us all sit comfortably," Master Li said with a friendly smile, tinged with a hint of teasing, which caused Song Shi to flush with embarrassment. Mortified, he took a seat beside Song Ying, shooting him a fierce glare, but Song Ying remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. Defeated, Song Shi averted his gaze. only to inadvertently lock eyes with Lu Feng. They were not well acquainted, and he felt no need to dwell on the matter, as it was none of his concern. Master Li whispered to the worker for a moment, who soon returned carrying a black box. Master Li instructed him to place the object on the circular tea table at the center. This is a pair of rhinoceros horn cups I recently acquired. Based on my observations, they are quite ancient. Please take a look. As Master Li unveiled the box adorned with dragon patterns, a pair of cups wrapped in silk emerged, resting gracefully upon the fabric. The cups were a dark reddish brown, embellished with intricate patterns, tapering at the top and widening at the base, reminiscent of rhinoceros horn cups. The five men seemed to have awaited Master Li's words, with Lu Feng and his companions appearing unhurried, graciously allowing the two elders at the other end to inspect the cups first. One elder, dressed in a black suit with graying hair, was named Wang Yu, while the other, clad in a deep blue tang suit, was called Hong Xian. Both were seasoned veterans in the realm of antiquities, and their cautious demeanor underscored the significance of the cups. Using magnifying glasses, they scrutinized the cups, occasionally nodding or shaking their heads, but could not reach a conclusion. Meanwhile, Songshi observed intently. Though not entirely familiar with such artifacts from his era, he recognized the contours from online images, his interest gradually peaking. Although he could not see clearly from his distance, he noted the exquisite craftsmanship of the patterns, which, while ornate, were undeniably pleasing to the eye. The ancient scratches on the cup's surface added a touch of historical gravitas, making it difficult to ascertain its authenticity. After a prolonged examination, the two elders yielded the floor to Lu Feng and his companions, though it was evident that only the two elders beside him were truly engaged in the assessment. Zhang, and who appeared notably more composed than Wang and Hong, meticulously inspecting the cups for nearly an hour. My young friend, would you care to take a look? Master Li inquired, smiling warmly at Songshi. Feeling compelled by curiosity and courtesy, Songshi nodded gratefully and stepped forward. The cups were delicately nestled within the silk, their dark hues deeper than he had anticipated. As he held one, its smooth surface felt almost oily to the touch. He examined the patterns closely. While they were quite simple, the overall form was undeniably appealing. Lost in thought, Songshi suddenly recalled that while mutated beasts may resist scrutiny, inanimate objects would not. This realization stirred a curiosity within him, prompting him to extend his consciousness outward. Though he had experimented with this before, most encounters had yielded only a dull haze, obscuring the material's true nature. As his consciousness radiated from his eyes, it encircled the cup before penetrating its interior. Songshi felt as though he had entered a vibrant realm, yet beyond that sensation, he perceived nothing else. Nevertheless, this singular experience exhilarated him. After a lengthy exploration, he gradually withdrew, feeling revitalized and invigorated, far surpassing the weariness that typically accompanied his encounters with mutated beasts. I felt akin to indulging in a sumptuous feast compared to a bland bowl of plain rice. Deepening his fondness for the cup. Once Songshi set the cup down, Master Li announced, "Now that everyone has had a chance to examine it, if you wish to purchase, please make your offers." Master Li, I think I shall pass. Wang Yu, with an apologetic tone, addressed Li Lao, casting a subtle glance at the elderly Hong Xian beside him. Their rapport was already well established, having just exchanged insights regarding the horn cup's details. Neither of them believed it to be a genuine rhinoceros horn. Cup Li Lao, I feel the same way, he chuckled lightly. Hong Xian joined in with a soft laugh. Li Lao nodded, then turned his gaze towards Lu Feng and the other three. Zhang Lao from the Zhang and Hu duo stepped forward, proposing, 10 million Li. What do you think, Li Lao? Only 10 million Li for the rhinoceros horn cup. Young Master Lu, isn't that price rather low? Li Lao stroked his beard, his brow furrowing in displeasure. However, Lu Feng remained unfazed by Li Lao's demeanor, rising with a serene smile. Li Lao, as you rightly mentioned, the cup holds significant value. However, as the saying goes, risks exist on both sides. If you feel your risk is substantial, we too perceive our own risks. Let us compromise at 12 million. Lu Feng's words were methodical and precise. Observing that the moment was ripe, Li Lao realized that excessive negotiation could lead to unfavorable outcomes, and thus decided to concede. Since young Master Lu has suggested this, I too shall not be unreasonable. 12 million Li it is. The two parties had deliberated for several hours, yet the price negotiation took less than 5 minutes. Regardless, The initial offer of 10 million li left Song Shi astonished. Was this item truly so exorbitantly priced? Suddenly, he recalled that his earlier action might have absorbed some of the energy from the rhinoceros horn cup. Perhaps it would yield different results now. After taking a shower that evening, he sat on the bed for a moment when his communicator beeped. Upon checking, he found an invitation from Yin Chao, announcing his grandfather's birthday celebration, extending an invitation to all members of the enforcement team. Yin Kuan, one of the 5 great generals. What could this entail? Having just finished his shower, Song Ying entered the bedroom, observing Song Shi's exclamations. He tossed a clean towel at Song Shi's face, then leapt onto the bed clad only in a pair of boxers. Sprawling comfortably with his head resting on Song Shi's legs, saying, "Dry my hair for me." With a laugh, Song Shi retorted, "Isn't there a hairdryer?" Song Ying raised an eyebrow, giving him a sidelong glance. "You dry it, it feels better." Flushing slightly, Song Shi turned his gaze away, forcibly redirecting Song Ying's head to the other side. After a moment, he said, "The day after tomorrow is the captain's grandfather's birthday. We've been invited to join the enforcement team. What kind of formal attire do you prefer? I can help you choose." "Anything is fine," Song Ying replied, disinterested in the matter, soon growing drowsy. "All right then. Finish up and let us get some sleep," Song Shi said as he adjusted the still sleepy Song Ying, finally removing his shoes to lie down. After covering himself with the blanket, he noticed that Song Ying had already closed his eyes, prompting a smile as he turned off the bedside lamp. The author has something to say. Various instances of speechlessness abound. I, too, find myself rather speechless. Haha. I've suddenly realized that recent comments have dwindled. Perhaps it's due to my own lack of diligence. Sigh. The following morning, Song Shi took Song Ying to a nearby mall to purchase 2 suitable outfits. While clothes were easily resolved, finding an appropriate gift for the elder's birthday proved more challenging, especially considering the elder was a prominent figure in Huagua. What could one possibly gift someone who seemingly had everything? "How about that?" Song Ying suggested, pointing at an elderly vendor selling pears, his eyes narrowing, which stirred an urge in Song Shi to retaliate playfully. "You just want to eat?" He rolled his eyes, but continued walking towards the vendor. "Old man, how much for these pears?" he inquired. Upon seeing a potential customer, the old man sprang to his feet, brimming with energy, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Young man, these pears are excellent. Though they aren't from a specialized store, they're homegrown and incredibly refreshing." After a lengthy description, he finally disclosed the price. 300 li each? Isn't that a bit steep? Song Shi questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Not at all, young man. You must understand, this is Kyoto, and prices rise daily." The old man insisted, steadfast in his pricing. Song Shi, not one to linger on negotiations, promptly purchased 4 pears, tossing the bag to Song Ying to carry. Unperturbed, Song Ying extracted one, wiped it clean, and took a bite, discovering it was quite juicy, albeit lacking the flavor of meat. However, the energy absorbed was akin to that of vegetables, which was far superior to any nutritional meal. Thus Song Ying found the taste acceptable. Unaware of Song Ying's thoughts, Song Shi furrowed his brow and retrieved a brown scarf from his storage ring, wrapping it around Song Ying's neck to conceal the robotic model. Feeling warm, Song Ying tugged at it, but was met with a firm hand from Song Shi, who shot him a glare. "If you want to eat, keep it on." Reflecting on this, Song Ying relented, though he still felt the heat around his neck. He reached into the bag and handed a pear to Song Shi. "It is quite juicy." Song Shi took a bite. While it didn't compare to the sweetness of pears he had previously tasted, it was still decent. "Let us check out that mall over there." He pointed to a white building resembling a fortress. Due to the influx of extraterrestrial races following the Interstellar War, human activity on the ground had significantly increased. As they approached the entrance of the four-dimensional mall, they encountered a pair of Chihuahua individuals, their elongated forms reminiscent of stretched sugarcane, featuring a single eye and mouth, devoid of ears or nose, supported by 6 arms emitting electrical energy, and 3 legs forming a sturdy tripod. The male and female appeared to be deeply enamored, their 4 arms entwined as they murmured in their native tongue, incomprehensible to Song Shi. However, out of caution due to their electrifying presence, he decided to maintain a safe distance. The couple, oblivious to any discomfort, found Song Shi and Song Ying peculiar, while they themselves were regarded as strange by the humans. "Wow, the Earthlings really have just 2 hands and 2 legs, without any visible power," the female Chihuahua remarked. Keep it down. I've heard that Earthlings possess something called a brain that emits radiation, which can transform good Chihuahua into bad ones, the male Chihuahua cautioned. Eyeing the humans warily, is that so? I had no idea such a thing existed, the female Chihuahua whispered, casting a surreptitious glance at Song Shi and his companion. Hey, that human's companion doesn't seem human at all. His magnetic field is significantly denser than a human's. As the male Chihuahua was about to elaborate on his thought, he suddenly caught a chilling gaze from Song Shi, whose eyes radiated an icy intensity, instilling a sense of trepidation in the Chihuahua, prompting them to hurriedly retreat. What are you looking at? Song Shi inquired. Nothing much, Song Ying replied, his previously cold demeanor dissipating as he grasped Song Shi's hand and entered the mall. They perused numerous specialty stores, yet lacking a specific target made the experience tedious. Let us just buy a piece of calligraphy or painting. I've heard that elders often appreciate such items. Song Shi suggested. Though he was referring to his uncles from the 21st century, Song Ying nodded indifferently. A service robot guided them to the antiques section. Gentlemen, if you seek quality calligraphy or antiques, Dui Gu and Shuhua Fong are excellent options. Their owners are esteemed figures, and it's rare to find forgeries in their collections. Nodding in agreement, Song Shi requested the robot to lead the way. Upon arriving at Dui Gu, he was surprised to find the elderly proprietor was none other than Hong Xian, the gentleman who had previously sought to purchase the rhinoceros horn cup. Given that it was an antique shop, foot traffic was scarce, not only due to the high prices but also because modern technology made forgery exceedingly convincing, rendering many antiques indistinguishable from the genuine article. Dui Gu was no exception. With only a few patrons scattered throughout, one of whom was a shop assistant. Upon recognizing Song Shi, the elderly man squinted, recalling their previous encounter, and with a warm smile, he rose from his leather sofa, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you, young man. You didn't find anything good with Li Lao and ended up here instead." Hong Xian spoke with a resounding voice, which inevitably resonated in Song Shi's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. It struck him as amusing, thinking to himself how this old man seemed ever vigorous. He contemplated purchasing a piece of calligraphy or painting, as his classmate's grandfather was celebrating a birthday. Selecting an appropriate gift was no easy task. Chuckling softly to himself, "Oh, is it General Yin's birthday?" Hong Xian's words struck a chord, causing Song Shi to feel a tinge of confusion. He then heard Hong Xian chuckle lightly, remarking that the young master Luda had referred to him as a comrade of the enforcement team, and that he too was there to procure a birthday gift, suggesting that the celebration he intended to attend was indeed for General Yin. While speaking, Hong Xian rubbed the ring on his finger, musing that for General Yin's birthday, a well-chosen gift was imperative. "Young man, what do you desire?" "I, Hong, will gladly assist you in selecting something of commendable quality," he offered. Song Shi smiled on the surface. Yet internally he could not suppress a bittersweet grin, reflecting that anything overly extravagant was beyond his means. He thought it prudent to keep his request modest, knowing well that Hong Xian understood the stature of General Yin. A man well acquainted with all manner of fine objects, he merely wished to contribute to the occasion, ensuring the gift remained within acceptable bounds. Upon hearing this, Hong Xian found merit in Song Shi's perspective, and a sense of fondness blossomed for the young man, recognizing the rarity of such composure when addressing someone of considerable influence at his age. Unbeknownst to Song Shi, his humble words had inadvertently garnered a favorable impression from the astute elder. "How about these three? A painting of fortune like the eastern sea, tiger descending the mountain, and this peace plum blossom in winter snow. Although these are imitative works from the 24th or 25th century, they are nonetheless exquisite." As Song Shi stood before the paintings, an idea sparked within him. He felt a surge of energy emanating from them, but as anticipated, none of the three paintings possessed such vitality. He scanned the modest room, finding no antiques that exuded life force, likely hidden away securely. Pointing to the fortune like the Eastern Sea painting, he remarked, "This piece aligns beautifully with the theme of the birthday." Hong Xian nodded in agreement, stating it was quite conventional. "If you wish for it, I, Old Hong, shall offer you a discount. I will take this one," Song Shi replied. "Xiao Su, wrap this painting and select an appropriate gift box," Hong Xian called to a nearby attendant. Then turned to Song Shi, "Let us set the price at 50,000. This is the cost price I'm offering you. Be sure to visit again next time." Song Shi was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a swell of joy within. "Thank you, Old Hong," he expressed gratefully. Initially, he had estimated the painting would cost at least 100 to 120,000. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the reasonable price offered by Hong Exine. He recalled hearing that many antiques were purchased for only 10 to 20,000, only to skyrocket in price due to speculation and marketing. It seemed this was the case here as well. Having accepted Hong Exine's kindness, he resolved that should he wish to buy anything in the future, he would prioritize this establishment. However, he remained oblivious to the other thoughts swirling in Hong Exine's mind. To Hong Exine, Song Shi's enrollment in the military academy and position as a comrade in the enforcement team indicated a promising future. A mere painting, costing only a few tens of thousands, was a trivial price to pay for the favor of someone destined for greatness. After all, it was a profit for him, Hong Exine. As they parted amicably, Song Shi felt relieved to have secured a birthday gift, eagerly awaiting the festivities the following day. The author has a note. Approaching 200,000 words now. I once thought concluding at 200,000 would suffice, but as I write, it seems I may aim for 300,000. Do readers prefer long or short narratives, or a specific word count? Chapter 68. Encounter with General Wei in Huagua. There are 5 generals and 2 marshals, making these 7 individuals the most powerful figures in the nation. However, with the end of the war, 3 of the 5 generals have retired, leaving only 4 to oversee the vast territories of Huagua. Yin Kuan, among the 5, is known as the War King and is distinguished by his remarkable military achievements, a status that has remained unshaken over time. The title of War King still resonates as one of the most illustrious names of that era. His 80th birthday celebration is naturally one of the most significant events outside of interstellar warfare. Song Shi, a hovering vehicle pulled up beside him, and as the window rolled down, he recognized Zhou Han, who appeared puzzled at first but quickly comprehended. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Accompanying Zhou Han was a girl clad in a striking dress adorned with embroidered peonies. She tugged at Zhou Han's sleeve, speaking with a hint of impatience. Zhou Gu, let us hurry. Luya and the others are already ahead. Casting a dismissive glance at Song Shi, who, despite being tidy, wore no designer labels. She smirked slightly. Zhou Han nodded and waved at Song Shi. Come on in. Due to restrictions on flight altitude along Yan's Estates Road, their vehicle hovered barely a meter above the ground. Zhou Han lowered the vehicle just a bit before opening the door. Song Shi expressed his gratitude and settled into the back seat beside Song Ying, offering a warm smile to the aloof young lady, seemingly unfazed by her earlier mockery. Humph! The girl let out a soft scoff. Audible enough for Zhou Han to catch, he frowned slightly, then addressed her with his usual composed tone. He is my comrade in the enforcement team, named Song Shi. This is my cousin, Zhou Fong. Hello, Miss Zhou Fong. Song Shi greeted. Zhou Fong paused, astonished. You are actually in the enforcement team? Enough, Zhou Fong. Zhou Han interjected firmly. While his tone lacked overt anger, it was enough to quell her habitual disdain for her cousin. She muttered a few words, regretting not having joined Luya and the others instead. As Song Shi gazed out the window, he noticed the sun setting, dusk enveloping the landscape, obscuring the verdant trees, many of which were mere replicas. At that moment, Yan's estate sparkled with lights, standing out like a beacon in the night. Although he and his companions arrived relatively early, the parking lot to the left was already filled with countless vehicles, most of which were limited edition models priced in the millions. This birthday celebration undoubtedly attracted many of Huagua's elite, offspring of military officers and wealthy magnates. As an ordinary person, Song Shi felt somewhat out of place amidst such opulence. After a cursory glance at the estate, he shifted his focus to accompany Zhou Han toward the entrance, where attendants were registering guests. Pressing his fingerprint on the illuminated panel, he entered the grand estate alongside Zhou Han. Let us go greet the captain first. As the team leader, Zhou Hai was particularly considerate towards Song Shi. Nodding in agreement, Song Shi followed Zhou Han. Yin Zhao, as the grandson of General Yin, was naturally the host of this gathering. Surrounded by numerous attendees, primarily vice-captains of the enforcement team and various high-ranking officials and tycoons. Captain, vice-captains, Zhou Han acknowledged Yin Zhao and the vice-captains nearby. Song Shi followed suit, nodding and greeting them. Although he was unfamiliar with most of the attendees, the atmosphere felt constraining. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous smile, his clean and refined appearance complemented by a cream-colored suit, creating a refreshing and pleasant impression. Yin Zhao gestured for a servant to bring a drink and handed it to Song Shi. remarking, "Securing a spot as an accompanying participant for the Interstellar War in your first year is commendable." Song Shi humbly smiled, waving his hand. "It was merely luck, Captain. Sometimes, luck only favors those who strive." Yin Zhao remarked. His rare engagement with a junior who was unfamiliar to most sparked curiosity and intrigue among the onlookers. As others approached to extend their congratulations, Yin Zhao diverted his attention. Song Shi, having exchanged a few words with Zhou Han, slipped away from the crowd. Rather than engage in tedious conversations, he preferred to find a quieter spot to unwind and address his dinner needs. Practicality guided him, a trait nurtured by his younger brother, Song Ying. Approaching the buffet table, he found the typical offerings of a grand banquet, albeit with a more advanced technological twist than the self-service dining of the 21st century. The floating carousel, resembling a circular staircase, spanned from the first floor to the ceiling, allowing guests on any level to access delicacies at their leisure, each dish exquisitely crafted. This one, that one, and over there. The blue one, Song Ying pointed out eagerly. "Can you finish all that?" Song Shi rolled his eyes but swiftly complied, collecting everything Song Ying mentioned and guiding him toward a secluded area to enjoy their meal. "Hey, kid!" An aged voice called out to Song Shi. Turning around, he recognized the familiar tone belonged to General Wei, a smile breaking across his face as he hurried forward. General Wei, he greeted with a respectful military salute. In less than a year apart, General Wei appeared significantly older, his beard now streaked with white, causing an uncomfortable pang in Song Shi's heart. A rough hand grasped his own, and he turned to see Song Ying's concerned expression, offering a reassuring smile. "You young man, it's been quite a while," General Wei exclaimed. And this is that a few individuals accompanying General Wei wore puzzled expressions, one young man with a dark complexion inquiring. "This is someone I met on Leonti Island. He is exceptionally clever," General Wei stated, clearly delighted to see Song Shi, waving off the others. "You all may go ahead. I wish to converse with this young fellow." A few individuals nodded and departed. Song Shi recognized that Song Ying was growing impatient, so he waved his hand, signaling for someone to carry the tray, and proceeded to find a place to dine. With a glance at Wei, Song Ying strode away. Wei Lao observed Song Ying's receding figure and couldn't help but chuckle as he stroked his beard. "Your mech retains its distinctive character. As always, to him, it seems no one else is worthy of being considered a good person." No, he merely tends to be rather cautious," Song Shi pondered, "always on guard against everyone but himself. Well, on second thought, that might not be such a bad approach. By the way, what brings you here? Have you been accepted into the military academy?" Wei Lao asked, smiling as he took note of Song Shi's slightly flushed cheeks. He felt a tinge of envy for the bond between the young man and his mech. However, reflecting on his own relationship with Zhang Feng, he shook his head, realizing that as one ages, thoughts become more convoluted. How had he suddenly come to perceive the connection between a person and their mech as something more profound than mere camaraderie? Wei Lao chuckled appreciatively, "Quite commendable. Come, allow me to introduce you to a few of my old friends." With that, he led Song Shi into the grand hall. Just then, a tall man clad in a white suit obstructed Wei Lao's path. "Long time no see, Wei Lao. Are you still busy cleaning up after your son?" Upon seeing this man, Wei's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. "Such a schemer. One must be wary of being outmaneuvered, and no need for you to concern yourself with that. My experiment is nearing completion. If successful, it will soon be approved for use by the Mech Brigade, and then I will have the pleasure of calling upon your 13 Brigade. Haha, Fong, you fool, don't think I can't handle you." Wei Lao hissed through clenched teeth, his face flushed with anger. The people around them sensed the tension and instinctively took a step back. "Calm yourself, Wei Lao," Song Shi urged, steadying Wei Lao's slightly swaying form. He cast a cold glance at the man opposite him. "Sir, this is General Yan's birthday celebration. It would be prudent to maintain a degree of civility." "Oh, Wei Lao, who might this be? Has Wei Shihu become incapable? Leading you to seek out another son?" Fang Qi sneered, entirely dismissive of the once fearsome old tiger before him. Although the 13 Brigade had been kept in check by the lingering influence of the old general this past year, it would take 4 to 5 years to rejuvenate it. Without the 13 Brigade, Fang Qi's significance to Marshal Li's faction had diminished considerably. He mused that as long as his experiment succeeded, he would undoubtedly target this old coot's 13 Brigade first. Soon, His name would resound throughout the entirety of Huagua. Wei Lao stumbled slightly, and Songshi quickly steadied him, feeling increasingly perturbed by the man before them. Director Fong, why not join the festivities over there instead of lingering in this desolation? A booming voice interjected, and as he approached, it was none other than Yin Kuan, clad in military attire for the celebration. His years on the battlefield lent him an air of authority, causing Fang Qi to momentarily falter in his demeanor. I was just about to extend my congratulations to General Yin. May he enjoy blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. Fang Qi's tone changed dramatically, adopting the guise of a seasoned gentleman seasoned by the marketplace. Director Fong, you are too kind, Yin Kuan replied, neither warm nor cold. Recognizing the lack of enthusiasm from Yin Kuan, Fang Qi chuckled lightly and stepped away. Once Fang Qi had receded into the distance, Yin Kuan sighed and turned away. Lao dam Wei brother Wei. There is no need to stoop to his level. Wei Lao managed a wry smile, shaking his head. You are quite aware of the current dynamics in Kyoto, my friend. Many military officials have begun to lean towards the C2 faction, and Marshal Li finds himself in a precarious position. The winds of change are inevitable, and my 13th Brigade is merely the beginning. He was acutely aware that without the clandestine support of the C2 faction, Fang Qi would not have risen to such prominence. Nor would his 13th Brigade have fallen to such depths. Yin Kuan, understanding the implications of Wei Lao's sentiments, sighed again, surveying the lively celebration with a hint of disinterest. Enough of these thoughts. Come, join me for a toast. Yin Kuan squinted and scrutinized the youthful figure of Songshi, who was being praised by Wei Lao despite his slight, scholar-like stature. The boy exuded an air of confidence, meeting Yin Kuan's gaze without flinching. Which intrigued him. A young lad like you is quite the spirit. Songshi smiled shyly, replying, I cannot compare to Captain Yin. Yin Kuan laughed heartily, finding the boy's demeanor amusing amidst the assembly, likening him to a lamb among wolves. The fact that he thrived in such an environment suggested that he was indeed worthy of the praise bestowed upon him. Come, let us share a drink, lad. With that, Yin Kuan and Wei Lao moved ahead, while Songshi felt a flicker of regret, realizing that mingling with such prominent figures was rather taxing compared to dining with Song Ying. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed exterior, appearing harmless as the evening's festivities unfolded. The following morning, Songshi rose early. With the Interstellar War recruitment event still days away, he wouldn't be participating this time, allowing him to temporarily forego training. Moreover, recent events had occupied his thoughts. He mused about possibly visiting the Mecha city in Kyoto later that afternoon. As he contemplated this, he took a taxi to General Wei's residence. Upon arrival, he adjusted his attire. Today he was alone, as Song Ying had vanished early in the morning. However, the absence of urgent communications suggested that all was well. The Wei residence was located in the bustling center of the city, at Luyuan Shangting. Although most officers had accommodations provided by the military district, many preferred to select their own residences, resulting in a scarcity of military personnel residing within the district. Luyuan Shangting was remarkably tranquil, distinguished by its unique natural scenery and environment, commanding exorbitant prices in the real estate market of Kyoto. After settling the fare, Songshi glanced at the nearby community. Flanked by verdant trees that had been meticulously transported from protected natural reserves. The roads were paved with white flagstones, and the grand ornate iron gates seemed to hail from a bygone era. Exuding an unparalleled beauty. After registering his name with the security personnel, he was granted entry. Following the directional signs, he arrived at Building F, as indicated by Wei Lao. From a distance, he spotted an elderly man leaning on a cane and was astonished to recognize Uncle Jian. Hastening his steps, he was met with a rare smile of delight from Uncle Jian, prompting a knowing smile from Songshi. Uncle Jian, it has been far too long. Jian felt pleased. After all, this young man had not disappointed the old general's expectations. He patted Songshi's shoulder and remarked, though still as slender as ever, you appear more spirited now. Haha, quite commendable. Songshi shyly scratched his head, thinking that Uncle Jian seemed even more vigorous than before. General, young Song has arrived, Jian announced to the elderly gentleman seated in a chair, engrossed in reading. Having not seen Wei Lao for some time, and with last night's encounter obscured, Songshi noticed that while Wei Lao's beard and hair had once been streaked with gray, they were now entirely white, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled, even his customary smile faltering. Come, Wei Lao beckoned with a smile. Song Shi hurried over, and upon taking a seat as indicated by Wei Lao, he caught a glimpse of the book in Wei Lao's hands. Cultivating flowers. Are you interested in botany, Wei Lao? One must find something to occupy oneself in old age. Wei Lao chuckled lightly. They engaged in casual conversation until Jian Yi hastily approached, a rare look of alarm on his face. What is it? Wei Lao asked calmly, clearly aware of the reason behind Jian Yi's expression. The young master injured a delivery person, Jian Yi reported, his eyes flashing with concern. After all, the young master had grown up under his watchful eye. And having fought alongside Wei Lao on the battlefield, he regarded the lad as family, as he had no children of his own. His affection for the young master ran deep. Seeing the boy subjected to such turmoil stirred a profound resentment towards Feng Qi within him. If it weren't for that man, the young master would still be the commanding figure he once was. Is the injury serious? Wei Lao inquired, setting his book aside. Fortunately, there was a protective barrier, and the person was agile. Sustaining only minor abrasions, Jian Yi replied. That is a relief, Wei Lao murmured, his voice tinged with weariness. After a moment, he turned to Song Shi and said, Haha, it's rare for you to visit, and this old man is incapable of offering proper hospitality. Not at all, Wei Lao, if you're tired, feel free to rest, Song Shi offered. Wei Lao shook his head and stood. He waved off Jian Yi's assistants, saying, You stay and keep the young lad company. With that, he ambled away, a distant figure. Upon seeing old Wei walk away, Jian Yi let out a heavy sigh, while Song Shi was filled with perplexity. If it had been a stranger with no ties, he would have easily changed the subject without a second thought. However, old Wei treated him like a caring elder. What could possibly be troubling old Wei? Or perhaps it was related to Uncle Jian as well. As they strolled through the garden, it took Song Shi a while to muster the courage to speak. If it was something unpleasant, he thought, it was better left unsaid. Jian Yi halted his steps, assuring him that there was nothing inappropriate to discuss. You have not encountered Shi who, have you? He remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. This child had idolized his father since childhood and, upon growing up, inherited his father's 13th Legion. Yet, I can see clearly that he has not truly grasped the essence of being a soldier. His excessive admiration for his father has led him to place undue weight on the general's words. You know how significant the 13th Legion is to the old general, and how the junior general nearly destroyed it. One can only imagine the fury of the general at that moment. The young master was utterly disheartened by the scolding and, swayed by that wretched Feng Qi, he even volunteered to participate in Feng Qi's experiment, merely in hopes of regaining the old general's attention. But now, he has ended up in this ghastly state, neither human nor ghost. I know the general has been filled with regret all along. As Jian Yi spoke, a chill crept into Song Shi's heart, igniting a simmering anger within him. In a wonder old Wei was so uncharacteristically agitated in the face of Feng Qi. I don't even want to mention the old general. I would gladly take down that scoundrel who treats people as mere experimental guinea pigs. Is the junior general's ailment beyond cure? After a moment's hesitation, Song Shi broached the subject of the illness. Jian Yi shook his head, explaining that it had seeped into the very marrow. Once the liquid made contact with flesh and blood, it transformed the human body at 100-fold speed, fundamentally altering its genes. Therefore, even if one attempted to restore the original genes, the chances of success were secondary. The damage inflicted upon the human body would be indelible. Song Shi was taken aback. Genes were immutable. Was Feng Qi truly worthy of his position as the head of the research institute? Or was it that Shi who was indeed beyond salvation? Witnessing the elderly man's sudden aging, Song Shi felt a deep unwillingness, yet he found himself powerless. Although he possessed the ability to perceive and absorb human spirits, altering genes using spiritual power was utterly impossible. Even if it could be done, the arrangement of the innumerable genetic cells would require an exceptional alignment. Spiritual power alone was insufficient. Moreover, who could delineate what constituted his original genes versus those that had mutated? Thus, Song Shi understood the helplessness of Jian Yi and old Wei. There was no hope of restoring Shi who to his former self. Enough of this. Since you rarely visit, let me take you to see some of the flowers the general has recently cultivated. Jian Yi suggested, shifting to a lighter topic. Yet, Song Shi perceived Jian Yi's forced cheerfulness and waved his hand dismissively. No need, Uncle Jian. Since old Wei is unwell today, I shall come to see him another time. Jianni smiled and nodded in agreement, feeling utterly powerless himself. He acquiesced to Song Shi's wishes and saw him off. As Song Shi hailed a cab, he decided to visit the Mecha city in Kyoto. For just 2 or 3 days without training had left him feeling as if his bones were turning to mush. "Oh, Mecha city, please," he instructed the driver. "Certainly, sir," the driver replied. The vehicle swiftly ascended into the air, racing towards the cerulean sky. Song Shi activated his communicator and donned his light brain to peruse the introduction of Mecha City in Kyoto. Nearly regarded as the premier Mecha City in Huagua, Song Shi flipped through the pages, barely glancing at the scenery outside. Had he looked, he would have realized that they were not headed towards Mecha City at all. After a brief half-hour, the driver's deep voice interrupted. "Sir, you have arrived." Song Shi closed his communicator and leaned forward, preparing to swipe his card for payment. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his neck, causing his muscles to stiffen. A frown creased his brow as his gaze settled on the driver, who turned to face him, revealing a square-jawed countenance with piercing eyes. As Song Shi collapsed, the driver did not open the door but instead drove towards a nearby circular, milky white structure. "So, this lad is a student of the military academy's enforcement team. How unexpected," he mused. "Director, are you truly resolved to use this boy for the experiment?" The speaker's tone was tinged with concern and unease. "Humph. Whoever Wei wishes to cultivate, I shall personally annihilate. I will ensure that this individual meets a lonely demise, fading into obscurity within a decade. No, within 10 years. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, recalling how his fervor had been ruthlessly extinguished by Wei, who deemed him unworthy of being a mecha engineer. Although to an outsider, it may have seemed like a mere lesson from elder to junior, for Fang Qi, it was a matter of honor. His guiding principle had always been that those who offend his dignity must be eradicated. Fueled by this anger, he had clawed his way to his current position, but becoming the head of the research institute was not his final destination. Once his experiment succeeded in completely altering human genes, he would become the greatest scientist in the world, a figure even marshals would covet. However, Director Fang Qi interrupted coldly. "Take him down for the first experiment." "Yes." The square-faced man, now identified as Li Yi, frowned, sensing an inexplicable discomfort with this decision, yet he could do nothing but follow orders. He hoisted Song Shi and, after navigating through numerous doors, arrived at the laboratory located 10 floors beneath Fang Qi's residence. This laboratory bore a striking resemblance to those within the research institute, but was better equipped for Fang Qi's private experiments, including the abduction of individuals from the military district for testing. The laboratory contained 80 rooms, each housing 4 experimental projects. The first 5 had resulted in fatalities due to various disqualifying factors. Most of the rooms remained vacant, and Li casually selected one for the initial experiment, ushering Song Shi inside. The first experiment was aimed at altering muscle and skin tissue. Upon successful completion, a person's appearance would change to some extent, but more importantly, they would become incredibly resilient. The walls were all a pearly white, with a massive egg-shaped container positioned in the center, surrounded by numerous tubes connecting to various systems. Inside the container was a crimson liquid. Li pressed a button to activate it, placing Song Shi within the red liquid and sealing the hatch, creating a hermetic environment. As Li operated the main console, he observed the liquid's composition: blood from the purple lightning beast. This liquid was derived from the essence of a 5th-level mutated beast. And Li inwardly shook his head, glancing at the frail youth within the container. How could such a slight figure endure the first trial against the purple lightning beast? Had he known, he would have chosen a more benign mutated creature. Yet now that the boy was inside, with the timers and settings established, altering them would only be detrimental to the youth. Li increased the concentration to 100%. Fang Qi's voice suddenly echoed through the intercom. Li felt a chill run down his spine, nearly forgetting that every corner of this place was under Fang Qi's surveillance. His momentary sympathy for Song Shi filled him with regret. Fang Qi's ruthlessness was no less than that of a rampaging mutated beast. "Yes, Director," Li Yi replied respectfully, adjusting the concentration to 100%. The purple lightning beast laboratory you selected is excellent. The beast is a 5th-level mutant, nearly on the verge of advancing to 6th level, its power considerable. It cost me a great deal of resources to acquire. Fang Qi spoke with satisfaction. The 80 laboratories housed 40 different mutated beasts, each serving as the foundation for a unique experiment. I sincerely hope this purple lightning beast does not let me down, he chuckled ominously. After a brief pause, Fang Qi terminated the call, and Li Yi exhaled in relief, his gaze returning to the container. The 100% concentration represented a high melting and boiling point, gradually permeating the skin and expelling excess impurities from the body, resulting in complete shedding and the formation of perfect skin. Most individuals could not withstand the agony of this process and perished within the container. Those who survived often emerged altered, sporting mutated beast-like features or limbs. Li sighed deeply before exiting the room. This first experiment would take 3 days. What awaited them after that? Have you not found him yet? Old Wei stood in the hall, his countenance darked. To his left sat the inscrutable Song Ying. Send someone to the central network. Have Wan Yin retrieve all surveillance footage from Kyoto. But General, Wan Yin is a satellite camera of the central network, monitoring every occurrence on Blue Starred. To request footage necessitates a week's advance notice. Jianyi explained, implying that the timeline was too lengthy to be practical. Wei was well aware of this, yet with every avenue exhausted, there was still no sign of Song Shi. This compelled him to seek out Wan Yin. The omniscient eye from which no one could escape that it has been 3 days. Yet there remains no news of Song Shi. Wei Lao feels an overwhelming sense of guilt, for it is under his roof that Song Shi has gone missing. He harbors a vague suspicion that Song Shi's disappearance may somehow be linked to him. Therefore, when Song Ying comes knocking, he exhausts every effort to search for him, driven by both emotion and reason. Give me another energy capsule, Song Ying said in a low voice, his brow furrowed with an air of coldness. In these 3 days, he has conducted an exhaustive search, yet not a single trace of Song Shi has emerged. As if his quest were shrouded by an invisible barrier, he requires greater energy to breach this obstruction. If only he could discover who had taken Song Shi. If only he knew. Song Ying's veins bulged, and beneath his seemingly calm exterior brewed a tempestuous silence, a calmness that sent shivers down Wei He, who had long been accustomed to the chaos of battle. Do not fret. As long as we remain within the capital, we shall soon locate the young lad, he reassured. With a violent motion, Song Shi hurled something to the cold ground, the searing pain coursing through him, nearly preventing him from opening his eyes. Fearing that any attempt to do so would unleash tears, a flicker of relief washed over him as he heard footsteps approaching. What a pitiable sight, came the mocking voice of Fang Qi. Let me show you your current state, he added, emitting a sinister laugh. I.e. hesitated momentarily before turning to conjure a reflective wall, revealing Song Shi's image within. He strained to comprehend the figure before him. Or rather, the monster. Who is this? Is this me? Song Shi gasped. This is not human. This is not human. What a magnificent thunder beast. Fang Qi crouched down, admiring the prostrate figure of Song Shi, his tone laced with condescension, as if proud of his experimental subject. Rest assured, the master will render you even more perfect, he proclaimed, rising to gesture for Li Yi to take Song Shi away for further experimentation in a daze. Song Shi felt a series of icy liquids injected into his body, time seemingly stretching on indefinitely, the pain gradually dulling. He longed to collapse, but found himself ensnared by countless tubes, each connected to a machine documenting the effects of the substances coursing through him. He resembled a thunder beast tethered at the precipice of despair, impotently roaring and thrashing, yearning to emit a cry of hopelessness, only to realize it was all an illusion. He was human yet began to harbor the instincts of a beast. As time trickled by, Song Ying stared out into the pitch-black night, his fingers gripping the window ledge with intensity, leaving imprints upon the silver iron frame. Mr. Song, news has arrived, announced a subordinate from the Wei family army. Gently pushing open the unfastened door, the man paused before continuing. Based on your provided range, we have located Mr. Song Shi possibly around Feiyang Road. Only Feiyang Road? Song Ying's dissatisfaction was palpable. He had utilized energy to search, ultimately breaking through one layer of obstruction, yet beyond a certain distance, another barrier emerged, rendering him unable to penetrate further. After so many people and days, to have only uncovered 3 words, Feiyang Road, was infuriating. Frowning deeper, he felt the agitation rising within. You may leave now. Once the man had departed, Song Ying moved to a nearby cabinet, retrieving 3 energy capsules and placing them in his storage. He casually switched off the lights, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Shift change, brother, A crew-cut man in a police uniform entered, plopping down onto a chair in the monitoring room. This is Feiyang Road, a renowned affluent area with top-notch security measures. Why even bother with this monitoring room? It seems redundant. Hey, you should be grateful for this monitoring room. Without it, we'd be out of jobs and left to fend for ourselves. The other, a young man with slightly swollen eyes from staring at screens, replied. The crew-cut man scratched his head and chuckled. True, but this job is utterly tedious. He then produced a small bottle of liquor from his storage ring, boasting, I paid 1,000 to acquire this. Come on, let me have a taste, the young man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the alcohol, knowing that such spirits were quite rare, especially a bottle like that, albeit watered down. Suddenly, Song Ying emerged from the shadows, his fingers sharp as they plunged into the young man's neck artery. The crew-cut man, caught off guard, dropped his bottle, the sound echoing ominously in the room, sending a chill down his spine. Who are you? How did you get in here? This is Feiyang Road. Don't go looking for trouble. Meanwhile, the other young man, who had not been subdued, dashed to the emergency button, but a towering figure loomed before him, casting a large shadow that obscured his view. Fetch me some information, Song Ying commanded, his face half illuminated by the light, the other half cloaked in darkness. Let us talk this out, the young man stammered, sneaking a glance behind him to see the threat looming close. Realizing the man was a robot, he felt a wave of panic. How could a human confront a robot head-on? He instantly quashed his resistance. Yet confusion gnawed at him. How had he managed to bypass the defenses? I need to find this individual, Song Ying declared, activating his wrist-mounted holographic device, projecting an image of the gentle-faced Song Shi. The young man examined it and shook his head. I've never seen him. Review all footage from the past 7 days. Scrutinize every detail. Song Ying's skepticism was evident as he shoved the young man aside, propelling him to a chair before the multitude of screens. Hurry. The young man chuckled bitterly. It's nearly impossible to check everything. There's just too much in 7 days. How can we possibly review it all? If he entered, there should be a log at the entrance. You just need to check that. This? The young man pointed to a location. It's where Director Fong resides. Director Fong? The head of the research institute? The young man remained uncertain of Song Ying's intentions, neither confirming nor denying whether the person he sought was friend or foe, choosing not to elaborate further. Director Fong? Song Ying's eyes narrowed in contemplation. The footage revealed a calm scene, yet only this vehicle had driven directly into the residence, while others merely exited. With a scowl, he replayed the footage from the beginning, finally releasing the pressure on the crew-cut man and turning to leave. As the young man prepared to press the emergency button, he found himself paralyzed with fear, his pallid face betraying his terror as the towering figure vanished through the door. Just as he dared to breathe a sigh of relief, the multitude of screens flickered to black, emitting static sounds of malfunction. Song Ying strode through the night, discarding an exhausted energy capsule while replacing it with a fresh one, feeling renewed vigor surge within him as he vanished into the night. Song Shi opened his weary eyes, finding himself in the laboratory for the third experiment. The tubes that had once invaded his body were now gone, his skin gradually healing to a tender pink hue, reminiscent of an infant. Yet, Song Shi was acutely aware of the formidable defenses this seemingly delicate skin concealed. A slight smile graced his lips as his crystalline purple eyes shimmered with a cold brilliance. Fong Chi, he muttered through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from the surrounding walls, a faint white electric charge beginning to coalesce. Song Shi recoiled slightly, his mind racing through the stages of his transformation. The initial genetic modification, followed by the beastly metamorphosis. What would this third step entail? As the lightning surged toward him, he frowned, attempting to evade, but his exhausted body betrayed him, sending him crashing to the ground. The paralyzing pain coursed through him, causing involuntary spasms, yet a warm current emanated from his heart, spreading to his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. With each jolt of electricity, the warmth surged anew, and Song Shi drifted in a haze between heaven and hell. Losing track of time, the lightning intensified, saturating the room in a violet glow, and though he felt utterly wretched, he fought to maintain consciousness. I will not yield to either beast or man, he vowed fiercely. Determined to cling to these two beliefs, little did he expect that he was on the brink of enduring the fourth experiment. Fong Chi sat upon a brown leather chair, a glass of red wine delicately cradled in his hand. Before him unfolded a vivid scene. Song Shi, in torment, struggling amidst the thunderstrikes, he had gradually acclimatized to the lightning. It seemed that the guidance of this experiment was nearing its culmination. Now, only the final strike was needed to enable him to harness the power of electricity. Li Yi stood beside Fang Qi, respectfully announcing, "The purple lightning will arrive in 5 minutes." How timely indeed. Such a formidable purple lightning forming today is truly a boon from the heavens, Fang Qi exclaimed. If he can withstand this purple lightning, he shall become my second formidable beast. At the mention of second, a shadow passed over his countenance. Number 57 was his first successful experiment, the Thunder Beast. Yet it was that very creation that nearly obliterated his experimental base, leaving him on the brink of ruin. But would confronting Fang Qi yield a favorable outcome? Humph! If he cannot be controlled, then he must be destroyed. Retaining him serves no purpose. Activate the lightning convergence, Fang Qi commanded, excitement illuminating his features as he waved his hand. Lie complied immediately, operating his device. Director, it is now activated. Li Yi furrowed his brow, however. The power of this purple lightning is immense. Should you not take refuge elsewhere? Unnecessary. I wish to witness the perfect transformation of my purple lightning beast, Fang Qi replied eagerly. His face, once composed, now twisted with fervor. A chill ran down Li Yi's spine. This was indeed a creature that required no genetic alteration. A thunderous roar erupted, and a tempest of wind and rain swept in, an increasingly rare phenomenon. Yet, regardless of the past, present, or future, the awe-inspiring might of nature remained fearsome. Fang Qi's eyes glinted with blood-red excitement as he observed the laboratory ascend high into the air, small bolts of lightning drawn to the larger ones, coalescing into a colossal purple flash above. The surrounding protective barriers trembled, the rooftops darkening under the onslaught of energy, a testament to the power of the purple lightning. Song Shi felt the barrage of strikes cease. Having expelled a breath long held, a torrent of energy surged toward him from all directions. Even bending his knees could not maintain his tenuous stance. He was forced to the ground. Turning his head, he noticed an opening above, revealing the sky, now swirling with purple electricity, crackling ominously, sending shivers through him. Yet Song Shi furrowed his brow. Remaining composed, he inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, ignoring the chaos around him, and summoned every ounce of strength within. The heat coursing through him began to coalesce into an enigmatic element, unbeknownst to him. A layer of white lightning enveloped his surroundings, shimmering in contrast to the purple above. The purple lightning lingered, seemingly intrigued, playfully circling Song Shi without drawing nearer to this moment. He was entirely oblivious to the external spectacle, his body suffused with an intoxicating warmth. Astonished, he noticed tendrils of white lightning escaping him. Gradually realizing that his consciousness had transformed into electricity itself, allowing him to perceive the world with vivid clarity, he sensed the purple lightning's intent. It sought to devour him and augment its own power. Unwilling to be passive, Song Shi struck first, unleashing his white lightning upon the purple counterpart. The latter, not human, initially bewildered, eventually responded, consuming Song Shi's white lightning in a natural reaction. The two colors entwined like ancient, mythical dragons, both shimmering with electricity, their roars echoing as they devoured one another, merging into their own strength. A profound sense of despair enveloped Song Shi's thoughts. Song Shi, Song Shi, Ashur, Ashur. A tremor coursed through him. Ashur? Song Ying, stop repeatedly calling my name. Just call me Ashur, as my parents do. Then you may call me Ying, he retorted, a hint of playfulness creeping into his tone. As Song Shi opened his weary eyes, he fixed them upon a figure amidst the swirling purple, a face devoid of expression yet strikingly stern, tall and upright like a pine. Ying. The reluctance to call him by that name stemmed from a sense of distance, a chasm between him and the 31st century. Yet now, he realized that this barrier was merely a figment of his own self-protection. Though not approach. I dislike it. You resolve that individual for me. A smile broke across Song Shi's features, despite his beastly demeanor. The grin radiated a uniquely potent energy, almost primal in its intensity. Song Ying chuckled softly, nodding, very well. Observing the purple lightning swiftly consuming his white lightning, Song Shi remarked with a smile, "Let me impart one more lesson. Until the final moment, never assume victory is yours." With a crackle, the purple lightning vanished, or rather, it entered Song Shi's being, consumed entirely. Exhausted, he exhaled heavily yet smiled radiantly, extending his hand to grasp Song Ying's eager palm, allowing himself to sink into his embrace. With a cold smirk, Song Shi flicked his wrist, releasing a bolt of purple lightning from his fingertips, cleaving the air above him in two, the remnants falling feebly to his sides. Suddenly, his tail lashed out with ferocious force, coiling around Fang Qi's neck like a noose, the barbed end poised at his throat. "With a mere exertion, you shall bid farewell to this world," Song Shi declared, his tone devoid of emotion. Fang Qi, taken aback by Song Shi's unexpected resistance and clarity of mind, found himself gritting his teeth, his expression contorted with rage. The sound of a drop echoed from his pocket. Fang Qi smirked, "Kill me, and you will remain trapped in this cage." HEA's barriers rose around them, a meticulously designed trap by Fang Qi. Song Shi frowned, contemplating. "Moreover, the military would soon arrive. Even if I capture you, I will have completed my experiment, and they will not punish me harshly. You shall naturally become my possession," Fang Qi boasted with pride. With narrowed, violet eyes, Song Shi retorted, "Even if I cannot escape, I will ensure your demise. Do you believe me?" Fang Qi hesitated, chuckling, "If I were to seize you now, I would spare you, as well as refrain from troubling that old coot Wei He. Moreover, becoming a purple lightning beast in my company means you lose nothing. You will only grow stronger and more beautiful, surpassing all aberrations." "Surpass all?" Song Shi murmured, his voice soft and almost tender, yet laced with an eerie chill. "But I only seek your life." With that, his tail tightened, constricting around Fang Qi's neck, the sharp tip inching deeper into his throat. The encroaching sensation of death sent Fang Qi into a panic. He could not afford to lose his life. He had already succeeded once in the experiment, and there would be a second time. But not if he perished. Fang Qi began to waver, his balance faltering. "Fine, you win," he spat through gritted teeth. "But this is hardly fair. You emerge unscathed, yet what of my safety?" Song Shi chuckled coldly, aware that this was likely Fang Qi's final boundary. Should he cross this line, it would be a mutual destruction, and he did not wish to die here alongside Song Ying. He nodded. "You give the order to release, and I will keep a distance of 5 meters. Fang Qi glared. "Agreed." He commandedly, "Eat, go, deactivate all defenses." Casting a sidelong glance at Song Ying, who immediately encircled him, they followed Li out, with Song Shi's tail dragging Fang Qi along. Fortunately, it was late at night, and with the thunder roaring, the streets were deserted. Otherwise, their actions would surely have stirred considerable commotion. Once they exited Feiyang Road, an overwhelming weariness washed over Song Shi, his tail drooping as Fang Qi hastened away. Observing his master's flight, Li promptly followed. "I shall remember you," Fang Qi called back, his voice laced with determination. Leaning against Song Ying, Song Shi squinted, a smile gracing his lips. "I will ensure you cannot forget me." His tone elicited a puzzled response from Fang Qi, but suddenly, the expected softness of his tail transformed into a striking bolt of lightning, piercing Fang Qi's shoulder. As it penetrated his scapula, it hoisted him up, the purple lightning crackling along the tail, causing Fang Qi to lose consciousness. A satisfied smile adorned Song Shi's face as he heard the distant hum of approaching hovercraft, signaling their escape. He exchanged a knowing glance with Song Ying, and together, they vanished into the night. Song Ying hurriedly made his way to the hotel, his pace swift and unrelenting, disregarding any attention he might attract. Without hesitation, he swept Song Shi into his arms and carried him into the hotel. "Let's take a shower first." Although Song Shi felt utterly exhausted, the stickiness that enveloped him was immensely uncomfortable. His large purple eyes beseeched Song Ying, who had initially intended to refuse, but instead nodded in agreement. He carefully guided Song Shi into the bathroom, filled the tub with warm water, and gently placed him into the bath. Due to Song Shi's overwhelming fatigue, Song Ying stripped off his clothes and joined him. Finding the spacious tub more than accommodating for two, in a flurry, Song Ying washed Song Shi, hastily dried him off, and tucked him under the covers. As the room fell quiet, he finally noticed the familiar face had undergone considerable changes. What was once a gentle and delicate visage had transformed into something even more refined and exquisite. Though devoid of eyebrows and eyelashes, a childlike innocence radiated from him, evoking a tender softness in the heart. As he brushed his fingers against the sparse hair atop Song Shi's head, the texture was as soft as that of an infant's fine hair. Song Ying lingered in that moment, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. This person should never have to endure such suffering. Fong Chi, Song Ying's brow furrowed in anger, his entire demeanor growing cold. Sensing the chill emanating from him, Song Shi instinctively shrank his shoulders, his eyes squinting as he frowned, revealing an expression of discomfort. Immediately, Song Ying retracted all his intensity, casually drying himself off, before pulling back the covers and joining Song Shi under the blanket. He felt Song Shi nuzzle against his chest. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face, filling him with an unexpected sense of peace. Author's note. Here comes another 3,000 words. I must say, I've been quite diligent, haha. Little Song has been rescued, but Fong Chi won't go down so easily. His fate will be even grimmer. Hence, I didn't write him off just yet. Hee. Chapter 73. Under pampering revised, Song Shi stretched lazily, peeking out from the warm embrace of the covers. His eyes darted around, catching the sunlight filtering in, and he sensed that time must be getting late. Are you hungry? Song Ying entered the room, carrying a platter of food. Song Shi responded with a soft propping himself up on his arms. The events of the past few days felt like a dream. Now that he was awake and Song Ying was by his side, a profound sense of reassurance washed over him. He savored a few spoonfuls of porridge, relishing the delightful flavor, and curiously inquired, "Did you make this?" "No, I ordered it online," Song Ying replied. Understanding dawned on Song Shi. He nodded, aware that Song Ying was not one to cook. After finishing the porridge, he patted his now rounded belly, letting out a satisfied sigh, which brought a flicker of amusement to Song Ying's face, though he maintained an impassive exterior. The tail is gone, Song Ying observed as Song Shi climbed out of bed. Scrutinizing him closely, Song Shi turned to inspect his own lower back, twisting around in confusion but finding nothing. Suddenly, he chuckled. This innocent display made Song Ying shake his head in bemusement. Such foolishness had transformed into something adorably endearing. Setting the bowl down on the bedside table, Song Ying approached Song Shi. "Stay still. Let me take a look." Saying this, he swiftly tugged at Song Shi's sleep pants, revealing a rounded form that took Song Ying by surprise. His hand glided along the base of Song Shi's spine, the smoothness igniting a warm sensation throughout his body, stirring feelings that were both exhilarating and unsettling. "What are you doing? Have you seen enough?" Song Shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Squirming away from Song Ying's touch in a rush, he dashed into the bathroom, leaving Song Ying furrowing his brow in frustration. He rubbed his hands together, casting a lingering glance at the bathroom door before exiting. When Song Shi emerged, dressed and fidgeting with the fabric of his clothing, he felt odd, especially in military attire that starkly contrasted his former self. Whether it was due to weight loss or something else, his facial features were now sharply defined and strikingly refined. His large purple eyes added an extra layer of charm to his already captivating appearance. Catching sight of his sparse hair, Song Shi contemplated purchasing a hair growth serum, settling onto a nearby sofa while Song Ying perused Interstellar news. Absorbed in his own thoughts, he opened his communicator and ordered the serum online. "Director Fong, there are allegations that you've been capturing certain mech engineers for experiments. Is the military turning a blind eye to your actions, or are you operating under their tacit approval?" A heavily made-up woman was aggressively questioning Fong Chi, who sat in a wheelchair, his pallid complexion evident against the backdrop of the premier hospital in Huagua. Song Shi felt a slight sense of vindication as he watched the screen intently. "Director Fong, why are you so intent on conducting these experiments? Is it truly as you claim, that superhumans can usher in a new era for our blue planet? Or do you harbor ulterior motives? Furthermore, it has been said that the experiments have never been successful. What then becomes of those unfortunate souls who failed? Are they simply discarded? You are gambling with lives. Do you truly have no remorse?" Each question darkened Fong Chi's countenance. Though his shoulder had been healed, it required time to recuperate. Yet, for reasons unknown, a throng of media had discovered his whereabouts and were asking questions that filled him with loathing. "It must be that damned way Fong Chi gritted his teeth, failing to realize that had he not been so arrogant in thinking the experiment a success, he would not have hastily informed the military, leading to the inevitable leaks. All right, everyone, Director Fong has pressing matters to attend to. Please step aside, his capable assistant, Li Yi, announced, waving off the ravenous reporters. Once inside the vehicle, Fong Chi kicked the seat in front of him in frustration. Seething, I will not let you get away with this. Meanwhile, Song Shi squinted with a smile. Was it Wei Lao who tipped off the media? Song Ying nodded. As soon as I arrived at the hotel last night, Wei He and his crew showed up. I only mentioned a few things briefly, but I never anticipated Wei He would take such action. Public opinion is crucial. This way, Fong Chi's experiments would undoubtedly face obstacles. However, it was certain that he now stood at the center of controversy, and for the foreseeable future, significant actions would be curtailed. With a grin, Song Shi suggested, shall we pay Director Fong a proper visit next time? Song Ying ruffled his hair affectionately, responding, if you wish, content. Song Shi's eyes narrowed into a smile. Just then, a chime at the door interrupted them. Why, hair growth serum must have arrived, he exclaimed, opening the door to find the delivery. With a press of his palm to confirm the order, he began his ambitious hair restoration plan. The previous day, spots for the Interstellar battle had been allocated, coinciding with the days Song Shi had gone missing. Regrettably, he had missed witnessing the fierce combat scenes and had received a few stern words from Zhou Han. Fortunately, Zhou Han had not personally come to interrogate him. Otherwise, Song Shi would have struggled to explain the transformation of his face. Sighing, he considered how effective the serum was. His hair had once again grown into a thick, dark mane, short and slightly curled. Under the sunlight, hints of deep violet shimmered through, but Song Shi paid little mind to this detail. Who would scrutinize his hair so closely? After all, what he needed to contemplate now was his face. He couldn't possibly hide in the hotel forever, could he? Perhaps cosmetic surgery? What? Song Ying shot him a sharp glance, his voice laced with incredulity. What's different about your appearance? To him, Song Shi's essence remained unchanged, still the familiar individual he knew, save for the fact that those purple eyes made his heart soften even more. Yet, he would never admit to this. He merely reasoned that he should treat Song Shi with a bit more gentleness. After all, he realized he quite liked Song Shi, akin to a father's affection for a mother. Sometimes, one must be a little more tender. Just go out as you are, claim you've had cosmetic surgery, Song Ying suggested coolly. Song Shi pondered this approach, relieved at the prospect of not having to undergo surgery. If anyone questioned him, he would simply let them speculate. Feeling a sense of liberation, he decided it was time to step outside for some fresh air. After adjusting his attire, he beckoned Song Ying to accompany him for a stroll. Upon exiting the hotel, they encountered Zhou Han. Song Shi greeted him, but Zhou Han appeared taken aback. What happened to you? Song Shi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I had a little accident a few days ago and had to adjust my appearance. Zhou Han did not seem suspicious. In this day and age, many opted for cosmetic enhancements, hoping to appear more attractive. However, one's identity card would remain unchanged. With that in mind, he advised, you should get a new ID card. Gratefully, Song Shi nodded as he watched Zhou Han walk away, breathing a sigh of relief. He noticed Song Ying's bemused expression. What? Is this method not viable? Song Ying shook his head, lifting Song Shi's chin with a finger. I never would have guessed you could lie so convincingly. The implication made Song Shi frown. I'm not lying to you. Song Ying smirked slightly. Come on, let us go get that ID card. Song Shi nodded, and the two soon boarded a vehicle, quickly disappearing from the hotel entrance. The civil certificate is located at the privately run office, not far from the north suburban road of Zhongxi. This area is predominantly occupied by national institutions and military districts. Song Shi and his companion alighted directly at the office, a place primarily designated for trivial matters. However, with the interstellar war raging on, even these trifles had multiplied significantly. The chaotic scenes before him reminded Song Shi of a police station in the 21st century, and he couldn't help but smile fleetingly at a quarreling couple. A courteous robotic attendant at the entrance turned to Song Shi and inquired, May I ask if you are a citizen of our country or a foreign national? Taken aback for a moment, Song Shi soon noticed numerous extraterrestrial beings meandering about the office and replied, I am a citizen of Huagua. I wish to reapply for a civil certificate due to cosmetic reasons. After briefly explaining, the robotic attendant nodded and said, Very well, please fill out the necessary information here, and I will transmit it to the certificate issuance department on the 3rd floor. You only need to undergo a blood test. Thank you, Song Shi responded, completing the required details on the translucent screen handed to him by the robotic attendant. All set, please proceed to the third floor. Nodding, Song Shi turned to lead his companion, Song Ying, upstairs. The third floor was not overly crowded. Most of the individuals present were young men and women, all seeking to enhance their appearances and acquire a civil certificate, an increasingly trivial matter in Huagua. Where the desire for beauty is universal. I've come for a blood test, Song Shi announced to the robotic attendant at the door. The robot glanced at him, retrieved his information from the holographic database, and directed him, please go to room no. 3. Pointed towards a series of white rooms, each marked with a number. Quickly locating room number 3, Song Shi turned to Song Ying and said, please wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. Song Ying nodded and took a seat on a nearby bench against the wall. Song Shi entered, had his blood drawn, and felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, his genes had undergone some alterations, part human, part beast. He hoped that the blood test would yield favorable results. Otherwise, he would need to reapply for a civil certificate, and becoming an undocumented individual was the least of his concerns. What truly mattered was that he was no longer a student at the military academy, and all his hard work would be in vain. Such a prospect was unbearable. However, he could only hope that his blood still contained the essence of the original Song Shi. After a brief wait, the blood test report was promptly issued. Mr. Song, your civil certificate is ready. Thank you for your assistance, Song Shi replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He touched the card-like civil certificate and tucked it into his clothing before exiting. Song Ying was seated by the wall, appearing somewhat bored. Song Shi approached and playfully poked him, saying, all right, let's explore other places. Sure, Song Ying replied, standing up as they exited the office. Previously, due to the incident involving Feng Qi, Song Shi had been unable to visit the Mecha city as planned. Seizing this opportunity, they hailed a cab and headed towards their destination. Mecha city is situated north of Kyoto, on the edge of the central area. Upon their arrival, despite the throngs of people, the expansive space accommodated everyone without feeling cramped. The structure of Mecha city resembled a half-terrace building, adorned with sky-blue tempered glass and surrounded by silver steel for structural stability. Overall, it presented a sleek and striking appearance. Truly, Mecha city in Kyoto was incomparable to those in other regions. Filled with appreciation, Song Shi's eyes sparkled, momentarily captivating Song Ying, as if drawing him into the depths of his gaze. Let us go inside and take a look, Song Shi suggested, striding confidently towards the entrance. Song Ying followed closely behind. Generally, the combat zones occupied the upper floors, while the lower levels were primarily used for training. Song Shi decided to first observe the combat area. As time was still on their side, he selected a combat zone, eager to compare it with those from other locations and assess whether the combat capabilities differed. It was evident that Kyoto, being a hub of talent, would naturally boast superior skills compared to smaller locales, which excited Song Shi. Blade versus Wang Zhan, 10-1, 10-1. Place your bets. Blade has already secured 5 consecutive victories. If he wins again, my investment will multiply significantly, a voice echoed from the betting area adjacent to the combat zone. Be cautious. You wouldn't want to fall flat on your face and lose everything. Came another voice with a chuckle. The betting area, where wagers were placed, was bustling with activity, and Song Shi felt drawn towards the commotion. He nudged Song Ying and they squeezed through the crowd. This betting zone, akin to gambling, was officially sanctioned by Mecha City. Many patrons frequented the establishment not only to potentially win substantial amounts of money, but also to gain recognition, contributing to the city's prosperity. With such a lucrative atmosphere, it was no surprise that no one opposed the practice. Upon entering, Song Shi noted the spaciousness within. A massive screen displayed numerous names along with their battle records. Odds, and more that I think I'll bet on Wang Zhan. That blade is merely a rising star, and while he may seem formidable now, he cannot compare to the seasoned experience of Wang Zhan. While this reasoning held merit, both fighters were of equal combat level, making the betting a tricky endeavor. 2 men beside Song Shi exchanged opinions, leaning towards Wang Zhan. Song Shi squinted at the screen displaying Wang Zhan's name, noting his record of 7 wins out of 10 fights. Let us place a bet for fun, Song Shi suggested with a grin. Suit yourself, Song Ying replied disinterestedly, scanning the area with keen eyes. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter that had slipped his mind due to Song Shi's recent predicament. Clearing his throat, Song Ying felt a rare sense of discomfort. He turned to speak to Song Shi, but only caught a glimpse of his clothing as Song Shi moved towards the betting table. Frustrated, he let out a sigh. His teeth clenched as he stomped over to join Song Shi. Noticing that Song Shi had placed a bet on Blade, he asked, "What are you rooting for him?" Song Shi shook his head. "I am not particularly fond of the Wang family." Song Ying raised an eyebrow, amused by Song Shi's sentiment. He reached out to touzle Song Shi's slightly curled hair, finding it soft and pleasant to the touch. However, Song Shi clearly disliked such gestures, turning his head to glare at Song Ying, who took note of his surroundings. "Calm down," Song Ying retorted, feeling a mix of reluctance and amusement as he withdrew his hand. Recalling his earlier thoughts, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the lights dimmed, transforming the space into an interstellar galaxy. Two colossal mechas appeared at the center, their pilots already prepared within the cockpits. After the host delivered some introductory remarks, the red light signaled the commencement of battle. Song Shi guided Song Ying to a place with an unobstructed view, eager to observe the proceedings. As for operating mechas in combat, Song Shi acknowledged his relative weakness in this area, making it all the more crucial to watch and learn from these battles for his future practical experiences. Amidst dazzling lasers and intricate maneuvers, Song Shi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was undeniably a far cry from the Mecha City on Length Island. And even the one at the military academy paled in comparison. It was not merely the spectacle of combat. It was the visceral sensation of being in a true battlefield, both exhilarating and brutally realistic. The prominent families residing in Kyoto were the epitome of true aristocracy, and to gain their recognition, Mecha City represented a significant opportunity. Consequently, the battles here ignited a fervor and embodied a harsh reality. Success or failure could determine one's fate. Song Shi's gaze remained fixed on the combat arena, contemplating his own abilities. While he felt he had reached a level equivalent to a Mecha Level 4, breaking into Level 3 would not be an easy feat. It required not only operational prowess but also a mental breakthrough, progressing in tandem to achieve true advancement. As he observed the fighters, he mused that their dissipating mental energies did not seem to affect him. An exhilarating thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his mental strength was nearing Level 3? If this speculation held true, then Feng Qi had inadvertently aided him immensely. Without his experiments, the breakthrough of mental strength would have been exponentially more challenging. Mental strength, unlike physical strength, could not simply be enhanced through training. It was an ethereal aspect residing within one's consciousness. The stronger the awareness, the more formidable the mental strength. This was not something that could be achieved solely through the passage of time. It demanded resilience of character and profound understanding. As the lights flickered back on, the battle concluded, leaving the arena in disarray. The Azure Mecha lay defeated, its components scattered across the floor, while the pilot emerged bloodied, evidently affected by an explosion within the cockpit. Blade emerged victorious, the newcomer. Wang Zhan triumphed, and a chorus of cheers erupted around them. Song Shi couldn't help but smile, knowing his wallet would soon be considerably heavier, and he felt a rush of exhilaration from witnessing the clash. "Ah, just fortunate. Really," he chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Your luck seems remarkably good. Perhaps you should venture to an underground casino. You must understand that there, fortunes are wagered in extravagant bets. Win just once, and you may never need to work again." Ha ha. The man, clearly a loquacious individual, began to chatter away with Song Shi's underground casino. Song Shi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kind of place is that?" "You don't know." The man appeared astonished. And after a moment of realization, he remarked, "You must be new to the capital, right?" Song Shi nodded, urging him to continue. "Speaking of underground casinos, they are quite something, offering a plethora of gambling options. Especially popular are the mecha battles. However, entry is not permitted for the average person. Each mecha technician must be introduced by someone or possess exceptional skills to be invited by the underground casino. Moreover, what they gamble with is flesh." "Flesh gambling?" Song Shi was taken aback. "Yes, the losers can sign a death contract or wager their own limbs if defeated. The lost body parts are injected with a permanent growth agent, and you will forever lose your hands, feet, or even internal organs. Furthermore, the name of the victor will be engraved upon your heart, ensuring you never forget this defeat." Song Shi couldn't help but grasp the hand of the nearby Song Ying, exclaiming how cruel it was. Ha ha. It is precisely these rules that have allowed underground casinos to thrive. Achieving fame here is not true fame. To gain renown in the underground casino is to truly stand at the pinnacle of Huagua. As Song Shi and his companion emerged from Mecha City, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow upon Song's hi.do. You wish to visit the underground casino? Song Ying asked, observing the excitement and contemplation on Song Shi's face. Song Shi tousled his short hair and nodded. Don't you find it fascinating? Song Ying was momentarily taken aback, compared to the previous mild-mannered Song Shi, who occasionally displayed a flicker of temper. The person before him seemed to have shed that gentleness, revealing a dazzling brilliance that drew Song Ying irresistibly closer. Whether it was due to Feng Chi's matter or something else was not something Song Ying pondered. To him, it simply seemed that Song Shi had gained yet another striking quality. Let us seek out Wei He. He should know about this underground casino. Song Shi had thought of this as well. In Kyoto, the only person he knew somewhat well, who held a position of power, was Wei Lao. After considering it, he planned to visit Wei Lao's residence the following day, not only to discuss the matter of Feng Chi, but also to reassure this concerned elder. With this thought, Song Shi felt quite cheerful. Yes, tomorrow I shall visit Wei Lao. As they spoke, the two strolled leisurely towards the hotel, the afterglow elongating their shadows, enveloping them in a warm, golden embrace, creating a truly pleasant sight. The author wishes to convey, yesterday, I was busy with tomb sweeping, so I apologize for the delay. The next morning, Song Shi visited Wei Lao's home, but unfortunately, due to the impending interstellar war, Wei Lao was also quite occupied. He promised to take Song Shi to witness the underground casino once these matters were concluded. Currently, the most significant contest was not taking place in this small locale, but in the interstellar battlefield. The decadal black wormhole storm was about to arrive. The black wormhole storm is the most feared phenomenon in the galaxy, erupting every 10 years, capable of consuming all and also spewing forth everything. However, determining whether it will consume or release is beyond current technology's capabilities. Thus, even though there remains a year until the eruption, preparations for defense have already commenced across all planets. Regardless, this represents a tremendous opportunity, particularly for the two marshals of Huagua. Whosoever can dominate amidst the black wormhole storm will see power shift dramatically, and the people's faith will rally behind them. Simultaneously, a single black wormhole storm can annihilate countless planets while also testing each planet's strength, whether they possess the capability to exist within this galaxy. In the afternoon, Song Shi departed from Wei Lao's residence, heading directly back to the hotel, with only 3 days remaining until the interstellar war commenced. Have you eaten? Song Shi inquired, removing his coat while slipping into his slippers. Song Ying nodded, his gaze fixed on Song Shi. What happened with the tail? Song Ying pulled Song Shi closer to the sofa, insisting, let me see. No. Song Shi instinctively rejected, recalling how serious he had been the previous night. Yet events had unfolded in an unexpectedly embarrassing manner, flushing his cheeks as he pushed Song Ying's hand away and stood up. Did something happen last night? Although Song Ying allowed Song Shi to rise, he tightly gripped Song Shi's wrist. Song Shi pondered, last night? I merely took a shower and went to sleep. What kind of dream did you have? Song Ying suddenly inquired, his brows raised, rendering his stern face even more imposing. I heard you calling out. Calling out? What do you mean? Song Shi's words escaped, and he immediately felt his neck flush. Could it be because of that? No way. Oh, something like that. Song Ying's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed intently at him, causing Song Shi to feel increasingly flustered. Shaking off Song Ying's hand, he turned his head away, insisting that it was impossible for him to utter such words. What words are these? Song Ying showed no concern for being brushed off. Stretching out his long legs, his towering figure exuding an undeniable authority even as he lounged on the soft sofa, making Song Shi feel even more awkward. He shook his hand dismissively, declaring, Fine, I want to discuss it with you. I am going to eat. He hurriedly dashed into the kitchen, his steps somewhat disordered. Leaning against the cold wall, Song Shi couldn't cool down his flushed cheeks and neck despite the chill. He let out a quiet, exasperated sigh. Surely it couldn't be related to that spring dream. Pressing his cheek against the icy wall, he couldn't help but think, instead, he was the one entangled with Song Ying. His heart raced and the old adage came to mind. One thinks by day, dreams by night. Could it be that he harbored feelings? No. Song Shi abruptly slapped his head to clear his mind, quickly making his way to the refrigerator to prepare lunch. But why not? Song Shi paused, pondering whether it was simply because the person who made his heart race was a man. He stood there, bewildered, until Song Ying knocked on the kitchen door. "Why are you dawdling in here?" Song Ying strode over, bypassing him to grab water from the fridge. Gulping it down, a drop of icy water slid down his bronzed throat. Song Shi blinked, feeling an undeniable attraction. "Ah!" Song Shi exclaimed, startled to find that Song Ying had crept up beside him, pressing the cold water against his face, causing him to involuntarily yelp. "Why are you blushing?" Song Ying leaned in closer, scrutinizing Song Shi's slightly flustered violet eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle. Flustered and angry, Song Shi pushed Song Ying away, retorting, "My blushing is my own affair. It has nothing to do with you." Humph! Despite maintaining a serious demeanor, to Song Ying, the flushed cheeks provided little credence to his words, and his smile grew increasingly unrestrained, further agitating Song Shi into a state of flustered indignation. It's exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Song Shi boarded a flying vehicle, entering the Central Military District of the Interstellar War as an accompanying personnel. The Central Military District is the most fortified location in all of Huagua, and this interstellar war is being held within its Mecha combat city, a towering pagoda-like structure, the tallest building Song Shi had ever seen. Strangely, from a distance, one could not perceive this building. It could only be seen from within 100 meters. Representatives from various planetary nations entered this grand edifice in an orderly fashion. The Huagua Wayan Mecha Military Academy, as a seed candidate for Huagua, enjoyed a high reputation. As the team entered the venue, raucous cheers erupted. Following behind, Song Shi scanned the surroundings, realizing they had entered a massive auditorium. The ceiling was adorned with exquisite glass, painted with vividly colored flowers. These glass pieces were exceedingly precious in the 30th century. Yet here they were in abundance, underscoring the significance of this hall. The surrounding walls were adorned with floating white lights, and at the center was a circular stage, with two resounding thuds, as if emanating from the depths of the earth. The floating lights suddenly projected a beam of silver light, merging with the surrounding lights. Instantly, the walls seemed to vanish, as if swept away by the silver beams, leaving only a vast expanse of white. As though standing upon clouds, gradually, amidst the white haze, numerous silver long benches and a circular stage emerged, while the central stage transformed into a magnificent silver metal platform, with the only constant being the brilliantly colored glass above. "Welcome, everyone, to Deepening Star, traveling from afar to participate in the interstellar war." A voice resonated in the air, and as it spoke, a multitude of figures appeared on the grand stage, as if projected by multimedia. And the speaker was none other than General Situ Jiang, donned in uniform with 5 stars on each shoulder. "We are deeply honored to host the interstellar war here on Deepening Star." Next to speak was General Li Yun, who, unlike General Situ, was not tall and imposing but rather slender and refined, exuding a warm demeanor in his speech. As Song Shi surveyed the two most powerful figures in Huagua while observing the surrounding crowd. He felt the rare excitement of such a scene. The myriad species from other planets were overwhelming, and in this moment, he truly sensed the essence of the 30th century, an amalgamation of technology and science fiction. While there were numerous beings with extraordinary capabilities, the spotlight this time was undeniably on the 4 dominant planets: Mali Star, Jupiter, Duowei Lea Star, and Smag Star. Meanwhile, with the advancement of mecha technology and scientific progress, Dylan Star was gradually emerging as a formidable contender, subtly surpassing many developing planets. After an elaborate display of grandiloquence, the interstellar battle was poised to commence. The venue had shifted to the Milky Way, and the order of combat had been determined by a draw held the previous day, ensuring an atmosphere of complete organization. The first match featured the small planet Beishui against the Jiwa people, with Beishui employing water-based attacks while the Jiwa excelled in electricity, an undeniable synergy, as water conducts electricity. Unsurprisingly, the Jiwa emerged victorious, leaving the Beishui contingent lamenting their unfortunate draw. Seated in the military academy's designated area, Song Shi, although unable to participate in the interstellar combat, found immense joy in witnessing such a diverse array of battles firsthand, as opposed to through a screen. The palpable reality of the events stirred his blood, filling him with a yearning to be a contestant for Huagua, to step onto the battlefield and bask in the cheers of the multitude. As time progressed, it became clear that the interstellar battles would span several days. And after a brief afternoon respite, the fierce contest resumed. What Songshur gleaned most was not merely the differences in cultural approaches among nations, but rather the myriad combat styles, each unique yet overwhelmingly powerful. Regardless of the method employed, he found himself immensely enriched by the experience. Amidst the bizarre and intense skirmishes, he not only appreciated the diversity of combat, but also absorbed numerous techniques, becoming increasingly engrossed in the spectacle. To the point where even the indifferent Song Ying, leaning against his shoulder, was momentarily forgotten. Author's note. Having completed this segment, I must admit that the process of updating is quite arduous. However, it brings me joy to see even a few readers engaged, as it indicates that my work is indeed being appreciated. Alas, my capabilities are limited, and with time constraints, updates may be slowed. I sincerely apologize. After a day filled with countless battles, Songshur found himself longing for more as the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, signaling the end of the day's contests. Our battle is scheduled for tomorrow. Remember to give it your all, Yu Haiyu advised, her concern for the upcoming conflict evident as she dismissed the crowd. Everyone nodded solemnly, having witnessed the day's fierce encounters, and they deeply grasped the truth of the saying, there are greater heights beyond. The following morning, the battles resumed, with Huagua's team comprising only 3 squads from 3 ancient academies, with Huagua Military Academy at the forefront. Unfortunately, fate dictated that 2 of the teams would clash, resulting in the defeat of Shenlan Academy. The onlookers were at a loss for words, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances of their compatriots' ill fortune in the draw. Yet the battles pressed on. At 10 in the morning, the military academy faced off against the Smag people. Songshur was well aware of the Smag, having witnessed their prowess as the 4th-place team in the previous interstellar battle. To achieve such a ranking among the countless planets in the vast Milky Way was no small feat. The Smag were renowned for their close combat skills, and were the only race in the galaxy that did not rely on supernatural abilities in battle. When they did resort to using such powers, it indicated their acknowledgement of their opponent's superiority. Sitting beside Songshur, Zhou Han furrowed his brows, a look of concern etched across his face. Songshur understood the gravity of the situation. The combat techniques of the Smag were among the finest in the galaxy, and their ability to devour was a sight he had only witnessed once before, during the last interstellar battle against the formidable Mali. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Fixated on the central battlefield, Songshur observed the 2 opposing factions. Leading the charge was Yin Zhao, who boldly faced the towering Smag, raising his hand to signal the full activation of their mecha units. With 10 combatants against 10, the battle commenced. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, and even as an observer, Songshur felt his heart race. The mecha units appeared significantly larger than the Smag, exuding an aura of icy intensity. Conversely, the Smag displayed an air of nonchalance. Their bodies, covered in black tendrils, resembled a large spherical entity, seemingly harmless. Yet, not a soul in attendance dared to relax. With a resounding boom, the 10 mecha aligned to form a colossal unit. A common yet formidable tactic in battle. This formation's power transcended mere multiplication, as effective coordination could amplify strength exponentially. However, such synergy was challenging to achieve, as merging individual thoughts into a single entity required absolute trust, a feat easier said than done. Thus, even when successfully formed, the resulting power was often diminished, with 20-fold strength considered commendable. The Smag appeared intrigued by this formation, their tendrils beginning to writhe. Their spherical bodies swelled, transforming 10 Smag into a massive black orb. Surrounded by a flurry of writhing appendages, this spectacle elicited no laughter, only an anticipatory tension that signaled an impending attack. Despite their cumbersome appearance, the Smag's combat skills were anything but. Their movements were swift, with their numerous tendrils slithering like serpents. Should any of these tendrils ensnare an opponent, it would pose a significant challenge. The mecha units unleashed a barrage of laser fire, creating a dazzling grid of silver light that illuminated the surrounding simulated star systems. Yet, despite the overwhelming onslaught, the Smag maneuvered with uncanny agility, alternating between rapid expansion and contraction. If one Smag was struck by laser fire, another would deftly extend a tendril to divert the danger. This level of collaboration astonished all present, as each tendril was an extension of their consciousness, each one embodying their thoughts. The sheer strength of their mental acuity was unparalleled. Managing multiple thoughts simultaneously was already a feat. Yet they executed this with thousands of tendrils. Yu sighed, her expression waning, as she grappled with the reality of facing the Smag in the first match. The weight of potential defeat loomed heavily. Should they falter, the pride of Huagua's foremost military academy would be tarnished, casting a shadow over the nation. The mounting pressure was suffocating, but all she could do was watch the combatants, silently hoping for their victory. "Take a sip of water, don't be too anxious," offered Dean Sang-nan, handing her a cup of water. Yu forced a smile. "How can I not be anxious in such a situation?" A hint of vulnerability flickered across her otherwise strikingly beautiful face. If they were to lose here, the reputation of Huagua's leading military academy would be irrevocably damaged, plunging the nation into a lowly state. Sang-nan sighed, patting Yu's shoulder, hoping for the best from the young fighters. Yu tightened her grip on the cup, imperceptibly nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Song Ying appeared remarkably composed, nudging Song Shi, whose anxiety was palpable. "Here, have a drink," he said, gesturing towards the nearby water bottle. Song Shi, caught in the throes of tension, shrugged off the gesture, intent on focusing on the battle. "You think it's easy to maintain composure?" he retorted, turning his attention back to the unfolding conflict. Song Ying smirked, dismissing the threat posed by the Smag. "They're merely a bunch with a bit of devouring ability. They can't compare to the black wormhole. Why are you so anxious?" "Anxious?" Song Shi shot him a glare. "If you think you're so brave, why not step up yourself?" He snapped back, returning his gaze to the battlefield. Song Ying squinted, irritated by Song Shi's intense focus on the fight, before turning his head back and teasingly pecking Song Shi's lips, eliciting a deep flush across his face. Caught off guard, Song Shi's heart raced as he glanced around, realizing everyone was too engrossed in the battle to notice. He exhaled deeply, resolutely turning his body away from Song Ying, determined to ignore him. Confused by his persistent antics that left him feeling both embarrassed and breathless, he discreetly stole a glance at Song Ying, who wore a bemused smile, further heightening Song Shi's flustered state. "What are you grinning at?" he thought, feeling exasperated. Did Song Ying think he could behave so recklessly just because he had a slight affection for him? Song Shi's mind raced, and as realization dawned, he coughed in disbelief, turning to confront Song Ying with wide eyes. "What?" Song Shi said dejectedly. "I must admit, I have a slight fondness for this person, just a little. But what exactly does he like about him?" On the battlefield, where the fighting was fierce, he found himself in a state of confusion. Song Ying, unsure of where his thoughts had wandered, involuntarily reached out to tousle the soft, short hair of Song Shi, who gazed back at him blankly, suddenly appearing quite endearing. With a resounding crash, a Smarg alien, covered in tentacles, was violently struck by a massive mech. In a remarkable twist, 10 Smarg aliens were unexpectedly gathered together. A situation that was far from favorable for them. Just as they attempted to disperse for an attack, the colossal mech moved faster than their reactions, its large hands swiftly transforming into hundreds of giant hands. In a matter of moments, it managed to twist and entangle all the tentacles together. Even though the Smarg aliens possessed formidable mental strength, disentangling those appendages in such a critical battlefield was beyond their capabilities. The tide of battle shifted from defeat to victory, leaving everyone astounded. A deafening cheer erupted from the side of Huagua, unequivocally proclaiming their triumph. They had defeated the fourth-ranked contender in interstellar warfare. How far could the third place be? At that moment, everyone felt a deep sense of reflection, compelled to acknowledge the significance of this small blue planet. The three leading galactic powers suddenly recalled that this tiny planet had ascended to the stage of the Milky Way over the course of a millennium, and had now entered the top 10 after another millennium. An involuntary chill ran through them. What astonishing feats might this planet accomplish now? Regardless of the circumstances, Huagua's de-launching had already instilled a sense of caution in them. The author has something to say. I am unable to continue. I can only update this little bit. Chapter 77. Untitled. With progress, a battle that had captured the hearts of thousands finally came to an end. Even as the event concluded, many individuals and races continued to discuss the conflict, and the list of the top 10 planets emerged as anticipated. Mars, Jupiter, Duawea, and Smarg ranked among the top 5. However, unlike last time, Smarg, having suffered defeat to de-launching, was relegated to 5th place. while delaunching claimed the fourth spot. Such results left everyone in shock, especially considering that delaunching had been a backward planet a millennium ago, incomparable to their millennia-old planets. Yet this small planet had surpassed them, evoking a myriad of emotions. The top 10 battle was held on the third day, following 2 days of eliminations, where only the powerful galactic systems remained. The battle on the third day allowed no room for complacency. Just as Song Shi had settled down after a shower, a deafening alarm suddenly blared outside. A massive floor screen flickered to life with a mechanical voice announcing, "Level 18 alert! A small black wormhole storm is forming in the Milky Way, expected to arrive 6 months ahead of schedule." The mechanical voice repeated incessantly. Song Shi waved his hand dismissively, turning off the screen while furrowing his brow. The black wormhole storm was unpredictable. Even with today's technology, accurately predicting its timing was challenging, but its arrival was terribly ill-timed. Moments later, his communicator beeped, displaying a message from Johan. "Come to the 15th floor. There's an urgent meeting." Song Shi nodded, switched off the screen, and called out to Song Ying, who was still in the bathroom, "I'm stepping out for a moment. You don't need to wait for me." He hurriedly dressed and slammed the door shut behind him. When Song Ying emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he found that Song Shi had already left. The alarm still blared in the background. Peering through the curtains, he saw the outside ablaze with lights, accompanied by a chaotic atmosphere, likely caused by the impending black wormhole storm. Upon arriving at the conference room, most attendees were already present, and a buzz of chatter filled the air. Song Shi located Johan and carefully navigated through the crowd to take a seat beside him. "Is it due to the black wormhole storm?" Song Shi asked with a serious tone. Johan nodded, expressing concern that this interstellar conflict might come to an abrupt halt. Song Shi sighed, feeling regretful about the ceasefire. After a brief wait, the doors swung open, and Yu Haiyu and Sang Nan entered, their expressions grimmed. As soon as they stepped in, an immediate hush fell over the room. Yu Haiyu approached the center, exchanged a glance with Sang Nan, who nodded in return, before solemnly announcing, "Due to the early arrival of the black wormhole, the Central Authority has decided to suspend the interstellar war." As her words echoed, murmurs of discussion erupted in the audience. Even though it was evident that events would unfold in this manner, the announcement still caught many off guard. Countless individuals had hoped to make their mark during the interstellar war, only to see it cut short due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving them with feelings of regret and dissatisfaction. "And what about the rankings?" someone inquired, echoing the curiosity of the majority. Since it was merely a suspension, there would be an opportunity to continue later. The Central Authority decided that once the black wormhole storm concluded, the interstellar war would resume, allowing everyone to feel less disheartened. Yu Haiyu smiled and continued, "What we should focus on now is the black wormhole storm. Tomorrow, the Central Authority will release an announcement deploying mecha troops to participate in the battle within the Milky Way." Everyone understood the implications of this announcement. As Yu Haiyu concluded, the attendees quickly gathered their thoughts, shifting their focus to this new battle, which would differ significantly from the interstellar conflict. This would be a large-scale confrontation with much higher stakes. However, at the Huagua Mecha Military Academy, there was no room for hesitation. It was almost mandatory. Those who chose not to participate would be deemed cowards, and cowards had no place in the academy. They would be eliminated without exception. "Are you planning to sleep standing up?" Suddenly, Song Ying opened his eyes, a playful glint in them, startling Song Shi. The latter, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose and turned to hang his outerwear in the wardrobe. "I'm going to enlist tomorrow," Song Shi stated as he quickly changed into his sleepwear and climbed into bed. Despite the presence of another bed, he didn't mind sharing with Song Ying, who insisted that no one could sleep comfortably beside him. "But it's just the beginning of a small riot," Song Ying remarked, eyes still closed, a hint of a smirk on his lips. "And no matter how small the riot, it signifies the early arrival of the black wormhole storm. It's only sensible for the Central Authority to take precautions," Song Shi replied, pulling the covers snugly around his neck. Song Ying huffed in annoyance, contemplating, "Does it really matter if you enlist? You're hardly a heavyweight yourself. Yet you insist on rushing into that black wormhole." He thought this but couldn't bring himself to voice it, especially with the eager and excited expression on Song Shi's face. If this was his desire and hope, then he wouldn't say much more. He would simply keep a close watch on him. With that mindset, Song Ying relaxed, his hands slipping under the covers to wrap around Song Shi's waist, drawing him closer into an embrace. Hey, I don't want to sleep like this. It's stifling, Song Shi protested, pushing against Song Ying's solid chest. His cheeks flushed. Don't move, Song Ying replied coolly, tightening his grip. His strong thigh slowly slipped between Song Shi's legs, causing a gentle friction. Song Shi tensed, bewildered. What was happening? Song Ying's intentions were straightforward. He was accommodating Song Shi's wishes, allowing him to enlist. Therefore, it was only right for Song Shi to reciprocate, perhaps by indulging in that pleasurable experience they had shared before. However, he had only just begun to delve into this territory. Song Ying, having researched extensively, was now finally taking action. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a clue about how to proceed. He felt a little embarrassed. As Song Shi's partner, being laughed at was simply unacceptable. Relax, Song Ying's deep voice drifted into Song Shi's ears. A sudden wave of tingling warmth made Song Shi shiver, and just as he intended to push Song Ying away, he found his hands unexpectedly captured and tied to the headboard with the ties of his sleepwear. Let go! Song Shi exclaimed, incredulous at how fluidly Song Ying had executed this maneuver. He shot him a fierce glare, but the heat radiating from his flushed cheeks betrayed the seriousness of his words. I want to let go, Song Ying replied, unexpectedly revealing a triumphant smile. Under Song Shi's gaze, he drew closer, his dark red lips contrasting sharply with his typically rigid demeanor, pressing softly against Song Shi's mouth. He licked at Song Shi's slightly dry lips, seizing the moment of surprise to invade his territory and claim it. As he kissed Song Shi, he felt quite pleased with himself, having executed everything he had read about flawlessly. Caught in a daze, Song Shi was swept away into a realm of desire, where he could feel a pair of warm hands exploring his body, sending shivers through him that he found hard to resist. Why was he so reluctant to push Song Ying away? With hazy eyes, Song Shi pondered this, only to be struck by a sudden rush of pleasure that felt like lightning hitting his heart, causing his hands to tremble as they clutched tightly to Song Ying's sleepwear. No. No, Song Shi murmured, lying in Song Ying's embrace, his body betraying his words as it leaned into the warmth, almost yearning for the touch. The gentle tone, caught between manhood and boyhood, resonated in Song Ying's ears like a spark, igniting a fire in him that seemed ready to consume all his thoughts. Like a wild beast, he nibbled at the prominent collarbone of Song Shi, leaving faint red marks while his hands roamed freely over Song Shi's body, causing him to gasp, terrified of producing any strange sounds. With a sense of urgency, Song Shi found himself enveloped in Song Ying's embrace. Inhaling the intoxicating scent that surrounded him, the wave of exhilaration surged through his mind, leaving him devoid of calmness. Faster, faster, he felt compelled to express, though the words did not seem to originate from him. Yet, Song Ying's hands quickened their pace, rendering him breathless. I want. Song Shi grasped the hem of Song Ying's garment, while the latter cradled his face, ensuring that his pleasure reached its zenith. All that remained visible in those tear-filled eyes was his own reflection. Gently kissing the dazed Song Shi, Song Ying felt elated. He located Song Shi's hand beneath the covers and slipped a ring onto his fourth finger, beaming with satisfaction. He tightened his embrace, contemplating whether to let him off the hook for the day. Reasoning that time was abundant in the future, he would never admit that witnessing the fatigue etched on that face made him reluctant to let go. Having yet to win this person over, he found himself already feeling a sense of tenderness, which he deemed unbecoming of his image. As the lights dimmed for sleep, Song Shi, indeed fatigued, could hardly muster the strength to lift a finger. His thoughts hazy as he resolved to reprimand Song in the following morning. The author wishes to convey, as per the title, only a small portion of meat is included. I hope the ladies are satisfied. Please refrain from criticism. Due to the impending black wormhole storm, the outside world was cloaked in shadows, and a cold breeze flowed gently. Song Shi held a cup of water, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the scene outside, as he calculated the time. Autumn was nearing its end, and he realized he had unknowingly spent nearly a year at the military academy. A year can feel swift or slow, yet compared to the 3 years of diligent toil without Song Ying and without Mechas, this past year had undoubtedly been far more enriching. According to the latest reports, the central authorities indicated that this black wormhole storm might coincide with a tide phase, urging everyone to prepare for safety measures. The young woman on the screen spoke with a captivating smile, relaying the somber news. However, this perspective faced considerable opposition. Countless probes suggested that once swallowed by the black wormhole storm, survival was impossible. To explain it in simplistic terms, the black wormhole serves as a conduit, absorbing from elsewhere and subsequently expelling its contents directly into the galaxy. Yet, aside from the Milky Way, could there truly be other worlds? Sighing, Song Shi closed the curtains, his gaze caught by the silver ring adorning his finger. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he glanced around, only to discover that someone was indeed absent. With a slight smile, he traced the ring with his fingers. It was a sodium ring with a remarkably spacious storage capacity. The silver surface bore minimal embellishments, offering a simple yet elegant design. Exuding a sense of refinement, "I will get you a better one in the future." He recalled Song Ying saying, though he had dismissed it at the time. "Fool," he murmured, recognizing the ring's evident value, unable to suppress his smile. "What's wrong? Don't like it?" Song Ying appeared out of nowhere. Bemused by the sight of Song Shi, lost in admiration of the ring, he stepped closer, positioning himself behind Song Shi, pretending to remove the ring. Song Ying leaned against the glass that Song Shi was leaning on, his laughter echoing, his stern brows casting an intimidating aura that made Song Shi feel as though he might be consumed by his gaze. "Who said it was a gift for you? This is something I earned through hard work in Mecha City. I merely wanted you to try it on to assess the size. I still have others to give away, so hurry and take it off." "For someone else?" Song Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Take it away, give it to anyone you like." He reached to remove the ring, feeling a pang of disappointment. In his indignation, he failed to consider whether Song Ying had any acquaintances close enough to warrant gifting a ring. "Hey, don't take it off." Song Ying, taken aback by Song Shi's serious demeanor, was both astonished and amused. Promptly seizing his hands, his once sharp gaze softened. All right, I was just joking." He drew Song Shi closer, gently patting his waist. "Have you considered that besides you, I have others to gift?" "Oh," Song Ying sighed, "I concede." "Concede? So the ring is mine now?" Song Ying chuckled and nodded. Song Shi adjusted the ring, which had loosened slightly when he attempted to take it off earlier. "All right, let us go have dinner." After a minor commotion subsided, Song Ying followed closely behind Song Shi, his brow furrowing in thought, finally grasping why his father always lost arguments with his mother. With commendable piloting skills and credentials, along with his status as a law enforcement officer, Song Shi was unsurprisingly selected and assigned to the 32nd Squad of the new recruits' 10th Regiment. New recruits were informed that they would undergo several months of training and adaptation in the galaxy before truly participating in combat. As he packed his belongings, he addressed Song Ying behind him. "The energy capsules over there are unlimited, so we don't need to bring so many." Song Ying nodded but still packed several spare energy capsules into his gear. "All right, let us head to the flight dock for our report." Song Shi adjusted his newly issued Mecha uniform, which was the new recruit attire, adorned with a solitary star on the shoulder in military green. Exuding an invigorating aura, he grasped the room card and urged Song Ying to close the door promptly. The number of newly selected recruits nationwide reached 3 million, a staggering figure considering the total population of 3 billion in the 30th century. The recruits were divided into 10 regiments, each consisting of 100 squads, with 3,000 individuals per squad, making it no simple feat to stand out among such numbers. As part of the 58th batch of new recruits heading to the galaxy, Song Shi felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. Observing the animated individuals around him, Song Ying shook his head and grasped Song Shi's hand, stating, "The instructors over there are watching you." "Huh?" Song Shi glanced over, noticing the stern instructor indeed observing him, prompting him to clear his throat and steady his nerves. "Silence." The amplified voice commanded immediate quiet. "In 10 minutes, the flight ship will arrive. Ensure your formation is neat and orderly." As the words concluded, many appeared bewildered, as no arrangements had been made for the formation. After a minute of murmuring, the line began to take shape. After all, they were all mecha pilots accustomed to training, and organizing into formation was relatively straightforward. Yet, as this was their first gathering, they were unfamiliar with one another, and the variances in mecha sizes contributed to a somewhat chaotic arrangement. Overall. 10 minutes later, a procession of military green figures emerged on the dock, with Song Shi standing at the forefront due to his shorter stature. Though feeling slightly self-conscious about his height, he was relieved that his view remained unobstructed. After waiting a bit longer, a silver ship, resembling a bird in flight, gracefully descended from the sky. The colossal vessel loomed closer, its low rumble causing discomfort in the ears. The ship's left wing opened upwards, revealing a 10-meter-wide staircase guarded by 2 soldiers. Form lines, advance in an orderly manner. The line began to move, transitioning from left to right until it was finally Song Shi's turn. He ascended the staircase, undergoing a scanning procedure that displayed his identity and name. After confirming, he entered alongside Song Ying. Inside the third cabin, Song Shi took a seat. Shortly after, a mecha pilot in uniform wheeled a cart towards him, laden with a collection of wrist-mounted light brains. Wang Yi. The pilot called out names one by one. Song Shi. A collective gasp resonated as the once gentle demeanor of Song Shi transformed, revealing a fierce countenance akin to a predatory leopard. As if the sternness was not mere pretense. After the squad leader departed, presumably to another cabin to distribute light brains, although some remained skeptical, no one dared to speak, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Han Song activated the light brain in his possession, projecting the scene of the previous briefing. Observing the silence, he wore a subtle smile of satisfaction before shutting off the display and proceeding to the next cabin for further instruction. Chapter 79. Push UPS. The galaxy comprises a sea of stars and countless celestial bodies, devoid of any gravity. Gazing around, one is met with an expansive vista of the cosmos. The new Mecha pilot training base is situated on a small planet near the Blue Planet, designated as Galaxy Number 103 due to its status as a desolate sphere. This planet lacks oxygen, containing only nitrogen gas, which can be lethal upon direct exposure. While wearing a protective suit mitigates the fatality risk, it does lead to labored breathing and increased gravity. This very characteristic made it a suitable location for the Central Military's new Mecha pilot training program. Upon disembarking from the flight ship, Song Shi was escorted to his quarters, which stood out prominently amidst the barren landscape, constructed from sodium elements in a modern architectural style. Details regarding the training would be clarified tomorrow, but it was imperative to remember that whenever the horn sounded, one must don their training uniform and assemble below. The leader guiding Song Shi and a dozen others addressed the group. "Senior brother, will the training be conducted as a group?" inquired a boy who appeared a year or two younger than Song Shi. Glancing around with curiosity, the team leader furrowed his brow, his voice somewhat frosty. "This is the training ground of Squad 32, exclusively for its members. You are part of the second team of Squad 32. And Hansong, your senior brother, will be your team leader. He has little patience for those who ask too many questions. Nevertheless, he does show a modicum of care for the new recruits." After offering some words of advice, he waved his hand and departed. Song Shi glanced at his dormitory plaque and proceeded towards the second room on the right. With a swift swipe of his crystal card, the door opened. It was a private dormitory, complete with a bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, and living room. Everything one could need. Song Shi entered with Song Ying, closed the door, and loosened the somewhat rigid military uniform. Not long after settling in, there came a couple of knocks on the door. Wearing slippers, Song Shi opened it to find the boy who had earlier asked a question of the team leader. "There's something you need?" Song Shi inquired. The boy beamed brightly. "No, I just thought we should get acquainted since we just arrived. By the way, I'm Lu Ming. What about you? Here, we can only use our identification numbers." Song Shi smiled at Lu Ming's overly radiant face and pointed to the number plaque on the dormitory door, reminding him of the warnings given by team leader Han. "Number 1075. The boy named Lu Ming stuck out his tongue and slyly glanced around. "I almost forgot about that. Haha, thanks for the reminder. If that team leader found out, I can't imagine how I'd be punished." Lu Ming recalled hearing of someone who had disobeyed Han Song and had been severely reprimanded. The fearful expressions on everyone's faces told him just how harsh it had been, instilling a sense of awe in him for the team leader he had only met once. "I am number 1087. Nice to meet you. By the way, everyone on this floor is in the common room. You should hurry over. I'll go inform the others in the adjacent dormitory." After saying this, Lu Ming waved at Song Shi, urging him to hurry along. Rubbing his temples, feeling a bit of a headache, Song Shi closed the door and turned to Song Ying, who was doing push-ups on the floor. Slightly irritated, "What are you doing? You're wasting energy." Song Ying cast a sidelong glance at him, the corners of his mouth lifting, then sat up, tilting his jaw back in no time. Song Shi let out a dismissive sound, attempting to bypass Song Ying, only to trip over his foot and nearly fall. Angered, he shot him a glare. "You better not let me fall," with a fierce tone. Song Shi added, a smirk dancing in his eyes. He tossed off his slippers and stepped onto Song Ying's calves, walking up to his back. How about it? If you can't hold on, just say so. With that, he bounced a few times. I'm about to start moving, Song Ying said, lowering his head. Song Shi froze, feeling the muscles beneath his feet tense suddenly, the spot where he was standing growing warm due to Song Ying's rising and falling movements, almost causing him to stumble. Hey, stop, I want to get down. Unaccustomed to this undulating motion, he felt a sense of panic. Song Shi's foot was caught by Song Ying's other hand, prompting a startled exclamation. Wait until I'm done before you get down, Song Ying said, amusement lacing his tone, his rough palm brushing against Song Shi's ankle, causing a tingling sensation. Unable to move, Song Shi couldn't help but think, next time, I must buy some knee-high socks. When Song Ying finally released his foot, Song Shi impulsively poked at his calf, annoyed. I need to go over there. You stay put. Song Ying shrugged nonchalantly, and Song Shi donned his outer jacket, casting a glance at him before stepping outside. Upon entering the grand common room, Song Shi was surprised to find quite a number of people gathered. Most were seated around a long dining table, conversing in clusters, while a nearby fireplace exuded a cozy warmth. Lu Ming spotted Song Shi immediately and dashed over. This boy exuded a sociable, extroverted charm, quickly making several friends. Look, I'll introduce you. This is number 1075. He kindly reminded me to use my number, Lu Ming cheerfully announced, proceeding to introduce Song Shi to his new acquaintances. Hello, the numbers are quite easy to remember. There are 100 of us on this floor, from 1003 to 2003. As long as you can match the face. It's as easy to remember as names, said a man in his mid-20s with a square face. Song Shi nodded, recognizing that the spirit of the mech division was much higher than that of ordinary folks. Thus, memorizing names and numbers was a manageable task. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ming began sharing stories about himself and his friends. From Lu Ming, Song Shi learned that the square-faced man, number 1033, hailed from a small island, having undergone rigorous selection to qualify, while a shorter yet resolute-looking man was number 1045, from a slightly less prominent metropolis than Kyoto, clearly coming from a well-off family judging by his manner of speaking. The last was a boy of similar age to Lu Ming, number 1046, who appeared somewhat shy and had a pleasingly handsome countenance, which Song Shi found quite agreeable. Lu Ming, as it turned out, was from Kyoto. As he had anticipated, Song Ying was loitering at the doorway, his expression inscrutable, but Song Shi could discern a hint of discontent, specifically, a lack of food. With a sigh, Song Shi resignedly headed to the kitchen. Peering into the fridge, he found it stocked with a variety of vegetables. He hastily decided on 2 dishes, finally satisfying Song Ying's appetite. Reflecting on this, Song Shi realized how utterly devoid of authority he felt. Later that night, having been exhausted these past few days, his consciousness swayed between wakefulness and slumber. In his dreams, he felt a gentle shove on his shoulder. Squinting through half-closed eyes, he murmured, "Is that the horn?" Song Ying, having roused the still dreaming figure, propped him up. The soft, limp form leaned against him. After rubbing the other's eyes, he felt a sense of satisfaction at the vulnerable appearance of the one he could easily dominate. However, if they missed the bugle call, the ensuing training would be quite unpleasant. He felt grateful to have slept beside him. Otherwise, he would have certainly missed it. Thinking this, Song Ying felt he deserved a reward. As the horn blared increasingly fiercely in his ears, he smirked and leaned down to nibble at the other's slightly warm lips from sleep. Growing more agitated, Song Shi weakly waved an arm against Song Ying's chest. Consciousness gradually returning. How long did it blow? Releasing Song Shi's soft lips, Song Ying replied contentedly, about a minute. A minute. Song Shi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Despite the night being black, his mood seemed even darker. With a mournful expression, he leapt off the bed with a fluid motion, entirely shedding his earlier grogginess. Why didn't you wake me earlier? I did call you, but you didn't wake up. But you should be grateful. I heard it, Song Ying replied, his hands behind his head, appearing relaxed and at ease, licking his lips with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Indeed, I am grateful, Song Shi retorted fiercely. Despite the chaos, he quickly donned his training uniform and, without a backward glance, slammed the door shut behind him. In the mech division, the mechs only appeared during combat training, leaving the rest of the training devoid of their presence. Many were unaccustomed to this, as they often spent most of their time with the Mechs. Hastily arriving at the open training ground, Songshur noticed a bustling crowd. At the forefront stood Han Song, his face dark even in the night, clearly severe and forbidding. The horn will sound for another 30 seconds. Anyone not present after that will run around the training ground until tomorrow morning. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The training ground was at least 5 times larger than the flight deck, and even running a single lap would leave one utterly exhausted, let alone running until morning. Many who had already arrived breathed a sigh of relief, yet before they could fully relax, Han Song's voice rang out again. If the number of absent individuals exceeds 100, the rest will also run until tomorrow morning. The author has something to say. I've been a bit lazy, I apologize. How adeptly he manages to please those around him. Ah, how delightful. With his eyes squinting playfully, Songshur felt a shiver run down his spine under Song Ying's gaze. Don't just stand there. Go on and do something. I'll prepare another dish. It will be ready shortly. A vibrant plate of vegetables and another of rich, savory braised meat, eliciting an insatiable appetite, certainly far superior to anything served in a restaurant. As Songshur set the table with bowls and chopsticks, Song Ying moved swiftly, finishing the meal in under 15 minutes. After a satisfying burp, his complexion flushed, the usual sternness of Song Ying vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of childlike joy. Songshur couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he placed a glass of water beside him to counteract the greasiness. Han Zong's recent words had stirred everyone's blood, and the significance was clear to all, making it impossible to contain their excitement. All right, let us commence training, Han Zong declared, initiating a full day of rigorous exercises. Following the warm-up, he led the group through mechanical drills, gravity chambers, speed training, and various other stations, pushing them to their limits without allowing them to truly collapse. Though exhausted, Songshur maintained a smile, reveling in the atmosphere reminiscent of his time with the enforcement team, feeling fulfilled in a way that made the fatigue feel all too real. After a month of grueling training, Songshur seemed to have undergone a transformation. The gentleness had been stripped away, leaving behind a refined yet piercing visage. His slightly elongated frame, though still slender, appeared strikingly tall and upright. The trials of the past month had tested the resolve of 1,000 individuals, not only challenging their tenacity but also embodying the consciousness of being citizens of Earth Blue Star. The ferocity of the Black Wormhole Storm made the safety of their homeland the utmost priority, with no one wishing to abandon it for another planet or to start anew. They were deeply attached to their homeland, the place that nurtured them. None wished to lose it. Are you heading to the Mech Arena for training later? Lu Ming called out to Songshur, who was already scheduled to meet a few others for additional practice to enhance their speed and dexterity. All right, I'll just stop by the treatment room for a bit. Remember to meet in the Grand Hall at 7. What's the matter? Songshur asked, tossing a towel over his shoulder as he approached. Please sign for your items. I hope you were satisfied, came the response. Songshur glanced down, a smile breaking across his face. Wow, that was quick. Thank you, he replied, taking the food container from the robot's hand. It was his dinner order, made in light of his plans to train later that evening. Opting not to cook. As he closed the door and turned around, he found his path obstructed by Song Ying. Chuckling softly, Songshur carefully sidestepped him, saying, I'm off to the Mech Arena. You can manage a little meal on your own, right? Tomorrow, I'll whip up something delicious for you. His tone carried a rare hint of coaxing, which warmed Song Ying's heart slightly. Shifting his gaze to the food container, Song Ying felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Despite the vibrant colors, it failed to ignite even a flicker of appetite. Noticing Song Ying's unusual indifference towards food, Songshur felt both curious and puzzled. It can't be that bad, can it? He mused, picking up a piece of the fresh vegetables. All right, I promise I'll prepare something tasty for you tomorrow. He found himself perplexed by Song Ying's lack of enthusiasm. Did it truly matter so much to him? With a drooping spirit, he picked at his meal, feeling as though the once tempting dishes before him had somehow lost their appeal. Song Ying glanced at his companion, who looked somewhat like a defeated dog, pitifully trying to please him. Clearing his throat, he picked up his chopsticks and absent-mindedly pushed the rice around, internally affirming that this meal was indeed far less appetizing than what Songshur usually cooked. The energy gained from it was negligible at best. Yet, despite his disdain, he said nothing more, He had noticed that Song Shi had lost considerable weight recently. The softness he once held in his arms had diminished, leaving him with an uncomfortable feeling in his heart, yet simultaneously, he found him increasingly endearing. Look at him, indeed his own. Resilient, brave, and adorable. Before 7 o'clock, Song Shi tidied up the grand hall, exchanged a few words with Song Ying, and stepped out. The Mech Arena, akin to a mech city, was a popular venue for many to challenge various opponents, not only to gain combat experience but also to earn accolades. Upon arriving at the grand hall, he found Lu Ming already there, surrounded by familiar faces. A square-faced man numbered 1033, a shorter, yet resolutely built man numbered 1045, a handsome boy numbered 1046, and a newly acquainted giant numbered 1035, who was as lively and sociable as Lu Ming. After introductions, Song Shi's status in the group stood out distinctly. His calm demeanor and exceptional abilities, which even Captain Han Zong praised, positioned him as a strategic advisor among the team. Furthermore, his amiable disposition made him a favored companion. "Have you been waiting long?" "My apologies," Song Shi said, jogging a few steps forward with an apologetic tone. The giant clapped a hand on his shoulder, cheerfully responding, "You're just too polite. It makes you seem stuffy. You ought to work on that." Song Shi chuckled, scratching his nose. "All right, I'll improve. Let us go. It's getting late, and if we don't hurry, we might lose our spots at the Mech Arena." Though Lu Ming had witnessed Song Shi's calm entrance into the Mech Arena countless times, each instance still left him in awe. The gravity there rendered their 5 faces pale, yet amidst them was one whose complexion was rosy and vibrant, a peculiar sight that both impressed and intimidated the others. "Excuse me, is there an available combat zone?" Lu Ming inquired, knocking on the front desk to address the service robot. "Certainly, please hold on." Before long, they found a match in Zone Y. Please fill out your team's combat capabilities, and I will request the opposing team. If they agree, we can arrange a battle time. Lu Ming entered the 6 members' numbers and mech levels, and after a brief wait, the robot announced, "The opposing team has agreed. Please sign the agreement here." Pushing Song Shi forward, Lu Ming pointed out that he needed to sign as the captain. With a resigned glance at Lu Ming, Song Shi slowly pressed his fingerprint onto the screen. "All right, please follow the directional signs to reach Zone Y. Someone will guide you there." On the opposing side were also 6 members, 2 with level 3 mechs and 4 with level 4 mechs, which would constitute a formidable team in Hua country. Conversely, Song Shi's side had only him at level 3, while the rest were level 4, making the difference significant and the challenge daunting. Yet, none of the 6 appeared disheartened. Instead, they buzzed with excitement. For them, the prospect of challenging an opponent at a higher level and the thrill of potential victory outweighed any apprehensions. This honor elevated them to a leading position within the 32nd Squad's second team. Once they experienced such a challenge, the notion of battling beyond their level would no longer seem insurmountable. Though they did not vocalize it, the confidence that Song Shi instilled in them fostered a deep sense of gratitude and trust. In the Mech Arena, participants could choose their own mechs or utilize those available in the arena, a feature Song Shi particularly enjoyed. Song Ying, however, was not fond of smaller-scale battles. He viewed it as a waste of talent. Consequently, Song Shi typically refrained from inviting him along for training at the Mech Arena. Initially, Lu Ming and the others had mentioned this, but eventually, they too began to follow Song Shi's lead and opted not to bring their mechs. Song Shi reasoned, "If you can maneuver a spare mech with ease, wouldn't your own be even more manageable?" After considering this logic, the others agreed, and thus they too trained without their mechs. "Ding! The opposing team has initiated a private chat. May we begin?" Song Shi opened the dialogue, replying, "Yes, we're ready." The 6 then each selected their usual mechs as they prepared to enter the arena. Author's note: for 1,000 words, consider this 2 updates, that I was astonished to see the drop in collections today. I truly apologize for the slow updates recently. My home is undergoing renovations, and I've been busy selecting tiles and designing the bedroom. Furthermore, my company is organizing a trip, which has added to my schedule. I sincerely apologize to those waiting for updates. Your support means the world to me. This is my second work, and I hope to see it through to completion. Qing Feng Ling is incredibly soothing. I adore you. I'll strive for daily updates moving forward. Today's drop in updates has been quite disheartening, but I'll persevere. Clench his fist. As the scene unfolded, the atmosphere became vibrant with excitement, the Mecha Arena buzzing with activity. Betting was commonplace here, and spectators rallied together, cheering for their chosen sides. Seated within the cockpit, Songshur activated his team's communication channel, mentally reviewing the data on the opposing faction. Point 1033. Your task is to hold off the third-level mecha operator controlling the blue mecha. Remember, victory is not necessary. Just delay them. Point 1045. You will handle the smallest silver mecha. Although it is of a lower tier, its agility is formidable, so be cautious to avoid close combat. Point 1046. Focus on the edge mecha. Keep an eye on its movements to prevent it from aiding any other mecha. Lastly, big guy, you will take charge of the imposing power-type mecha. Are there any questions? As the battle commenced, the opposing team had devised their strategy in the brief interval, and with a resounding clang, the curtain rose on this confrontation. Songshur furiously tapped on the control panel, executing a series of attacks against the already formidable red mecha. He felt no inclination to relax. His fingers moved with a blur. The speed dizzying. This relentless assault caused the red mecha to falter, but thankfully, its operator was no novice. Though initially caught off guard, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that a rookie had managed to unsettle him. This prompted a shift in his demeanor. He cast aside any nonchalance and adopted a serious approach. Songshur could sense the intensity in the third-level operator's focus, resulting in an escalation of their attacks. Within the cockpit, he was drenched in sweat yet wore a look of exhilaration. He opened multiple battle screens, noting that his teammates executed their assigned tasks effectively, alleviating some of his concerns. However, prolonged engagement was not an option. The situation at 1033 was tenuous. Pairing a fourth-level operator against a third was barely manageable. Thus, the crux lay with him. He had to swiftly eliminate the red mecha before him. Having completed a swift series of commands, Songshur smirked, his violet eyes suddenly deepening in HU. He maneuvered. Small arcs of silver lightning danced from his fingertips. If anyone were to witness him at that moment, they would be astonished by the ethereal sight of his elongated tail, a peculiar yet powerful manifestation that evoked admiration amidst astonishment. Upon exiting the mecha, Songshur exchanged high-fives with his teammates, celebrating their victory. Although Lu Ming appeared pale, his excitement was palpable as he animatedly recounted the battle to his companions. With keen hearing, Songshur caught the voice of their captain, who had emerged from the red mecha. It seemed he was a gracious loser, the type who could always improve, a person not to be underestimated. Let us get acquainted. We are Team 52 of the 7th Legion, Songshur said as he looked up, the captain extending a hand. Greetings, we are Team 32, 2nd Squad of the new recruits, he replied with a smile. New recruits? Your combat prowess is quite remarkable, the captain remarked with a hearty laugh, narrowing his eyes as he assessed Songshur and his group. From the recent battle, he could discern that despite their inexperience, their ability to triumph indicated their potential strength. The fact that they were led by the delicate-looking man in the center only heightened his respect. It's merely that the seniors have shown us leniency. Songshur replied, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Nearby, the tall Hualu couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think he overlooks you simply because he lost? Lu Ming shot a glance at Hualu. No, there's depth to his character. Even after defeat, he manages to maintain such a jovial demeanor. Perhaps he possesses a broad mind. Zhao Su, known as 1033, chimed in, while the resolute Wang Hao, 1045, nodded in agreement. The usually quiet and reserved Zhou Yi observed with a soft smile. Songshur chuckled, shaking his head. All right, but Lu Ming has a point. Hualu refrained from antagonizing him. The 6 of them only referred to one another by name in private, a practice Songshur didn't oppose. Allowing it to continue, a resounding horn echoed from afar, stirring a commotion within the dormitory building, which transformed into a vibrant beast awakened from slumber, buzzing with energy yet adhering to a soldier's discipline. Once settled, Han Zong cleared his throat, a smile adorning his face, evidently pleased with the group's spirit. 2 months have passed, and the black wormhole storm has grown increasingly volatile. This past month and a half has given you ample time to acclimate to your training regimen. And now it's time to advance to the outer circle. As the squad leader for the inner circle of new recruits, Han Zong had spent over a month with these soldiers. Regardless of their antics or the accolades they brought him, he felt a sense of attachment, a sentiment often shared by instructors with their long-term students. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, I announce that you have successfully completed your training in the inner circle. This afternoon, we shall embark for the outer circle. I hope you all perform excellently in this next phase. His straightforward address elicited bittersweet emotions within the recruits. Finally, it was over. Or perhaps it had ended too swiftly? Countless thoughts swirled in their minds, rendering what should have been a jubilant celebration into a hushed silence. Although you are heading to the outer circle this afternoon, you still have the morning to train in the inner circle. So let us commence your final preparations. Han Zong raised his hand, issuing the command in that instant. Everyone cherished the moment, acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Arduous training and lurking dangers, this reprieve, however brief, was to be treasured. After concluding their morning session, drenched in sweat, they emerged from the speed chamber, reassembling on the square. Han Zong was engaged in conversation with an officer when he finally announced, "This is your training officer for the outer circle, Fang Jinan. He will be leading you from now on." Stepping forward, the instructor, Fang Jinan, donned the appropriate training attire, exuding a more approachable demeanor compared to Han Zong's seriousness. With thick brows and bright eyes, he was quite amiable. "I've reviewed your profiles, and while you may not currently be the strongest team among the recruits, I am confident you possess the potential to become the best. Through outer circle training, you will enhance your abilities exponentially. I hope to hear you proudly declare that the strongest among the new recruits is Team 32, Second Squad." His words ignited a fervor within the recruits. As if they could glimpse a promising future, their excitement palpable. Though Song Shi maintained his usual composure, he was not entirely immune to the infectious enthusiasm surrounding him. "Before we proceed to the outer circle, I need 2 squad leaders to facilitate better management of the team." Fang Jinan activated his holographic device, a screen appearing before him. He expanded the display, presenting it to the entire assembly of 1,000 recruits. "Using your devices, cast your votes for the individuals you believe can lead you to victory." This was a democratic process, and Song Shi opened his device, contemplating before swiftly selecting 2 names. The outcome was unexpectedly amusing. As Fang Jinan grinned at the final tally, surveying the recruits, to everyone's astonishment, the votes for the first squad leader outnumbered those for the second by a staggering 5-fold. Yet, when they beheld the name, surprise dissipated. The only individual caught off guard was Song Shi. How had he emerged as the first squad leader? Numerous peculiar thoughts flooded his mind. He had little time for administrative duties as training was paramount. Not to mention the need to attend to Song Ying at home. Well, it's settled then. Squad leader Song Shi and vice squad leader Qi Li, and as promised, whoever becomes the squad leader of this 1,000-strong team will have their name restored. Henceforth, please refer to him as Squad Leader Song. Fang Jinan announced with a chuckle, revealing a decision that sparked envy among many. Standing before 1,000 eager faces, Song Shi felt an exhilarating rush. The weight of leadership was both daunting and thrilling. The afternoon passed at a pace that was neither swift nor slow, yet it felt agonizingly prolonged. During this time, more than a dozen new recruits succumbed to the dual pressures of gravity and breath, collapsing to the ground, and were subsequently carried away. Out of 1,000 individuals, the mere presence of a handful seemed alarmingly insufficient. Fang Jinan gazed through the luminous screen before him, observing the silhouettes of his recruits outside. Beside him stood the inner circle instructor, Han Tsong, who, upon noticing Fang Jinan's furrowed brow, could not help but chuckle and shake his head. "Your standards remain as unyieldingly high as ever. It's only a handful of recruits. Are you truly dissatisfied?" Fang Jinan curled his lips into a smile, responding with a chuckle, "Without demands, one cannot become a general." Han Tsong shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that there were indeed promising candidates among the new recruits. He pointed to Song Shi's figure on the screen, which then expanded in size. Though his mental strength is merely at the initial 3rd level of the Mecha, his psychic capacity is remarkably potent. Nearing the pinnacle of the 3rd level, I have obtained reports on his hand speed during operations, which indicate that he can execute 4 major attacks in rapid succession, essentially multitasking with perfect control. At his peak, he once achieved a staggering rate of 1 character per minute, unleashing nearly 100 different attacks. With a sense of nostalgia, Han Tsong continued, "Despite his ability to unleash such an array of attacks, the success rate is not easily attained. Ultimately, he possesses little more than the qualification of a veteran compared to this recruit. If he were to instruct him now, it would be a case of having the heart but lacking the strength." "Oh?" Fang Jinan's eyes brightened. He understood the significance of Han Tsong's words, especially coming from someone poised to break through to the 2nd level. The fact that Han Tsong was so effusive in his praise was indeed remarkable. "I shall see if he can withstand my additional training," he mused with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Song Shi was drenched in sweat on the training field. wholly unaware of the plans being devised for him in the instructor's office. As his gaze swept over numerous new recruits, he recognized his own fatigue, while most of his peers were on the brink of collapse. Watching the dusky sky gradually darken, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. When Fang Jinan's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, signaling the end of training, everyone exhaled in unison. Some even seemed to crumple to the ground as though their support had vanished, though many still managed to remain standing. Upon opening the door, he found Song Ying seated on the sofa, engrossed in interstellar news. For him, moving to a different location felt entirely inconsequential. Casting a glance of envy at Song Ying's fortunate circumstances, Song Shi suddenly recalled something. Right? They mentioned that mechas can also undergo training. Tio the South, there's a mecha training ground. He wanted to suggest, would you like to train? Staying here all day is rather dull. And more importantly, there's little time left to find you for meals. However, his well-meaning suggestion fell flat. With a disdainful glance, Song Ying retorted, as long as I have enough energy cells, I can fight, you fool. Song Shi's face fell in defeat. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that having Song Ying was akin to possessing an exceptionally advanced mecha, which could enhance his chances of victory in combat. This thought lifted his spirits considerably, causing him to dismiss Song Ying's dismissive remarks. However, another dilemma soon arose. Although he had a monthly quota for energy cells, exceeding this limit required an application, which was not guaranteed, especially during the current crisis of the black wormhole outbreak. Many others were in dire need of energy cells, and Song Shi could only hope to receive his allotted share. If only I could produce energy cells myself, but alas, I am not a mecha technician and lack the necessary skills. Even if I were to learn now, it would take 3 or 4 years before I could be proficient. He contemplated that the only way to elevate his current position was through successful combat, earning honor and recognition. Once his status improved, access to energy cells would naturally follow. After a brief wait, Fang Jinan arrived, clearing his throat. The training regulations for the Outer Circle are set for 2 months, comprising 1 month of foundational training and 1 month of basic mecha combat courses. His gaze swept across the 1,000 recruits, his smile boisterous, yet it sent a chill down everyone's spines. We shall commence with a month of fundamental physical training, starting with 20 laps around the training ground for warm-up. As his words fell, all faces turned pale. After standing for an entire afternoon yesterday, many had been sent to the medical room for recovery. The thought of running 20 laps for warm-up seemed like a death sentence. Anticipating their reaction, Fang Jinan calmly added, if you cannot complete the laps, feel free to raise your hand and inform me. Suddenly, a benevolent aura seemed to radiate from his back. I can send those unable to complete the task back to Huaguat in an instant. His demeanor shifted, and he appeared to emanate a demonic presence. Demon! Song Shi twitched his brows in thought. Regardless, he resigned himself to the situation. No one wished to be sent back to Huagua, which would be a profound disgrace for any man. The stigma of such a mark was unbearable, compelling everyone to accept their fate and run. Song Shi felt the weight of countless sympathetic gazes upon him, which elicited a mix of amusement and disbelief. Initially, he regarded Fang Jinan with some disdain, but after absorbing the intensity of the training, he resolved to comply fully, completing every task, and if possible, even intensifying his training. To not advance is to regress. After several days of training, the recruits began to feel accustomed to the perceived mistreatment, which signaled a positive starting point. Upon concluding the training session, Fang Jinan did not relent in his scrutiny of the new recruits, his smile still present but no longer perceived as benevolent. Instead, it inspired wariness among them, as they speculated on what further trials he might devise to torment them. True to form, Fang Jinan unveiled his new plan, stating, the black wormhole storm is becoming increasingly volatile. Nearly 1,000 small planets have been destroyed, and time is of the essence. Our training must also be expedited. Remember, every effort made now translates to enhanced safety in the future, which I believe everyone will willingly embrace. He pulled up a map on the holographic screen, pointing to it. This is a simulated forest. I will assign each of you a unique route, and your task is to locate the items I specify, be they individuals, objects, or mutated beasts. Throughout this search, you will encounter numerous dangers, the locations of which I will not disclose. It is up to you to uncover them. Bear in mind, if you sustain 3 injuries or more, you will be eliminated and subjected to my punishment. This test measures your vigilance and crisis awareness. Fang Jinan declared, his voice hearty. After dinner, we will gather here at 8 o'clock. And feel free to bring your mecha partners along to assist you in this brief 3-hour endeavor. With that, he turned and departed, leaving a crowd of contemplative recruits in his wake. Fang Jinan curled his lips into a smirk and let out a chuckle. Without demands, one cannot become a general. Han Song shrugged noncommittally. Within this new cohort of recruits, there were indeed some promising talents. He pointed at Song Shi's figure on the screen, which then magnified. Though this individual possessed only a meager level 3 mental strength in mecha proficiency. His mental prowess was exceptional, nearing the pinnacle of a level 3 mecha. I have previously obtained reports on his hand speed operations, revealing that he can execute 4 major attacks in rapid succession, demonstrating a remarkable ability to multitask with precision. At his peak, he achieved a staggering rate of nearly 1 character per minute, unleashing close to 100 different attacks. Han Song reflected, acknowledging that while he could indeed unleash such a multitude of attacks, success was not easily attained. In essence, he merely possessed the qualification of an experienced soldier over this recruit. Were he to mentor him now, he would find himself quite lacking. Oh? Fang Jinan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He understood that Han Song, being a high-level 3 mecha operator on the verge of breaking into level 2, spoke volumes with such remarks. The fact that Han Song would make such a bold claim was astonishing. I must see if he can withstand my additional training, he chuckled. Meanwhile, Song Shi was drenched in sweat on the training ground, blissfully unaware of the plans being devised for him in the instructor's office. He scanned the multitude of new recruits. Though he felt merely fatigued, the majority were on the brink of collapse. As he observed the dimming sky, a sense of relief washed over him. When Fang Jinan's voice boomed through the training ground's loudspeakers, signaling the end of the session, everyone exhaled in unison, some collapsing to the ground as though they had no strength left to stand, while others managed to remain upright. Upon opening the door, he found Song Ying lounging on the sofa, engrossed in interstellar news. For him, relocating held no significance. He cast a fleeting envious glance at Song Ying's fortunate circumstances, then suddenly recalled something. Right, they say mechas can also undergo training. To the south, there's a mecha training ground. Song Shi contemplated suggesting that they train together, for remaining idle in this place was rather dull, and more importantly, there was little time left for shared meals. However, his well-meaning suggestion fell flat. Song Ying cast a disdainful glance at him, declaring, as long as I have enough energy packs, I can fight. Fool. With a mournful expression, Song Shi conceded defeat. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Having Song Ying by his side was akin to possessing a highly advanced mecha, providing him with an edge in battle. This thought lightened his spirits considerably, and he chose not to dwell on Song Ying's words. However, a new dilemma arose. Although he received a monthly allocation of energy packs, exceeding this quota required an application, which was not guaranteed, especially during the current crisis of the black wormhole outbreak, where many others were in greater need of energy packs than these recruits. Consequently, Song Shi could only rely on his designated quota. If only I could fabricate energy packs myself, he mused, but alas, he was not a mecha engineer and lacked the requisite skills. Even should he begin learning now, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to become proficient. He concluded that the only way to elevate his standing was by achieving victories in combat and earning honor. Once his status improved, energy packs would naturally become more plentiful. After a brief wait, Fang Jinan arrived. Clearing his throat, he announced that the training duration for the Outer Circle was 2 months, comprising 1 month of fundamental training and 1 month of mecha combat basics. He then surveyed the 1,000 recruits before him, his smile radiant, yet it sent chills down their spines. We shall commence with a month of basic physical training, starting with 20 laps around the training field for warm-up. As his words settled, the recruits turned pale. After merely standing for an afternoon yesterday, some had required medical attention. Now, they were to run 20 laps for warm-up? It felt akin to a death sentence. Fang Jinan, clearly anticipating their reaction, calmly added, if you find yourselves unable to complete the laps, feel free to raise your hand. Suddenly, they perceived an aura of benevolence emanating from Fang Jinan's back. I can send these individuals back to Huagua. He continued, and instantly, a nefarious shadow seemed to loom behind him. Devil. Song Shi grimaced, yet regardless, he resigned himself to the task. One wished to be sent back to Huagua. It would be a profound disgrace, especially for a man, an indelible mark of shame that none wished to bear. Thus, they resigned themselves to running. Song Shi received countless sympathetic glances, leaving him both bemused and indifferent. Initially, he found Fang Jinan rather devilish. But after witnessing the intensity of the training, he resolved to commit fully, regardless of the burden. He would complete every lap, and if he had any energy left, he would increase his training further. No progress means regression. After several days of relentless training, the recruits began to feel as though they had grown accustomed to their torment, adapting surprisingly well, which was certainly a positive starting point. Following the conclusion of training, Fang Jinan did not relent, gazing down at the recruits with a cheerful demeanor. However, no one was fooled. His smile was met with skepticism, each individual wondering what new scheme he had devised to test their limits. As anticipated, Fang Jinan unveiled his new plan. The black wormhole storm is becoming increasingly volatile. Nearly 1,000 small planets have been destroyed. Consequently, our training must also accelerate. Remember, each ounce of effort now translates into future safety, something I believe everyone would readily accept. He projected a map from his holographic device, indicating, "This is a simulated forest. I will assign each of you a unique route, and your task is to locate the specific items I will designate, which may include people, objects, or mutated beasts. Along this path, numerous dangers will arise, and I will not specify their locations. You must discover them for yourselves. Remember, if you are injured 3 times or more, you will be eliminated and subjected to my punishment. This test is about your vigilance and crisis awareness," Fang Jinan proclaimed merrily. "After dinner, we shall gather here at 8 o'clock. And feel free to bring your mecha companions to join you in this 3-hour endeavor." As he finished speaking, he turned and departed, leaving the recruits deep in contemplation. Author's note. In truth, I update more than 10,000 words each week, counting fingers, for those who feel the updates are scarce. Perhaps a brief pause is in order. I began pondering a new story yesterday. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to share it. I am generally inclined towards writing a fantasy Xinsha narrative. Xu Wen enjoys reading male-centric stories from Qidian, so the male protagonist in the next book will likely reflect that trend, though nothing is set in stone yet. Thus, if you have preferences, do let Xu Wen know. The more, the merrier, to stimulate further thought. As Song Shi eloquently articulated his thoughts, the listener was struck with admiration. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Only those possessing a high level of mental prowess could probe the minds of those with lesser powers. Moreover, such an intrusion into another's mental state often led to severe backlash, unless the intruder wielded both exceptional mental strength and precise control. Yet, the individual before him appeared to be merely a youth in his early 20s. How could his mental power be so formidable? Unbeknownst to him, Song Shi considered mental prowess to be his most remarkable ability, surpassing all others, and he had become quite adept at navigating the mental landscapes of others. "Senior, I shall take my leave," Song Shi said, greeting his companion, Song Ying, as they strolled leisurely onward until they vanished from sight. The man left behind could only sigh, reflecting on the irony that while others toiled tirelessly, this individual seemed to glide effortlessly through life. With a resigned shake of his head, he opened the dossier of the new recruit he was assigned to intercept. As an experienced soldier, he initially thought it would be a trivial task to confront a rookie, who, lacking vigilance and battlefield experience, would pose little challenge. Thus, he had not bothered to review the recruit's information prior to his mission. However, after hearing the newcomer's words, he was left astounded, prompting him to delve into the recruit's background. Song Shi, squad leader of Team 32, 2nd Division. Meanwhile, Song Shi continued to advance along the mapped route, in search of a particular object, specifically, something from the body of a mutated beast. The item of interest was the Lingyu, a singular crown of red feather-like plumes adorning the head of the flying winged beast, cherished above all else, with medicinal properties that could cure scurvy. As Song Shi turned his gaze, the route indicated both the starting point and the destination. Yet it offered no clues as to the location of the coveted item. It could be at the starting point, somewhere along the way, or at the journey's end. Missing this object would signify failure in his mission. The flying winged beast was known for its strong attachment to its home territory, rarely relocating. "I believe we have not missed our chance," he mused. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Song Shi's violet eyes as he licked his lips. The flying winged beast was a rare and treasured mutated dragon-like creature, measuring several meters in length, with astonishing offensive capabilities. Its characteristics had earned it a place among the top 10 mutated beasts of the planet. Song Shi longed to see how this dragon-like creature manifested, for in the annals of the 5,000-year history of China, dragons had always been depicted as magnificent and alluring beings, even if it was not a true dragon. Song Shi yearned to witness this mutated beast, hoping to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic Eastern dragon, even if only a fraction of its grandeur. The flying winged beast typically resided near vast caverns. Surrounded by towering trees and vibrant fruits, they possessed a proud demeanor, disdainful of associating with other mutated creatures, resulting in their domain being virtually devoid of competition, save for small, non-aggressive animals. This location was relatively easy to locate. Yet he could not determine whether Feng Jinan was deliberately complicating matters for him, or if there were other forces at play. The flying winged beast was formidable, and it was questionable how he, a mere level 3 mech master, could dare to pluck feathers from such a beast. Was this not an undue challenge? Regardless of his contemplations, Song Shi harbored no thoughts of retreat. Thus, he and Song incautiously navigated through the woodland. A sudden roar sent chills down Song Shi's spine, prompting him to press against a tree trunk. He cast a glance at Song Ying, only to find him seemingly disinterested, tugging him closer in a desperate hope that the mutated beast had not detected their presence. However, Song Shi's hopes were dashed. The flying winged dragon, fiercely territorial, immediately sensed the intruding presence. Being in its juvenile phase, it was still dangerous. Upon sensing an intruder, it emerged from its comfortable nest, agitated and unable to pinpoint the source of the disturbance, leading to a cacophony of roars echoing through the once peaceful forest. Naturally, Song Shi heard the commotion and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was it not an invitation for others to discover their location? This led him to surmise that the flying winged beast was indeed still in its juvenile stage, hence its heightened anxiety. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, juvenile flying winged beasts were significantly easier to handle than their adult counterparts. The two swiftly approached the source of the roars, and indeed, they encountered a flying winged beast, its body adorned with 2 wings and resembling a dragon. However, Song Shi felt a pang of disappointment. The grand and noble dragon he had envisioned had transformed into a mere miniature version, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in length. Reality often proved to be a harsh contrast to fantasy. Song Ying stepped forward, intent on silencing the incessant screeching of the creature. Understanding the intent in Song Shi's gleaming eyes, he refrained from intervening, leaning casually against a tree, every muscle taut and ready to spring into action should his companion find himself in peril. Song Shi, with determination, prepared to engage the mutated beast. He clasped his hands together and then spread them apart, unleashing a silver luminescence from his palms. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, causing the silver light to disperse. Forming a barrier spanning a 20-meter radius, a shield created from densely concentrated lightning, capable of interfering with wireless detectors. Knowing he was about to take a risk, Song Shi understood that despite Feng Jinan's assertion of no protection and reliance solely on oneself, the area might be riddled with countless surveillance devices, monitoring every movement. He was determined not to reveal his mutated beast form to anyone, making this barrier the optimal solution. The painstaking effort he had invested in mastering this shield was evident. Having compressed the lightning molecules to such an extent that any miscalculation could allow detectors to penetrate. Thus, the frequencies of the lightning had to align perfectly with those of the detectors. Such control required immense mental power, a domain in which Song Shi excelled. After several trials, he finally stabilized the frequency and established a complete barrier, in the distant control room of the training base. Song Shi's designated screen went entirely black. Feng Jinan, seated across from him, let out a meaningful chuckle, clearly understanding the implications of the blackout. As the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, the flying winged dragon ceased its roars. Its large, human head-sized eyes fixating on its kin before it. A sense of danger emanated from this relative, particularly from its striking violet eyes. Despite the flying winged beast's affinity for vibrant colors, it felt no inclination of affection under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes. Rather, it experienced an oppressive unease. The flying winged beast roared at Song Shi. Naturally, he could not comprehend the beast's utterances, nor did he realize that his entire being, radiating with violet electricity and adorned with a long tail, led the creature to perceive him as a fellow of its kind. He flicked his tail, having grown fond of this appendage. After all, in his beastly form, he could independently combat mutated creatures without the aid of a mech. The thrill of achieving victory through his own efforts ignited a fire within him, causing his blood to surge with exhilaration. With a swift flick of his tail, the pointed tip sliced through the air, hurtling towards the flying winged beast. Despite its massive size, which dwarfed Song Shi by 7 to 8 times, the creature deftly evaded the attack, twisting its body and utilizing its wings to glide away from the strike. A smirk crept onto Song Shi's lips, his black hair billowing with the intensity of the lightning, his countenance illuminated within the electric storm, showcasing a serene yet formidable elegance. Without hesitation, Song Shi launched a second assault. In mere minutes, the two figures clashed repeatedly, their forms a blur of motion. Pausing to catch his breath, Song Shi exuded a vibrant energy, deepening the violet hue of his eyes. With a powerful push from his legs, he closed the distance to the massive beast, leveraging his agility in close-quarters combat. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, catching the creature off guard, leaving it no time to retaliate, only able to emit frustrated roars. After all, the flying winged beast was still in its juvenile phase, raised under human supervision, and possessed a lower intelligence compared to its wild counterparts, which were known for their ferocity. Consequently, Song Shi initially struggled to adapt to its combat style. But as he became familiar with its movements, he grew increasingly composed. One side grew frantic while the other remained calm. The outcome had long been determined. With a resounding thud, the enormous flying winged beast crashed against a tree. Snapping it in half, Song Shi approached, his body drenched in sweat, breathless yet unable to suppress the joy of victory. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he mused that had the beast's fighting stamina been greater, he might have faltered. After all, he was simultaneously engaged in battle and maintaining the mental barrier, a considerable strain on his capabilities. At that moment, Song Shi stood beside a tall man with a square face. Upon seeing him, Yao Hu cast a discerning glance at Song Shi, but ultimately refrained from voicing his criticism, instead commanding loudly, "Team leader, follow me to the front lines." With that, Yao Hu strode away, and after exchanging glances, Song Shi and his companion promptly followed suit. The sound of cannon fire roared, and flames illuminated the sky as numerous mechas displayed their formidable prowess, exerting their utmost strength in combat. Song Shi and his comrades, lacking any prior drills or acclimatization, found themselves unprepared on the battlefield, their composure faltering amidst the chaos of bloodshed and artillery fire. Many were injured, and in the early moments, Song Shi's own lack of calm led to Song Ying's wounding. Overwhelmed with regret, he reflected on much, and after half a month of rigorous trials, his operational speed and skills had become markedly refined, allowing him to navigate the battlefield with greater ease. This rapid transformation in a novice soldier left Yao Hu astounded. Though the three men appeared pallid and in torment upon Yao Hu's arrival, they instinctively attempted to rise, and "Oh need, just lie down," Yao Hu said grimly. The three men fell silent, acutely aware that such severe injuries would necessitate at least a month of treatment. Given their current condition, they simply could not afford the luxury of time, effectively rendering them combat ineffective. Their disappointment was palpable, compounded by the bitterness of having their 3 months of training culminate in this manner. "Enough of this. I will send someone to escort you back to Blue Star tomorrow," Yao Hu said, not wishing to chastise them for their carelessness, before hastening back to the battlefield. Yao Hu's expression was as somber as the night. Striding forward with his companions trailing in silence, each fully cognizant that as time wore on, the black wormhole storm grew increasingly tumultuous. The desolate planet, initially designated for new recruits' practical training, had suffered such heavy casualties that personnel had to be dispatched from the central command. As one of the individuals responsible for this location, Yao Hu felt the weight of immense responsibility upon his shoulders. Relay the orders. Future skirmishes must consist of no fewer than 20 combatants. If we encounter large barbaric beasts, we must retreat, he instructed those behind him. "Understood, Captain Yao," they replied. Upon entering the base, Yao Hu proceeded directly to the central control room, where Deputy Major Li was intently monitoring countless screens displaying the ongoing battles. Noticing Yao Hu's entrance, Li gestured for him to come closer, his demeanor grave. "What is it, Major?" Yao Hu inquired, puzzled. Li then tapped the technician stationed before the control panel, who nodded and swiftly manipulated the interface to display a series of charts. "According to our reconnaissance, The barbaric beasts are undergoing large-scale evolution. At our current capacity, we can only hold out for another 2 weeks, Li lamented. The technician promptly replaced the charts with a rough map of the desolate planet, where blue dots flickered in the far northern region. What is that? Yao Hu asked. S-grade spirit crystal. Li uttered a chilling revelation that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ignoring Yao Hu's reaction, he continued, due to the explosion of the black wormhole. This spirit crystal has emerged from the Earth, its powerful radiation interfering with our detection systems. Had it not been for the destruction of our previous detector and the subsequent arrival of a new one from the Central Command, we might have remained oblivious to its existence. Yao Hu was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing to croak, "Immediately contact the Central Command. We must reach out." Li grimaced. "What I haven't told you is that by 6 this morning, we lost all communication with the Central Command, or rather, with the outside world." Yao Hu felt as though he had lost his footing, his legs weakening. It was no wonder that this barren wasteland, seemingly devoid of life, harbored such rare steel crystals. The S-grade spirit crystal was the catalyst behind it all. With a heavy sigh, Yao Hu realized that now was not the time to entertain thoughts of surrender. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly regained his composure. According to the Central Network's directives, controlling high-grade spirit crystals required the psychic abilities of 3 Level 1 Mecha Masters, while an S-grade crystal necessitated 10. Currently, our base only had you, me, and the reinforcements from Lao Han, all of whom were Level 1 Mecha Masters, leaving us 7 short. Hence, the method of controlling the spirit crystal is unfeasible. Only, Yao Hu stood tall, declaring, "Yes, Major." Meanwhile, Songshi emerged from his mecha, and Song Ying reverted to human form, supporting a slightly fatigued individual. Although Songshi felt physically exhausted, his spirits soared. He sensed a noticeable increase in his psychic energy, a thrilling realization that could enable him to employ numerous combat techniques. His violet eyes surveyed the chaotic battlefield, where 10 barbaric beasts lay shattered and defeated. "Captain Song, it seems we are once again the kings of this district," remarked a few familiar faces approaching him, including the tall and strikingly silver-haired figure, Lu Feng. Despite knowing this was a training ground for new recruits, encountering familiar faces was a rarity, and Lu Feng's presence evoked a sense of camaraderie akin to that of a hometown connection. "Tell that Wang fellow to step aside. Humph. He can't possibly compare to our true captain, Captain Lu," exclaimed one of the shorter members from the 15th team, displaying quick reflexes and notable agility in battle. A commendable ambush specialist. This comment stemmed from a deeper understanding of the ongoing rivalry. It was well known that Captain Wang Gachio of the 15th team was not a genuine leader, but rather had ceded the position to Lu Feng out of a desire to avoid the burdens of leadership. However, Wang Gachio believed himself quite capable, regularly flaunting his authority and dismissing Lu Feng, which only fueled the disdain of Lu Feng's supporters, leading to countless verbal skirmishes. As Song Shi observed Lu Feng, he realized that he was always the center of attention. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a gentle tug on his pinky finger and turned to see Song Ying's darkened gaze. Puzzled by what had provoked him, "We're leaving first," Song Ying stated irritably, tossing out a parting remark before striding away, leaving Song Shi with little time to offer a proper farewell. Taken aback, Song Shi wondered, when had he ever let his guard down? This fellow, Song Ying, had become increasingly peculiar lately, with many small gestures at night that filled him with a sense of embarrassment, yet he complied each time. After each instance, he vowed not to indulge again, but alas, Song Shi sighed internally, pondering if such behaviors were exclusive to romantic relationships. Yet, he found no aversion to it. Rather, he felt a peculiar enjoyment. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to dispel the vague answer emerging from within him. "You are mine," Song Ying asserted, gripping Song Shi's hand with a cold yet resolute tone. Song Shi rolled his eyes. He had heard such declarations before, initially shocking, then becoming a source of exasperation, gradually leading to a silent acceptance. "Enough. I am my own person, always have been. And by the way, such declarations should be reserved for the dormitory, not aired in public." The first half of his statement knitted Song Ying's brows together, igniting a spark of anger within him, but the latter half extinguished his fury, a smirk creeping onto his lips, filled with pride. Ultimately, Song Shi relented with a nod, thinking it best to placate him for now. Upon returning to the dormitory, he took a quick shower, consumed a meal, and gathered his strength before returning to the battlefield. As he was scheduled for duty later that night, time was of the essence, and just as he slipped into bed, his communicator beeped. Despite his heightened psychic energy from the intense combat, his body was weary, and the overwhelming drowsiness threatened to consume him. Yet, the communicator signaled the arrival of urgent news. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and activated the communicator, revealing a message from Yao Hu. As he scanned the contents, his brow furrowed. Beside him, Song Ying swiveled the light screen toward himself, and upon reading the message, he flared with anger. After all, it was hard-earned rest that was being disrupted, and knowing how exhausted Song Shi was, he could not help but feel indignant that someone dared to intrude upon their respite. Without a second thought, he reached out to shut off the screen, covering Song Shi's eyes with his hand, insisting, "Sleep." Song Shi chuckled, finding warmth in the gesture. While Song Ying could be infuriating in certain aspects, he also had qualities that made Song Shi's heart soften, and no matter how pressing the matter, it could never surpass the importance of sleep in his eyes. This feeling of being valued filled Song Shi with a sense of comfort. All right, if Captain Yao is messaging at this late hour, it must be something urgent. Let go. I need to get up. Song Shi shook his head in amusement, feeling a chill as he left the warmth of bed or Song Ying's embrace. Nevertheless, he had to rise, swiftly dressing and repeatedly assuring the person on the bed, "You really don't need to accompany me." Truly, frustrated by the lack of permission for his persistent companionship, Song Ying's resentment towards Yao Hu deepened. The expansive conference room, upon cursory inspection, housed only about 30 individuals, each wearing a grave expression, sitting upright in an atmosphere thick with tension, the silence palpable. Yao Hu stood beside Deputy Major Li, surveying the youthful faces before him. Each one of them possessed a formidable presence within the base, and the mere fact that they were gathered at this particular time and place signified the gravity of the matter about to be discussed. Clearing his throat, Deputy Li announced in a somber tone, "There is a task that requires your attention, one that will determine not only your fates, but also the destiny of everyone in this base." The weight of his words cast a pall over the room, and with a resolute gaze, Li nodded towards Yao Hu. Receiving the signal, Yao Hu turned to activate his holographic display, enlarging the screen and rotating it to face the group. Revealing the information Li had previously shared with him, Li reiterated his earlier statements, his deep voice resonating in the silence that enveloped the meeting room, as if time itself had paused. After a lengthy silence, he leaned on the conference table, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Your paramount task is to isolate the S-grade spirit crystal, allowing us the brief opportunity to contact the Central Command. This is not only your most critical assignment, but also our sole chance for survival." "But why is there an S-grade spirit crystal on a wasteland planet?" someone murmured, voicing the collective confusion. The existence of spirit crystals is typically associated with areas rich in natural spiritual energy, making their presence on a desolate planet exceedingly rare. Yao Hu approached, placing a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the speaker. "Well, since arrangements have been made, let these youngsters take their chance. We must focus on safeguarding our base." A fleeting thought crossed Deputy Li's mind. Was it too hasty to send old Han and these young recruits? His stern, weary visage betrayed a sense of uncertainty about the future. Yao Hu rarely witnessed Li in such a state. And with a sigh, he encouraged, "We must have faith in these youngsters. Despite the immense power of the S-grade spirit crystal, I must believe in these children, who, in their own small way, are the pride of the Earth Blue Star. I hope they will not disappoint us in the following days, whether due to the S-grade spirit crystal sensing their detection or not." The relentless assaults from the beasts intensified, becoming increasingly frequent. Managing these attacks became increasingly arduous, compounded by the need to select the base's 20 most skilled individuals for small-scale cooperative training. This endeavor led to significant casualties within the base, yet Deputy Li and his team had no choice but to hastily facilitate their integration. Hoping that they would not falter when the time came on the day of departure, the unique, dreary sky of the wasteland planet seemed to grow even more ominous in the hearts of the gathered individuals. As if they were heading towards an unknown fate, Song Shi stood resolutely, absorbing Deputy Li's final instructions. Each member was equipped with a compact isolation device, capable of blocking standard radiation, while it would take at least 10 of such devices operating in unison to counter the S-grade spirit crystal. Thus, Li was clear. Upon arrival at their destination, they would need a team of 10. The 40-strong group was neither large nor small, but had the beasts been more sensitive to their numbers, Deputy Li might have dispatched a larger contingent. As it stood, all hope rested on these 40 individuals. Both Li and Yao who felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet they could only place their trust in them. With their breathing minimized, the group cautiously navigated the perilous terrain of the wasteland planet, inching closer to the S-grade spirit crystal. On the first day, they covered a third of the distance. Although they encountered some beasts along the way, their relatively small size and the unity of the group prevented any significant alarm from being raised. They welcomed their first night of infiltration with bated breath. The Major recently communicated that the attacks from the beasts had become increasingly frequent. The 40 individuals took refuge in a tent-sized chamber, spacious due to the presence of sodium elements. A table stood at the center, illuminated by a shimmering holographic display. The team's leader, Old Han, spoke gravely, acutely aware of the immense pressure resting on his shoulders. Failure was simply not an option for this mission. I asked the Major hoping for us to move any faster. Old Han nodded thoughtfully. The relentless beast attacks were likely due to the presence of the S-grade spirit crystal, necessitating an increase in their speed. The group agreed, and after discussing the offensive and defensive strategies for the following day, they retired to rest, awaiting the dawn. Crouched amidst the dense grass, the glaring yellow blades emitted a pungent, acrid scent, forcing everyone to slow their breathing as they awaited the departure of a nearby pack of beasts. Though concealing a 40-person team perfectly was a challenge, they could still evade detection by some of the less intelligent mutated creatures. To the beasts, any entity that harmed their kin was a sworn enemy. And as the 50-strong pack charged towards them, a cloud of dust billowed, signaling imminent trouble. Old Han furrowed his brow in alarm and immediately signaled for full mechanization, a directive for swift engagement. With so many beasts, stealth was impossible. They had to act decisively before the S-grade spirit crystal took notice. The 40 individuals transformed into their mechanized forms, a kaleidoscope of colors and varying sizes, turning the small patch of grass into a bustling throng. Sensing the danger, the beasts halted 10 meters from the mechanized team, emitting low growls that served as both a warning and a declaration of war. With over 50 beasts on one side and 40 mech pilots on the other, some would inevitably have to face multiple foes. Old Han was acutely aware that they were on hostile ground and needed to act swiftly. So he activated the communicator to rapidly allocate strategic roles. Song Shi maneuvered his mech with agility, skillfully dodging the oncoming beasts. Although he was only a level 3 mech pilot, his exceptional mental control allowed him to predict the beast's attack patterns. To Old Han, Song Shi's performance appeared effortless, prompting a sense of astonishment and a recognition of Yao Hu's praise. Indeed, he was a remarkable talent. For Song Shi, defeating the beasts was paramount. His agile fingers danced across the controls as if he were a virtuoso performing on a grand instrument, producing a dazzling display of maneuvers. Thanks to ample energy reserves and his mental acuity, he could independently operate nearly half of the control panel. While this portion did not encompass the critical central operations, it was sufficient for him to make an impact. As their mental energies began to harmonize, their collaboration became increasingly fluid, gradually turning the confrontation into a training exercise for both Song Shi and his companion, Song Ying. Just as Song Shi finished a thought, Old Han's urgent voice crackled through the mech speakers, "Eliminate them within a minute." As Song Shi hastened his actions, he couldn't help but admire Old Han's keen perception. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful strike against the two beasts, which let out a final, defiant roar before collapsing to the ground. Glancing outside the mech cockpit, Song Shi's expression soured as he surveyed the situation. It was far from favorable. Many of his comrades bore varying degrees of injury, some even forced to deactivate their mechs. Nearby, Old Han was busy dealing with the fallen beasts. However, Song Shi was puzzled by a few individuals who, despite their seemingly lower mental acuity, managed to handle two beasts with ease. Once all the beasts were dispatched, the team quickly deactivated their mechs. Song Shi, guided by Song Ying, made his way to Old Han, where they were approached by a few mech pilots who had effortlessly managed the beasts, led by a silver-haired man named Lu Feng. Lu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, his handsome features taking on an unsettling quality in the harsh light of the battlefield, exuding an almost otherworldly allure that was strangely captivating. After being shot a fierce glare by the latter, Song Ying firmly grasped Song Shi and followed closely behind Old Han. Once the danger had passed and the group reached safety, Song Shi found his wrist unexpectedly pulled, leaving him bewildered as he blinked innocently at Song Ying with his violet eyes. Before Song Ying could say a word, Old Han called out to him, jogging over. "What is it, Supervisor Han?" Old Han regarded him with a penetrating gaze before instructing, "I know your mental acuity is commendable. Set up a layer of mental defense around us. I need to tend to the injured." At his words, a collective gasp echoed around them. Typically, only level 2 mech pilots and above could establish such intangible mental barriers. Could it be that this young level 3 pilot had already achieved level 2 status? As the crowd was struck with astonishment at this notion, Song Shi could not help but feel a tremor deep within. The elder Han chuckled softly and waved his hand, finding amusement in Song Shi's reaction. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. This is your secret, humph. Though you are a level 3 mecha, your mental prowess is nearly at level 2. Setting up a simple barrier to defend against those mindless beasts is certainly within your capabilities." Speaking as a level 1 mecha master, Han's words carried significant weight. Despite their feelings of awe and jealousy, everyone came to believe in Han's statement. Song Shi rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and without uttering a word, he strode forward to assist in arranging a simple barrier. The following morning, due to their exceptional performance in battle, Song Shi and his companions were assigned by Han to lead the way, while he himself took the rear guard. Song Ying had not spoken to Song Shi all night. Growing increasingly irritable, deep down, he felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking that it was he who had chosen to ignore him. Yet here was Song Shi, conversing animatedly with the white-haired lad, offering him not even a glance. With a cold glance at him, Song Ying scoffed, "Stay on my side. The wind is calmer over there. But here it's quite turbulent." The ambiguous tone sent a chill down Song Shi's spine. What is his problem? Song Shi wondered, glancing over at the group with the calmer wind, which included Lu Feng and his companions. "Why would I go over there?" he murmured quietly, exasperated by Song Ying's mood swings. Suddenly, Han's stern voice pierced the air, commanding silence. As Song Shi promptly shut his mouth, he noticed something odd about Han's expression. Perhaps it bore a hint of trepidation. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from a level 1 mecha master? As he pondered this, he recalled the peculiar feeling he had earlier. These beasts seemed stronger than before. Could his intuition be correct? Was there truly an evolution among the beasts? Regardless of Song Shi's thoughts, within that brief minute, the beasts slowly approached, and everyone held their breath, hoping to pass through without incident, especially since they had already lost too many comrades. Time passed gradually until the beasts abruptly halted, emitting low growls of anger. Confusion rippled through the crowd, but Han suddenly commanded, "They are signaling other beasts. Quickly, eliminate them." All those present, having undergone training, responded promptly, activating their mechas and surrounding the 12 beasts from all directions. Surprisingly, the beasts, despite being encircled, did not display signs of panic or agitation. Instead, they exuded an aura of leisurely confidence, which was rather astonishing. Han's expression grew serious as he whispered, "They are evolved beasts. Everyone must exercise caution. 2 people to deal with each one. Do not let your guard down. Strike swiftly." A heavy silence fell over the group. The notion of evolution was enough to instill fear. The energy required for mutated beasts to evolve was immense, and they had been diligent in safeguarding the steel crystals on the desolate planet, preventing the beasts from consuming them in large quantities. Why, then, were they able to evolve? Those present were not naive. They quickly deduced that it must be related to the S-Spirit crystal. This implication meant that the S-Spirit crystal not only facilitated their evolution, but could also enable more beasts to undergo the same transformation. This realization cast a shadow over their path ahead, yet retreat was not an option. All understood this, and fueled by an indomitable spirit, the battle commenced fiercely. Song Shi found it manageable to contend with 3 or 4 non-evolved mutated beasts. But facing 2 already evolved ones was a different story altogether. Their strength was equivalent to 5 mutated beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for him. Only Lu Feng was on par with him. The others struggled to keep up. Han, stretched thin, was attempting to support both sides and soon sustained minor injuries. A sense of dread settled over Song Shi, prompting him to hasten his actions. "We must resolve this quickly. Otherwise, more beasts will come, and even Han, though injured, may not be able to lead us to safety." This was evident to Song Ying as well, who felt frustrated that their companions were proving so ineffectual. While it would be feasible for Song Shi to escape alone, it was apparent that he would not abandon his comrades, making the challenge of evacuating everyone together a daunting task. Injured individuals. Come to me! Han's urgent voice echoed through the speaker. Though retreating might have been the wisest course of action amidst the chaos, everyone chose to hold their ground, adhering to the belief that every moment mattered. After dispatching the two beasts in front of him, Song Shi rushed to assist others, allowing them the respite they needed while they expressed their gratitude for his help. 7 beasts loomed over 13 individuals, their predatory gaze fixed. The strength of mutated beasts typically surpassed that of humans, both in combat capability and physical prowess, and even though they were outnumbered, their combat effectiveness remained undiminished, with multiple mental energies concentrated in one individual. Improper control could lead to severe injury. Even if one managed to maintain control, the differing mental energies of others would create a counteracting force, which could harm both the user and their allies. As the primary combatant in the team, this method was their only option at that moment. The surrounding air, charged with intense mental energy, distorted the magnetic field, and under the dim yellow sky, rippling waves seemed to emerge in the atmosphere. The 7 beasts sensed this anomaly, unleashing anxious roars as if calling for distant companions to hasten their arrival. You beasts, let us see how you evade my greatest attack, Han seethed through clenched teeth. Channeling the combined mental energies of 13 individuals and unleashing the might of a level 1 mecha master. The violet energy surged forth from Han's white mecha fist, and within a second, or perhaps even less, the beam struck the center of the 7 beasts. Resulting in a resounding explosion, the energy splintered into countless fragments, forming an impenetrable net that swiftly ensnared the beasts, tightening its grip as though piercing flesh. Their howls of agony echoed far and wide. In a mere minute, a swift and decisive battle concluded with the demise of the 7 beasts. Han emerged from his mecha, gravely injured and collapsing to the ground. Both sides had suffered greatly. The author wishes to convey, a child of daily updates has arrived, tears welling up. Finally, I am committed to daily updates. Ahem, I shall maintain this momentum. So let the celebrations commence, ladies, on this desolate planet. There would be no weather akin to the rainy, snowy, or clear skies of the Earth-like blue planet. IT possessed only 3 types of sky: yellow for daytime, black for nighttime, and the final and singular climatic condition, which the blue planet referred to as silver thunderstorm. This thunderstorm was not true lightning but rather a diminutive version, significantly less potent than conventional thunder. Thin lines of it cascaded from the sky like torrential rain, striking the earth with a crackling sound. These smaller bolts, if endured for too long, could cause harm, as fate would have it. Song Shi and his companions encountered this rare phenomenon, which occurred only once a month, lamenting their ill fortune while suffering from headaches. With their steadfast leader Han gravely injured, their meager group of 15 had 3 severely wounded and several others sustaining light injuries. We should find shelter from these storms, someone suggested. If not for the energy fluctuations of our barrier attracting the attention of beasts and crystals, we could remain beneath this storm for a day without issue. As the words left their lips, a figure came rushing toward them. One of the unscathed mecha masters sent ahead to scout. His face was aglow with excitement. I found it. There is a large underground cave up ahead, and I've stationed people there to keep watch. I've already checked. There are no signs of life, he reported eagerly. Lu Feng nodded, quietly addressing the injured Han beside him. Supervisor, shall we head there? Han, weary yet grateful, nodded. He desperately needed time to tend to his wounds. The group of 10 began their journey toward the underground cave. Supervisor, you should eat something. Otherwise, your recovery will be hindered, urged a slender-faced man named Lua, a strength-based combat mecha master, the only other member of the team besides Lu Feng and Song Shi who had only suffered minor injuries. I am not particularly hungry. You all should eat, Han replied, glancing at the compressed biscuits in Linua's hands, shaking his head with a smile. Linua frowned, well aware of Han's unspoken intention. Despite the chaos of battle, with supplies scattered and dwindling, he could not bear to see their supervisor starve himself for their sake. After a brief exchange, Han chuckled and conceded, unable to withstand the insistence of the mecha masters. He took a small bite of the biscuit, but due to the loss of most of their water supply, he only sipped a bit. 7 days left. Old Han gazed at the dim, yellowish light mingled with silver flashes of lightning emerging from the cave entrance. Muttering to himself, I shall venture outside to seek something. On the fourth day, with no water left, someone stood up and remarked, "How do we find anything? There are savage beasts everywhere outside." Eli knew, restrained this impulsive companion. His expression grave as he said, "Enough. Be cautious not to awaken the supervisor." Lu Feng rose, his voice icy as he reprimanded the man, then turned to walk towards the uneven staircase leading to the surface. His silver hair tracing an arc in the AI art. Lu Feng, where are you going? Li Nua hurriedly followed, worried he might also intend to venture outside. He speaks true. We can endure no longer, especially not the injured. I shall go alone to find supplies. My smaller presence will not draw their attention. Lu Feng replied with an air of calm, as if he were not the one in peril. I shall accompany you. Song Shi emerged from the depths, adding, with Song Ying standing behind him. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, a strange aura emanating from them. Though he was looking at Song Shi, his focus was on Song Ying. With a slight raise of his brow, he said, "Very well, let us go together." "No." Song Ying firmly grasped Song Shi's arm. Song Shi looked up in confusion, about to inquire, but Song Ying continued, "There are too many people here. If savage beasts attack, the injured among them will struggle to cope. You should stay here to guard while he seeks food." Though Song Ying's words were somewhat offensive to Li Nua and others who still retained their combat ability, deep down, everyone felt a twinge of agreement. It was evident that Song Shi's capabilities far surpassed theirs in every regard, and having him here would ensure safety. Thus, no one voiced a dissenting opinion. Accepting Song Ying's decree, as they reached the cave entrance, a sudden sound of falling rocks startled them, prompting them to quicken their pace, fearing the situation had worsened. To their astonishment, a large hole had appeared in what was once a sturdy wall. The sound of stones falling originating from the fragments that had crumbled down. Song Shi hastened over to Old Han, asking, "What happened?" Old Han, equally bewildered, recounted how a young man, in a fit of frustration, had struck the wall, unaware of his own strength. He had not anticipated that the wall would collapse, leaving them both astonished at the sight of the gaping hole. After briefly explaining the incident, Song Shi glanced at the culprit, who stood with his head bowed in shame, and approached him, inquiring, "Did you exert substantial force?" The man shook his head, replying, "No, I merely struck it a few times. I never expected it would fall." The fact that it had collapsed without significant force indicated the wall's thinness. "Try striking another part of the wall, in various directions," Song Shi suggested. The man hesitated, but Old Han shot him a stern glance, urging him to proceed. Reluctantly, the man nodded and approached the wall, examining it before tapping on it a few times. The wall remained unyielding. He continued testing other walls, but they too showed no signs of giving way. "Did you apply enough force?" Song Shi asked. "I did, with even greater strength than before," the man replied. Song Shi stroked his chin, leaning against Song Ying's shoulder in contemplation. "Since only this wall is weak, and given the presence of that large hole, where might it lead?" Old Han shot a sidelong glance at Song Shi, his eyes glimmering with intelligence and a sense of calm resilience. If this young man could survive the current predicament, Old Han believed that those in power would surely take notice of him. His future was boundless. "What are your thoughts?" Old Han inquired, moving closer to Song Shi. "I wish to explore further inside," Song Shi declared, standing tall. Old Han seemingly anticipated this response, scanning the surroundings before noting Lu Feng's absence, and asked with curiosity, "Where is Lu Feng?" "I instructed you both to go together," observing Song Shi's eager demeanor. Old Han sighed, conceding, "Very well, but exercise caution. If danger arises, activate your light brain to notify us so we can prepare." With a smile, Song Shi agreed, and together with Song Ying, they ventured into the dark cave. The surroundings were pitch black. Song Ying, not being human, could see in the darkness, while Song Shi refrained from activating his detection lamp, wary of attracting unknown entities within the cave. Instead, he extended his formidable mental energy to probe the environment, allowing them to navigate steadily. The cave walls were damp, and as he walked, Song Shi felt the unpleasant stickiness of moisture on his hands. He instinctively grasped Song Ying's hand, as the darkness was an unsettling factor. Evoking a sense of unease, Song Shi pondered what awaited them at the end. While Song Ying relished their distance from the others, in their shared space, only the soothing presence of the other remained. As they traversed deeper into the darkness, time lost its meaning. Song Shi felt as if they were on a road without end. After a prolonged period, beads of sweat began to form on his back. Yet not a single ray of light emerged, only the winding, serpentine path of the cave. "Let us take a moment to rest," Song Ying suggested, gently grasping Song Shi's hand and feeling the perspiration coating his palm and the weight of his breath. "I just scanned ahead and saw no end, but there is a faint light at the 13th bend to the left." Leaning against the damp wall, Song Ying remarked as he tenderly wiped the sweat from Song Shi's forehead with his thumb. Song Shi did not mind this gesture. Rather, he found the roughness of Song Ying's hand, slightly cooler than his forehead, quite comforting. "Then let us proceed towards that light." After resting briefly, they resumed their journey, their pace quickening with purpose. Soon, they arrived at the source of the illumination, an expansive hall that appeared to have been hollowed out. The walls were riddled with small openings, within which lay clusters of diminutive savage beasts. Their breathing tethered to a central, one-person-high, milky white stone resembling jade. Song Shi stared in shock at the sight, remaining silent as he exchanged glances with Song Ying, both moving cautiously towards the white stone. Employing delicate mental energy, Song Shi sensed no trace of energy emanating from it, as though it were a lifeless object. This did not assuage his growing apprehension. His mental acuity was distinct from that of ordinary individuals, capable of penetrating flesh and discerning the essence of ancient artifacts. Yet, this white stone, despite its appearance, exhibited no energy fluctuations, heightening Song Shi's vigilance. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his arm, pulling him back. Turning, he saw Song Ying's serious expression, prompting him to ask, "Do you recognize this object?" Song Ying nodded, explaining, "This is an energy-storing isolation crystal. It can block all forms of detection. Such artifacts have long since vanished. I never expected to find one here." Upon hearing this, Song Shi became acutely aware that this cave harbored secrets. He cautiously approached, guided by the soft, milky glow of the stone. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the substance within the stone was not solid jade but a flowing, milky liquid. If sensing Song Shi's proximity, tiny bubbles began to rise to the surface. The fact that it could store energy implied a connection to something below, a source capable of releasing that energy. Given the cave's infestation of savage beasts, it was conceivable that the source of this anomaly lay within. Suddenly gripped by a sense of urgency, Song Shi clung to Song Ying's garment, feeling him dart away at an alarming speed. Though the pull of the mysterious force behind them remained relentless, in what felt like an instant, the force approached, and Song Shi found himself enveloped in Song Ying's embrace, the world spinning around him until he lost consciousness. In a haze, he fought against the encroaching darkness, eventually awakening to find himself in a space filled with the milky liquid. The warmth of the liquid glided over his hands, and he felt no struggle to breathe. Shaking his head to dispel confusion, he searched for Song Ying, his heart racing. Far below, he spotted Song Ying laid upon a jade platform, the milky liquid flowing from it. Without hesitation, Song Shi swam towards him, propelling himself with urgency. The liquid flowed sluggishly, yet the warmth persisted, creating a heavy sensation that made him uncomfortable. He yearned to escape this strange place with Song Ying. Upon reaching Song Ying, Song Shi attempted to rouse him, but found him seemingly trapped in a deep slumber, devoid of expression, evoking a sense of dread within Song Shi. Calling out, his voice was swallowed by the liquid. Unable to resist, Song Shi pressed his ear against Song Ying's chest. Relieved to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, "I did not expect you to awaken so swiftly," a voice whispered in his ear. "Who are you?" As Song Shi spoke impulsively, he positioned himself in front of Song Ying, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, his voice emanated from the depths of his heart rather than his lips. "Me? Am I not the very one you have been seeking?" The voice continued with a tone of playful mockery, its gender indiscernible yet melodious enough to enthrall the listener. "I never anticipated that a companion of the same rank would be devoured by a feeble human. Truly, what a waste! Since it is a waste, allow me to take charge and elevate myself further." The voice was filled with delight, causing Song Shi's eardrums to throb, yet in that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, including the peculiar crystal he had acquired. Song Shi was far from foolish. Rather, he was remarkably composed. After some contemplation, he began to grasp the situation. deep within, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that the crystal purported to be a companion was, in fact, a stroke of luck for him. "What do you intend to do?" Songshur queried, attempting to buy some time. Suddenly, he was engulfed in panic. With a roar, an overwhelming power erupted from his being, unleashing his full mental prowess and sweeping away the liquid that had ensnared him, swiftly darting into the mass of white liquid like a bolt of lightning. "Since you have delivered yourself to me, I cannot resist devouring you," the voice laughed heartily, regardless of the thoughts of that crystal. Once Songshur plunged into the white liquid, he made a beeline for Ying, who grimaced in pain from an unknown source. Songshur longed to drag out the elusive crystal and deliver a punishing blow, and no need to rush. "He will awaken shortly," the voice chimed in again, this time distinctly emanating from Ying's body. "Once I merge with this perfect vessel that has existed for millennia, I will devour you. No need to be hasty. Take your time." With this conviction, Songshur swiftly located the point of fusion within Ying's body. A mass of white liquid entwined with a dark one. Intuitively, he recognized that the black substance represented Ying's mental energy, astonished by its formidable strength, rivaling that of the crystal. Channeling all his mental focus towards this dark energy, he remained oblivious to the approach of another red mental force. The author wishes to convey, progress in the narrative is imminent. Cautiously, Songshur drew closer, ensuring he remained undetected. When the distance closed, he retaliated without hesitation. This minor surprise allowed the crystal to lose the initiative and the opportunity for a proactive assault. Upon witnessing this chance, the black energy, belonging to Ying, immediately counterattacked, gradually enveloping the white crystal. While Songshur, who was also on the offensive, further pressured the spirit crystal, causing it to struggle in response. The now sentient spirit crystal felt a profound sense of regret. Had it known to eliminate one before gradually consuming the other, it would not have found itself in such a predicament. As the spirit crystal exerted its final reserves of power, Songshur realized this was a pivotal moment. Faced with the dual threat of absorption from both parties, the fact that the adversary could still resist and counter-absorb indicated the spirit crystal's formidable strength. While he felt a sense of admiration, he remained acutely aware of the danger. The enemy was clear. Should he lower his guard, both he and Ying would become mere garments for another, a fate he would not permit to transpire. Moments passed, or perhaps a year. Time felt nebulous as Songshur finally opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon Ying's consciousness, which now appeared markedly larger than before. A sigh of relief escaped him. After tremendous effort, they had finally managed to allow Ying to absorb the spirit crystal, a feat not easily achieved. Had the adversary not grown complacent, it would have been impossible for them to succeed. Ultimately, they were indeed fortunate. After a brief respite, Songshur approached the dark form representing Ying, cautiously extending a thread of mental energy into Ying's body to inquire about his state. Entering someone else's mental domain was perilous, yet Ying was familiar with his mental presence, which emboldened Songshur to delve deeper. Just as he felt the overwhelming sensation, a fragment of consciousness broke away to ask Ying what he was doing, only to find that Ying had become increasingly enmeshed in the experience, gradually engulfed by a wave of ecstasy. Suddenly, the concept of spiritual communion occurred to him, an exchange of consciousness or mental energy. In such a scenario, preventing Ying's actions would be nearly impossible. Any attempt would harm them both. Moreover, such communion was beneficial for the growth of each party's mental prowess. However, Songshur felt deeply conflicted, wishing to reject the sensation that was both intoxicating and liberating, akin to a euphoric surrender that provided a more profound understanding of oneself than physical unity. As time slipped by, Songshur abruptly opened his eyes, breathless and flushed, his gaze clouded with a haze reflecting Ying's form before him. The sight was jarring, leaving him feeling disoriented and embarrassed. His legs were dampened by a cool liquid that trickled down, a sticky reminder of his shame. Unconsciously, he pressed his legs together, realizing he was nestled within Ying's embrace. The flush on his face deepened as he attempted to push away the arms that held him captive. "That was quite pleasurable," Ying remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, transforming his previously stern expression into one of amusement. Songshur hesitated, his gaze darting about, rationalizing that it was merely a fusion of mental energies. "Please, let go of me." We can discuss this later. Later? Song Ying furrowed his brow, fully aware that Song Shi would likely flee. This instinct was undeniable, prompting him to tighten his grip without causing discomfort, ensuring any possibility of escape was thoroughly eliminated. Let us do it once more. Song Shi turned in surprise, meeting Song Ying's eager gaze, his violet eyes widening. Before he could respond, Song Ying's hand slipped into the slightly open collar of his garment, saying, "Let us repeat what we just did, starting with this." As he spoke, his rough fingertips grazed over Song Shi's chest, pressing gently in a circular motion. In an instant, Song Shi's entire body tensed, a strange sensation emanating from where Song Ying's hands rested, igniting a mix of embarrassment and indignation that compelled him to squirm and attempt to break free. "You don't mind, do you?" Song Ying chuckled, his low voice igniting a fire within Song Shi, who found himself resenting his own reaction. It was merely a touch. Why was he so reactive? A chill coursed through Song Shi, momentarily snapping him back to reality, but before he could respond, a belt became a binding tool, securing his wrists with just the right amount of tension, neither painful nor allowing escape. Song Shi shot a glare filled with silent fury at Song Ying, yet the latter remained oblivious to the ire directed at him. His expression darkening, eyes glimmering with a desire that sent shivers down Song Shi's spine. Instinctively, Song Shi recoiled as Song Ying's heated palm fell upon his chest, igniting a shameful tremor within him. Unsure whether it was the warmth or something else entirely, Song Ying found Song Shi's reactions intoxicating, whether it was the sharp intake of breath or the misty gaze, or the skin that he found irresistible. This strange feeling overwhelmed his ability to think. He felt an insatiable urge to draw this person closer to his heart. "Song Ying, let go." Song Shi gasped, his face flushed with a mix of anger and something else entirely, his cheeks burning not from dislike, but from an inexplicable pleasure that made him consider surrendering. However, he was a man. Yielding was not an option. Yet, in this moment, he understood that he did not despise Song Ying's actions. If he did not harbor deep feelings, he would never allow such intimacy to unfold. Having distanced himself from Earth in the 21st century, he had lost much and gained freedom to act as he wished. Acknowledging his affection, he recognized that if he could possess this person, there was no reason to oppose it. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Without any urgent notifications, Song Shi seized the moment to rest for a while. Otherwise, once the battle commenced, there would be little time left for respite. Just as he lay down, drifting between dreams and reality, he felt his soft trousers gently pulled down. Perceiving no imminent danger, Song Shi, in a daze, had no inclination to open his eyes. The owner of those hands seemed to sense his discomfort and was exceedingly cautious. Before long, Song Shi found himself more at ease, experiencing a refreshing comfort, and he dozed off again. Song Ying capped the ointment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was no easy task. He gazed intently at his fingers, which had recently been enveloped by a tight, burning sensation, now left empty and bewildered. "An urgent signal," Song Shi remarked as he strode toward the approaching Song Ying. "We must hurry." Song Ying nodded, and the two exited, encountering several acquaintances from their previous mission at the dormitory entrance. Their faces were all grave. Song Shi followed their gaze to the distance, where thick smoke billowed and roars echoed incessantly. This was the brutal battlefield, a stark reminder that all levity must be cast aside. The group hastened to the war zone, but Li Fu was nowhere to be seen. Only Yao Hu and Lao Han were directing the troops. Upon seeing them, Yao Hu instructed, "You need to support Sector 5. Both Director Fong and Director Han are over there." The two also spotted Song Shi leading the charge. Fang Jinan exchanged a few words with Han Song before descending from the command post to approach Song Shi and the others. He clapped Song Shi on the shoulder, saying, "You performed admirably during that mission. You did not bring shame to our 32nd team." Song Shi offered an embarrassed smile, swiftly shifting the conversation to the battlefield. Inquiring, "Director Fong, what is the current situation?" Fang Jinan sighed. "As you can see, the mutated beasts are mindless creatures. They only seek to acquire steel crystal fragments." Song Shi furrowed his brow. "Can we not abandon these steel crystals and establish a new base?" Fang Jinan shook his head. "In the past, that might have been feasible, but now, many of the beasts have evolved. They possess a degree of intelligence, recognizing us as their archenemies. Having slaughtered many of their kin, Even if we wish to vacate this base, the beast would not allow us to escape. Suddenly, Han Song called out to Fang Jinan from afar. Fang Jinan frowned. Enough of this for now. That side is on the verge of collapse. You must take responsibility there. Song Shi nodded, and the group of 60 donned their mechs. Though their number was small, it provided Fang Jinan and his team a moment's reprieve. Song Shi and Song Ying entered the battlefield, where the troops were nearly at their breaking point. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, hope surged among them. With his remarkable combat skills, Song Shi naturally assumed the role of captain for the 60. He instructed the severely injured to withdraw first, ensuring they had enough strength left to protect those in need. He then swiftly allocated positions, and this clear distribution shifted the tide of the battle. The mutated beasts seemed to sense the change and responded with intensified roars and attacks. "Kill my rear!" Song Shi commanded a few severely injured mech operators who could not escape the beast's encirclement. Although they were unfamiliar with Song Shi, they recognized this was a rescue team and promptly took refuge behind him. The 10 beasts encircling the operators, upon seeing another individual join the fray, erupted in triumphant roars as if victory was assured, completely disregarding Song Shi. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Song Shi's mouth. In battle, underestimating an opponent is the beginning of defeat. His fingers moved swiftly across the control panel, deflecting a powerful attack. With renewed vigor, Song Ying could also activate half of the control console. Their synchronized cooperation allowed them to adeptly handle the 10 evolved beasts, leaving the mech operators behind them in utter astonishment. The 5 of them could hardly manage one beast, while this individual faced 10. Such a disparity was no longer a matter of envy but pure admiration. This unexpected development took everyone by surprise, prompting Han Song to immediately order reinforcements for Song Shi and his group. A fierce battle ensued, marked by intense conflict and countless casualties. As night fell and the smoke settled, the tide of beasts retreated once more, granting Fang Jinan and his team a moment of relief. They silently rejoiced, having gained another day. Emerging from his mech, Song Shi's face was pale, although the battle had honed his speed and combat prowess. Prolonged use of mental energy left him utterly fatigued. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that no one appeared well. All bore a pallor of exhaustion, some had even succumbed to unconsciousness. Han Song was already commanding the transport of the injured to the medical facility. Fang Jinan approached, giving Song Shi a thumbs up. Truly an elite of the base, Song Shi could only offer a weak smile in response to the praise. Fang Jinan, sensing his exhaustion, said, "All right, the beasts won't attack at night. Get a good rest. We start again tomorrow morning." Song Shi nodded, with Song Ying half supporting him as they made their way down. Instead of heading directly to the dormitory, Song Ying led him to the dining hall, where most had already retreated to rest, leaving the restaurant nearly empty. "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" Song Shi inquired, puzzled. Song Ying sighed helplessly, his expression strikingly vivid on his usually stoic face. "You haven't eaten all day? Don't you feel hungry?" Upon reflection, Song Shi chuckled, realizing, "Oh, I suppose I do die in the heat of battle." He had not considered his hunger, but now, with Song Ying's reminder, his stomach felt ravenous. After settling Song Shi into a seat, Song Ying activated the ordering screen and asked, "What would you like?" Song Shi scanned the options, selecting a few of Song Ying's favorites along with a vegetable dish. As they conversed, a shadow fell over them, causing Song Ying to furrow his brow. At a glance at Song Shi revealed his lack of reaction, prompting Song Ying to raise an eyebrow and continue waiting for their meal in silence. Song Shi stood and greeted, "Hello, Senior Lu." Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, seemingly drawn to the scene, taking a seat with an air of nonchalance, gazing at the much shorter man before him with quiet admiration. He recalled their first encounter, where the disparity between them was vast. Yet, in this brief time, Song Shi had surpassed him significantly, evoking a sense of helplessness and awe. "You performed admirably, Junior," Lu Feng commented while placing his order on the screen, his gaze lingering on Song Shi. Song Shi felt as though he were under scrutiny, a chill running through him, yet he maintained his composure, smiling. "To catch up with you, Senior Lu, I still have much to learn." Song Shi's humility did not ease Lu Feng's demeanor. "With your talent, it won't be long before you ascend to a second-level mech." Song Shi smiled politely, feeling a twinge of irritation at the probing tone. Managing such interactions was exhausting, and with fatigue weighing heavily upon him, he seized the moment when the service robot arrived with their food. "Excuse me, could you please pack this up for me to take to the dormitory?" He provided his dorm number. The robot nodded with a smile and departed. Turning to Lu Feng, Song Shi offered an apologetic grin. "I'm sorry, senior, but I'm utterly exhausted. We'll take our leave." Lu Feng nodded. Watching Song Shi depart, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Am I being too hasty?" With concern for Song Shi's weary visage, Song Ying took a seat beside him. "Shall I feed you?" Surprised, Song Shi nodded. Given their closeness, he felt comfortable enough to indulge in this familiarity. He opened his mouth, accepting whatever Song Ying offered. However, when Song Ying attempted to bring him more food, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned cautiously, only to smile at the sight of Song Shi asleep, his lips glistening with remnants of food. Gently, Song Ying wiped the corners of Song Shi's mouth and carefully lifted him, carrying him into the bedroom and tucking him into the soft blankets. As Song Shi sank into the comfort of the bedding, he missed the warmth of Song Ying's broad chest, emitting soft sounds of discomfort, prompting Song Ying to remove his clothing and join him beneath the covers. Only then did Song Shi relax, nuzzling against Song Ying's chest, drifting into a deep slumber. Naturally, Song Ying did not manage to eat a single morsel, but cradling Song Shi made him feel immensely warm, causing any thoughts of personal indulgence to fade away. "What's wrong?" Song Shi gasped, resting his head on Song Ying's chest, feeling the heat radiate from his body. He had thought his constitution was robust, yet he had underestimated Song Ying. Holding his breath in this manner was indeed a challenge. Song Ying reached out to lift Song Shi's head, then gently brushed his fingers against the vibrant lips that had just been kissed. His gaze softened, yet his expression remained composed as he said, "Next time, let us switch to mint-flavored toothpaste. I prefer floral scents." Song Shi was momentarily taken aback, his face darkening. "I like mint. Whether you care to kiss or not is up to you." With that, he turned and stormed out. All that could be seen was his furious silhouette departing the bedroom, prompting a silent smile from Song Ying as he raised an eyebrow. Thus, Fang Jinan's jest about the savage beasts being a kind of mutation that rises without gain was not entirely unfounded. "All right, let us arrange today as planned and I hope we can pass through it safely," Fang Jinan remarked as he switched off the screen, evidently having coordinated strategies with Hanzong. Hanzong nodded, hoping for assistance from the central command. "Enough talk. Let us swiftly organize this area to avoid chaos later," he urged, exhaling heavily to conclude their discussion. Song Shi methodically allocated duties within this zone. Due to his previous commendable performance, most of the older and more seasoned individuals were amenable to following his directives. Time slowly progressed, ultimately marking the arrival of 9 o'clock. The savage beasts, with their disordered footsteps, thundered through the morning tranquility. "Let the battle commence," Song Shi commanded with calm authority. This declaration was the clarion call for war, sending everyone into motion as if wound up like clockwork, charging forth like tigers unleashed against the approaching horde of savage beasts. Combat was brutal, yet no one could avert this inevitability, since lamenting over the tragic fate of others was futile. They steeled themselves to fight valiantly until victory was secured. Song Shi deftly maneuvered through the controls, dispatching a series of small attacks. As the leader of the team, he demonstrated his capabilities at this critical juncture. When the first serious injury occurred, he immediately ordered a replacement to take the fallen's position. The mounting corpses of the savage beasts coincided with an increasing number of injuries among his team. And by midday, the sharp decline in manpower, coupled with dwindling stamina, made it clear that any mistake at this juncture could be disastrous. This was the moment of greatest fatigue, where hunger and exhaustion could render one faint. However, if they could endure this trial, they would soon forget their struggles. Thus, Song Shi issued a stern command. They must hold on. Yet, for reasons unknown, the horde of savage beasts surged forth in unprecedented numbers. As if a dam had burst, overwhelming them, by 2 in the afternoon. With their numbers critically low, Song Shi had no choice but to abandon his rear position and personally plug the gaps. Naturally, this left him unable to assist the other mecha divisions. Without his surprise attacks, the pressure on the other mecha units intensified, yet they could not shamelessly plead for his aid, having witnessed his relentless efforts and the immense mental strain he endured in keeping them safe. Compared to Song Shi, their shame stifled their voices. This notion, while frustrating, fueled their collective fury against the savage beasts, resulting in a temporary balance on the battlefield. Song Shi's complexion turned pale, sweat cascading down as he operated at breakneck speed. He dared not pause for even a moment, fearing that a single lapse could allow the beasts to breach their defenses and threaten those behind him. However, managing multiple gaps drained his mental fortitude immensely. Take a break. Your mental energy is nearing depletion. Song Ying's voice resonated in his ear, filled with urgent concern, warming Song Shi's heart. Don't worry. I can hold on for a few more hours, he replied. After a brief silence, Song Ying instructed, place your hand on the red button on the far right, quickly. Song Shi hesitated. That button was Song Ying's main control center, the master switch for energy transmission. Turning it off would leave the mecha operational but unable to fight. Yet, Song Shi understood that Song Ying would never be a mere machine. He would not pry into his identity, for to him, as long as Song Ying remained Song Ying, that was all that mattered. Without hesitation, Song Shi placed his hand upon the button. The author has something to say. Sorry for the delay, and I apologize for my laziness. Chapter 95. Second Lieutenant Song, however, the segment of his body that allowed him to channel mental energy had no other use. Song Shi mused. Yet he knew that if others discovered this ability, they would undoubtedly covet it. Hurry! 3 beasts are charging in, Song Ying urged. The tide of battle began to tilt toward victory when suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated by his side. Looking up, Song Shi saw hundreds of warships soaring through the sky, each emblazoned with a massive character for China. Everyone understood that their rescue had arrived. Unlike the jubilant cheers from the crowd, the savage beasts seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, becoming agitated and launching a final, furious counterattack, intensifying the conflict. Mechas descended from the sky, landing in various combat zones to engage in cleanup. Compared to the new recruits here, these mecha pilots moved swiftly, fighting with precision and efficiency, each appearing to be seasoned veterans. An hour passed, and the war instigated by the savage beasts came to an end. Song Shi's unit, having only a few remaining beasts to deal with, swiftly finished their task and immediately transitioned to other areas. After an hour of fervent battle, only the jubilant cries of victory remained. Vice Commander Li personally welcomed the command team of the rescue squad, including General Yao Hu and Old Wei by his side, ushering them into the base. We don't plan to linger. A large number of mutated beasts have appeared near the star and are advancing towards Earth Blue Star. You must quickly assemble a team to join my squad, the general stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Vice Commander Li felt a sense of dread. Were they planning to attack Earth Blue Star? Has Chihuahua Star sent reinforcements? If they breach Earth Blue Star, they will be next in line for disaster, Vice Commander Li exclaimed anxiously. The general shook his head in resignation. They are unwilling to expend any resources, likely planning for us to exhaust the beast's strength first. If we succeed, they will have resolved a major crisis without losing a single soldier. If we fail, we at least weaken the beasts, and with Earth Blue Star gone, they would gain in any scenario. Thus, they will not send troops. Damn it. If only the mutated beasts would change direction and bypass us. Vice Commander Li slammed his hand on the table, his words eliciting laughter that no one found amusing. They all shared the same thought. If only the beasts could avoid Earth Blue Star. Regrettably, while the beasts possessed some intelligence, they were not human. Their singular path was forward. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy, and before the base had a chance to celebrate, 2/3 of their personnel were urgently dispatched to the true battlefield. Naturally, Song Shi was among them. Recommended by Vice Commander Li, he was promoted to First Lieutenant, now leading a force of 10,000. This weighty responsibility made him acutely aware that this was the harsh reality of war. If his decisions were flawed, the losses would not be a single life but an entire unit, 10,000 lives. Though the burden was immense, Song Shi would never shy away from such responsibility, as it represented the merits he had earned, the insignia of honor. Thus, regardless of the gravity, he would bear this burden proudly. Clad in impeccably neat military attire, his unit of 10,000 stood ready for departure, countless warships soaring in the sky, resonating with the sounds of their impending journey. Vice Commander Li delivered a final address before waving them off. With Yao Hu and Old Wei boarding the warship, Li chose to remain, recognizing that the base required a guardian. As the warship accelerated to maximum speed, traversing several planets, half a day later, they rendezvoused with personnel from other planets. To Song Shi's astonishment, the one approaching was Yin Chao. He still bore the same visage, though now with several scars, enhancing his fierceness. Not bad. You've been promoted to second lieutenant. Yin Chao remarked, gazing at Song Shi. The entourage behind him, evidently led by Yin Chao, looked on in astonishment. Everyone knew that Major General Yin Chao rarely spoke, and when he did, it was usually to reprimand. To compliment someone, he would either be in an exceptionally good mood or genuinely impressed. Given the impending threat of mutated beasts attacking Earth Blue Star, it was likely the latter. All eyes turned to Song Shi, prompting him to rise and smile. Captain Yin, it's been a while. The crowd behind him, though astonished, broke into a cold sweat, internally lamenting while their gazes towards Song Shi began to shift. Regardless of appearances, achieving the rank of second lieutenant was a testament to his strength. Understood, Major General. Enough about them. Song Shi, let us keep in touch if there is an opportunity, Yin Chao said, passing through the designated cabin for second lieutenants and entering the chamber for majors. Naturally, being praised by Yin Chao compelled them to adopt a stance of vigilance and respect. With a fleeting glance, Song Shi cast a sharp look at Song Ying, yanking away the military jacket draped over Song Ying's shoulders, and murmured, "No one neglects their military uniform. Hurry up and put it on." Song Shi's tone was tinged with impatience, the recent revelation of Yin Chao's identity as a major general weighing heavily on his mind. He had believed his own progress was sufficiently rapid, only to discover that Yin Chao had already surged far ahead. Frustrated, he shot a fierce glare at Song Ying. Caught off guard, Song Ying met the gaze, confusion flickering in his deep-set eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. He opened the isolation barrier, effectively shielding them from the outside world. "What are you doing? Close it," Song Shi snapped, shaking off Song Ying's hand from his thigh. "You've made sufficient progress, so do not berate yourself." Song Ying wrapped his arm around Song Shi's shoulders, drawing him closer. Taken aback, Song Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed he hadn't actually been asleep moments before. Nevertheless, he still frowned, a hint of displeasure lingering. With a resigned smile, Song Ying leaned down to kiss the still irritated lips, releasing him only when Song Shi was breathless. "What does a major general even mean? Can he become a general like you?" Song Ying scoffed, his tone laced with disdain towards Yin Chao at last. Song Shi could no longer suppress his laughter. "What? Of course, I can become a general, indeed. You are the most formidable," Song Shi responded, his lashes casting shadows over his shy eyes as he pulled Song Ying's collar closer to his lips. The scent unique to Song Shi enveloped them, prompting Song Ying to swiftly encircle Song Shi's waist. Deepening their warm kiss, it was the first time Song Shi had taken the initiative to kiss. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Ying was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away, intertwining their limbs with fervor. Rough hands grazed the sensitive skin near Song Shi's thigh, causing him to shudder unexpectedly. His hazy consciousness jolted back to reality, and he abruptly pushed Song Ying away. "Goodness! We are on a flying ship." A flush crept onto his cheeks as he glared at the instigator, simultaneously casting a silencing look at the man beside him, who was panting heavily. "The author wishes to convey. Updates may be slow, but please shower me with flowers, and could you kindly consider adding my author column to your collection? Please support me." Chapter 96. Promotion to Advanced Level 3 with the full power of the flying ship engaged. They swiftly approached the vicinity of the departing star, in its center. A small independent base had been established, shaped like a crescent moon, encircling the rear of the departing star, or rather, safeguarding the rear of the Earth Blue Star. According to the Central Command, the area in front of the departing star was a stronghold for numerous mutated beasts, which incessantly invaded. However, this was not enough to trouble the Central Command. Rather, what caused them concern was the emergence of a few highly intelligent mutated beasts among the hordes, commanding thousands of their kind. This revelation left everyone astonished. Although mutated beasts were categorized into 7 levels, the highest currently recorded in the Compendium of Mutated Beasts was merely level 5. Possess intelligence. One must be above level 5, while what they faced were mutated beasts at level 6 or even 7. Given this potential threat, the Central Command took it very seriously, deploying 1 million personnel to the station base, including over 100 major and lieutenant generals, not to mention the stalwart General Yin Kuan. The formidable lineup was indicative of the Central Command's stringent defenses for the departing star base. Song Shi's unit, or rather, the entire military vessel, was designated as green, classified by its color, as the 4th team dispatched by the Central Command. The leader of this unit was General Yin Kuan's grandson, Yin Chao, alongside the first-level intermediate mecha master, Li Fong, whose family was also a powerful military and political conglomerate within the Central Command. Upon disembarking from the flying ship, a series of meetings were promptly convened, gathering officers of all ranks in a vast hall, where the atmosphere was dense with anticipation. A massive screen at the front displayed footage of recent harrowing battles. Ultimately, Yin Chao stood at the center, navigating through the visuals on the screen, and finally called up a list. His stern voice resonated through the loudspeakers. These 13 types of mutated beasts have not been published in our Central Command's compendium of mutated beasts. Their combat capabilities and attack levels have been compiled into a chart by our analysts following the recent skirmishes. I expect each of you to study it thoroughly and ensure that your respective teams are well informed. I can forgive you for being defeated due to a lack of strength, but I will not pardon you for failing to comprehend your adversaries due to momentary negligence. Understood, Major General. The meeting swiftly adjourned as the mutated beasts commenced their assault. The current wave comprised species that had never been encountered by the Earth Blue Star, many of which were ancient organisms from other planets. Following their engulfment by the black wormhole storm, they had only just emerged from it. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Everyone diligently took their positions. The green team was assigned to the southeastern region of Zone B, a location that was critical yet somewhat peripheral. Lacking the concentrated ferocity of the Central Command's attacks, their mission was to guard against sporadic assaults from the mutated beasts. Lieutenant Song, there are 1,000 mutated beasts ahead. Song Shi nodded, activating the screen to review the footage from that area. His brows furrowed as he realized that one of the newly discovered 13 types of mutated beasts, known as the Green Tentacle, was advancing. These creatures, covered in green tentacles, emitted a corrosive slime. Contact with their appendages would result in corrosion. Continuous defense was imperative, but given the current defensive measures, the corrosive potency was too strong, necessitating the infusion of mental energy into the defense. Thus, should one exhaust their mental energy, the outcome would be the corrosion of their mecha. Moments later, a series of distress signals flooded in, and Song Shi felt a surge of impatience. Fortunately, Song Ying remained quietly by his side, occasionally offering a word or two. Otherwise, the grim news of casualties would have weighed heavily on his heart. It was only now that Song Shi comprehended the gravity of his responsibilities as a lieutenant leading tens of thousands. Leave this to others. We will go up, Song Ying suddenly declared, eyeing Song Shi's pale complexion. Song Shi was taken aback, frowning in silence. You should not be here. You belong on the battlefield, Song Ying asserted solemnly. Upon hearing this, Song Shi trembled, a wave of dejection washing over him, but it was quickly replaced with renewed vigor. Just as Song Ying had said, standing there while watching others fight had caused his thoughts to drift elsewhere. He envied those who could freely exert themselves on the battlefield. A smile broke across his face. Indeed, he relished the exhilarating sensation of pouring his spirit into the fray. Only by exhausting his mental energy to the last drop could he truly savor that liberation, rather than remaining a mere spectator. With determination, Song Shi tossed the screen to a nearby comrade, instructing, "You stay here and keep watch." "But, Lieutenant, Song Shi interrupted. "I have connected the mainframe to my neural interface. I'll be aware of any situation that arises. So there's no need to rush. Just ensure there's someone here for everyone to see." As the individual attempted to protest further, Song Shi grasped Song Ying's hand and turned to leave. Song Ying activated his mecha transformation, his imposing figure leaping into the air, carrying Song Shi skyward, raising a cloud of dust before swiftly vanishing from the main console's view. As the panoramic view enveloped their area, Song Shi exhaled deeply from the depths of his heart. He had indeed resolved that the battlefield was far more liberating than that lofty position. In the arena of combat, he could exert control, while from above, he could only direct others, placing his hopes upon them. He yearned to avoid the powerlessness of waiting for resolution. It was the tangible control in his grasp that felt real. "Let the battle commence," Song Shi murmured, as the control panel in the cockpit sprang to life. Energy surging into every corner, empowering Song Shi to unleash his full potential. Thanks to the connection with the mainframe, he was acutely aware of the weaker positions and the areas in distress, swiftly resolving issues as he moved to another location. This approach quickly drained both his mental and physical energies. Fortunately, Song Ying could temporarily provide him with 7 ample energy boosts. After that, he would need a day's recovery. With such recuperation, Song Shi's speed and mental acuity, along with his practical combat skills, saw a significant enhancement. The cycle of exhaustion followed by replenishment allowed him to lose himself in the passage of time. His mind brimmed with an ever-growing mental energy, pulsating vigorously throughout his limbs, muscles, and bones, gradually expanding. Flowing like a great river, the intense pressure filled him with exhilaration, for he understood that with his current mental capacity, he only needed one more opportunity to rise from level 3 to advanced level 3. And that opportunity was finally at hand. With a resounding boom, his mind erupted like fireworks, hundreds of bright points flickering before his eyes. Enduring the painful expansion of his promotion, he experienced a moment of elevation as his nearly depleted mental energy surged back into his body, leaving him in blissful comfort, nearly closing his eyes in pleasure. This moment, the dozens of green tentacle beasts before him sensed the shift in energy. Unlike Song Ying's enjoyment, their response was one of terror. After all, mutated beasts were highly sensitive to fluctuations in energy. Thus, the sudden surge in energy instilled fear within them. As Song Shi reopened his eyes, they gleamed a vibrant purple. He commanded the team members beside him. "Step back." Those individuals naturally recognized Song Shi. Upon hearing his words, they instinctively retreated, for at that moment, Song Shi was adorned with the vibrant green of the green touch beasts, his entire being illuminated by the glory of battle. This spectacle compelled a deep-seated reverence within them. Consider, for a moment, the audacity of a high-ranking individual willing to descend into the fray, fighting alongside them, even shielding them from the specter of death. Such demeanor instilled profound respect from all. Unbeknownst to Song Shi, the thoughts of those behind him were a mystery. His full attention was concentrated on the dozens of green touch beasts before him. He ordered them to fall back, not out of arrogance in his ability to single-handedly conquer the mutated beasts, but because, in the short span of time that had passed, most had lost their fighting spirit. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, it was wiser to retreat behind him, thereby minimizing casualties. In an instant, Song Shi's mind activated its battle mode, meticulously arranging various strategies against these not particularly intelligent green touch beasts. His methods would prove more than sufficient. As he began to move, the green touch beasts mirrored his actions. He lured several of them in for a swift confrontation, employing traps that ensnared the beasts as if they were following his design. The ease with which events unfolded further enhanced Song Shi's confidence, enabling him to operate with increasing speed. One by one, his attacks unleashed, and Song Shi shed his human form, transforming into his beastly shape. This form granted him the advantage of channeling lightning through all his assaults. It was during this brief moment of paralysis that his strikes landed skillfully upon the mutated beasts in no time. The initial trepidation of the onlookers gave way to astonishment as they beheld Song Shi's prowess in battle. Chapter 97. The appearance of Feng Qi. As Song Shi resolved the crisis at hand, the daylight began to fade. It was now 6 in the evening. Yet the mutated beast horde at the forefront showed no signs of ceasing their relentless assault, leaving the onlookers utterly exhausted. However, not a soul dared to relax even slightly, fearing that any lapse in vigilance could spell their doom. "Lieutenant, the Major urges you to hurry," a voice called out. Song Shi dismounted from his mech and made his way toward the command center. A figure approached him, the very person to whom he had entrusted command just moments ago. "What is the matter?" Song Shi inquired, accepting the towel handed to him to wipe away the sweat. "I don't know," the messenger replied, urgency lacing his tone, suggesting it was a matter of great importance. He attempted to draw closer to Song Shi discreetly, but unexpectedly, a tall silhouette emerged beside him. Though aware that this was a lieutenant's mech and would not act against orders, the piercing gaze emanating from those deep, fierce eyes conveyed a predatory glint, causing him to feel like a hunted beast. Shuddering involuntarily and stepping back several paces, distancing himself from Song Shi. Something must have occurred at the front line. Song Shi murmured, turning to speak to Song Ying. "Let us proceed swiftly." Song Ying subtly nodded in agreement, following closely behind. As they neared the threshold, he cast a sidelong glance at the relieved messenger, offering a smile that resembled triumph, causing the man to tremble anew. Codenamed Green. The unit to which Song Shi belonged was overseen by Yin Chao and Li Fong, the two individuals referred to as the Major. Among tens of thousands, there were hundreds of lieutenants and dozens of majors, but only 2 majors existed, one of whom was Yin Chao, while the other was the first-level intermediate mech master, Li Fong. Although Li Fong held a slightly higher rank than the second-level advanced mech master Yin Xiao, Yin Kuan's position as a general granted him substantial influence and prestige within the military. Allowing Yin Xiao to rival Li Fong's authority, however, this dynamic bred jealousy among many first-level mech masters, as Yin Xiao, despite not being a first-level mech master himself, commanded far more first-level mech masters than he ought to have. Thus, within the ranks of codenamed Green, 3 factions emerged: Li Fong, Yin Xiao, and the first-level mech masters. Song Shi's interest in these matters stemmed from a singular individual, a familiar face, Fong Qi. Although Fong Qi had bestowed upon him newfound strength, it did not erase Song Shi's deep-seated disdain for the self-serving, fanatical experimenter. Upon entering the conference room, Song Shi was greeted by a throng of faces. He seated himself among the lieutenants, instructing Song Ying to wait outside, as mechs were not permitted within. The presence of unfamiliar individuals left him feeling somewhat out of place. Moments later, a large group entered through the main door, led by 2 figures. One was a man appearing to be in his 40s. His expression stern, yet a smug smile played at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the crowd, relishing the sight of those he passed bowing their heads in deference. The other figure was none other than Fong Qi. Maintaining his genteel facade, radiating warmth and approachability, as he conversed with the man, he suddenly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Song Shi, a smile gracing his features that seemed both genuine and mocking. Fong Qi turned to Hua, saying, "Mr. Hua, please excuse me. I must greet an old friend." Fong Qi's demeanor was one of amiable warmth, yet Song Shi thought to himself, he is merely a test subject on the run. I needn't acknowledge him. Fong Qi smiled and strode directly toward Song Shi's direction. Instead of faltering at Fong Qi's approach, Song Shi stood with a smile, greeting him. "Long time no see, Director Fong." Fong Qi's eyes narrowed in surprise at Song Shi's calm demeanor. Realizing he had underestimated him, in response to Song Shi's friendly visage, Fong Qi returned the smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, my test subject," unfazed by the direct reference to his past as Fong Qi's experiment. Song Shi remained composed. He understood that this secret was no longer concealed. Due to the success of Fong Qi's experiments, many within the military now possessed unique abilities, making his presence less remarkable. Thus, the astonishment among the crowd stemmed from the fact that a mere lieutenant was acquainted with the illustrious Mr. Fong. "Why, apologies, Director Fong. To be precise, my name is Song Shi, and I am not yours in any sense," he replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Song Shi's casual remark darkened Fong Qi's expression momentarily before he quickly regained his smile. Song Shi, aware of the pressure and public scrutiny Fong Qi had faced since his escape from the laboratory, knew that Fong Qi's experiments had been forcibly halted, a fate worse than death for him. It was evident that Fong Qi bore a deep-seated animosity toward him, so Song Shi had no illusions about Fong Qi's willingness to offer assistance. As Fong Qi turned away, a shadow fell over his gaze. Who could fathom the extent of his efforts in this experiment? The cessation of Song Shi's involvement had demanded tremendous sacrifice and effort to regain Marshal Situ's favor. All the burdens of his suffering were placed squarely upon Song Shi, and he vowed never to let him off the hook. A sinister smile curled upon Fong Qi's lips as he contemplated his next moves, which he anticipated would be quite entertaining. As time passed, Yin Xiao and Li Fong entered simultaneously, engaged in conversation. Upon reaching the center, Yin Xiao gestured for Li Fong to speak first, stepping aside at Li Fong. Though of ordinary appearance and shorter than most of the towering mech masters, was one of only 2 majors present. His rank and mech status rendered him a figure of considerable respect, overshadowing his perceived shortcomings, especially given his illustrious battle achievements. Li Fong cleared his throat, scanning the assembly before announcing, "At 10 this morning, codenamed Blue encountered a level 6 mutated beast. Due to differences in battle zones, the news had yet to reach all areas, and the gravity of his statement left the audience in stunned silence. Although many were aware of the existence of level 6 and even the rare level 7 mutated beasts, disbelief lingered due to lack of first-hand experience. However, the undeniable truth forced even the most skeptical to accept the reality before them. Li Fong, fully aware of the impact of his announcement, continued, according to the report from codenamed Red's main network, level 6 mutated beasts possess the ability to convey thoughts to humans, indicating they possess intelligence and can communicate with us through mental power. As soon as he finished speaking, A wave of murmurs erupted in the room. Li Fong rapped the table to restore order, asserting, the combat capability of a level 6 mutated beast is equivalent to 3 level 5 beasts, and while a first-level mech master can contend with a level 5 beast, it is merely a basic challenge. To confront a level 6 beast, we would need to sacrifice one first-level mech master's life and the combined efforts of 2 more, all while sustaining severe injuries. The difficulty is unimaginable. Li Fong succinctly presented a chart, drawn from the luminous screen, delineating the levels of mutant beasts and the corresponding classifications of combatants required to confront them. The final entry noted that a combat class level 1 mecha master could independently engage a primary level 6 mutant beast. Li Fong gestured towards this concluding statement and remarked, the 2 marshals from the Central Command are in unanimous agreement to vigorously cultivate mutant mecha masters, granting full authority to Fong Qi. Mr. Fong? He nodded toward Fong Qi. Rising to his feet, Fong Qi ascended the stage with a beaming smile, declaring, I dare not defy the commands of the marshals, nor shall I disappoint them, with a gaze that momentarily lingered towards Song Shi. He continued, I shall select suitable mutant mecha masters from each region. I urge you all to strive for the future peace of Earth Blue Star. Yes, everything for Earth Blue Star. The resounding affirmation ignited a fervor among the crowd, where no one would feel disheartened by the prospect of gaining greater power, except for Song Shi. From his understanding of Fong Qi, he knew that the latter was far from being the paragon he portrayed. Beneath the grandiloquent rhetoric lay an alarming omission. The true means to augment strength, the multitude of failures, and the toll exacted upon the body. Though Song Shi's perspective, Fong Qi's words were devoid of substance. Serving merely to amplify his own experimental zeal, treating everyone as unwitting test subjects. The author wishes to convey, I absolutely will not disappoint. I am currently drafting a new book and have recently realized that my earlier writing may not have been up to par. Alas, it involves much rewriting, yet the numbers have not risen. By the way, do ladies enjoy the Xinxia genre? My next book features a queen and a devoted canine. So if there are any suggestions,